Done.
You gotta instigate the fucking thing. You gotta look into it. What are you bothering me for? I'm gonna tell you the wrong. I'm gonna tell you the wrong information.
Tell me why I should get in your light box. It's a whole body delivery system of PBM therapy that has been designed to deliver optimal wavelengths, power, what is that word? Densities, and dosages based on the published clinical research outcomes. Huh.
I can't read from here.
It works the whole body in just 6 to 15 minutes. The intended use of Novathor or to redevelop muscles or restore motion to joints, or for use as an adjunct therapy for obesity. That seems like it does a lot of shit. I don't know. Is that real?
I'm trying to hang on.
Is that real, Jamie?
Do I look okay?
You look good.
All right, then.
You look sexy.
You
look like you're moving good. Like you're losing weight.
Yeah, no, you have to do something.
Yeah. But all that training you're doing, if you're doing that much training, that's crazy. That's really awesome.
I really love it, though.
That's beautiful.
And I try to do one strength training at the house, on its style, with club bells.
If you want to come here, man, I'll work you out. We'll work out together.
You seriously?
Yeah,
I was thinking about calling you and coming early.
Yeah.
Maybe you give me a kickboxing lesson.
For sure. And you know what else we could do? We could do like a circuit.
A circuit training?
Yeah, because I have that Echo air bike, that Echo bike.
I've never done that.
It's phenomenal. So we could do rows, the Echo bike, and I got a Versa climber, and I like to do them I do those Tabata sequences. So it's like you go hard for 20 seconds, and then you rest for 10 seconds, and then you go hard for 20 seconds, and you rest for 10, and you do like 8 rounds of those. It's fucking intense. And then you jump on over to the row machine. The row machines, there's another one, the similar number. It's like 30 hard, 30 off, something like that. And then you go to the Versa climber and you plug in something.
Did you turn 50 yet?
Yeah, I'm 50.
You know,
I'm almost 51. I'll be 51 in August.
In August. It's really interesting what I've learned and what I've read about 50. I saw a picture of Carol Oakley about a year ago when he was 46 years old when he was doing Archie birthday.
He was?
46.
Jeez.
46.
Whoa, go to that.
And
Give me a picture of Archie Bunker.
And I was like,
is this when he stopped or when he started?
I don't know. It was a picture of him at 46. And I was like, there has to be a better way.
Let me see that.
I saw,
holy shit.
You know, this is what America
that is crazy.
Wanted you to look like at 46 and 47.
And you were like, look at that. Dude, he looked like, well, maybe that was like in the later years. There's a funny thing, right? The lovable racist. It was like the last of, like, he represented a real guy that might have had racist views that were kind of funny, and he was some way endearing because he was like such a good actor, and he was such a good character, and was so well written, and his relationship with his wife and his kids and with Meathead. I mean, the whole thing was a brilliant show. Like such a well-crafted show.
That was Sammy Davis kissed him on the lips. when he found the Puerto Ricans dude in the wallet. The Puerto Rican guy comes over, they're talking. And he looks at his wife from Puerto Rico and goes, Alice, don't just stand there walking or something. And she goes, that was really nice. And he goes, I don't know what Puerto Ricans drink. And he looks at him, the guy smiling like, and he looks at him like, I don't know what Puerto Ricans drink. He goes, oh no. How about some pineapple juice? You know what I'm saying? The guy looks at him, that you get thrown off the air today.
Yeah.
But it wasn't hateful racism. It was Queens racism.
Well, first of all, pineapple juice is delicious. And why is it racist that a dude from an island would want some pineapple juice? I would think that you'd be like culturally sensitive to like introduce that possibility. Like, that's something that you have a tradition of drinking pineapple juice.
In today's society, if I said to you, listen, I'm leaving here, I'm going to Chinatown to get fireworks. If somebody heard me say it to you right now, tomorrow, we'd get fucking.
Yeah, we would have a problem.
I would have a problem.
Yeah.
Well, everybody knows that 20 years ago right now, I'd be headed to Chinatown in New York City getting fucking a mat of fireworks, 144 bottle rockets, a couple Roman candles.
You know what's the most stupid, man, is that the food is somehow racist. Like there's food that's racist food. Like if you talked about black people and also talked about delicious fried chicken or delicious orange soda or grape soda, it would be grape soda, right? Not orange soda. Orange soda is white people. Yeah, orange soda is a white people thing, right? White trash, orange soda? No? Is that?
I don't know.
Not that I'm anti-orange soda, but I'm saying like those foods, like watermelon in particular, if you talk about a black person and you talk about watermelon, that's a racist term, even though watermelon's delicious. It's fucking weird. Like, what the hell could be wrong about watermelon? If you don't like the taste of watermelon, if it's a hot summer day and somebody busts open a cooler and gives you a slice of watermelon, how fucking pumped are you? How could watermelon ever be negative? That don't make any sense to me. It makes zero sense. And the only way it makes sense that fried chicken could be negative to you is if you're a vegan or a vegetarian and you don't want to eat a chicken. That's the only way it makes sense that would be a negative. Because otherwise, like, fried chicken is fucking delicious. Who doesn't like fried chicken? If you eat meat, fried chicken is something, you smell it, if someone's really good at making it, and they got a nice flaky layer on the outside, you bite into that juicy, perfectly cooked chicken.
Lee's Fried Chicken in Tennessee. Jesus, Joseph and Mary.
Spices,
in
you get the
fucking Milan, Tennessee. A little Lee's Fried Chicken. Jesus Christ.
There's places that know how to do some fried chicken.
Oh, my God.
How could that be bad? How could that ever be racist? That doesn't make any sense to me.
That is crazy.
We got to let that go.
I'm going to tell you a racist thought, but not really. Like Saturday, I went to the park with my daughter. I'm sitting there, and I saw her sitting Jew on Sunday with the beanie and his wife with glasses. I was in Sherman Oaks, and he had a $10 bill sticking out of his pocket. And I wanted to work my fucking pickpocketing skills. I wanted to see if I could still pickpocket a motherfucker. I even had my daughter bumping into his leg and stuff. You can't pickpocket a Jew, dog. You can't do it. You know, when I was a kid, that was my first fucking dream.
To pickpocket a Jew?
I watched a movie with our boy in it and Michael Cyrus. The first pickpocket movie is called Harry in Your Pocket with our boy in Flint, James Coburn.
James Coburn was in a pickpocket movie?
Oh, nobody knows about it. It's like America's greatest secret. And they would work airports and shit like that. Harry in your pocket. So I hunted down my mom. I used to hear them talk about this Cuban pickpocket guy in Cuba in the 50s and 40s. Oh, yeah, tremendous.
What did you do with him? You did something with him, right?
Oh, yeah, I did two things with him. I did American Gun with him, and I did Arliss with him. Arliss is up. You can find Arliss. It's online. Somebody just posted it a while ago.
I forgot about Arliss. That's one of those shows that I forgot about.
But I watched him, and I asked this guy, how do you become a pickpocket? I bumped into him at a Cuban joint. There was a rumor going around that he was a good Cuban, a pickpocketing Cuban. He goes, you got to get a dummy to put bells on the pockets. So I went, and I don't know how I got a little dummy, and I put bells on. For fucking years I tried to be a pickpocket, but I have big hands.
Yeah, you got to have those slender fingers.
You got to have slender fingers.
Slender piano player fingers.
You put little bells on fucking pockets, and you bump into them and shit. Yeah. I'm very light-footed. That I am. I was a good burglar. Because I can tiptoe, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's from my years of tiptoeing on the dummy to try to take the wallet from the dummy. I could just never fucking pickpocket the dummy.
It's great that you're doing so many different things, though. It's really cool to hear. You're rolling, you're doing some Muay Thai.
And the rolling has really improved because at first you can't roll. I dropped the weight because I figured for every 5 pounds, that'd be a little bit more cardio. Plus, I got the Boss Root mouthpiece. I spoke to him yesterday again.
You like that thing, huh?
I really believe in it. I saw what it
helped. Do you use it while you're working out? Or do
I
you
use it when I walk.
You're walking?
When I walk. I take a walk in the morning, 20, 30 minutes.
Explain to people what it is.
The Boss Root mouthpiece is on Amazon. It's at his webpage. I saw it because he was on Joe talking about it. I was having such a struggle with my breathing. I was having such a struggle, but it was just common sense. Number one, I smoked cigarettes for 20 years. Number two, I smoked reefer for 40 years, but all those are just excuses. The number one thing was the weight. Every fucking, and then some smart guys.
What a handsome bastard. Look at him.
He's such a handsome motherfucker.
Handsome motherfucker.
He's a great guy, too.
He's one of the best people I know.
Some guy said to me that
great guy.
A great brown belt told me that whenever he rolls, he could feel the difference when he's 10 pounds heavy.
Oh, yeah, for
He
sure.
goes, oh, Joey, whenever I go to my mother's and I come back the first week of the boot, I go, really? And I go, so if I'm walking around at 309 trying to be fucking Eddie, it's not going to work. So I just started chopping on the weight. I went back to Weight Watchers. I walked in there at 310.
I heard they have a bunch of different rules now, like what you can eat, what you can't eat.
Let me tell you something, bro.
You can eat as many eggs as you want.
I'm gonna look you in the face and tell you
Look me in the
something.
face.
I'm gonna look you in the face and tell you something, because you know you and I always have this conversation. If you're heavy and you don't go to Weight Watchers, it's because you're a fucking loser.
Whoa. That's a
it's that easy. It's that easy. Because I'm an idiot.
Enjoy it.
I'm a fucking idiot. Here, Papa. Come on. That's my guide.
Okay.
That's my guide.
So you put everything you eat into this app?
Into the app.
Oh, nice.
Okay, comes in there. Let me show you what else I got.
Lunch, dinner, snacks total, and then you count it out by points. Is that what they do?
Points. They do it themselves.
Now, how many points do you get in a day?
39. Now let's say, Joey, would you eat that? Give me that can of coffee. Right there. No, give me that one. Papa. We don't know. Pink.
Okay.
We don't know.
So you scan that, and then it'll tell you how many. I don't think that has many calories in it. Does plain coffee, have calories?
Not really. Maybe a couple, but not really. So when you get the fucking milkshake coffees for breakfast and the fucking flat white, even a flat white don't kill you. All right, this isn't in there.
It's not in there?
But you go like this, boom, and then you got this, Joe Rogan. You ready? You press this over here, and you press this here, and you press this here, and they give you points for whatever you do. Walk, circuit training, then you have custom. So I press Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You go to an hour class. How much do you really fucking roll? 15 minutes. If you go to an hour class, you're doing technique, he teaches you how to do the drill, and he tells you a joke. So you press in 15, done, and then you press the intensity where you breathe like an animal. I just bet 7 points. You leave this in your phone, in your pocket. You put this in your pocket, and fucking guess what happens? It counts the steps. When I went to Disneyland that day, I burned 31 fucking points. So it's all the eggs I could eat for breakfast. So for breakfast, I go to John's and I get a seeded roll. Even if I give myself 4 fucking points for the roll, 5 points for the roll, 6 points for the roll, I put 2 eggs in that motherfucker, which is 14 grams of protein. And I put a thin slice of Thumann's, Boar's Head American cheese, and some Frank's hot sauce on that motherfucker. How you gonna talk to me? What are you gonna talk to me about? So
you essentially could eat anything you want as long as you know what the points are.
Eggs,
you get a certain amount of points.
Fish, I can outfish you for days. So I'll leave here and go to fucking Sushi Dan, and I'll get the crunchy albacore, which is, I can't wait for Rogan to visit me. It's sliced albacore covered with jalapenos, onion, and garlic cloves.
Is it possible, let me ask you this, is it possible that you could eat just all eggs all day and have 0 points?
0 points.
Really?
Eggs all day. Scrambled eggs all day.
That sounds crazy.
Fish all day. Sea bass.
All day.
You could eat salmon and sea bass all day. Chicken breast. No skin.
No skin?
All motherfucking day.
All day.
Chicken breast. Not chicken cutlets like mom made with Italian breadcrumbs. No. That's fried. Grilled chicken on the breast with red crushed peppers and a baked potato. 5 points for the baked potato.
Ooh.
So you want to tell me again how? And listen, it's not a fucking race. See, before it's only healthy to lose like a pound and a half a week.
Is that what it is?
That's what it really
That's what they say.
Anything after that, you're going into that loser show where they lost all that weight at one shot, and then that's why all these diets and stuff that you have to do something that you're gonna do forever. I've always liked this. I lost 100 pounds at this.
Yeah.
And then I gained 40, and now I lost another 30.
That's awesome.
And it hasn't been killing me. Like, I don't miss nothing. You know what I learned? I didn't know this. I would go get an acai bowl. America thinks an acai bowl is great. Let me explain something to you. Eating a banana and putting a banana in a blender is 2 different things. I did not know that. One day I was making one of those because I switched. I have on it protein, which I use, the vanilla or the chocolate, Mexican chocolate. And then I have this other one that's a paleo type protein. It's coconut milk. And I use that one. And one day I said, let me put a banana in this motherfucker just to see it. I'm like, damn, this is delicious. I'm onto something. I gained weight that week. I didn't know what it was.
From the banana?
When you blend a banana, it's 8 points.
What?
When you eat a banana, it's guts.
What? It's 0
How's
points?
that for you? Because when you eat fruit and when you drink fruit, it's two different things. That's why all these fat people, when you see them going, I don't eat breakfast, I drink a smoothie. You're killing yourself. You are killing yourself every time you puree fruit. Because when you eat fruit, the sativa, sativa, God forbid, the saliva in your mouth breaks the fruit down and it digests the sugar a different way. When you bypass that enzyme in your mouth, that's when you get 300 pounds like Uncle Joey.
Right.
So when you drink fruit, I don't care if they tell you, oh, it's frozen fruit, you lose some of the sugar. That's bullshit. Once you fucking blend that fruit, you dead.
Because it goes right into your system.
It goes right into your
break
system.
down all the fiber and all that stuff. Yeah, you're not supposed to
You
eat
learn that
food
shit
any other way other than the way that comes when you eat it.
You could go to that fucking little Mexican stand with the umbrellas. You ever see those guys? The cartel delivery?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what the cartel drops off that money. Shake them down. Really? They got 300,000 under that. Guys over there cutting fruit with a machete. Go ahead. I dare you to go up there. When you see a cartel umbrella, that's a cartel money. That they got tons of money in those things. They just confuse people. They even got them across the street from one another.
Whoa,
that's Starbucks.
Don't you think they're just poor people that are trying to make some money?
Not really. You know how many apples you got to sell to fucking pay rent in this days and times? Nobody stands out there. Look at those Mexicans. Don't even use SPF. They're out there raw with no fucking umbrella out there.
Yeah.
They look darker than dark.
They get dark.
What do you think?
Yeah.
You know what you got to pay me to stand out there all fucking day in this weather? A lot. They get like 200 a day, 300 a day. Yeah. Not because they're cutting apples up. Because a guy comes for their poncho and takes what's underneath them. And takes it straight to Mexico on Thursdays and nobody sees nothing. That every time you eat that fruit, it's sprinkled with cocaine. Eat some of that fruit with Watch the energy. You get like that boxer, Roy Floyd.
Why can't they just be poor farmers that just try to sell on the side of the road?
Because that's how nice people like you think. For me, I'm a criminal. I see people for what it is. I see things for what it is. I'm trying to send Lee to a rehab because
are you?
I got a friend that's got a rehab. You go down there.
Lee? Why are you trying to send Lee to a rehab?
Because he can make money. There's a rehab. There's a bunch of rehabs in Florida you go to, and they get your insurance, and they bang your insurance for $60, and then they give you a cut back at $30. I told Lee, let me send you down there to my buddies. Give me 10%. I get $3,000. You go down there, get acupuncture. They give you a few massages. What do you give a fuck? The rehab business is...
Imagine who Lee Sayat would be in terms of his marijuana consumption. Imagine where he would be if it wasn't for you. Like, there's that guy, when you first started having him on your show, when you guys first started doing your show
had smoked pot maybe 3 times in college.
A couple months in, he's done superhero doses of edibles. Couple months in. I mean, like
little by little.
Yeah, but when you would sneak them in on him, and you would take away a 250 and put in a 500.
Well, what I would do is
wrap it.
I get this.
Look at him! Look at him! The Joey Diaz co-star in the Church of What's Happening Now is completely asleep at the wheel. He's on the show, and his eyes are almost totally closed. He's barely a slit, and he's just dazed. Who's the guest? Who is that?
It's Raymond Bazia. A kid that I told on this podcast.
Look at him.
Yeah, he can't take it no more.
He's so hot. What is the name of this video, Jamie?
Lee in Outer Space.
Lee Sayat in Outer Space. Look at him go. He's gone.
I would get these. Okay, I would go over there in the afternoons. And I would get a 180, and I would rip the cover off the 180. And I would take a 60 milligram one, and I'd eat that one. It was like 2 in the afternoon. That doesn't do nothing to me. I'd eat like a 60, and I'd take the 180 and put it in the 60 wrapper.
Oh, no.
And then I'd bring it to him, put it on the table, and in front of him, I go, here, and I'd open it up for him. And he wouldn't see that it was half open already. And I would give him the 60.
But it was a
like last night, I gave him an expired one. It had a little bit of mold on it.
He's gonna be a good comic.
Oh, bro,
he's gonna be a good comic.
Look at Eleanor. Look at Eleanor. Eleanor sat there for 15 years, shut her mouth, and watched. There's a really special gift to that.
Yeah.
Whether you think Eleanor's funny or not, whether you agree with her or not, I give her the balls A lot of people don't like just sitting there and watching.
There's a lot of people that do, though. There's a lot of people that work in and around comedy clubs that probably want to do it. They just don't know how to get started. They just don't have it in them to get the ball rolling. It's hard. It's hard to try something new. You keep thinking about when's the right time to do it. Is it now? Maybe should I wait a week? You know what? I'm going to lose 10 pounds, and then I'm going to try it. And you get all these things in your head.
How long did it take you? Seriously. Honest engine.
Well, my birthday was August 11th. And when I turned 21 was August 11th of 1988 rather. So I got on stage August 27th. So from my birthday to when I got on stage was just a few days. It was just the quickest.
Was it nerves or
terrified?
Okay.
Terrified. I was trying to chicken out. Jonathan Katz was the MC. And I was maybe going to get up. It was one of those things where I signed up for the list. You get, I think it was 5 minutes, and there's a bunch of people that are going to do 5 minutes. And Jonathan Katz, who was already an established stand-up comedian, he's a really funny guy. And he was the host. And he's like, he came up to me. He said, let me check in a half an hour in to see if I can get you on, because sometimes people wouldn't show up. And so a half an hour in, I'm thinking, I'm just going to chicken out. I'm just going to bail. I'm just going to tell him, forget about it. And when I'm thinking this in my head, I walked up to him and he's, I got you in, Joe. So you'll be going up right here and you'll have 5 minutes. Good luck. And I said, all right, thanks, man. Okay. So I was ready to pussy out, dude. I was totally ready to pussy out. And I was so nervous. The first time I went on stage, I was fucking terrified. I couldn't believe it.
What was the name of the place?
Stitches Comedy Club. August 27, 1988. I was terrified, dude. Terrified. I couldn't believe. I was scared. It didn't make any sense to me. I didn't think I was going to be scared. I thought maybe I'd be like a little nervous. Like I'd never performed before. So this idea of doing it, I was like, well, I've taught Taekwondo classes in front of people before. I can talk in front of people. And then I thought about the idea of doing stand up in front of people. I was
What
like,
the fuck made this go down, man? It's
crazy.
It took me a year to think about it, and then it snowed. I couldn't go to work because we can't roof. Because I'm in Colorado.
Right.
So I rented Punchline.
Oh, Tom Hanks and Sally Fields.
Angel Salazar, David Wayans.
Yeah.
A bunch of people in that movie. I watched Punchline. And that pissed me the fuck off. Like, that was it. I went on the Yellow Pages. I found comedy clubs. I called them. And Comedy Works offered a Tuesday night open mic. How do I get on? You have to call in, and they'll give you 3 minutes. Okay. So for 2 months, I called in. Nothing. And then one night, they're like, Joe Diaz. And I called them back that night. I'm sick. I got the flu. I was like, I'm not going down there.
Wow.
And then I was roofing. I'm roofing. I'm estimating jobs. I'm going to different jobs and dropping off material. I had like 2 crews working. And I went to one crew and they go, hey, man, we're stuck here on this job. Can you get us the morning break? And I go, yeah, I'll go over there. And I went over to this little diner right off the fucking 30, whatever that, I-70?
Mm-hmm.
It was I-70, I-25.
Which one?
The one in Denver. It was like an industrial area, trucks everywhere.
I don't remember what the number of that road is.
We were doing a road there, but there was a place around the corner, Jamie, that had the best fucking green chili you ever had in your fucking life. And you poured them over fucking scrambled eggs, your dick would get fucking hard and fuck. With 2 tortillas, are you kidding me? To eat up those fucking 2.
Huevos
And
rancheros.
I walk over there, I sit down, and you know how there's always a paper like in front of you? You ever go to a diner or something? There's always a paper somebody read.
Right.
And I sit down and I give the waitress the order. I'm sitting there and I look over and I went like this, just on the, you know how you just go like that to the middle? And when I opened it, said, do you want to be a stand-up comic?
Whoa.
And it was an article about how Roseanne became a stand-up comic, and now because of Denver, she had just blown up. Like Roseanne had just blown up. It was maybe March of 91. Roseanne had just blown up. Denver was a hotbed, Jack. Everybody was drinking the water. Everybody wanted to see what Roseanne was doing, so it had a big thing about Roseanne. And it had all these open mic spots, and it had classes that you could take. And there was a class in Boulder for $33. 3 Sundays in a row at the University of Colorado, part of continuing education. The guy that taught it, his name was Jeff Harms. And I went the first Sunday, did okay. Went the second Sunday, did okay. And the third Sunday, I performed. And on the way out, he took me aside and he goes, I don't know how serious you are about this, but you're on to something. If you want to do it, let me know. And I left there.
Rabbi's new favorite quote of all time is, I would like to see the sign that says no hammers.
I want to crack fucking jokes. I don't want to do anything. I'll be a pickpocket, a fucking magician, and fucking come up with birds and shit. I swear to God, like, are you fucking crazy? I want to sell coke. I don't want to fucking be a comedian. And then about a month later, I saw an ad in the paper for doormen for comedy clubs. And I called it up, and they said, come up. And on the way there, I called Jeff. He gave me his number because he said, if you're moving on stage, just call me. I'll put you up somewhere. And I go, there's a job for a doorman at Wits End. Do you think I can get it? He goes, I'll call the guy right now. You got it. Just drive there, fill out the app, tell me your friends are me. And they made me a doorman / sound guy.
Wow.
And the bar back quit. So I was the door guy, sound guy, and the bar back. And after about 6 months, I had 2 jobs. I hated going home. I had a marriage that was just fucking, just like the one that we all talk about. When you cannot go home. It's not your home anymore.
Right.
I would basically leave at 6, come home at 5, take a shower, eat whatever fucking crap she cooked, give the baby a kiss, and I'd get in my truck and go back to Westminster. It was a club away from the Comedy Works. It was in Westminster. But it didn't get the best people in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got toothless people in there and people who poach bears and shit like that. So I started there. And then in the middle of all that, it took me 2 months to get a spot from Wendy. And then I went down there. Ed Nichols saw me, one of the original owners of the Comedy Store with Wendy, with the Comedy Works.
Comedy Works in Denver.
He was one of the original owners with Wendy. Ed Nichols saw me, told me to keep coming back. But I knew when I walked off that stage that life, as I knew it, had ended.
How so?
Whatever I thought life was at that point had gone out the window. Like Saturday was fucked up for me because Saturday I was supposed to be somewhere this week, but I couldn't go. I had to go to my friend's mother's 80th birthday party. And why it was important, it was in Philly. It was away from Philly. She said, no folks home because they're the second family that took me in when my mom died. Like, they took me in at a crucial spot, Joe. Like, you're throwing me out. I'm 17. And I got nowhere to go. I couldn't go to my stepfather. So I had an aunt in New York that I could live with, and I had a godmother in Harlem. And I didn't want to live with both of them, Joe. Like, I just mentioned to a friend one day, we were out snorting coke, drinking. And I told him, I go, where I'm staying, they're going to throw me out any day now. And he wasn't even good friends with me. And about a week later, I saw him at school. And he goes, hey, man, I talked to my father. You can move in with us. That was whose birthday it was on Saturday, you know. So when I got off the phone with her, I was thinking about how important they were to me. But I still remember being 17 and sitting on that hill on 86 and Kennedy Boulevard, thinking about how I had nowhere to go, bro. Like, this was my only shot. Like, I had nowhere to go. Like, nowhere. There wasn't like a homeless shelter. I didn't know where the fuck to go. I probably had $10 in my pocket. And then the younger brother ran up the hill and he goes, dog, they're waiting for you to come to eat the dinner. Come over there. I had never met the parents. How lucky am I, Joe Rose? I never met the parents.
That's pretty lucky.
And I walked in and they had like 6 kids. And it wasn't like what I was used to living. They had no air conditioning. The parents were blue collar and they took me in. They made me a part of their home. Never asked me for rent. Wasn't the fucking best house in the block. But till this day, I'm tight with all the 4 brothers and sisters. Like, it's like we're all one big family. But think how fucking lucky. Like, I'm not even talking about being thankful for the comedy bridge, just the personal bridge that I went over. Like, I was a killer in At that point, I had lost all faith in humanity. Like I was done. Like I wasn't a Catholic no more. I was just waiting to kill somebody. That's it. That's all I was waiting on. It's such a weird. Like I'm not even worried about the comedy bridge no more. It was the personal bridge where I grew the most. You know, I don't even know how we got in this conversation. This weed is killing me.
It's good weed. They're gonna kill the good weed now, right? Is that what's happening? How does this work? How's the new law work?
No. I still got some guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I
I
got
mean,
some guys.
legally, but legally.
Or it'll still be available for medicinal people who have
So we
cards.
got to get a card.
Yeah, recreational. It's gonna be.
Got to renew that card, son.
I got it.
I got to renew that card. I don't want any of your bullshit weed. I don't want any of your fucking watered down weed. What are they gonna do? They're gonna water it down? How much?
18%, something like that. But never fear.
But here's the thing. Isn't that strong
Uncle
enough?
Joey's here. Look.
Crazy assholes.
Never
Oh,
fear.
look at this.
We got a DA one too.
Oh, wow.
What do you think you're dealing with here? Joey Bananas? We got state,
Wow.
federal. We got them coming from all over. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. DEA.
Fuck yeah, just in case. You know
Just
what I'm
in
saying?
case.
Just in case we don't end up
Just
like
let 'em
fucking
out.
Tom Cruise in American Made.
I was looking up the medicinal rules in Ohio recently. You can't grow your own there if you have a card.
Yeah, they're sneaky with that shit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully people eventually vote that out, but you had to get it in there first. That's the only way it would have passed. They have everything wired up, but it's a victory because it's going to be very difficult to make it illegal now that it's legal. It's going to be very difficult to go backwards. So then you have to figure out like why do these companies have a monopoly on making it? If it's legal, why can't you make it yourself? Aren't tomatoes legal? I can grow tomatoes, can't I? You can even probably grow, like, do you need a tax stamp or something to grow tobacco? How does that work?
Maybe to sell it.
Hmm.
Grow it up.
Like, if you wanted to grow your own tobacco, would you be able to do that? Like, if you said, I want to make my own fucking pipes and, fill them with my own tobacco. I want to make my own cigars. Could you do that? Is that possible? For personal use? That's crazy. So if you could do that federally, and then they're saying you can't, in Ohio, you can't grow your own weed. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. Like, how do they let that?
Would you
That's
grow
such
your
a
own
young-
weed? Do you even know what you're doing?
No, I
You're like
wouldn't.
me. I don't know.
No,
dick
I
about
don't.
nothing.
I don't know dick about it. I wouldn't do it. But you should be able to. If it's legal, of course you should be able to grow it. It's a fucking plant. No,
So
nobody should
where
have a
can you not
monopoly.
grow it? Where can you not grow it? In Ohio, if you have a car.
Here's the worry. The worry is that you wouldn't charge taxes. You would keep the money. You wouldn't be accurate. You just do it with cash. You do cash transactions. That's the worry. But that would be a tax worry more than, right? Is that what it is? Is that what they're
it is
saying?
for tobacco too, yeah. You can grow as much as you want. You just can't sell it.
Oh, okay. But they're not even allowed to grow their own for personal use when it comes to marijuana. So it's more restrictive than tobacco, which is hilarious. Silly fucks. That's so dumb. Does that make any sense to you?
Hey,
Why-
don't listen to me.
We have some wacky laws that we let sneak through. Like, why would you let other people decide that different people in this group can't grow a plant that's legal now? Get the fuck out of here. That's dumb. That's a dumb rule.
They can't.
Somebody
No
got paid.
edibles over 100. No weed that's loose anymore. So if I come into your store and I go, what do you got? You can't open up the container and show me the bud and let me smell it. They all have to be sealed and stuff. There's just a lot of silly rules. I don't know which ones they don't. I'm very happy I found this bag of expired fucking Chiba Chews from 2015 from
And
the
they're
Dave
still
Chappelle.
good.
Listen, you know me, I make it work.
Are they diminished in any way?
No. A couple of them have a little bit of mold on them. You just
That's
take the
it.
mold off. I put a little brown nail polish on it. Nobody knows nothing. You just eat it like nothing. Who gives a fuck? A little mold never killed nobody.
Molds help people.
Molds
Penicillin,
help
right?
people. Yeah. Who gives a
Penicillin came
fuck?
from some mold, didn't it? Something like that?
It's so crazy how you see it with your kids. You see it with your kids. I took my kid to science camp. And when I came from Cuba, I had a lot of problems medically here. When I came to this country, one of them was the allergies. The allergies were completely different than what I was used to in a different country. They're fucking mind-boggling. So my allergy, if you ever hear me make that noise, you ever hear me do that? That's because I can't scratch the back of my throat like normal people. You know how normal people do that noise?
So you all sealed up there.
Yeah, the first week of camp, I saw my daughter do shit. I felt so bad for her. She would try to scratch her nose, and I would see her get frustrated, Joe Rogan, just scratching and scratching and scratching. And now it's gone. 3 weeks into summer camp, she don't scratch no.
How come?
Because you build up your fucking
Your
immune
immunity?
system.
Oh.
It's so weird how you see it in front of you now. You see it. I see it. I saw it in front of me. Like I went right to my wife and I go, let me tell you something. You gotta take it to the fucking doctor and get the fucking tonsils out because that's the shit that started with me at that age. When I came from Cuba, right away, I was in the hospital on a weekly level, dog. Weekly. Between the tonsils and the fucking allergies and the asthma. And the asthma. But my mother didn't pay attention to the asthma. That's why I don't have it today. Like I might have bits and pieces of it, but I don't have it. Mercy's got it. My daughter's got it. They got to do the fucking inhaler and the whole thing.
Asthma's fucking rough.
It's rough.
That's rough. I've seen people have asthma attacks and you can hear the wheezing and
You have no fucking idea. So I have to work it from a different angle.
what can they do? Like if someone doesn't have an inhaler and they have an asthma attack, is there a strategy or a technique?
My friend's mother died at a fucking party.
Oh no.
Yeah, so you have to be
From an
very
asthma
careful.
attack?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like us having a party right now. Eating and
Oh.
having a great time. They got an asthma attack.
And the inhaler opens up your lungs, lets them breathe. Is that how it works?
My wife has the machine.
What's the
We
machine?
have a machine that blows some powder in there with a thing, and then there's a regular machine that my wife has. And she has the inhaler. My wife and her and the doctors are working on different things. She's healthy. The kid's healthy as fuck. She runs, she swims, jiu-jitsu, this, that, ballet. It's 4 days a week. We don't stop at that fucking house. You see it.
Yeah.
People. I love these people. Let's meet at 3:30. You tell your mother 3:30. 3:30 is when my day really starts. You know what I'm saying? I'm writing jokes at 8, not because I want them, because that's what I got.
Yeah.
That's what I got. That's what I got. Because I got this, that. And at 3 o'clock from Monday to fucking Friday, it's a different activity. Sometimes you do 3 at a time, bro. We go right from jiu-jitsu right to the pool when she jumps in. You think we could do an hour jiu-jitsu and then go to a pool and swim for 45 minutes? Fuck you, Jack.
Yeah.
You got to see it. It's unbelievable. People are like, no, let's meet. Fuck you. I got ballet. I got 1,000 fucking activities during the week.
Kids are little energy machines.
And if you don't burn that energy, then you deal with it from 7 to 9
exactly.
when you're fucking trying to do your own shit and trying to get it together.
They're just
It
constantly
don't
ready
stop.
to go.
They're ready to go. A couple weeks ago, she took it to the fucking zoo. 6-hour walk around LA Zoo. I get home at 4. He's like, what's the story? We're going to the park? I looked at my wife like, park? Took it to the park. 2 hours on the monkey bars. And then another hour at the fucking yogurt place, jumping up and down to music and Michael Jackson and fucking drawing fucking pictures. Really is crazy being a fucking dad, especially because they don't know I kidnapped somebody. Like she has no idea. She has no idea I'm a savage. So she thinks I'm on the up and up. Like when we go to church and shit, she's like, Daddy, look at Jesus. Yeah.
Well, nothing turns people more on the up and up than being a father.
It really does.
Yeah, it changes who you are. You're responsible for these people now. And you have to think of things differently. You have to make sure that you provide. You have to make sure that they're taken care of. You got to give them love. It's like, it's an intense world, and you feel more vulnerable. And it's just the world around you opens up, and you also have more empathy. I have way more empathy for people because I'm becoming, as you're raising children, you're seeing how they develop, and then you're considering how other people have been mistreated and how things have gone terribly wrong. They've been abused and beaten and fucked up and left in terrible situations. And you realize that so much of what happens with people with even terrible behavior comes from other terrible behavior. Like they didn't get a chance to stop the cycle. And there are a lot of people that we consider like really bad people, violent people, people that do terrible things. we don't even realize that so many of them are a product of violence. Like they're a product of someone doing it to them. Like they're trying to get back at the world for all the horrible shit that's been done to them. And there was no one there to put a stop to it. There was no one there to save them. There was no one there to protect them. And this is what we're seeing when we see fucked up people. We always just think of it as fucked up people. But that fucked up person is the product of some terrible things that have happened to them almost universally. Almost every angry, fucked up person has come from a place where something's gone really wrong against them. You're not angry and fucked up if everything's awesome. If every day you're just getting ice cream, getting your dick sucked, and driving a Ferrari and watching awesome movies, like it's you. There's an anger that some people have, violent criminals in particular, that comes from someone doing that to them.
I had that anger, Joe.
I know you did.
I had that anger from 1979.
You had that shit when I met you.
I had that anger, but no, the anger.
You had that when I met you. I've seen it. I've seen it with people.
Well, let me explain something to you.
Wanted to attack people.
The anger was very. All right, first of all,
under control.
I was always a happy kid, but not really, because I was always confused about the death of my father.
Mm.
So I always had a little certain unhappiness.
Yeah.
But I always had the Catholic faith. I was really raised Catholic, and I always believed he was in heaven, and he was in that box when my mom did the things. So that eased the pain a little bit. And my mother's death was just fucking horrifying. And that broke the central nervous system belief system. That broke your belief in the world. How can there be a God that takes a mother away from a child? When you're 16 and you wrap that around your head, there's not a good result. It's not going to be a good result. So how I lashed out was by robbing you. That was the only weapon I had in the world, was to rob you. Joe Rogan fucked with me, the studio would get robbed and lit on fucking fire. And Joe knew it was me. What the fuck was he gonna do? I'm the Carmine. What the fuck you gonna do? They call the cops. It's Carmine who's gonna answer the phone. Next time, don't fuck with me. You'll know next time not to fuck with you. When I tell you to give me that gram of coke and I'll pay you on Friday, you'll fucking give it to me, all right? Because that's what it was. It was simple shit like that.
Right.
Like, Joe, give me $100. I'm broke. Joey, I don't have $100. Okay. Then I rob your fucking house. You should have given him $100. You know, I was lashing out at the fucking world.
Right.
Number two, the other issue I had is I lost a child. I was not ready for that child at all. I loved that little girl with all my heart, but I was not ready for her at all. My intentions were good, but the result was not going to be well. I was not ready. And because I lost that child, and I'm in no contact with that child, it makes me the better father that I am today. This is never going to happen to me again. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
We see daughters of comics. We've seen daughters of comics and sons of comics, and they're fucking lost. You know, I don't want my daughter to be fucking lost in that stupidity and in that world, you know. You have to be there, Joe. We have to be there.
Yeah,
you know.
You have to be there.
I'm trying to be there as much as I can.
You have to be engaged, you know.
You have to be engaged. Were your parents engaged as much as you're engaged? Not mine. But I didn't want them around.
World.
Yes.
It's a different world. But my parents were very open-minded. What my parents gave to me that was really important was they're like the most non-judgmental, non-racist, non-homophobic people ever. They don't judge about anything. They were hippies. You know, when my mom met my stepdad, he had crazy long hair and he had it like all till I was like almost in high school is when he cut it. I was so happy when he cut it. I was like, God. It was like back then, dudes grew their hair long. They were hippies, like legit hippies. But because of that, I was raised around like no racism, no homophobic. We had no homophobic thoughts in our house. That never came up. We lived in San Francisco from the time I was 7 till I was 11. We lived all on a serious gate. The one thing that did disturb me though once, I was walking with my stepdad and some dude whistled at him. Some dude was like, whew, whew. I knew that dudes were gay, but there's a thing about when a dude is hitting on your straight stepdad, and you're like, oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Like, guys are gross. It makes you realize, it doesn't even really make you realize what it would like to be a chick in that same exact
See,
experience.
I grew up completely different. Not in my home. Not in my home, but the surrounding. You know, and I would walk down the corner of Mr. O'Tina and would go, Spickaroo, where you going tonight?
Spickaroo.
You know,
Jesus
you know,
Christ.
there was a kid, and I still talk to him on Facebook. His name was Louis Hernandez. He's Dominican. Joe, he's Dominican. He's Dominican. They didn't give a fuck. They called him Louis the Nigger. Constantly, Louis the Nigger. The guys, he's Dominican. You think they gave a fuck? They didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck.
So funny.
You know, they didn't give a fuck.
People were just different then. It's a different world we're talking about, right?
I remember there was a kid that is today gay. I still talk to him. He's my brother. As a matter of fact, he's one of my brothers. I got to be honest with you. He lives in Miami. He's got HIV. I mean, listen, you didn't know he was gay when he was 12. There's something wrong with him. But Mr. O'Tina used to call him, he was lighting the slippers. You know, look at Jimmy. He's lighting the slippers. You know, and you had to sit there and take it. It was whatever.
It should be okay for little Jimmy lighting the slippers. Everybody should just let him be.
I let him be. He was my
I would
best
too.
friend. He had a dog named Tramp. That was
Wouldn't
the
it be nice?
dirtiest dog ever. Like, he lived outside. Tramp skin, like when you pet the fucking thing, was the hardest. It was like with those brushes, you scrub like a metal brush.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he lived outside, Tramp. We followed him everywhere. He was beautiful. I love Tramp.
Dogs.
No, you're very lucky because
They're the best.
you know, I
They're
grew
the
up
best
in-
pets.
You know, I grew up in an environment. I'm standing with you and my man here, one of the corner. We see a transgender person cross the street. You're like, look at the shape of this fucking guy. As simple as that is, that's a judgment. That's a judgment. But it was more of a sense of humor. You know, before we were looking at a picture of Archie Bunker, America understood it because they knew where he was coming from. He wasn't saying nothing malicious. It was a world where he came from.
Right. And the idea was that he was reluctantly open to occasionally take in new information. And
What's
learn
going on in
from
America today? Every guy's sitting at home, fucking looking out a window, peeking, waiting to get me too. There's 1,000 men at home waiting right now to get me fucking too. Every day a new guy gets fucking called out for something like that. What's this going to be like in 5 years? Nobody's going to be able to even ask for a fucking piece. Right or wrong? Nobody's going to go, hey, let me give you a little stab. Let me give you a little bacalouche.
I think there's going to come a time, and I don't think it's going to be very long, within 10 years, where we're going to be able to read each other's minds. I think we're going to be able to communicate in a different way. And I think it's just going to be step one into some sort of a technological world where we all read each other's minds. We can connect together in some almost like telepathic web way. The way you use, this is obviously just an idea. But I think that if technology continues to give us closer and closer access to people, we're going to lose all boundaries between what a person is. And you're going to know everything about everyone's past, and everyone's going to know everything about yours. And it's going to be like some unlimited library of the mind. You can travel through anyone's mind and read anyone's thoughts. And as 100 years goes by and the technology gets better and 1,000 years go by, we're going to integrate. We're going to figure out a way, whether it's in our grandchildren's lifetimes or their grandchildren's lifetimes. And I think that cultural shifts and things that are happening in the news and people waking up to things that they think are horrible and people trying to correct the misdeeds of the past, all of that is us waking up in the middle of our culture and trying to figure out what's right, figure out what's the healthy way to move forward, balance this thing out, slow down. What are we doing? We're waking up as grown adults trying to figure out our system. And there's some injustices. Those injustices have to be corrected or at least recognized. We have to understand what's the difference between normal male-female interaction and what's sexual harassment. When is it when someone doesn't want you to do it? When does it become a crime? And you don't want your daughter to ever experience that, and I don't want anybody that's a woman to experience real sexual harassment. It's the worst fucking thing that could probably ever happen to you because you can't do anything physically about it. other than rape or being beaten up or murdered, it's a creepy place to be in. I've had guys hit on me before. You ever had a guy hit on you before? Were you like, hey, where is this going?
I was like 13.
Yeah,
I grabbed my dick. I didn't know what to do. I ran out of the car, but it was my fault for getting in the fucking car. I also acknowledged it. And it never fucking happened again. And I would go to gay theaters when I was a kid. Like, we thought it was a joke to go to a fucking porn theater on a Sunday. You ever go to a porno on a Sunday, like with 6 of your stupid friends and go to the bathroom? And there's always a guy that gets next to you in the stall when you go pee and he looks at your dick and he smiles. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I bumped into a lot of creep. You've been out here. First of all, I'll tell you what bothers me about the current situation and how it went off. That this fucking place here has always been a fucking haven for sexual harassment. This fucking neighborhood down the corner here, Hollywood, is where sexual harassment got invented.
Did you ever see all the stuff about Fatty Arbuckle?
I heard pieces about Fatty Arbuckle, but I don't need to know about Fatty. I know about a chick named Marilyn Monroe that they passed around till they killed her. I know about a guy named Liberace who used to suck your dick and fucking clean you out and then send you out into the fucking cold.
And worse, he would make you get plastic surgery so you look like him.
You look like him.
That is one of the most intense things a person's ever made a person do.
And let me tell you something. Else, too. That's why we're fucking the elephants in the room. The fucking where we hang out was known for comedy fucking hell of den of sucking dick too for a lot of years at the comedy store. A lot of dick sucking went down at the fucking comedy store. I don't know how long Harvey Weinstein's been around, but there's a song by the Eagles in 1980 that was released on the fucking Long Run, their last album. It's called The King of Hollywood. On the way home, put it on and listen to it in the car. You're gonna crash your car. Called The King of fucking Hollywood, and you're gonna go, who the fuck were they talking about? I mean, it just breaks it down. It would be a shame to see all that talent go to waste. You know, what are you willing to sacrifice? Wouldn't you really be just nice? Oh, you got, look at this shit.
Wow.
Come sit down here beside me, honey. Let's have a little heart to heart. That's the fucking lyrics to this song.
Whoa.
King of Hollywood, 1980. Nobody knew.
Now look at me and tell me, darling, how badly do you want this part? Yeah, listen, you put men in positions of power and hiring women like that in that crazy position of when you're trying to cast something and you got 100 people that want it so bad and you're some creepy dude.
Some people actually think that this would change their life. If I came to you right now and said, Joe Rogan, you're fucking delivering papers in Boston. You're going to have 2 shows. You're going to have a podcast. This one you got to do is lick my fucking ball.
Oh, my goodness.
Time. Just swallow
one time.
Deep. But I want you to do I want you to do that thing at the end.
Like dice?
Yeah, like dice.
Oh!
Would you do it?
How much?
Think that.
How much do I get and how long do I have to suck them for? Because it's going to be over pretty quick.
This is a fucking career changer. If I
Clark Gable may just do that, right? Oh, the King of Hollywood. Was Clark Gable was he a gay man?
It was based off of a book. Apparently, all this stuff.
But was he alleged to be a gay man? Was this?
No, this isn't a straight. But there was also a book released in Hollywood in 1997 or 8 called "You'll Never Work in This Town Again."
Oh, so those lyrics were about Clark Gable.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was something else.
Yeah. But then there was a book released in 1997 or 8 in this Hollywood called "You'll Never Work in This Town Again." And it was about a chick who described all her sexual relationships with a bunch of people in town. And she described fucking Don Henley, the drummer from the Eagles, the guy that sings. And he would get hookers to come up to the house. Wouldn't even talk to them.
Well,
line them up, turn around, don't even look at me. Don't even make fucking eye contact with me. Do you understand me? Bend over. So he would sit on the couch with a robe on with his dick out, smoking coke, and they would all be in front of the fireplace, bent over.
Where'd you hear this?
This is in his book. Wow. You'll never work in this town again.
Jesus Christ.
And he would fucking, you never eat lunch in this town again.
Oh, you never eat lunch.
And he would take the thing, do a line of coke, get up, and walk up to one of them. spread them, put them in their ass, a little bit of their pussy, pump it twice, and then go, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And then he would go sit down, put his feet up, do another line, and he would do that for 8 hours. Just get up, fuck one for 5 minutes, and sit back down before he'd come. So he would never crack a nut, and he would just keep snorting to keep a heart on alive. Fucking fish. So who the fuck knows? Listen, it's like they all threw the Harvey under the bus, but these animals have been doing this since Jesus left Chicago. Listen, when I read that article about the Cuban Superman that Brando was sleeping with, what they blatantly talked about in that article was exactly what we're seeing today, only behind closed doors. That Cuba had become a haven for sex, where you could go see a fucking goat get fucked. I mean, didn't they pass a rule this week in Mexico that a girl can get fucked if she's 12 years old?
Mm-hmm.
You really need that rule? Really? That's the rule you need in this
Is that
society.
really what just got passed?
Something that you could be the age 12 years old is the act of.
And this is in Mexico?
In Mexico, is
sure?
the age of something. Can you look that up, James? 12 fucking years old. What
age of consent.
Why is a woman 12 years old?
That's insane.
That's insane.
Scary. It is real? Oh,
Can
Jesus.
you fucking believe that?
Oh, my God. Look at this. The federal law establishes the age of 12 as the minimum age of consent, while the age at which there are no restrictions for consensual sexual activities is 18. Sex with someone 12 to 18 is not illegal per se, but can still be open to prosecution under certain circumstances.
You believe this shit?
What does that mean? So it's age 12 is the age of minimum age of consent, but the age in which there are no restrictions for consensual sex is 18. So the idea is that sex between someone who's 12 and 18, it's not illegal, but they might be able to lock you up if you do something super creepy. That is nuts, man. You imagine if there was like some person that just only went after 12-year-olds?
Now, where is that? That's in the United States or Mexico?
It's Mexico.
So that's why people would fly down.
Where is
there.
it?
Actually, I typed in Mexico, but this is an article on Wikipedia about age of consent in North America.
What?
And then it says federal law, so I'll find out.
Wait a minute. That what I just read was about North America? How is that real?
I just saw North America too, and that's why I asked her.
There's states where
I'm sorry, not in North America, United States of America, right? North America is Canada too. That is a not possible thing. How is it? Is that really possible? That 12 could be the age of consent anywhere? What are you talking about? That's crazy.
It is
18, right?
It's the federal law of Mexico.
Mexico. Yeah, you scared the shit out of me, Jamie.
No, the
What, a
article
kid
was.
fucking here in America?
Yes. That's the article is about North America, age of consent in North America, and there is states here where it's lower than 18.
What?
And whatnot. Yeah. Like, there's a couple. I believe it's 14.
Dude, is that real?
They might have changed it recently.
Okay,
but
so 12 are the
Texas
ones.
is 17.
The 12 are the ones that are in white, that's in Mexico, right? Okay, there are spots and all the way up the coast, right?
yeah, that's still Mexico. Then.
Yeah, that side, but that whole thing is 12 years old is the age of consent.
The blue is all 16.
Phew, that's a lot of states. 16. That's kind of crazy. It's a lot of fucking U.S. states.
How crazy
It's
is
16.
that?
That's crazy.
14 to 18.
Excuse me? What does it say?
Central America.
Oh,
is 14.
14 to 18 in Central America. Interesting. That's that age of consent thing is bananas. Go back to that little map again, please. That is weird to look at. I would have thought there would be way less of those. 16. Look how many 16s there are. And what are the darker ones? Can you scroll all the way down so we can see the whole scale? So 17 is that. And then, wow,
Texas is 17.
green is 18. So it's only like Florida, California. There's less greens than there are blues. More, the age of consent is 16. Is this current? Is that possible this is not current? That seems nuts. Alaska 16 too? Yeah. I assumed it was all 18.
I thought Florida was like 8. Florida could be like 7, 6.5. You never know down fucking that crazy place.
That is a fucking crazy place. That's where white people go to boogie. It's an
Didn't they
interesting
have
place.
like pain? I just found out about it. There was a time you go down and just buy pills over the fucking counter or something. Go pain doctors, pain medication.
Yeah.
Like I just read this shit recently that law got abolished or something. That's why so many people left Florida. There were people moving to Florida in droves just for those pain doctors in droves. I didn't know about this shit.
Yeah. Well, there's a great documentary that we've talked about many times called the OxyContin Express. And they sort of documented that whole route from Ohio and Kentucky and all the way down through Georgia, all the people that would go into Florida just to get pain pills. All you had to do is just get into Florida and you get a doctor and say you hurt your back, and they would have a pharmacy right next to the doctor's office, and all the pharmacy had is pain pills. So you go there, you tell the doctor you're hurt, the doctor says, great, here's some fucking serious hardcore drugs that can kill you. Don't take more of these or you'll die. They're super powerful opiates, but since I wrote it on this piece of paper, you can go buy it. So you go next door and you're buying the hardest of hardcore. You're buying hillbilly heroin. You're buying OxyContin and you're going deep. Now, I've never done that shit. I did morphine when I got my knee operated on. They gave me that little pump thing. You could press it and press it and press it. And you want to get more morphine? I have no idea what OxyContin feels like, but that morphine felt wonderful.
OxyContin did not feel good.
What does it feel like?
I ate it one time, and that was good enough for me.
Some people must like it, though, right?
Tiny. Everybody likes different shit, you know. I like blow, but I don't like meth.
What did Oxy do for you? Like, why is it not good?
I took a little tiny piece. Like, I'm always a fan of something that might put me to sleep. Like, if you feel like this could put you to sleep, you know what? I'll give it a fucking shot. I like sleep.
You try to go to sleep on OxyContin?
Yeah, I didn't know. I go, he goes, you might pass out. So he gave me a 16th. There was nothing there.
Right.
There was nothing there. I popped it, and I just felt like my blood pressure dropped. Like I couldn't even do anything. So I went to sleep, and I just knew never to take that shit again. There's certain shit I've taken that I just knew that I was never gonna. That just wasn't gonna work for me.
Damn.
You know, heroin has that effect too for a little while. Like it takes you somewhere. If you don't put the brakes on and shit, then you're gone on that thing. I don't even know how to describe it, but I don't like that feeling. You know, the cocaine feeling you like in the beginning, then where it goes, you don't like it. And then it gets worse and worse and worse. But by that time, you're addicted to it. You know what I'm saying? Meth, I never understood that shit. I wanted to be up for 4 days. That just seems. And you will be up for 2 fucking days. Thinking you're tired. Like, let me go lay down. And I'm saying, like, I can't sleep. I'm sweating. Also, I got a dose of sweat. So pills, I've always had that. I like a little fucking sleeping pill or something, but I can't because of this sleep apnea.
Yeah, they're too dangerous, right?
I could take the anxiety medication. That'll help me sometimes. I'll pop a few of those.
What are those?
I get stuck. They're like azepam, but they're like 1.5. Don't do nothing to nobody. 0.5. They don't do dick
You
to
don't
dick.
find that weed lets you go to sleep?
Weed at night don't do dick. You ever see me at night smoking weed? Not really. Because the initial effect was in the daytime.
That's what you like?
I like that morning high.
Why do you like that?
Oh, because that's the one that gets the whole. That's the one that lets me email, text, tweet, think, dot, all by 9 o'clock. All by 9 o'clock.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah. So if I'm up at 5:45, put the coffee on, open up the computer, feed the cats, I don't Pablo it. See, there's people who Pablo it. That's no bueno.
Escobar it?
Yeah.
What's that?
Pablo it. Open your eyes in bed, roll over and take a joint and smoke it. That's no bueno. You gotta let your body wake up. That's no bueno. That's the quickest way. What's that fucking thing you have? Let me take a hit of that. I love that little blunt. That fucking Gino from Speedweed. These some of the best fucking.
Jamie picked this one up. This is a different one.
This is that Gino.
Jamie, where'd you pick this up?
Blunts.
What's it called? Just the. It's Hollywood's medicated blunt.
Yeah, waking up and pulling the Pablo.
People are funny.
That ruins your day.
Medicated. Yeah, it's medicine, man. Okay.
But if you wake up and give your body some chance to, like, I remember smoking cigarettes in the morning. You don't know what damage is to your body. until you wake up in the morning, take 6 steps, sit down, and pull a cigarette out and light it. There is no worse damage a human being can do to their body. Forget heroin, forget eating a few avocados, forget eating a Burger King Whopper. Get up at 6 in the morning, give yourself 3 minutes and light a cigarette. Your body does not recover from that. You don't know how bad it is till you stop doing it. That's damage. So I look at it the same day way with reef. I let my body wake up a little bit. Let it air. Drink water, let the body's heat. Drink a glass of water with ice. Let my body's heat wake up, get the stomach going. Drink a little coffee, and then bang out some reef. Ooh, Lordy. It's a different day.
And you like to work out in the morning too, right?
I'm 55. I can't come to your house at 8 o'clock at night. But I can't. I'm not going to roll with you at 6 in the morning. Most heart attacks happen before lunchtime.
Do they?
Yeah.
How come?
I don't know. I didn't write the book. Well, check it out. Most heart attacks happen before fucking 12 o'clock. So you don't want to be, I know you don't want Joey Diaz in your side control at 6 in the morning either. I'm good at 9 to kickbox, 10 to kickbox, 11, 12 to jiu-jitsu wise.
Yeah, you got to wake everything up. That's the whole deal. Heart attacks are more common in the morning, says Fox News. 5 to 6 times more likely to occur in the morning hours between 1 and 5 a.m. And studies have shown that morning heart attacks tend to be more severe than those that happen later in the day. Too long or too short of an interval can result in abnormal heart rhythms called arrhythmias.
As a matter of fact, I had to stop giving mama a stabbing in the mornings.
You worried about heart attacks?
Yeah, because that was my morning. I love morning eating pussy in the morning.
Whoa.
Just wake them up.
Whoa.
Just
What is
wake
all
them.
this?
You just tap them. When you kick mama with that leg in the morning, you know what I'm saying? You ever give your little wife a tap in the morning, she pops her head up? And then they already know. They get up, they pee, they dry the monkey good. They come back naked. You eat that fucking monkey. And then you start giving them a stabbing like a soldier. And that stabbing, dog, I would have to get up and start breathing heavy. And then I thought about that fucking gangster that was going to testify that time in court. And he bent over to tie his shoes and he had a heart attack. And the guy ended up doing a fucking jail. And we got to talk about that too in a second. But we'll cover the heart attack. I take a baby aspirin before I go. I drink something from GNC to get me going a little bit in the mornings. I still take my Onnit protein powder. I live by. But I do take a supplement before I go to the gym. And I do drink something while I'm at the gym to calm me down a little bit.
What do you drink?
Something from GNC. I like GNC. I don't know names.
You don't know names?
I don't know names. I just know performance levels.
Mm.
I always pop a shroom tech. Again, I don't pop 2 shroom techs. I pop 1. And I started with a half a capsule. Because I was finding my heart was beating too much. You gotta watch the ticker. Yeah, you gotta watch the ticker.
That's interesting.
You know, listen, God gives you a certain amount of ticks to the heart. I did coke. That fucked up the whole clock. That fucked up the speedometer.
You got sand in your dials.
Yeah, I got sand in the dials. I got fucked up the speedometer, so now I got to strengthen it a little bit. And that's what strengthens it. But there's a lot of shit you could do without thinking, like a marathon or something.
Yeah.
I watch my fingers, no numbness. I get a finger up my ass as much as I could from the doctor. I overuse insurance dollars. Like I'm going Friday for a blood test. Why, Joey? Because I'm in the mood to. You got to switch out the blood every couple of months. You know what I'm saying? You got to switch it out. Like Keith Richards, he's still alive because he switched it out. Look at women don't die of heart attacks. Why? Because they bleed every month. We're the only assholes that don't take the blood. What's the matter with you today? You're like a fucking wolf.
I'm just
You're just
here
sitting
with
there.
you, buddy.
Okay.
Relax.
I
What are you saying?
depressed. You don't want to be
No,
here.
I'm enjoying your conversation. You're just smoking so much weed, you're getting paranoid.
No, I love it.
You've taken 5 hits off that thing. You've just been just sucking it down and getting deeper and deeper into the hole. Like, what's the matter? Like, nothing's the matter at all.
It's the 4th of July. Cocksucker. Who gives a shit?
I know it.
Great to see you. Look
Great to
beautiful.
see you too.
What's
You
going
too.
on with you?
Normal shit, you know.
You
Doing a
weren't
little
at the
stand
store
up.
last night?
No, I'm coming tonight.
You going down there tonight?
Yeah, I got a spot tonight.
I've been taking a few days off after the Netflix thing.
Yeah, nice.
I wanted to fall in love again with it. I wanted to.
It's good to take time off, friends.
It's really weird how you live and you learn and you still fall for dumb shit. You know, the only person I should listen to when it comes to comedy is you. And I don't see you enough, and I don't talk to you enough about it. I got to get on more planes with you. Because when I watched the John Mulaney special, and I fell in love with his joke writing and stuff like
He's
that.
a very funny guy. Really nice guy, too.
Really nice guy.
Really nice guy.
Fucking great fucking special, you know? But every once in a while, I'm sorry I'm saying this word, I always think I get the white moment, and I'm not a white comic. The reason why you like me and the people like me is because you don't know what's going to come out of my mouth. When I become a writer, that's when I'm not a comedian no more. When I go home and start writing stupid fucking jokes and you laugh at them, I'm not Joey Diaz no more. That's not what Joey Diaz is supposed to do. You know what I'm saying?
No.
That's not what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
But this shit that's happened now scares the shit out of me. So now I got to go up there. You pay $25 to see me. I got to go up there and leave my soul up there. I take that shit seriously now, but I'm starting to take it a little bit too seriously.
The shit you see now, in what way?
The people coming to the shows. People coming to the shows to see you. And they want to see you do well. So I go up there with this planned material that I work on hard, that I believe in, that's bullshit. Because I'm a lot friendlier when I go up there and I just fucking yell and scream and go off the cuff and go crazy and my eyeballs turn red. But no, I want to be John fucking Mulaney because he makes me fucking laugh and he's what in your mind the true comic is.
Yeah. Everybody's got their own way of doing it.
No, and that's what I realized. I'm going back to being a fucking lunatic. I'm going back to midnight spots. Next week, I'm going back to midnight spots. I'm going back to Cali. Going back to Cali.
Yo,
I'm going back to those Paul Mooney spots. I know they're late, but they're the only ones that keep you. If you're going to play it, if you listen, for me to be in uniform, this is the only way I could do it. That 10-15 following you, that ain't fun no more. We got to be back there late like we used to. And go on 4 hours of sleep for 2 or 3 weeks. Then you got to walk me over and buy me a fucking Pink Dot sandwich like in the old days.
Why don't you like the 10-15 spots? That place
because they put me in that position. I'm sick of fucking being in that fucking John Mulaney position. I'm not John Mulaney. I'm a lunatic at midnight.
But who?
Like you're there to see me because something's gonna come out of my mouth that's gonna be funny. There's nothing funny coming out of my fucking mouth.
Listen, I love you, but this is crazy talk. What you do is your way of doing it. It's great at 10. It's great at 8. You could do a 3 in the afternoon show. It'd be amazing.
They stare at me at the store sometimes. They stare at me in the original room. I'm going back to midnight.
They don't.
I'm taking the Kennison spots again. 3 nights a week because I can handle it. That means I get home at 1. I'll stay up till 1:32.
You gonna do the late spots?
Yeah, you know why, man?
Why?
The reason why I do this early shit is because I'm trying to be normal. I read that book, your podcast, like I said.
Okay, now I like this. Hold on a second. So you're gonna close out the store and do like an hour-long set?
No, 15, 12 to 12:15.
Oh, okay.
I'm out of
So
there.
you're not gonna do like the Don Barris situation?
No.
That's what I thought you were saying.
Listen, Joey does the least for the most. All right.
I'm just saying. But you can if you're closing out the show, right? You could go long.
I don't want to close out the show 1 in the morning. I don't want to be out. I'm scared of going out at night.
So it's not. I thought you were saying you wanted to do the Kennison spot. That's the
midnight spot,
right?
A midnight spot. What he would do that midnight spot.
Oh, I thought he was always the last guy up.
I didn't.
I thought it was the. I mean, that's what they always say about Brody when he does the Kennison spot in the
I don't know. I thought it was the midnight spot. Let's call it the Paul Mooney spot.
Okay. Well, just you want to do a late night spot.
Yeah. I think that I would do a lot better. I don't have to go to
more
other
degenerates
places.
will be out for sure.
Yeah. It's ready for me to. It's time for me to be. I'm a fucking degenerate.
I should say that, fellow degenerate.
Yeah, I'm a fucking degenerate.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Nobody's saying 1. Did I say 1? I said 12. Stop
Okay,
fucking
12.
saying fucking 1 in the morning.
12 o'clock. You know you're getting up at 1 though.
12
Let's be realistic.
No, 12:10. They're professionals at the store.
They're pretty professional.
They're professionals.
Yeah.
There's no more fucking people coming in and bumping you.
Well, that still happens a little bit, but not too much.
It's not too much.
They don't. No one jumps on and does an hour and a half like the old days.
I miss that 12 o'clock thought of mine. The thought process at 12 for me in the old days was, I swear to God, Joe, they've already heard everything.
Yeah.
If I think they really want to hear these dumb 3 jokes in my pocket, I got another thing coming. And it taught me how to write really good.
What has changed recently? Like one of the things a lot of people have been saying with, especially the Me Too movement, is that people are more cautious about saying controversial jokes now. Do you feel that? You feel like energy in the air being different? Do you feel like
tell you
people are more
something,
sensitive?
I know you won't get mad at me. I feel the energy is different, but guess what, G?
What?
It don't apply to me. It don't apply to me. Doesn't apply to me, and it's never going to apply to me. Okay? I understand me shooting you special on your network. You don't want me to use certain words. There's parts, and I get that. This is a business.
Right.
This is a business, and I got mouths to feed. But when I'm at the Comedy Store, when I'm at the Improv, when I'm at the Laugh Factory, when I'm at Flappers, when I'm at the Ha Ha, when I'm at the New York Gotham,
You gotta let it fly.
I'm going to let it fly.
You gotta let it fly.
Okay? And I'm sorry.
No.
This is just so you know.
You shouldn't
No!
be sorry. You're not
This is
supposed
just
to
so
be
you know.
sorry.
You know what I put on yesterday?
What'd you put on?
Guess what I put on in the studio yesterday?
What?
And this is it. This
What?
is it because it's time.
What?
We're not taking it no more. I'm not taking it no more. I put on an album, and again, I'm very sorry if I offend somebody. I didn't name it this, he did. So take your fucking problem up with him. Name of the album is Bicentennial Nigga by James Richard Pryor. I put it on, I listened to it twice, and I did an edible and cried. I got I've got the Periscope listening to Richard. Okay? Yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay? And I listened to Lenny Bruce live from Carnegie Hall in the last couple of weeks. I don't know when the last time we listened to that, because we can't, because of our guys like you and I can't. Definitely not Jamie, and definitely if you're under 30, you can't, because of the how slow it is.
How slow
Cultural references and how slow it is.
Yeah.
But it's a lesson. I listened to that, and I'm going home. Guess what I'm listening to tonight?
What?
I'm staying in tonight to listen to the one when he meets the wino meets Dracula.
Oh,
I think it's either is it Something I Said or The Nigga's Crazy. Both of those albums are masterpieces, and that's how he wanted us to do it.
Yeah,
that was how we have to do it.
Yeah,
he didn't give a fuck what the fuck was said.
No,
if a company wants to pay you, HBO or CBS, and Joey, can we talk to you in the corner? We can't have that joke because we got to complain about that. I'm an adult. I can't sell. Listen, Bill Hicks is dead and I don't feel too good myself. Okay? All right, let's cut the fucking shit. Okay? We do this for profit at the end of the fucking day. We're feeding our families. All right? So.
But there's also a way you do it.
And there's also a way I do it.
Compromise the way you do it for more profit.
When I watched the Richard Pryor thing, and I know he went to the Hollywood Bowl and they were doing the thing for gays, and he went up there and went against the gays. I got it. Is it something I would do? I don't know. But it's who we're supposed to be in a way as a comedian. We're supposed to be the social column of society in a way.
In some way.
So now you want to take that away from me. You want to take the way I can't say, I grew up on the word retarded. I grew up on the word faggot. I grew up on a lot of words that people don't accept today. And I'm very sorry that you don't accept them. But it's too late for me to change my game right now. Yeah, I'll try my hardest. I'm still going to say tranny from time to time. I know it offends. But when you're a comic, listen, man, the first 7 minutes of any news is about what's going on in the world. The next 10 minutes is bad. I never talk about politics. Well, to top it off, I'm a felon. So I need to talk about politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just things. I'm not going to talk about kicking an abortion child. Remember, for a long time, every comic was, I'll kick an aborted fetus. That's not my style. I'm up there to talk.
What are you talking about?
Kicking aborted fetus. You go to comedy shows, and there's always that one comic that wants to be shocking. I'm not here to be shocking. I'm here to tell you how I see it. You want to hear how I see it? This is how I see it. If I offend you, I offend you. Before, in the beginning of the show, I said something very offensive in today's terms. But in my reality, it was real. You want firecrackers? You buy them from a Chinese dude down in China.
Why is that racist?
Because that's racist. In
but
today's society.
How's it racist if it's factual?
Chinese people are out of fireworks.
Right, but there's weird ones that we all let fly. Like black dudes with big dicks. No one's complaining about that, right? You ever hear that? You assume black dude has a big dick. Does anybody complain? Probably they're looking to now. That might be like, maybe I'm the first one to get called out on it. That's racist to think that black dudes have big dicks. Is it? If it's positive? Is like a positive attribute racist? Like if you said Asian people are better at math, people would say that's racist. How is it racist if they're really good at something? Like if they have more talent or skill or more accomplishments, how's that racist? Like isn't that racial if it's good? Right? Like Jews accept it. If you tell Ari that more European Jews have won Nobel Science Prizes, he's like, of course, we're smarter. Of course, is it racist to talk about how many Jews are so fucking smart? Like, why is that? Why are they so goddamn smart? If you think about how many German and European Jews were like fucking serious geniuses, it's a crazy trend. Like, what happened over there? Callan was trying to explain it to me once about their values, their education, and experiences, and what led to just. Google the numbers of European Jews that have won Nobel Science Prizes. It's kind of like, it's eye-opening. You know how many Guineas from New Jersey? Zero Guineas from New Jersey winning science prize. None of my relatives winning science
I tried
projects.
looking this up a couple weeks ago. It was hard to look it up.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
European Jews that have won the Nobel Science Prize. Try that. I don't know. I don't even know what these numbers are. I'm talking on my ass. I know that I've definitely heard it discussed that there was a giant number. What are you doing over there, Joey Diaz? Oh, 4th of July, baby. This is our country's birthday. It's a time that we should cherish. I think we should play the national anthem.
Maybe later. We got time.
Okay.
We got to play the national anthem real quick. They had it on this morning by my house. I loved it. I fucking love it.
So how was your experience doing your Netflix special?
Everything was great. Netflix, I take my hats off to them. Everything was great. It was my fuck up. It was my fuck up. I let it get into my head too much. I listened to too many people, and I forgot the number one thing. Just be funny. That's it. Be yourself. Doesn't matter what any people.
How many shows did you film?
2. First one I think was a disaster. The second one I redeemed myself a little bit. We'll put something together. We'll say something. So now I'm working really hard. Like now I'm going back to my old roots. How I want to do my stand-up again.
It's hard when you even only have 2 shows. Even only 2 shows is tough.
No more bullshit.
Yeah.
No more. Listen, this has nothing to do with me. I'm a stand-up comic. That's what I signed up for.
Mm.
What do I got left? 55. What do I got left to do? Stand-up another 10 years, maybe. I gotta stop now. You're gonna shut me down now. No, this is where we get started. This is where we get started. We got daughters.
When do you think about ever stopping doing stand-up? Because I do occasionally.
I think about it, and then I take a flight back with Dice from New York, and I look at Dice. Before I approach him, I sit there and I look at him from 10 feet away for 10 minutes, and I think to myself, is this what I want to be doing at that age? And I think about what would we be doing? What would we be doing? You really want to be around your wife and your daughters every fucking weekend, or every fucking week. You're already used to leaving one weekend at least a month. You're already used to it. There's going to be a casino. Somebody's going to pay you once a month to leave the house for 2 days.
But would you be happy with your act if you're only going out once a month? Like if you weren't going up and practicing, going out once a month could be awful.
But I'm saying you're still hosting the pizza place on Wednesday nights.
What?
And you're still, let's pretend you moved to fucking Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
Moved
to Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. And you work the Funny Bone once a year, right? And you do your little pizza open mic somewhere down the corner a couple nights a week. They look at you as the older guy. They all came up looking at comedy, watching you. You know, they listen to you. You know, when I started in comedy, the guy's name was George McKelvey. And George McKelvey was a really special guy, Joe, because he had been on the Tonight Show with whatever, as a comic, as a stand-up. And that's the fucking epitome for one of us, whether he became Richard Pryor or not. He was on, what's his name? Come on, fucking help me here.
I have no idea.
The Tonight Show.
Johnny Carson?
Johnny Carson. They did stand-up, and Johnny put him on the couch. You know, the real. I mean, right. George McKelvey was the real deal. When George was 70, I'll never forget, he called me one night. He's like, hey, what are you doing, kid? I go, I'm sitting there. He goes, drive to Colorado Springs and get on stage. Open up for me. I go, I can't get on that stage because a famous manager that was at that club at the time
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't let you get on stage unless you took their comedy class for $35.
Oh, that was a scam. A lot of guys
He
did
goes,
that.
fuck her, I'll waive it. So he threw me on stage. And this old guy liked me. That old guy had no career, basically. He did the local places. He owned 2 clubs. And he worked a couple clubs that hired him still. He died on the road or whatever. My point being that he helped me a lot. As an old guy, like I looked at him, and my first opinion of him was, look at this old loser. No, he wasn't an old loser. He had been doing it for 30 years. He committed to this. And no matter what his turnout was or whatever, he was still a comic. He died a comic. I talked to him maybe 2 years until he died, and I lost contact with him.
Well, George Carlin died on the road.
Yeah.
You know, one of the greatest of all time.
I don't want to die on the road. And I know you don't want to die on the road.
No.
But I can't. For years, I thought I wouldn't be doing this at 50. Guess what? I'm 55. And I'm starting
But
to
you're not
fall
just
in-
doing it. This is what's important. You're still letting it swing. You're still having fun and doing a lot of crazy shit that gets you in a lot of trouble today. This is what I brought up with, we were talking about the, you know, in air quotes, Me Too era. People are going after people today, for good or for bad. And to still have a wild, controversial act in this politically correct environment.
Hold on one second.
It's awesome.
What are we going after Me Too people for? For me taking you in the back, grabbing your titty, grabbing your pussy, or for you sucking my dick for a movie role, or for something like that. All those things really don't exist in my life.
Right.
I have a wife and I have a child. They don't exist in my
Right.
life. If you want to come at me for sucking my dick in 2002, we were both doing blow, go ahead, be my guest. Be my guest. But I want to see footage. I can't be I'm Zari and take it and just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there that are going to get Me Too. Look at this other guy. For years, he was known as a heroin addict. Never got accused of sexual misconduct. And some chick said he molested her when he was 11 years old. And now he's like, you need that. You need that. And the chick's on drugs. She's doing a press conference while she's on drugs. What's his name, brother? The guy that was in Heat, that De Niro put him in a rehab himself. And then he married Heidi Fleiss for a while. Who was with Heidi Fleiss for? Tom, yeah. That guy's been a junkie for 2,000 years. All of a sudden.
Why can't I remember his last name?
Sizemore. All of a sudden,
beast.
some girl comes up when she's 26, twitching. Yeah, he molested me on the movie set when I was 11. That's great and dandy, dog. But you can't ruin somebody's life now.
But what do you think is happening? This is my question. Like, why are people accepting these situations, like the Chris Hardwick situation, or why is everybody instantly thinking that the guy's guilty? No one giving him a chance.
The benefit of the doubt. No court. No justice court. There's no nothing.
And in some cases, like the worst case was Garrison Keillor. Garrison Keillor is the host of the Lake Wobegon Chronicles, like this radio show on PBS, I think it is. Is that what it is? He apparently hugged a woman and his hand went down her back. This is the depiction. And he apologized to her and he sent her an email and she said, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. It was nothing. And then they continued, I believe, to correspond and were friends again. And then all the stuff started happening with Al Franken. And then he had this complaint brought up by this woman. She reintroduced it and said that a long time ago he put his hand on my back. And they canceled his show. They took his name off of it. And they did it like really quickly. And it's one of those things where you just go, okay, really? Like the guy in one moment in time touches someone's back. I don't know if it was creepy or not. Let's assume it was a terrible error and it was creepy. I don't think it was. I don't know. I'm not saying I know. But that's it. Just touching someone's back and that is a hysterical reaction. That is hysteria. It's almost the definition of hysteria. You're not talking about an evil person. You're talking about a person who touched someone's back. Like, we got to be real careful with what you destroy a person's whole life with. So on the one side, you have the worst case scenario, which is like a Bill Cosby, who's drugging people and raping people. It's the worst case scenario for these powerful, elite type people that are getting these women into their web and pretending they're going to help them.
Right.
He's another one.
Which they were all in on it, and everybody knew about it. For years, they knew about it.
It was written into his contract. It was sexual harassment clauses were in his contract, right? Wasn't that?
It was known for years.
Let's make sure we're correct on that.
With Harvey, the only thing that bothers me about Harvey, Let me tell you what bothers me about Harvey.
What?
We gotta indict everybody.
There's a lot of people that have to be indicted, and this is one of the things
That's
that I was
my
getting
feeling.
at.
My feeling right now that this should be a RICO act.
Wow.
This is a RICO act. Agents, managers, Oprah, because everybody knew. Everybody
Okay, but here's
knew.
the question: how much
But
did
no,
they know?
listen,
Did they
everybody
just
knew
know?
in 2005.
Right.
Everybody knew Joe Diaz was a coke fiend.
That's a different thing, though, man.
It's the same. Let's pretend.
But-
The same thing.
Okay, but let's.
Joe Diaz is a coke fiend. It's 2007. Joe Diaz comes to a party at your house. There's 2 cell phones missing.
Okay, let me say this though. Do you think that it's possible that his behavior was shielded from some of the people that he interacted with, like Hillary Clinton or Oprah or Bill Clinton or whoever that was some high-profile people that he interacted with? Is it possible that they didn't know? Is it possible that they just thought he was a pussy hound?
No.
Or do you think they all knew?
They knew he was a pussy hound, and they heard little chitter chatter, but it's okay. It's
okay. They would
Joe.
just let him.
That's number 1.
That's crazy.
Number 2, Jamie, you ready for this?
Oh Jesus.
Okay, I see Joe, whatever, not now. 25 years ago. I see Joe, and the first thing I have to go is Joe, before you leave, don't forget that day stuff. What was that story going to be about Benson Henderson's choke? About a joke that somebody said at the store? No, about a place I went to. And some chick took me in the back and sucked my dick under the car, and then she stuck a finger in my ass. And that's what we talked about. So, if that's what we talked about, you're going to look me in the fucking face like a man that you are and the men that you've been around and tell me Harvey Weinstein never turned to Brad or his other buddies and said, remind me to tell you a story about that dirty fucking animal.
For sure.
Okay, then.
For sure. That's actually that's been admitted. I think they've had conversations.
Oh
about
my
that.
God! If you don't think the wig, Ben Affleck, and the other guy, I'm not offending nobody. I'm just talking with boys. We're boys, right? You and I are boys.
Yeah.
What you won't say to Jamie, you'll say to me. You watch Blind Date.
No, I've never watched.
There's a movie, Blind Date. There's a movie,
Some
Blind.
firecrackers are going off in the room.
There's a movie named Blind Date with Bruce Willis.
Oh, I remember that movie.
And Kim Basinger, hilarious. Kim Basinger steals the show when she walks in. The Japanese lady, she's like, you're entitled to 50% of your husband's assets in California. And the Chinese woman kept saying, me don't speak English. Me don't speak English. And I was like, you're entitled 50%. And she opens up the door, 50%, 50%. That movie's a great movie because the scene in the opening of that movie, both of those actors are around. Where the guy comes up to me and goes, you're not going to believe what happened last night. And Bruce Willis goes, here we go. One of these fucking sex stories again. And he goes, so I'm at Spago. I was like, here for dinner. I walk out. And some lady pulls up in a limo. And I say, I've never been in a limo. And she goes, we'll get in. And we're riding down Sunset, hard times in the summer. And next thing you know, she's sucking my dick. She's got leotards on. I'm eating her ass. And he's telling the story. And Bruce Willis looks at him and he goes, no. Why does this always happen to you? This is some other bullshit. He goes, and he goes in his pocket and he starts whipping out Polaroids. I've always known one of those guys in my life.
Of course.
We've all known one guy in my life.
But there's a difference between that guy and what Harvey Weinstein's been accused of.
I know that. But I also believe that Harvey Weinstein was telling people.
He probably was.
Because, listen, for
what
everybody
was he
who told
telling him? Was he telling him that he was holding people down?
What do they usually tell him?
Was he telling him he was raping people?
She's a piece of ass. No, not at all.
Do you think that he did? Well,
Yeah,
I don't even want to
she's a
ask you.
piece of ass. She's a piece of ass. You got to see her suck a dick.
Right.
She'll do anything. She's an animal. But that's what we do as men. We're braggadocio.
So do you
We're
think
stupid.
that there was like a community of that where actors and actresses?
I think he had 4 or 5 guys that knew what he was doing. I want you to remember being 27 and having 4 of your boys that would come back every Monday with a different story to karate school.
Yeah.
I ate her ass. I fucked her on fire. Whatever the fuck it is that you do. He told somebody. Somebody knew about all these stories. Some agents knew. Somebody, because for the 100 of them that said no and whatever, there had to be 25. He was playing the percentages, Joe.
Well,
In fact,
definitely.
in fact,
A lot of people
blamed,
said yes.
They blamed that one girl. That one girl that did rounders. They accused her.
Yeah, I heard that.
That played Matt Damon's girlfriend. She went from being an extra in fucking Donnie Brasco to being a guest star opposite fucking If you watch Donnie Brasco, she's what's his name, Sonny Black's girlfriend. You know how many lines she has in that movie?
Zero. Smart move.
And then a year later, she's a fucking guest opposite. So there's a bunch of them that said yes.
Do you fault the girl for doing that? If a girl decides to fuck Harvey Weinstein on her own free will.
Joe Rogan, we come here with a dream. And there's two ways to enhance that dream. There's either I always knew that I wasn't good looking, I always knew I was fat, I always knew I was R-rated and hard to listen to. But I always knew that I was funny, so I always worked on being funny. I didn't think somebody was going to let me suck their dick or eat their pussy to be a star. So that was never in my mind. But think about how many people have you met that would sell their soul in this town? How many people have come and gone in front of you? The reason why our friendship is still intact is because you know I'm a hard worker. You know Mara's a hard worker. You respect hard work. How many times have you pulled me aside and said, look at this fucking clown? And you're not trying to be judgmental. You just know that he's pulling the wool over somebody's eyes. We know who's talking the talk and we know who's walking the walk. We see it on stage. We hear about it. You don't need Twitter or Facebook. We hear about it. We get to that club. The club owner will tell you, Joey was here 2 weeks ago. He was falling asleep on stage. You know, you hear shit.
Right.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah. No, I think so. I think what's one of the things that stand-up's good for is that it's an exercise you're doing while you're living your life. And the better your stand-up gets, it's usually a better indication that you're thinking better. Like your life's more in order, you're more tuned in. You know, you're doing stuff that's hitting harder because you've got better points. You know how to edit it better. And usually that you can use that. I think it's like, remember that movie Mo Better Blues? Yes. Denzel Washington. I love that movie. One of the things I loved about that movie, I got inspired to work on my act after that movie. I was like, think about how much musicians practice. He was just always practicing. And these hot girls want to fuck. And you're like, no, right now. I got to practice. I was like, damn, the discipline. Crazy discipline that man has to play that trumpet and practice it over and over again. And it made me really think, like, as a comic, we don't work like that. We don't have to rehearse all day. You know, we don't really rehearse at all. But musicians, like a really good musician, I mean, they're always working. They're always trying and training and working on their craft. And we do it on stage in front of people, probably more than a lot of musicians do, unless they're, you know, constantly regularly touring. But we don't have that kind of a work ethic attached to what we do. Like, if you want to play a phenomenal trumpet, those guys, their breath control and the way they can blow those horns, man, they practice all the time. They put in hours and hours working on that. And I was thinking about it, like, that's a different kind of craft. It's a different kind of craft, the ability to play a musical instrument. The thing about stand-up that becomes a problem sometimes is that you can kind of pull it off. Like, you can do it really well, or you can kind of pull it off. And to kind of pull it off, you don't need a whole lot of effort. You just need a few good subjects and a few good ways of expressing it. But to get that, where you can kind of pull it off and turn it into a bit that just smashes, a bit that you put it in and you can't wait to get to that punchline because you know it's going to be a nuclear bomb. That's where the real work comes in. And I think for a lot of us, it's the difference between how much energy you put towards anything, whether it's your stand-up comedy or painting or whatever the fuck you do. How much energy you put towards your writing, how much energy you put towards thinking about it. The more you can do, the better it's going to be. And that's just a fundamental thing that nobody ever tells you. People tell you should write, but it's not just that you should write. You should also listen to your shit. You should also perform. But the whole key to it all is just applying different kinds of focus towards your act. And if you look at like a movie like Mo Better Blues, like he's doing that. He's playing that fucking trumpet, and you realize like this guy is like lost in the act of practicing this beautiful musical instrument, and this is his craft, and he takes pride in being excellent at his craft. He could just hang around all day and still probably blow an awesome tune at night, but no, he fucking practices. And I remember thinking about that, going, damn, that's probably something that's missing from the lives of most stand-ups. And I should probably try to think about that more with my own life.
I love the writing and I love the performing. I hate the listening.
Yeah, that's a hard part.
The
but it's
listening is
necessary
very
thing.
rough for me. And I listen, I force myself, even before the special, I forced myself to listen a lot. And it made me too fucking overcritical.
Mm.
You know, it got me too over fucking critical. A week before I taped, I also went to places that I didn't put my name on the gazebo just to see how my jokes would do in front of regular people. And that fucked with my head a little bit. I made a couple little mistakes in training camp. But that's what training camp's for, to learn, you know.
Yes. No, I agree.
Listen,
man.
I've been doing this for 27 years. I love doing it. I get better every fucking year. My breathing, I get something better going up on stage, your confidence levels. And, look, it's 27 fucking years. You're going to be doing it 30 this year. Next month is going to be 30 fucking years. Did you ever see yourself doing this for 30 years? I still remember walking into the main room, and Mitzi was in her booth, and Paul was on stage slicing that room apart. And she called me over, and she goes, "That's what happens when you've been doing comedy for 20 years. At that time, I was like, damn, I've been doing comedy for 11. I still got another 9. And now I'm at 27.
Crazy.
And it's like you watch people like John Jock, right? Who fuck you up effortlessly. Without even breathing heavy. John Jock, there you'll be in, you'll get that fucking hill. You think you got him in the fucking guillotine.
Right.
Next thing you know, you're on your back looking up with your arms. Fucking, and that's what kind of we're doing right now. I feel myself, when I see a guy with a coral belt on, I'm like, that's the level now that we're at. I can control a lot of shit. Joe, one of your secrets was following me, was putting yourself in bad positions.
Yeah.
Which in jiu-jitsu is like getting the biggest guy in the room and going, hey, you busy right now?
Did I tell
Come
people
here.
that I was taking you on the road with me? They'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Get on top of me and just choke me. You taking me on the road is like somebody going, hey, come here for a second. What do you weigh? 300? I weigh 140. Get on top of me in a mount and put one hand in, and we'll start there.
Yeah.
Let's start right there.
Yeah.
Let's start right fucking there.
But only if you think about it that way. See, this is what was important about it. And there's one of the things that's important about traveling with all really funny people. It only becomes a negative when you think at it as a negative. When someone's funny, you should be laughing and enjoying it, and it makes your time more enjoyable when you go on stage.
Yes, it does.
I needed to learn that. And the way I learned that, one of the ways was go on the road with you. I knew that you were going to crush. And so I knew that everybody else would like to take, we were both relatively young in our comedy careers back then, right? So it was like, we're talking about, I've been doing comedy maybe 9 years or 8 years.
But you were a lot wiser about the game. Like, you introduced me to shit that I had never even, like, I read a few books and watched a few tapes, but you had the practical knowledge that I needed. Like, you were the Votech school.
Well, what I did is I thought about it the same way I thought about martial arts. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to go on the road with you all the time. I was like, you don't get better sparring people that suck. You get better when you spar with wizards. You got to be real careful when you're sparring with wizards. And so it's like, what I would need to do is have someone who goes on stage in front of me and just crushes. I had some tough sets going on after you. I remember one time in Rascals in West Orange, right? It was in West Orange or East Orange? West Orange, New Jersey. Fucking great club. Like, you went up and you got into it with some people in the audience about something, and you were just on fire. You crushed, and I had a real hard time going on after you. And I remember thinking, oh, okay, this is a very important lesson. Like, this is important. Like, there's something that I'm not doing right that he is doing right. Like, what am I, how come I'm not, oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous going on after him. So I'm not having fun up there. So he's having fun, and I'm being tense, going, oh, Jesus, this better not suck. So I'm putting in my head, this better not suck. It's the total wrong way to approach. Like, if you approach a fight like that, man, you're going to get smashed, most likely. You want to approach a fight thinking about the things you're going to do, not the things that you want to, like, worry about what's going to happen if you get hit. You don't think like that. You just think about doing your thing and then adjusting along the way. And I had the wrong mindset, and I needed to see someone kill a bunch of times in front of me and then go after them to realize, okay, something's wrong here. The wrong thing is that I'm going on stage tense because someone was funny. That's ridiculous. Like, I should be the opposite. I should be happy that someone was funny because I love comedy. And this is what I like to do. I mean, I like to watch it if I'm not doing it. So why am I so tense? It's just a bad way of approaching a problem. And I think this is one of the things that fucks people up in life. You approach a problem the same way every time, and you never stop and just completely look at the whole thing from the top down. Just look at the whole thing. Go, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to get tighter and funnier and better. What do I got to do? I got to do a lot of sets. I got to write, and I got to work with murderers. That was the key. It's like working with guys like you and all of us working together. And also people knew if they came to see us, like, hey, this isn't just going to be Joe goes up and he's the hero of the show. No, you're going to get Ari, who's going to go on and murder. You're going to go on and murder. And then I'm going to go up. I mean, it's a fucking rock'em sock'em robots show we had. We went on the road, dude. We did clubs rather across the country. We did. I mean, who knows how many fucking cities you and I and Ari toured on. Fucking crazy numbers. Just over and over again, bonding together, hundreds of shows together, figuring out how to fucking get everything perfect, figuring out the right amount of weed to smoke before you go on stage, the right amount of getting Joey Diaz riled up. You would come in yelling about something, or here, oh, I want you to see something. I'd go into the bathroom, and there'd be a shit that looks like a crocodile trying to crawl out of the toilet bowl. All that stuff, that's some rock and roll comedy, man. You know, it helped both of us. It helped both of us a lot. And it also like set a tone that I think for a lot of us, like, you should be with funny people. Everybody should try hard. You should not like think that anybody doing good is bad for you. It's great. It's great for you. It's great for everybody. That everybody's like doing good together is better for everybody.
When I go on the road now, I go on the road with those Joe Rogan principles. Like, that's my whole road thing. The only thing I added to the only Jeet Kune Do I added to it is my travel. I'm in and out fast. I don't fuck around. I don't rent the car. I don't want to see nobody. I'm in and out.
Yeah.
Go right over there. You know, there's no radio necessary. I play just like you now.
Yeah, they'll try.
Yeah, they'll try.
Because they have relationships with local radio stations. They're like, you know, KCWI wants to get you in there.
But
in the
if
morning.
they're cool, I go in because you want to talk to the people.
Yeah.
On the way up. The same people on
sure.
the way down. There's a lot of people that were there for me when I wasn't, so I tried to do their station.
The problem is the waking up in the morning murders you.
Well, when you travel,
it just kills you. It just kills you.
You know, like,
and you got to get in there a day earlier. Because if you want to do Friday morning, you got to get in there Thursday now. You can't just show up Friday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, I can't do it. I fly out Thursday at fucking 6 a.m. That's the best you got out of me.
Right.
Because I got the family and I got we got a lot of shit. It's not like it used to be, man. So.
But the thing that I love about like this time is that even though people are super sensitive, like we were talking about, people are like real sensitive about like getting in trouble for stuff. There's still rock'em sock'em robots comedy going on. It's still wild out there. Like dudes are still doing crazy fucking jokes. It's fun. People are taking real chances. They're doing real stand up. You know, and there's a lot of them. There's Bill Burr. There's you. I mean, you can go down the list. Ari's doing some real stand up. You know, there's a bunch of real killers now. Santino, he's doing some dangerous stand up. You know,
shit I'm writing now, I'm writing from that's it. Like the point of that fucking story I told you, being on top of that hill at 17 and being homeless, is because I had a lot of chances to ice myself, Joe. I had a lot of chances to ice myself. You're getting out of fucking prison. And thinking of getting out on bail. When I got out on bail, I had a lot of fucking doubts, my friend. Thinking getting out on bail and knowing you're going to look at 48 fucking years. And you're a fucking loser as it is. Think of all those opportunities. I used to break into a friend's house to sleep in his house at night. I slept in a rocket ship for a month outside at a park. You go to a park and see those rocket ships and your kids play on them. I still remember going up to the 3rd floor of the rocket ship, finishing off my coke and jerking off on the 3rd floor at 5 in the morning outside in a fucking park with leaves around me and shit. There was a lot of times I had that I wanted to do.
Visual is amazing.
You have no fucking idea. I would go up to the 3rd floor with a bottle of fucking Smirnoff Silver vodka a bag, a hooded sweatshirt, gloves with a missing finger. So I could fucking touch the rock and put them in my nose and shit. You know what? No, that's all funny. That's all funny on the way up the stairs and shit. But when you come down and you're in that rocket ship, it's 5 in the morning, it's 2 below zero. And you're thinking to yourself, fucking God took away my mother, God did this. This is all God's fault. Because this is the same God that I was raised to believe that was going to help me is doing all this. A lot of times I wanted to fucking do a swan dive, but I didn't. You know, it's so fucking weird. I was in those positions for a long time, Joe.
Yeah.
Now I gotta look at you and go, Jesus Christ, look at Tina Turner's son killed himself yesterday. It wasn't Ike's son, though. I thought it was Ike's son with it. You know, this trend of fucking people icing themselves. That scares me. That concerns me. Is it something we're eating? Is it something that we're getting weak on? You know, there was no drugs on Bourdain's system, so we can't blame fucking prescription drugs.
You know, he was on one medication, some sort of medication, and it was something that was prescribed for him. Someone told me that it was malaria medication. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know if they've released that. But I'm sure he had to take some of that stuff sometimes. But, you know, you don't know what it was that did him in. I mean, according to some people, he really wasn't doing well. You know, I don't know. It's almost unnecessary for me to get the full story. I missed the guy. He's gone. That's it. You know, I mean, I don't need to. I think whenever someone does something like that, whatever it is, if there's one thing that people could point to and say, hey, there's a chemical that's responsible for this, or there's a gene problem that's responsible for this, or there's how could someone who's loved so much want to step out? I mean, that must be a terrible moment of pain to want to do it.
I had them. You ever been on the computer listening to music on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and you're
Right.
and they just keep playing songs, and you don't have no control. I think I started with Leonard Skinner, Simple Man.
Right.
I kept going on the Leonard Skinner trip, and I came back, and at one point, blow up the outside world.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there, and he says that line about going out or something. Joe Rogan, my lip started shaking. I'm like, I don't even know this guy, and I miss him. I don't know this guy. You want me to look at people and tell you I know? I met Chris. I don't know. I saw him one time at the Comedy Store, 6 feet away from me, Chris Cornell. That's it. And I started crying. Like, how could somebody like this go in a room and just ice themselves? Is this what I'm going to do because I'm in this fucking entertainment field? Because what happens? And then I think about all these times. One time, I broke into my friend's house, and I broke in the window, and it was freezing, so I couldn't even sleep in that room. I had to sleep in the hallway. And there was a mattress on the wall that had like piss stains from all the kids. And I pulled it down, I slept on it. And when I woke up, he had a dog, and when it was too cold, he just let the dog shit downstairs. And there was like 20 pieces of little rolled up shit that had been, you know, like when the juice goes out of them, they just roll up. What's those things that you use as
organ? What are those? Accordions?
It was like a piece of shit shrinks like an accordion when the moisture goes out of it. It really does. So if you take a shit that's this big, right, and you put it in a box, come back a week later, it's like this big. How do I know that? Because I did it to a guy in prison. I took a shit in a welfare box one time. You know,
Jesus!
You know the boxes of cheese where the cheese comes in, American cheese?
Yes.
This dude had long hair and would always try to play me like he was with the biker dudes.
Oh, so you took shit in a box for him?
But he lived in worked in the kitchen. He forgot I ran the kitchen. And it was all me and black dudes. So one day I got one of the welfare cheese boxes, and I took like a 22, 24-inch. It looked like a lizard. It was just long. Like, you know, thin at the end, like one of those things that move like a snail. That's what it looked like, a long brown snail. And I fit it perfectly into this cheese box. And I took a flag, an American flag, like from the cheese, and I put it on top. And I put it in this drawer. And every night, and he had the first bunk on the way out. So everybody had to walk back. And all the black guys would open the door and go, God damn, it smells like shit in this motherfucker. And he kept saying, I know it does. I don't know why it smells like shit in here. And after like a month, when they went in his drawer, everybody kept saying, man, it smells like shit in here. He went in his drawer, opened it up, and he found this box. He opened it up, and I never forget him knocking on my bunk going, I'm going to find out who did this to me. And I go, what they do to you? And he goes, look at this. And I go, what is it? And I knew it was shit. But it had shrunken down from the 24 inches to like 6 little inches.
Really?
It just shrunk down. When all the moisture goes out, it just shrunk down like a fucking... I don't even know why I'm telling you that story.
It's a hilarious story.
It's fucking crazy.
It's a hilarious story. These are fun times, Joey Diaz. I think we're the last of the regular humans. I think we got our children's generation, maybe one more after that, and I really do believe it's over. I think we're going to integrate with fucking computers. I think we're real close to it now. Can't even go a whole podcast without looking on our phone. Oh, what time is it? You know, it's weird. We're going to integrate with computers. We're going to all be living in some weird world. We got this fucking virtual reality thing here now, the HTC Vibe. You should try this thing out. It'll freak you the fuck out. You think you're in another place. There's zombie games and games where you're on top of a castle, defending the castle, shooting arrows down at monsters that are coming at you. We're into a weird world right now, Joey Diaz. Computers
but that's
and
not
us.
We got too much information, Joe Rogan.
That too.
We have too much
It's a
information.
part of these things.
Too much information. Well, listen, on this thing, I do not have social media.
Good for you.
You do know that. I only have Twitter on here.
Oh, that's social media.
I don't have Facebook. I don't have nothing.
But that is social
And I
media.
have my Hotmail.
Oh,
Which nobody even, when I tell people Hotmail, they go, what the fuck are you talking about?
so you limit your interaction. That's
Yeah.
good. That's smart.
Limit my interaction. On the road, the iPad, no social media.
I'm convinced we're gonna.
Netflix and a writing app on my iPod.
That's it.
That's
What do you use for a writing app?
whatever app came with it, the writing, whatever, it has sections. I have jokes, books, I have chapters, this, that, thoughts, things I'm working on.
Is it notes? Is that what you write on?
I don't know what it's
It's
called.
like it looks like yellow paper.
No. Notes I have on the phone,
Right.
and I write on here from time to time, but nothing too far.
But you write on something that's on an
Yeah,
iPad.
Yeah. So what I do is I'll write on a notebook in the mornings, and then once I take the baby to whatever, I'll go to the coffee shop and transfer it if I really like it to the iPad, and I'll work on it from there. And then I look at the whole thing as a whole thing instead of a notebook, and I don't know my spelling, and I can't remember what that word was.
The social media part is the big part of all this that I'm talking about, is that we're just getting closer and closer to each other in some weird ways. But this is going to be nothing compared to the next wave. Whatever the next wave is, but they really do figure out a way to integrate either virtual reality or what they're calling augmented reality. Like you'll wear a pair of sunglasses and you can have Google Maps sitting up on it. You can Google things, you can see images, give you navigation. It's going to get real weird, Joey.
See, Joe Rogan, I'm still a fan of life.
Me too.
And it bothers people. And it bothers me when somebody's not a fan of life, so I don't want them around me anymore.
Who's not a fan of life?
A lot of people. We forgot.
Really?
We forgot. Yeah. Too many cameras,
Yeah.
too many pictures, too many videos. Listen, I was raised in society. You don't see too many. Really tough to me to find pictures of me as a young kid. Really tough.
Yeah, there's not a lot of pictures taken back
from a
then.
society where, no, and I came from a society where put the camera away.
Right. Good.
What's that for? Oh, it's a part. Put the camera away.
Yeah.
Why, man? Put the camera away.
Well, we
That's
need
why.
more of that backstage, right? We
Put
need
the
more of that
camera
in
away
life.
my way. You know, we live, I'm a stern believer. I don't like text messages. Not because I'm a prick or a douchebag. I want to hear Joe Rogan's voice.
No, we've talked
There's some
about
people
that.
I don't want to hear
like
your
it.
fucking voice. I want to hear your voice because I know what you're thinking if I hear your voice. I care about you.
I care about you too.
So I want to hear your voice.
I always tell you people that I love that thing that you do. Like you don't want to have it. You're like my one friend. The only time I ever text you is if you text me first.
Yeah.
I'll text you back. But I call you. We talk on the phone.
You have to check in. You have to have that. You have to be as human. There's days I don't have nothing on my books. And I don't want to do comedy, but guess what I'll do? I'll push myself. I'll be sore, and I'll push myself to go roll because that's human contact. And it's the most positive human contact you'll ever have.
Right.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Me and you roll on the street, we're fighting about something. Me and you hit knuckles, and I grab your gi and I pull you into my car.
It's fun.
And fucking, That's his human kind. So I know I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to rant a little bit, maybe spend some time with the girls. Maybe I'm going to take the girls for dinner. But I also know that I'm going to make myself have that human contact of jujitsu. Oh, you're gay, Joey. You're just a closet fag because you're rolling with men. That's great. But I had human contact. I had an emotion. I shook hands with a guy. The guy sweat on me and I sweat on a man.
Yeah.
Which builds a certain type of emotion between two men. And they don't have to be homosexual. That's a different type of fucking man. It really is.
It is.
When you stop what you're doing and go, Joey, stop. Get the underhook. And while you're teaching me something, I'm sweating on my fat fucking potato chip sweat is sweating on Joe Rogan's neck. But you're going, Joey, grab my neck. Squeeze. Yeah, there you go. Now do that to me next time. You know what that does to your psyche as a man? That a man that's beating you is teaching you how to get up. So, Joe, I got you in this guillotine, but stick your hand there. Go, and you're sweating. And you're like, I can't. I'm tired. No. Just put your hand in there one time. Just squeeze real tight. Ooh, there you go. Joey. You're fucking killing me. Jesus, Joe. That's a complete different part of the man.
I think so, too.
I think that's
I think it's good for you.
The human contact.
It also alleviates the tension of, like, men have tension that they might get into a physical altercation. You don't think that way if you do jiu-jitsu.
Great.
You relax.
Walking, people are scared of vitamin D. This society has scared people of the sunlight. You gotta get out in the sun a little bit. That cures depression. This depression people talk about. Again, you know how many times I have to be depressed? You know how many times I've had opportunities to call you up and go, I'm depressed. I get depressed for 10 fucking minutes.
Right.
Then I smoke this Tutsurutsu and expired fucking Chiba Chew, and I think of something that you said, and I laughed my fucking ass off. You know, on the way up here, I was high and fucked. And there used to be this guy that used to fuck with me at a body shop as a detailer. Used to fuck with me every day. Couldn't beat him up. He's a lot bigger than I would. So I had to use my mind. So I saw a dead mouse one day. I took it and I put it in his jacket pocket. And he was driving to work one morning and he went in his pocket for a cigarette. He found the mouse and he crashed his car.
Joey, we're at almost like 4 hours.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
What is it?
Let's get the fuck out of here. I love you. Thank you very much for having me. Vegas is sold out. Utah is sold out. I'm in Kansas City with you. I'm at the Improv while you're in doing a theater. So we'll do dinner.
Let's get dinner like gentlemen.
And then I'm in Nashville and Huntsville, Alabama at the end of the month. But besides that, I'm home. It was a pleasure seeing you. You look great.
I love you, brother.
I'm going to take your offer up and we'll train and we'll have Jamie take some pictures.
We'll do that. We'll come in. We'll do a cycle of the different cardiovascular machines. And then we'll do a circuit of the cardiovascular machines and do a circuit of like some kettlebell exercises. Can you do chin-ups? Do you do chin-ups at all? How's your shoulder? Terrible? Okay. Have you ever done clubs? You've done clubs?
Yes, I have
do
clubs. Aubrey sent me clubs. I do the Alberto Crane club workout. Friday, I'm going to see my man Joe Schilling and shit.
Beautiful.
Get a little tune-up from Uncle Joe.
Beautiful.
And,
we got a bunch of shit on here. We got medicine balls and
I see it. I saw you.
We'll have a nice workout.
Okay, thank you very
anytime you
much.
want to come down here, man, we could do that.
What time do you usually get here? I know you drop the girls off and then you shoot right over, right?
A lot of times I come here early and work out, but sometimes I can't do it until the afternoon. We'll work something out. We'll do some shit.
And thank you for the experience in Disneyland. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
It's fun, right?
But just the way you told me to do it, like I looked at it, my wife's like, what, are you crazy? I go, listen, the man says there's only one way to do it. I invited our brother, Eddie. We had a great time with the kids.
Yeah, I heard it was awesome.
Fucking thank you, brother.
Thank God for some place like Disneyland when you have kids. When you didn't have kids, like, who gives a fuck about Disneyland? When you have kids, it's like, oh.
Did I tell you they stopped me at the gate because they found an edible?
Yeah, you did tell me.
And then they fucking
you had to go back and throw it out.
And then I ate half of it. The guy goes, I didn't see you. I go, listen, I ate it. I love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joey
Happy 4th of July, everybody.
Happy 4th of July. Bye.
That was great.
Including ceremonies that cost $1 million tomorrow. The beefed up security measures The Joe Rogan Experience.
So you were saying that you're on the fence, off the fence
Yeah,
about Grush.
The story I was hearing is it's a lot. I'm going to skip a lot of it, but what I was reading and / what they were saying is that one possibility that could be going on is I think we're taking in some of Graham Hancock stuff too. If people were around on Earth 500,000 years ago, in some way, there was some split and a second set of humans continued on, and we're like in this interdimension space where they're both happening simultaneously. And that's where, like, if
He was saying this?
no, this is from I'm gathering this all from like that video. I'm adding in some of Graham Hancock stuff too, because this kid also interviewed him, Jesse Michaels, on his podcast.
Okay.
And they're talking about some of the same stuff. But something they said in the Grush interview on his podcast was that an idea would be that these people exist on like a split timeline from us. Like, we had cataclysms and died and repopulated and whatnot. Now we've ended in this place in 2023 with combustion engines and flying around. These people would have been in a different anti-gravity. Who knows what they figured out?
And they went somewhere else?
I don't know. They're not even saying that. This is where, like, they're not going to talk. They haven't talked about that, but I think what they're saying or getting at maybe is that they're here. And that's why the nuclear thing is so important to them. They're on the same planet as us, and if we blow up the planet, it goes away.
So they're here. We just don't know where they are.
And that's where the interdimension thing comes in. That's what I'm gathering out of what I've
How
heard.
high were you when you came over this?
It's not. I don't think I'm saying it's my theory. This is what they're sort of saying. And Grush is sort of like, that's an interesting thing you're saying. He's not confirming it with them or anything, but it's a lot to take in. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah, it's all a lot to take in. David Grush is that UFO whistleblower that testified in front of Congress.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, man. The thing about it is, I believe he's telling the truth as far as what he's experienced and the documents that he uncovered and the people that he talked to. But how do you know whether or not they're just using him as a useful idiot to just get out some silly story because they're covering up for the fact that there's some very advanced drone system that the United States government has that trying to keep under wraps?
Right.
It might be
Tough to
both.
know.
I think it's probably both things. Well, here's the thing. You're out in the woods all the time. You ever see a UFO?
No.
Ever see Bigfoot?
No.
Ever talk to a hunter that's seen a UFO?
No.
Ever talk to a hunter that's seen Bigfoot?
I talked to,
Really?
the guys down at San Carlos, the Apache Reservation,
Yeah.
they said they've seen stuff.
Okay. Were they on peyote?
I don't know.
Because I know a lot of those Indians
I
like to get down.
I don't think so. I mean, and it's been like multiple times.
What kind of stuff?
Like something square flying.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Because that is the thing that they describe, right? It's a square with a sphere inside of it, like a black. No, the opposite.
Yeah.
A sphere with a black square
Yeah,
inside
like
of it.
a force field or
I
something.
was fucked up.
Yeah. So that's,
Yeah.
I don't know anybody other than that. That's the first story I've heard from somebody who I have talked to.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That thing they do spot. That's a common one. Some flying square inside a sphere, like a translucent sphere. And that's like legitimate pilots have seen that. That's a weird one.
Right.
Because that my theory, and this is totally unfounded without any research whatsoever. It's just
Those are the best kind.
This is my favorite kind of theories. My theory is that they have this ability to make something move in this insane way with gravity, but they can't put a body in it and they can't put weapons in it. They can't, it's just an object that they can get to move at insane rates of speed. That's what I think. I think the military applications of this thing have yet to be figured out. But I think they do have something that can do things that we have no knowledge of. But the United States government's probably have in their possession something that was either back engineered from something from somewhere else or something that they developed in a completely top secret environment with the top research scientists probably during the wars, during World War II and Vietnam.
That's
and,
impending.
And in Iraq and Afghanistan. You think about the amount of money that gets funneled through the government. And that they don't, I mean, didn't the Pentagon just for the 6th year in a row fail their audit? Imagine if you failed your audit 6 years in a row.
I know.
Boy, they'd crawl up your ass with a fucking microscope.
Yeah.
I think, is that what it was?
They never passed it. But yeah, they get this correct. It just said failed 6th audit with number passing grade.
So there's a lot of money flowing around, is my point.
Yeah.
And who knows how much of that money is going to these secret programs that we don't know about.
Yeah, I know.
And if they did that, and they did have the top scientists, and if I was the fucking president, and I was the chief of staff, and I was running the Pentagon, I would want the best scientists. So I'd recruit the best scientists, and I'd say, hey, this is national security. We're working on this project. It uses gravity propulsion. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody, but you get to work on some cool shit.
Yeah.
And
And you get paid a lot of money.
You get paid a lot of money, and you get to be a part of one of the most insane discoveries in human history. So this is what we're working on.
Yeah.
I think that's likely too. But then you got to go back to like the Foo Fighters from the 1940s and the crash at Roswell, and then you also have to be open to the possibility that, like, look, there's a lot of planets out there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of planets out there. It's very possible that we're not alone.
Who controls his own party the way Trump controls the Republican Party, and he's not the president.
James is a wild man. You don't understand.
And you're still getting late.
It's crazy.
You are?
3,
Good for you.
1. We're live. Got to change subjects.
Okay.
Stay around here. Got to abandon all that crazy talk. We were
I
just
thought it
talking
was good
about.
talk.
It was. It was
Yeah.
definitely good talk. First of all, it's good to see you.
You too.
I haven't seen you in a long time.
You look great.
Haven't you do too. I haven't
Thank
seen you
you.
since King of Queens. It's been a long time. And I found out about the whole Scientology thing. I knew you were into it back then, but it was one of those things where I'd heard about it,
Yeah.
and then I met you. I'm like, oh, it's pretty fucking normal.
For a Scientologist, right.
Well, I met
A lot
John
of people-
Travolta once too, and I said the same thing. Like, pretty normal.
Nice guy.
Kelly Preston is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Seems normal.
Yes.
It's, I guess you get deeper, get to know them really well, and it might get a little weird. But
Yes. Yeah, because the thing is, Scientologists are good people. They really are. They really, as I did, believed that we were doing amazing things for the world. So they go into it thinking, I'm helping myself and I'm helping others.
Right.
But then as you, like you said, as you get more and more, and by the way, you don't really get close to Scientologists when you're a Scientologist.
When you're a non-Scientologist.
When you're non-Scientologist, correct. Like everything that I did and they do is for the purpose of setting a good example, being a good person, being a good friend, so to get you in. There's a purpose in that. Like I would never tell when I was in a non-Scientologist my real problems. It would be kind of bad for the church to ever appear human to a non-Scientologist. It would be setting a bad example. Like it would actually be considered like a transgression. If I told you, Joe, oh yeah, I'm fighting with my mother, I'm fighting with my husband, or I would never tell you those types of things because it would be bad PR for the church.
Wow. So that's something that you're taught.
Correct.
Now you kind of grew up in it.
Yes.
How old were you when you?
9, I think, when my mother
So you don't
married.
even remember pre-Scientology.
A little bit. And, what I remember pre-Scientology was, I had a very Catholic Sicilian father who, believed in punishment, believed in not talk, like, did I talk to you? I don't know why you're talking to me. Like that kind of guy, right? Like my dad sits at the head of the table and then we don't talk back at all, or, so that is kind of what I knew. And then we were baptized as Catholics because my mother wasn't really religious. My mother's Jewish, she's, but she didn't have any kind of religion growing up. My father, of course, was Catholic. So we got baptized as Catholics, and the only time we really went to church was with our grandma. We went to visit her in the city, and my dad on holidays. So that's really kind of all I remember pre-Scientology. And my mother meeting my stepdad, he was in Scientology, and he got her in as well us.
Like right away.
Right away, yes.
So that was like part of the deal.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, and by the way, so like we went from like don't talk until you're spoken to hey, we see you as spiritual beings. We want you to talk to us. We want you to communicate. Like you're not children. You're spirits in a little body. And so immediately that kind of indoctrination begins that you're not a child. And so as children, you have kids. they always want to be grown up. So that really starts to work this kind of idea that you're an elitist, that your ego becomes kind of stroked as a kid, like you're very powerful, and you returned and you came back and you found yourself back. You picked your mother because you knew she'd get into Scientology, and you're very strong, Leah, and you're very strong, Nicole, to my sister.
You picked your mother.
You picked your mother for this reason, to find your way back to Scientology. Now, as a child, remember, you want to be more important than you are. Kids are always trying to exercise their power, so that speaks to something inside of you that, like, oh, I'm bigger than a kid. I'm more than a kid. I'm a spiritual being in a little body. And so it sets up that kind of indoctrination very early on.
Did you like it because it made you, when you were young, it made you feel like, okay, now I can express myself better, I don't feel suppressed?
Yes, exactly. Because, again, I'm going from a dad who tells me to, shut the F up and talk when I talk to you. You sit in that chair and you don't have any thoughts worth listening to you're very much an important being. You're a big being. That's a word that's used a lot, those words, big beings. You're a big being. And so, yes, you start to feel very important. You start to feel that you're powerful. These are not bad things to make kids feel, but this is the way cults work. And you don't realize that, Joe, until you're out. You don't realize any of this was really going on, because I've heard people call it a cult throughout my 30 plus years, and I was offended by it. I was deeply offended by it. And I couldn't even allow myself to believe that I was in a cult. And so all these epiphanies are only happening, after the fact.
Well, I was watching a scholarly documentary once on Christianity, and they were referring to it as the cult of Christianity. And that word is the correct word if you want to just look at it in terms of the actual literal definition of it. But it's automatically got this negative connotation. You say the word cult, and people think you're brainwashed, you're lost. But there's a natural inclination that people have to be tribal. There's a natural inclination people have to be on a team, and we like it when we're all together. I know you're a Scientologist, I'm a Scientologist, we're together in this thing. Everybody else doesn't get it. Right. And that's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, and you're taught that. Yeah. It's not even just that you think it, Joe. You are taught that you are the elite of the world. And by the way, you're going in every single day. It's not like I'm going Easter and I'm going Christmas. It's an everydayness.
So what did you do every day? Like when you say you went in every day?
So I'd go do King of Queens. And then after rehearsal, I'd have to drive to Hollywood and put in my 2.5 hours a day.
2.5 hours every day?
Yeah, every minimum, Joe. No, minimum. Okay, so then if I couldn't, like, let's say on a tape day, I couldn't. I was there from 9 in the morning to 10 at night, as you know. I'd have to make up the time on the weekends, or I'd have to make up time on my hiatus. So I'd be there all day and night.
So like, what if you went to Hawaii on vacation or something?
Very rare that Scientologists would go on vacation. I'd have to make up the time. I'd have to make up the time when I got back. I'd have to put in on weekends. Like, let's say if my schedule was, 12 to 2:30 to go in, then I'd have to go in 1 to 6 or 1 to 10 or 9 to 10. So there's an everydayness of this indoctrination. It's not only that, there's it's policy, right? You're studying the policies all day and all night. You're looking up words you don't understand. You're being tested. Like after you read an L. Ron Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard's policy, then you're tested. You go into another room and they go, what is the definition of this? What is the definition of that? So it's almost worse. We had a cult expert on, and he said it's worse. I thought it's worse because you actually brainwash yourself, because you have to study the policies of the church, and then you get tested on it, and you have to look up that words you don't understand. You have to put them in sentences. You have to write essays. You have to do clay demonstrations. So you're really brainwashing yourself, and you're speaking all the same language. You're all working towards one goal, and that is very intoxicating. Like, it is to feel like you're saying, to be tribal, to be part of something. Imagine being part of something that you think and are told and are reading every day is the most important thing that's going to save mankind. You are doing the work that no other group is doing. And so you believe that. You want to believe that. You want to believe, I'm more than just an actress. I'm more than just this. I'm saving the planet.
And now all this stuff that you're doing, you're going in for 2.5 hours every day.
Yeah.
And are you trying to move your way up the ranking system? Like, 'cause I know there's some
There's a chart,
Right.
right? And everybody's
What does it
working
start
on-
off at?
Well, there's like the little courses. They're called self-improvement courses, and these are the things that people like me would say. Like when people would ask me about the money,
Right.
I say, well, there's courses for $35, $65. You know, it's very affordable. Like these are the lines that we're taught to say. It's not an outright lie. It's omitting a lot of data, right?
Right.
Because really the follow-up to that is, but when you're really a Scientologist, it's going to cost you $500,000 easy, or whatever it's going to be, but it's preset prices. So you start on these self-improvement courses, and then you get onto this actual chart called the bridge. And the bridge is very precise. Nobody's doing different things. You're all working at the bottom all the way up to the top, which was OT8. That's like the most enlightened.
How many people are OT8?
Not a lot anymore, because the people who were in Scientology in the 50s, 60s, and 70s who got to OT8 were like, this is some bullshit. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And so a lot of them left. At a time, I'm sure Scientology was big, because it almost spoke to the time that it was, you know, when people wanted free thinking, but also wanted to be morally on the right path, you know, not doing drugs, like they were, you know, maybe not part of that, but they kind of didn't want to be held by, you know, a certain religion, but they did still want spirituality in their life. And I think it spoke to the people of the time. So I don't think you're going to find new Scientologists, you know, in the world. Like,
So do you think the internet took a big chunk out of that?
yes, because of the information. Information was very hard to get.
Whereas
For example,
before,
oh yeah. For example, let's say you were a Scientologist, and one day I just didn't see you, and I said, "Hey, what happened to Joe? Where's Joe? Why is he not in Scientology anymore?" Oh, they tell me whatever they want to tell me about you to discredit you. He's an enemy to the church, and here are the reasons why. And they could say anything, and they do say anything that immediately makes me not want to talk to you ever again.
well, and then become an enemy. Really,
You're an
because-
enemy. Once you're an enemy, I can't actually talk to you. I can't actually talk to you. The policy says that once you are declared, labeled a suppressive person, my association with you would then make me a suppressive person, and then me an enemy. So I can't actually talk to you. But they could tell me whatever they want to tell me about you. And so I couldn't actually find out, are these things true about Joe? But now with the internet, with social media, it's harder and harder to tell people whatever you want to tell them about the person, because the information is there. You have to want to seek it out. I didn't seek it out. I didn't want to seek it out. And when I did seek it out and I go to the church, they'd say, that's a lie. That's not true. Here's the real data. And they have actual doctored, you know, they actually doctor things that make you believe. I mean, you're not going to go and take it to an analyst. You're not going to go take it to somebody and go, is this a real document? You tend to believe the church you're in and raised in most of your life.
Now, it had to have been positive in some way for you.
Of course.
It gave you some confidence. It
Yes.
gave you a true belief in yourself and
Yes.
that you were on the right path.
Yes.
Because I had seen some interviews with you where you were talking about it when you were in it,
Yes.
and you genuinely seemed to believe that it was very beneficial to you.
Of course, there's basic morals and basic tools to help you in your life. But remember, I wasn't educated. Most Scientologists are not educated. And so
You mean as far as like college education?
Any
you know,
education. Yeah, I left school in the 8th grade.
really?
Yeah, Scientology does not value a traditional education. They value your education.
So you never went to high school?
Never.
Whoa. How old were you?
I don't know how old you were in high school. I don't even know.
8th grade is like 13, I think,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So when you were 13, you just stopped going to school.
Not going to school, and I was doing Scientology, and I was working, literally working, selling car insurance and
You were working at
for
13?
Scientology companies. And so was my sister.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but and people ask, like, well, how come nobody did anything? How come Child Protective Services? Who's calling them? Who's saying? And not to mention, we're then lying. Our parents are lying, saying they're getting private education. They're getting tutored at home, or they're going to a Scientology school, which is partially true. Or I got my GED. So I did things like that to,
Right.
but your original question, what was the, because it was about me learning, what was your original question? Because I was answering
Well, I was
something.
saying that it had to be of some benefit to you because
Right,
it gave
exactly.
you confidence.
So it gave me confidence because I thought I was getting, I'm looking up these big words. I'm using a dictionary. I'm like, you're doing more school than you could have ever imagined, even as,
Right.
and you, I started to feel like, oh, I'm really accomplishing something. So yes, there are benefits to it, but I didn't realize, because I was a kid, that the things you're talking about that were beneficial were in the real world. I thought they were invented by L. Ron Hubbard, as most people do believe that. So you're saying, were these things beneficial? I would have learned these things at Sunday school. I would have learned these things
Right.
by being a good human being, being around other people. But regardless, if I was brainwashed into believing that I was doing great things and learning great things, and that doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does work if I say, hey, Joe, if you do these steps, you take these steps, and you really truly believe in me, you can then attribute it to Leah. You can say, Leah's an amazing life coach. She told me to do these things, and without her, I can't. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
but not knowing that it was available to me in the real world, because I didn't. I thought L. Ron Hubbard had come up with these things.
Now, when did it start to unravel for you?
Well, it's like a wall. It wasn't just one thing. I think people always think, what was the one? It wasn't just one
It
thing.
was a slow process.
It was 6 years of me. Basically, I was like begging them for these things not to be true that I was hearing about.
What
It
things?
was, for example, when I went to Tom Cruise's wedding, and I saw the leader's wife wasn't there, and David Miscavige, who's the head of the Church of Scientology, his wife wasn't there. And when I asked the question, and I said, "Where is Shelley? Why is his assistant here?" Scattered. People just scattered. And then I was told I didn't have the effing rank to be asking about the leader's wife. It wasn't that she was just an average person, that I didn't have the rank to ask about.
You didn't have the rank.
The rank.
Wow.
And so that would begin. Okay, that was the beginning. But then when I went to my friends, now when you're my friend, I consider you family. Like I really do. I take my friends very seriously. And my friends of 35 years, you're looking at my sexy nails right now?
Your what nails?
My sexy nails.
Sexy nails? You do have very nice nails.
You didn't use the word sexy though, you said nice.
Wow. I'm different than other people when it comes to nails.
Apparently, because
Are
the
they real?
conversation. Now, when you say real, what does that mean?
Are they glued on?
No, they're not glued.
Oh, then I'm appreciating them more.
Oh, okay. We're finding out a lot about you. I'd like to do a whole couple hours with you talking about other things.
Do I have to hold on to cans?
You don't have to hold on to cans, but you do have to wear cologne, because I'm not down with your non-cologne wearing. Okay? You're too cute for no cologne. So let me get back. What was I saying?
David Miscavige,
Yeah,
you
so
didn't
that-
have the right to question him.
Yeah, but then seeing my friend's reaction to it, where I said, well, you need to get involved in this. I think there's something really off.
What did you think was going on?
Well, I didn't know what was going on. I saw Tom have an executive role in our church, which I had a problem with. Because remember, you learn very early on what L. Ron Hubbard says is the law. There's no, it's not up for interpretation. There's no assimilation of data. It's just what it says. It's not what Joe thinks L. Ron Hubbard said, what Leah thinks. It's what it says.
Right.
And that's very strict. It's always, what does LRH say? Read it again. What does it say? And it's very tough. So I was very by the book person. I'm a by the book person. Okay. If I have a recipe, I follow it exactly. I don't do pinches and I don't do that shit. I do exactly how it says in the recipe. And then I see how it goes after that. Scientology is about word for word. What does it say? My understanding and the policy is there is no celebrity that should be treated any differently than any parishioner. And I was seeing behavior and I was seeing things that wouldn't be okay, that are not okay for the average parishioner, but were being made to be okay for Tom. And it didn't matter to me that he was Tom. To me, I saw him as a team member in the Church of Scientology, and we were working on the same thing. I actually thought I was a better example of Scientology than he was, and I wrote reports on him, like internal reports on him, which I didn't realize were kind of getting me to be a target for the church. I didn't realize his position in the church.
You wrote internal reports?
Yes, we were all required to write reports on each other.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's a policy
Oh
there's a
my
policy about writing reports. So if let's say you and I are Scientologists.
Okay.
Okay, you and I go out one night, right?
Right.
Like not like that, Joe. So don't get
Right, I
okay.
understand.
You seem uncomfortable.
No, no.
You did because you said nice as opposed to.
Did I
when
say that?
You said nice.
I don't know if I said nice.
You said
Jamie,
nice.
run
Did you say
that back.
nice?
I don't believe
When I
did.
said,
Okay. I think I
"Are
probably
you
said
looking at my
okay.
sexy nails?" You said they're nice.
They are nice, yeah. They're beautiful. Is that better?
Mm. It's okay. If you
Okay.
wore cologne, I feel like you'd have better adjectives.
Okay.
Okay. Like, are you a fine guy? When your wife comes out and says, "How do I look, Joe?" Do you say fine?
No, I see you look great.
You say great,
Beautiful, lovely. What do you want to
lovely. It's very clinical.
say? Mm.
You have kids.
Depends on who it comes from. Yeah, I think different adjectives, different words have different meaning depending on what person they come from and how that person, what the intent behind it. Don't you think?
Well, beautiful. You look beautiful. I don't know. I guess yeah. I mean, Evangelist says I look beautiful.
Let's go back to the internal reports on Tom
okay,
Cruise.
Go ahead. Okay, sorry, go ahead. So yeah, so let's say you and I went out. We went out one
Okay.
night. We're going
Went
out for dinner.
Right.
A group of us.
And something you didn't
And I
like.
saw you doing something that's not like for the book. I have to write a report on
Like, are you allowed to drink?
Not really.
No. Okay,
You-
what if I got lit up?
I'd probably write a report
Brought
and
some
say,
shots over. Come on, fuck it. LRH would love it.
I'd
Let's do it
say,
to LRH.
okay,
Clink.
so then
Woo!
so then I write a report on you.
Oh.
And I say Joe was acting inappropriate. He was making fun of L. Ron Hubbard because you're not allowed to joke and degrade L. Ron Hubbard. There's a policy called jokers and degraders.
Jokers and degraders.
Yes, you and I would be very much. I've been yes,
Ooh, have you been in trouble for that?
many times. So I would have to write a report. It's called writing you up. I'd have to write you up because let's say you went into like the next day
Okay.
for a session and they said, they do the check. They do a check on you every day. Do you have an upset? Do you have a present time problem? Or are you withholding anything? Now, if you were a real Scientologist, you would know that you probably shouldn't be drinking and carrying on because it's a 24-hour rule. You can't drink 24 hours before you're going to be doing a service. Remember, you're required to go in every day.
So you never can drink.
Right. And
Because
if you
you have
do,
to-
you consider it a transgression. So that's on your mind that you're withholding this information.
Now, if you went on a vacation and you knew that you were going to make it up when you got back,
Yeah, that's okay.
then you can
Yeah,
have a
because you're
couple
not
of
going
Mai
in.
Tais.
Because you're not going
Okay.
in. Okay,
That's the only time then.
correct. Or if you're just not getting a service, but that's
Okay.
if you're
But
not
you do
getting a
it every
service, correct. So you go in and you'd say, okay, so I went out last night. I ordered, a bunch of shots, and I made a comment about L. Ron Hubbard or whatever. And they go, okay, great. When was it? Who'd you do it with? Who was there? They write down all the names. It's also being recorded, and they're writing everything down. Who knew about it? Will be the next question. Who knew about it? You'd say, well, Leah was there. They go, Leah was there. Okay, interesting. Then that person's going to write, Leah knew about it and didn't do anything about it. Then I get pulled in. Why didn't you write a report on Joe? Because Joe just admitted that he was drinking and carrying on, and you didn't write him up. You see what I'm saying? So it creates that kind of environment.
So it's a rat environment.
Correct. So I was writing up Tom, and I was writing up David Miscavige.
So what did you write up Tom for?
Jumping on couches and being inappropriate. I thought he was being inappropriate.
What was jumping on couches for?
Well, you did Oprah. I thought it
Oh,
was a
you
bad
wrote
example.
him up for that?
I also
for
wrote
Oprah?
up John for Battlefield Earth. I thought it was.
For the movie itself? First of all, that movie was awesome. If you haven't seen Battlefield Earth, it's one of my favorite unintentional
You're an idiot.
comedies.
Don't even joke.
No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
But awesome because it's so terrible.
Ridiculous.
It's so terrible, it becomes good. It crosses over that.
You're right.
roadhouse.
It does. After a while, you're right.
Yeah.
It does. Yes.
It's like what's that movie with the dancing one with Elizabeth Berkley? Showgirls.
Showgirls, yeah.
Showgirls.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
As
That's
far as
probably
like a
the top.
terrible movie
Yes.
that becomes awesome because
Yes.
it's so bad. You're like, what in the fuck were they doing?
Right. And it's
You know?
fantastic.
Exactly.
You're like,
That's-
this is, yes, I get it.
Battlefield Earth is right up there.
Right. So I did things like that. Not that I was a great example, nor am I a great example. But
So
again,
you wrote a whole thing about him jumping up on Oprah's couch.
yes, but I also listen. I gave myself up. I was writing myself up. I was writing my mother up. I was
But he
writing my
jumped-
husband up.
He jumped up on Oprah's couch because he was in love, right? Supposedly. He jumped up. You know, I
Well,
love
that's
her,
what they
I love her,
told
I
me.
love her.
They pulled me in and they said, could it be that you're just not as high on a scale, like in life, like you're so, basically they were saying like you're a bitch, so you can't understand that kind of love. Because I was like, right, I guess because I've been married 20 years, I don't understand jumping on a couch. But I thought it wasn't a good example because I cared so much about my church and the work that we were doing, and I didn't want the church to be seen as a joke or one of its senior members, which he's considered a senior Scientologist.
So you just thought it was inappropriate, it was out of line. So
Yeah, and I
you
just
felt
wanted
like
him.
you had an obligation.
Right. I mean, listen, I'm not perfect. I mean, of course, there's many things that would be considered a bad example in my everyday. I'm not a great example. But at the time, I thought I was pretty pristine.
But looking at it now, you feel like it's totally innocuous. He's just on a couch jumping around having a good time.
Yes, but
Yeah.
if you knew how serious Scientology was about clearing the planet, it did not go with our intentions and our goals. So anyway, I was writing him up, and I was writing everybody up, and I was writing everybody up at the wedding because I thought our senior executives were, and I was like wiring them back from Italy from my hotel room. Calling one of my closest friends who's a Scientologist. And then I need you to write this. I need you to write this verbatim. I need you to write this verbatim. And I need you to get this to the Watchdog Committee. And I think I heard
you were frantic?
Frantic. Because I was frantic and I was heartbroken because it's like seeing, if you believe that the C organization and the people at the higher, that are senior executive strata of your church are living a pristine and perfect life that you're trying to aspire to, that you're spending your day and night and money and time, like this is what we're trying to be. And I'm seeing not great examples of what this is now. Like it's seeing behind the curtain. I was like, I don't want to see this. And I really thought I was going to save the church. I thought my writing reports was like, I'm going to take over the church and I'm going to get it right by L. Ron Hubbard. I really still believed in the policies of L. Ron Hubbard. I just believe they were bending the rules for a celebrity. And I was like, he's a celebrity. Who gives a shit what he's doing? Like, he's a Scientologist first and a celebrity second to me. So that's why it's difficult. I don't want to talk shit about another actor because we've all met asshole actors and we're not really supposed to be talking about them. You know what I mean? It's just, you don't hear that a lot. You don't hear a lot of actors doing that to other actors. But for me, it was just a Scientologist.
Right. So you take out these reports on him.
I write these reports. I'm sent to Florida immediately, the Mecca, the hub of Scientology.
Clearwater.
That's right. For interrogations. No, and I mean like interrogations.
So you have to fly out there.
I fly out there. I'm in the room. I'm in a room, with cameras, with my person who is armed with information, unbeknownst to me, of a stack of reports that were written on me by everybody who worked for Tom. A stack. Now, let me tell you
Because
something.
Tom found out about your report, so he decided that everyone who works for him has to take out a report on you.
I don't know what he knew, but that is that the church is very much involved with his life. He's staffed by people who work for the church. No non-Scientologist works for him. But it was, if you say something bad about this person, you were talking about God. And I was asked, do you have sexual intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards David Miscavige? What are your evil intentions towards L. Ron Hubbard? And it was 3 months of this. And I had to retract everything I said. I said I made it all up. I didn't see any of it.
Whoa.
To get out of it. And so then
Wow.
when I came back to LA, they said they want to see you again here in Celebrity Center. So I went to Celebrity Center. And they said, look, everything that was done to you was wrong. I was like, right, I know that. We just want to let it go. You need to let it go because if the fact that you're not letting go means that you're guilty of the crimes that you're saying.
I'm confused. So they're saying that everything was wrong that was done to you in Florida. Why are they saying that?
Because they wanted me to come back because I was kind of like, when I came back from Florida, I was kind of not really a dedicated Scientologist anymore. But I wasn't doing anything to rock the boat with my family. And
How long were you in Florida for?
3 months.
3 months of dealing with this?
Mm-hmm.
3 months? Every day for 3 months?
I had to write apology letters.
90 days. So you're there for 90 days. All you're talking about is Tom Cruise.
It was during my hiatus.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing most of the time. And
Do you have a family? You're married?
my mother was there, my daughter was there, my husband was there.
And how much of the day are you spending on
All
this
day.
stuff?
All day.
All day, every day.
Did you see Defending Your Life?
No.
Oh, God, you have to see it.
What is it?
It's a movie where Meryl Streep and I forgot the other guy. Anyway, they die and they go into the holding cell, like, where they're going to decide their fate. Are they going back to Earth, which is considered hell, or are they going on to heaven? And Meryl Streep lived a pristine life, and they review your life, right? They have judges and everything, right?
Uh-huh.
So they review good moments and bad moments of your life, and they decide, are you going to go on, or are you going to go back to hell? And Meryl Streep was, of course, pristine, but then the guy that he forgot just in front of me. But they were looking at times where he didn't stick up for himself or where he pussied out of something, right? And so they were judging him pretty harshly, right? They were like, you need to come back in the morning, and like it was like an all day of like we're reviewing 120 days of your life, right?
Right.
Meryl Streep, they looked at like 5 days, and they're like, don't worry, just come back when you can. That was me. Like my mother was there to do some fluff thing, and she was like, oh, come have lunch with me. And my person was like, be back in 10 minutes. So go get a sandwich and eat in the elevator, and you need to be back here in 10 minutes. It was like, for me, it was like defending your life, because my mother was just like, she didn't know what was going on. You don't usually tell your family what you're doing. I wouldn't tell my husband what was happening to me because I didn't want to create. Can you imagine this?
Did you meet your husband in Scientology?
No, my husband was out. He was never in. But
How's
I
that
made him a
possible?
Scientologist.
Oh, you made him one.
I made him a Scientologist, which was good because he was still kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't like, he was still kind of freaky a little bit, still believed in slapping an ass once in a while. So like I kind of got like the world.
Best of both worlds. You can't slap asses if you're in
No, it's
Scientology.
considered aberrated.
What about choking?
Absolutely not. It would be, honestly, you would be considered like there's something really wrong with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you a slapper?
No.
Oh,
No.
I didn't think so. You said things like nice.
Yeah, nice. Anyway, so you're there for 90 days.
Yeah.
You're there
Whatever.
90
And I'm not
days.
telling my family what I'm going through. I'm not, because I don't want to create a bad situation for the church. Like, how crazy is that? Like,
So
I'm
all day
defending
you're
the
just
church.
like reviewing these papers.
I'm
and-
admitting my crimes. I'm saying maybe I do have evil, and maybe I do, or maybe I didn't see what I saw.
And you don't know
maybe
these people, right? These people
Who?
that you're meeting with in Florida.
No, they assign you a person.
But you hadn't met them previously.
No.
So there's just some person with paperwork, and they're going over your.
Well, they have you on the meter. They have you on the lie detector test. I mean, on the light, with the cans
Yeah,
that you're
the
talking about.
cans.
Yeah. You're in a room that's locked.
And that thing doesn't do anything, right? That e-meter.
Well, it does something. I don't exactly. I mean, there is an actual explanation for it in the real world. I'm not smart enough to retell it to you. But if I was to have a meter here and you had a thought, I could show you. It does register that you thought something.
Right, but you can't really differentiate what those thoughts are.
No,
what they
but as someone who trains in Scientology, all you're trained to do, what I was doing, I was training to administer Scientology to people, was learning to do that. And I would learn to say, Joe, what was that thought? What was that thought? I don't know what you're thinking, but I just know that you had a thought.
Right.
And so I ask you a question, and then I look at the meter to see that it registered on the meter. And regardless of what you want to talk about, we're only going to talk about what I see on the meter.
Right. And then there's also, it's open suggestion, right? You could say, is this a moment where you had doubt? Is this a moment where you were angry?
Yes.
And then the person has to think, wow, was it?
Yes.
And then they start convincing you.
Correct. Well, the first thing to do is are you okay? You need some of your disgusting coconut water or no?
You like that?
It's atrocious.
You loved it.
I didn't love it. I also didn't love your coffee drink, but I'm sure they're sponsors. I loved everything you had, Joe.
What that? This nitro stuff? You didn't like that? Look,
Horrendous.
it's all, everything
Baby,
you drink is
there's no
horrendous.
cream in it. There's no
No,
sugar.
it's great.
Wow.
It's pure. It tastes the bean.
You like pure.
Or something's pure. So, after this 90 days of being there,
Yeah.
90 days of being stuck in this, I mean, it must be like,
But I
would
started
imagine-
to believe that I was really, really, really messed up.
I would
started
imagine
to
too
believe
that they have probably a pretty grand establishment in Clearwater, right? It's probably intimidating. Like that's how a lot of like
No.
cults and religions like to rock it.
No.
You didn't go to a pretty big place.
It's a huge place, but if
Right.
you're raised in it, and you're very familiar with it. But it is when you realize your position in the church takes the back seat to the leader and Tom Cruise, you realize really that was scary to me
Because it goes against everything you've been taught.
Everything I've been taught.
Everything you've been taught is that everyone is some sort of spiritual being and everyone's equal.
Correct.
And then your whole goal as Scientologists is to act for the greater good of mankind
Correct.
and sort of bring as many people into this as you can
Right.
because you're going to help them.
Right. Because it wasn't ever I'm going to get somebody in because I'm going to screw their lives up. It was always I want to get this person in because I want them to be happy. I want them to contribute to what we're doing.
Now, is the thought process that Tom Cruise, being this huge celebrity, worldwide figure, that it's very important to keep him happy,
Yes.
and
It
he,
is probably the main goal of Scientology is to keep them.
what an ego boost that must be for him.
Oh, you see, that is something that people say all the time to me. Like, why is that pot
Where?
in that ashtray?
Yeah, definitely.
No.
Yeah.
Joe, do you know that I've never smoked pot?
Oh, you should definitely try it right now.
I'm scared.
Oh, you should be.
Why? What would happen?
Because you're going to start freaking out, thinking
No.
about all sorts of stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you just keep it dirty like that, the ashtray?
What do you mean?
Why don't you make it nice? Like, why don't you present
Nice.
it in a nice
Because I'm
way?
a man. This is my man cave. Man don't give a fuck about nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, I
Like
shouldn't
keeping
act, I
ashtrays
shouldn't
nice?
act surprised hearing what I heard before we
Pot's
started.
good for you.
Don't try to talk over me, Joe, because you know what I'm going to say.
You've never had pot?
No.
I would suggest like a little tiny amount for you.
Okay.
Like just that's it.
Because somebody said something about gummy bears to me about you.
Oh Jesus, don't fuck with those gummy bears.
Why? Did
Those
something
are way
random
too
happen?
powerful.
Okay. What did
Those
you?
are horrendous.
So what happened? Anything?
Yeah, you'll
You
go
work
on
alone?
a journey on your life. It'll give you extreme paranoia. You'll
That's
start.
not fun.
It's not, but when you come out of it, it's very beneficial
Why?
because you realize it's all bullshit, and then you were nervous about some things that it just highlights your vulnerability.
Oh, I don't need that.
It takes your blinders away.
That doesn't sound like fun.
Well, it's not necessarily that fun.
Yeah.
the
So you
first
wouldn't do
time.
it again.
Oh,
Or you have.
pot? I do it all the time.
I can say
Yeah.
pot, the gummy bear.
Gummy bears too. I do them all the time.
Really? So
Yeah.
you like that feeling of being?
Yeah. I think it's good for you. I think it's good to be vulnerable. It's good.
I
It's good
agree.
to understand.
It is good to be vulnerable.
You're really just this
But I'm-
finite
but I'm-
organism
Yes.
floating through infinity. You know, I think.
But I feel that way without it.
Okay, but then you don't need it. I mean, it's not for everybody.
Well, I kind of wanted you to push it on me a little bit, and you just gave up.
I think it benefits a lot of people. It
So
makes you
you're-
more sensitive. It gives you a better sense of community. It makes you kinder.
Oh, I
It
need. I
makes you-
definitely need that. Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll make you a more. I think it makes you a more loving person. I really believe
Then
that.
I need it.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to what you're saying. Oh.
Makes sex feel better.
Oh.
Makes food taste better.
I'm married to a Puerto
Like a
Rican, so I
lot
don't need
better.
that.
You know what
That's a
Ricans know
little
what they're
shut up.
doing?
That's a little shut up.
Powerful
Right?
Puerto Ricans.
They do not have sex. I can tell you
All
that.
right.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say
Congratulations to all
they.
of them.
I shouldn't say they. Like I've only had sex with one of them. The celebrity. We all know there's different treatment for
Right.
celebrities.
Well, especially in Scientology, right?
No.
It's highlighted.
It is like nothing you can ever imagine. It is. So when people say Tom doesn't leave because they have information on him or John, that's not the reason. The amount of power they receive from this church is like nothing in Hollywood. It is like nothing. There is no reason for them to leave this environment.
Right. So it's super beneficial for them to be attached to it.
Correct.
Like he has employees, they work for him. All these people will take care of his every need.
Yes, and there's policy on how to talk to somebody. Like you wouldn't say, like if you said, "Go get me a coffee," and I want it this temperature. There's no, I can't get it. We're 5 miles from any, we're 30 miles. There would be none of that kind of talk. Like not any. There's policy about you don't talk back like ever. You don't step out of line. You don't give an opinion. You don't make a face. You don't make a gesture. You don't sigh. If you step out of line in any way, you are dealt with by the church.
So
at your
Tom
expense.
essentially has servants.
Correct.
How many people?
A lot. And by the way, I don't begrudge somebody with staff. Like if you can have it, I go do it all day, all night. Do it all day, all night. But when you believe as a Scientologist, you are working for somebody who single-handedly is saving the planet, and you deserve that kind of punishment. That's something different. You understand what like that? It's an abuse that is not justified, but it is justified because you believe that you are single-handedly saving the planet. Capiche?
Yeah, no, I get it. So, so he's the main figurehead, right? He's the main guy, like, right up with Miscavige, right?
Mhm.
And then John Travolta is somewhere in that.
I think John was given what a designation called Kakan, where
Kakant?
Kakan, not cunt.
Kakan.
Yeah.
Kakan. Okay.
K-H-A-K-H-A-N. Kakan.
Okay.
Okay. He's given this designation of Kakan, which there's a policy that basically says you can kill another human being. If you are Kakan, you're going to look the other way. And he was given that. He was given that by L. Ron Hubbard. Don't make me laugh because you're gonna make me pee.
Come
Please
on,
don't make me
this is
laugh. You're gonna
hilarious.
make me pee. Don't laugh that hard.
You laugh? How'd
Sometimes.
you work on a comedy all those
Because
years?
first of all, not very well. Do you know how many takes I ruined because of that? Like Kevin goes, don't ruin this take. I go, no, don't tell me you're gonna do it. And then I would ruin it. I would ruin it, Joe, because he would do some stupid shit with his hands or something that he
Right.
never rehearsed.
Right,
That
you
would
start
make me
laughing.
cry from laughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was really highly inappropriate in moments that made me pee, almost pee.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's allowed to kill people.
Yeah.
One, or you?
I don't know. I should look at the policy again. I don't want to speak out of
But
turn.
you're supposed to look the other way. So, like, if somebody said something wrong to John Travolta, and he
It's
pulled out a
called-
samurai sword and cut
Yeah.
their head off, you just
Mhm.
got to clean up the body.
You just got to clean up about it
And where would
because
you
it's
put that
called
body?
it's
You would-
called ethics protection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
So
he has
everyone would
ethics
be
for it.
responsible for
Dealing with it.
dealing with it.
Yes,
And
there's
he would just
also
leave the room, and he would know that you guys would take care of it.
correct, and there's also another policy. And by the way, the reason why I say these policies is because I don't like when people say, "Leah, I believe you." I don't want you to believe me. I want you to look it up. I
Right.
want you to look for yourself and make your own decision. So I keep quoting these policies because I want people to look it up so that they can say that shit's true. She's not talking shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's another policy called ethics protection. There's another policy called the responsibility of leaders, which he actually says exactly what you just said.
Mm.
That basically, you know, what you got to do to protect a leader, you got to do it. If you see a body, then you clean it up. Then a leader should never know.
I read Going Clear
Yeah.
by Lawrence Wright, and I
Yeah.
watched the HBO special on it, and it's stunning.
Yeah.
Like when
And
you
crazy accurate. Crazy accurate. And
I
yeah.
was blown away.
Yeah.
But the book, especially, the book goes into great depth about how bananas L. Ron Hubbard was.
Right.
And it's so odd to me that all this information is out there.
It isn't out there. Remember, you're reading L. Ron Hubbard's words from Dianetics,
Right.
book 1. It's the first book that we're all required to read. Everybody's required to read everything that he's written.
I read Dynex too. I had
You
it
did?
sent to me. Yeah, I ordered it. It was one of those late night infomercial things. When I first moved to LA,
Yeah.
I've always been into
Self-help.
self-help,
Yeah.
selling Anthony Robbins.
Yeah.
I bought all his tapes. I used to listen to it on a Walkman
Right.
back in the day and read his books. And
Yeah.
so I thought it was just more of that.
Yeah.
And I got put on a list, and I got sent
For years.
invitation. Oh, for years,
Yeah.
for years.
I'm surprised
Invitations
you're
to
off of
this.
it. I bet you. I swear, I'm actually willing to make a money bet that you get mail after we talk.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I went to one of those things where you
Yeah.
sit down and you get an e-meter and you hold the thing. The guy asks you questions.
Oh yeah.
I was in San Diego and I was filming something.
Oh, so you saw the? So
Yeah.
they did a demonstration.
Yeah.
Did you see it read on the meter like a
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
or the
yeah,
pinch? Did you
yeah.
do the pinch test?
Well, I don't remember a pinch test, but I do remember holding on to these things, and he would ask me some questions. But the guy was very uninterested,
Right.
or disinterested. He just seemed like he was kind of like being forced to do it. That's what it seemed
maybe
like
he
to me.
was,
Like
yeah.
he was just going through the motions.
Well, that's weird.
He seemed super bored.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I wonder, had he not been super bored, would you be full on right now?
No. I was doing it as a goof. It was
Oh,
only
okay.
like 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was ridiculous.
Okay.
I was in San Diego filming something, and they
Okay.
had this setup out
Yeah,
there.
yeah, outside.
And I'm like, ooh, let me go in there.
Right.
And I was just, hoping I could weasel in. And have a seat, and they
Right.
know who I am, and
Right.
I put on the cans. And
Did they know?
no, I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
so.
Oh.
The guy didn't give a fuck.
That's
Like,
interesting.
he
'Cause usually
seemed-
they're very, you know,
yeah,
welcoming and loving because they remember they do believe in what they're doing. I did.
right.
But anyway, what I was saying to you is the Dianetics and Dianetics. You know, L. Ron Hubbard is writing that he's a scientist, that
Right.
he's, you know, a decorated war hero,
Mhm.
that he was college educated, and so you're saying the information's out there. What information other than what we're reading is out there?
Well, I mean, now, like Lawrence
Well,
Wright's
now,
book. And,
but no Scientologist is allowed to read Lawrence Wright's book.
he's not allowed to. So they do an
Well,
excellent job of insulating people.
Look, if you and I were like friends, right, and you had concern for me in Scientology, and you came to me and you said, Leah, I'm scared for you. You know, I read Going Clear, and I want to know that you're okay, and you and Angela, I don't know if this is a good thing for your daughter, you know. I would say, Joe, you know me, I'm a good person. Like, I've been there for you, your wife, like, come on, you know I don't do drugs, I don't do not, you know, I don't steal, I don't do.
Right.
Just respect the fact that this is something I believe is helping me. Why would you ask me to look at something that's anti my church or anti what I'm doing?
That's how you would approach it.
And you would accept it, Joe. You'd be like, she's right. It is messed up of me to be telling her these things when she is a good person and her and Angela are great. Like, you wouldn't push it. You wouldn't push it. You would respect me enough because you would know me enough to go, I don't want to do that to her. It's wrong. It's disrespectful.
So you feel like that happens pretty much across the board.
Well,
Anybody who's outside.
yes, and when
who
I
reads those
yes,
things.
well, that's what you're trained to do.
Yeah. So you're working constantly with people that are not in the church, right? You're on
Right.
sets. You're doing
How
TV
many
shows.
people are going to come up to you and say, "Hey, I think you're in a cult"?
Well, in your position, very few, right?
Right.
Because you were one of the stars of the show,
Right.
and
who would
everybody's
do that
kind
to
of
Tom?
behind you.
Who would do that to Tom
Very
Cruise?
few, right?
Very few. None.
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 So when he's on a set, is it all like he's doing Mission Impossible or something like that?
Yeah.
Is it all Scientology employees that are constantly surrounding him?
Yes.
So he's got like this wall of insulation.
Correct.
And it's all Scientology people.
Correct.
But the director, the writer, they don't have to be Scientologists.
Not
do
at
they?
all.
No.
No, but they're not invading Tom's space. They're not going to be disrespectful to their lead actor. They're not going to go up to Tom and go, "Hey, Tom, we don't know about our affiliation with you,
Right.
you know, and what you're doing in the Scientology thing." You know, they're not going to rock the boat. They hired him as an actor.
Right. And because of the way Tom Cruise is, I mean, I don't know him obviously, but what I get out of him is he's just super focused, like very
Intense.
turned on,
Yes.
intense guy.
Yes.
And it probably benefits him having all these servants take care of all his every need so he could focus
Right.
directly on his thing
Right.
and just go for it. So for him, it's probably 100% beneficial to be
Yes.
involved.
Correct. Because it is a world that's tailor made to him.
That's so strange.
And that is Scientology.
What a rare position
Yes, it is.
for any human to ever find themselves in without like being like the conqueror of a country or something like that.
Correct.
You know?
Correct. I mean, again, I want to make the distinction between, you know, listen, when you gain some success in this business, thank God, you're able to surround yourself with an assistant and people to help you to make your life easier so you could focus on your work. But this is something totally different because behind closed doors, you are acting and being a different way, and you know it. I know it. He knows it, and anybody in Scientology knows it.
And
That's
how is
why
he different?
it is about the mission of Scientology. So anything is justified.
So behind closed doors, though, how is he different?
It is nothing out of line. Nothing. Nothing that would upset him. You have to act and be a certain way around him. You cannot, you just can't step out of line, out of the bounds of the policies of the church. Or you will be dealt with, and you will be dealt with swiftly within your church. And that seems to be quite abusive to me. I was punished for basically following my own policy of my church, defending my church. And I can't be friends with somebody who, you can't be around that. You can't be around that, and you're getting punished by your church because of it. But that, again, that wasn't really even the reason why I left. I mean, I was dealing with that. I was dealing with being interrogated at my expense. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And you've given them millions of dollars.
Yes, millions.
That's insane.
And now they're turning around. You know, they have these hate websites they create on everybody within minutes.
Yeah, I saw yours.
on a
It's
joke.
adorable.
Okay.
Yeah. They can't really say anything. You didn't do
They
anything.
can say a lot. Listen,
Yeah, but
listen.
I've
I
read
said
what
it,
they
Joe.
said.
I said it in my book. Okay, yeah, I'm all those things. Okay, even if you catch me, you know, in a situation or my husband, it wouldn't change anything about what I'm saying. It wouldn't change a damn thing. It doesn't matter. Their intention is to try to, you know, my husband sometimes sings in a salsa club. You don't think they're going to catch him with a girl somewhere dancing innocently? You know what I'm saying? Yes, you can do all those things. You can hire PIs to follow us. You can get us in situations. But does that change anything?
They're trying to discredit you.
And it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because
wouldn't
what you're saying is
matter.
true.
Exactly. And it's not just me. I'm not saying it. The other thing that bothers me is that it's become my crusade. It's not my crusade. It's my responsibility. And I feel other people need to step up and take some responsibility. I don't want to be the only one saying it. I don't want to be other people, other actors, other officials, the media. They need to not make it about me. Get some balls and say what you really think. Like I was on 2020, right, with Dan Harris. And it's the parent company to A&E. And I did the show for somebody else. And Dan Harris, I said, what do you think of that? Like, what do you think of it, Dan? And he said, I have to be impartial. And I said, would you be impartial about abuse? Are you impartial about this? And I named a few things. And he went, well, no. And I said, right. Okay, you're being an asshole. And, you know, the truth of the matter is, I do think that of this industry. I think this is like a ballless industry. And there's people who have some balls, like you, like Adam Carolla. You know, there's a few people who are in the public eye, sorry about that, who are in the public eye that have had the balls to have an opinion. Don't make it about me.
Right.
These things are screwed up. These
Well, but
people's lives are being hurt and damaged, and you're defrauding people out of millions of dollars. By your abusive policies, you make things confidential. Then you say these policies don't exist. Why don't you say they exist? You can Google them and see that they exist.
Well, in their defense, what you are is a magnet point because you are a famous person. And so it makes it much easier to concentrate on the whole situation through you.
Right.
You know, and because of the fact that you're a famous person, because of the fact that you lived most of your life in the church, it makes it very convenient to go through you. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that they're doing in that way.
Here's what I'm saying. If I say disconnection is a policy, right, and they say, and then the next headline is Leah Remini alleges that disconnection. Don't know. I'm not alleging anything. Look it up.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Look it up.
Right.
Don't say that I'm saying it.
They're protecting themselves legally, probably. That's
why it's available for anyone to see.
Well, because they probably don't want to get sued.
But why do they get sued? It's in their policies.
That's a good question. Maybe they would say that they were misinterpreting it, or
misinterpreting. It says disconnection and suppressive, and it says exactly what when the church labels a suppressive person, that your only option is to disconnect. So you have children disconnecting from their own mothers and fathers.
That was one of the most disturbing aspects of your show.
Right.
To see the damage that caused and to see how devastated these parents were and family members were. That's horrible. That's really horrible to watch.
And you know what people say? You knew the policy existed, right? When you were in Scientology.
Right.
So why are you guys so surprised? We were taught a suppressive person is like
an
evil with horns,
right?
Like Hitler,
right?
You know that you're not thinking it's my mother,
right?
My daughter, but when you get pulled in for something like this, which is what they did in the end, they try to get me to disconnect from my stepfather. Then they try to get my stepfather to disconnect from my mother, and so they did this whole thing.
Your stepfather who brought you in the first place?
No. This is another guy.
Another guy.
It's
getting crazy.
Yeah. She's a naughty. But she's been married to George, my her husband, for 30 years. So, the other guy ended up leaving us there. He got us into Scientology,
and he took off. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So, talk me through your return. So you go to Florida, you spend 3 fucking months getting grilled every day, putting the pressure on you. And that's been a proven tactic of interrogations. It's always questioned by people that really like look at the ethical implications of interrogation. The problem is when you put so much attention on someone about a certain thing, it makes them so uncomfortable that it changes their perception of things to the point where they're willing to admit a lot of things that may or may not be true just to get the interrogation over.
Well, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said, okay, I'm sorry.
So you come back.
I come back. I kind of like take a little bit of a hiatus from Scientology, but I'm not creating leads.
When you say take a hiatus, you're not doing the daily thing
I'm
anymore.
just not going in all the time.
How often are you going in then?
Maybe like once every month.
Once a month instead of every day. That's a
Every
big
day.
deal.
It was a big deal. Then they got me back. Then they have a big meeting with me and they go, we want you to come back. We know you're upset. Like the whole thing was just screwed up. Let's just come back. And I wanted specifics. What was messed up? I want you to tell me in writing. And then you should also refund all my money that you spent, that I spent having to do this. Then they showed me a policy that there are no refunds. And if I ask for a refund, then I'm going to get declared a suppressive person and labeled an enemy.
So the money that you spent going to Florida and spending 3 months down there, that's what you wanted to refund.
Correct. I wanted
Not
that money
the millions that you gave
I
them
said,
over the
no,
years.
because listen, in their defense, I don't think it's right to get your money back on something that you feel you received, right? A service you received.
Right.
The problem that I have is Scientology is a pay before you go proposition. There are, if not tens of thousands of people who have money sitting on account that they can't get because they have a refund policy. I can't just call the church right now and say I want a refund because they're not allowed to talk to me. So it's a catch-22. So the only person that you could talk to in the church is the person who deals with refunds, but they can't talk to you because you're declared an enemy to the church. So they're holding millions and millions of dollars of people's money that they can't get back because no lawyer is going to take on the Church of Scientology for free. But you're talking the average guy who has $50,000, $100,000 on account, he or she is never going to see again.
So you come back, you get to them, they have this meeting with you, you say that you want to get your money back, they won't give you your money back, and then how does it go from there?
They said, you're going to be interrogated because you're now acting as an enemy to the church.
Because you're asking for your money back.
Correct. It's a bad sign. Then I said, okay, now it just kind of opened up a little bit of a wound. Then I started saying, where's Shelley? Okay, now I want to answer where Shelley is because I had been writing her.
Shelley Miss Cabbage.
Correct, the leader's wife. And I said, it's going to get bad for you guys because now I started going on the internet and I started seeing stories of senior executives getting beaten in the church, like Debbie Cook and Mike Rinder and Tom DeVock. And I was seeing all these names.
They
and I
got
was
beaten?
That they were actually beaten, physically beaten.
For what reason?
For looking the wrong way at David Miscavige. For sighing,
For sighing?
for rolling their eyes, for being tired, for
yawning, like yawning in front of them or something?
Yes.
So someone beats you.
Right, or he has somebody beat you. And Mike Rinder and Marty Rathbun were part of that, right? Were part of that senior executive strata that was up in Riverside County where they have a place called Gold Base. And that's where these incidents were allegedly taking place. So I started Googling it and I started going into the church and saying, I'm Googling this information and I want to know why these people are saying the same thing. And their stories are over and over again. And then I'm seeing stories of families being declared suppressive people, they're OT8s, they're high up in the church, and their families are being forced. And then you're presented with, this is a lie. Look, Mike Rinder admitted that he beat people, and I said, but that's the difference. They're admitting it. They're admitting that they did this under David Miscavige's direction.
Right.
You're saying that they're lying, but they're not lying about their doing it. But they're lying about having received it? Does that make sense to you? Over and over again, these stories kept coming up.
Right.
And they kept, when I would ask a question, they would put me in a room and go, what are your crimes? Who are you talking to? Why are you talking to enemies of your church? And it was never, my questions were never answered. And I said, does this church ever do anything wrong? Does this church ever do anything wrong? Is everybody an evil asshole once they leave? Is that what you're telling me? So what would happen if you said that my mother was? Then I just got to believe you that my mother is an evil person and all these horrible things you're saying about my mother, I'm supposed to believe you? And the answer was, don't believe me, believe Ella. What does Ella Ray say? And then they have a policy out. What does Ella Ray say? Read this. Read this aloud. What don't you understand? What does this word mean? What does that word mean? Go look this up. You have a misunderstood word here. If you don't understand that anybody who attacks your church is a criminal. Like, this is the kind of thing you go through.
Right. So this is what you're going through when you came back to LA, when you
Yes.
slowly started separating.
Yes.
Did they ever give you one of those big gold medals like Tom Cruise got?
I never got one. But I did. But I did get a huge award for donating another $1 million to the
Oh.
church. And it's so crazy to me that everybody who leaves is somebody who's an axe to grind, a apostate, a bigot. They called it bigot because they go to the one place they can go to, which is don't disrespect my religious beliefs.
Right.
Right? And then they can call you a bigot. I'm for religious freedom. I'm for the First Amendment. Like that's what they're hiding behind. And I'm calling bullshit to every celebrity who says that shit. Because they know what they're doing. I did it too. I did it too, Joe. So I know what they're doing.
Right.
And they know that I know, which is even sicker.
You're a terrible person to have against you on this.
Why?
Because you're so fiery and you enjoy this combat. There's part of you that enjoys it. Clearly.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I thought about this when the whole thing first started going down. I was like, oh, she's like a terrible person to leave the church because she's gonna talk shit to the end of time.
No,
Like
but
you're
Joe,
gonna
here's
go.
the thing.
I don't mean in a bad way.
Listen, Joe, if you told me tomorrow, and I really just getting to know you today, I mean, I've known you, but we don't know each other, right?
Right.
But I kind of like you. Like you're cool. Okay.
Thank you. I like
And
you
you
too.
smile with your eyes, which is a thing that I loved about Kevin. Like that was the one thing I used to say about Kevin. Like there's like a smile, like behind their eyes, like there's a smile.
Mhm.
I always find that to be kind. Now you could be a total dick, and I don't know about it because I don't listen to podcasts. Okay, but are you a dick?
No.
Okay, good. Because if I hear like when I leave here, Joe's a total dick.
No.
He's a fuck. You know. Okay.
You probably hear that from one person or two.
Okay. But
Just because you said it.
okay, but here's the thing. If you call me tomorrow and said, I'm having a problem with my neighbor because he said I'm encroaching on his property and my kid's swing set is encroached, like I would be so, I would find every resource I could to help you. That is who I am. Not that I'm Mother Teresa. I will get upset about if I see anything on the street. I get involved in shit. I've always been involved in other people's business. Okay, always. If I could see into your house, I will spy on you. I will do shit. I will. If I go into your house, I'm looking in your drawers. I'm in your shit. I'm in people's business all the time. And if I'm in a restaurant, I tell Angela to speak to me because I want to hear what's going on next to me. You know, and I figure everything out.
Right.
But if I see people being bullied, if I see people being unjustly hurt, yes, I do. I have always said, and people who know me know that's true.
Yeah. Well, so this David Miscavige wife situation, did that get resolved?
No, I filed a missing persons report with the LAPD. And then I found some pictures of the guy who was in charge of my case speaking at a Scientology event on human trafficking, Lieutenant Dawson, at the LAPD.
The police officer.
Yeah,
that was in charge of the
He was being
case.
paid to speak at the Celebrity Center at a human trafficking event at Celebrity Center, Scientology.
That seems like a massive conflict of interest.
You think? Okay, so then that's funny. So then after that, I called Lieutenant Dawson, and I said, so what's the deal? Because I had given a letter with the police report that said it was to Shelley if they found her. Shelley, go with this man now. I'm going to take care of you. I'll take care of your legal fees. What's going on there is wrong. You have no idea. Because sometimes they have no telephone. They have no mail in or out. They are not allowed to leave the base. If they leave that base up at Riverside County, they are accompanied by security or handler.
So you think she's a prisoner?
If she's alive and well, the second best case scenario would be yes, that she's being held prisoner, if not by her own mind.
If she's alive and well.
Right.
So didn't she release some sort of a statement, or someone release some sort of a statement?
Someone did. I don't know who it was from.
To respond to your accusations, right?
They said that they had made contact with her and she didn't want to be found. I said, Did you see her, or was somebody speaking on her behalf? You ready for the answer? That's classified.
This is what the police said.
And I said, are you sick? I said, seriously, are you sick? There's something wrong with you? Am I doing something wrong? I filed the report. You know that, right? Like, you know that I filed the report? I thought maybe he was confused and he thought he was talking to my cousin. I said, no, it's like I filed the report. Of course, you're going to give me the information. I need to know if you saw her or the officers that you sent there saw her. Did anybody give her my note? Was she okay? Did you take her off the base? Did you say you wanted to speak to her alone? He said, I can't give you any of that information. Could you imagine? Then I had to spend more money, Joe, because this is not free. I had to spend more money on a lawyer to do a follow-up on the Public Information Act. I asked specific questions. Who did you see? Did you see her? Was she alone? Where did you see her? What did she look like? They didn't give me the information. They go, yeah, you can get that information. You pay two more dollars. Okay, we paid the $2 more. And then the thousands of dollars it cost me to get a lawyer to draft up the letter. So it's still ongoing. I still don't have the answer.
So she just sort of vanished. She stopped going to events. She
Right.
stopped being.
And by the way, she is called, her official title is called COB Communicator, Chairman of the Board Communicator. She is by his side 24 hours a day. So imagine going from seeing somebody as a permanent, like, it's not like, oh, sometimes your assistant works, sometimes. This is a person who worked around the clock for him and was his wife.
What do you think happened?
I don't know, which is why I filed the report.
Have you heard anything?
No.
So no one who used to be a part of the church has contacted you?
There would be no, okay, anybody who I would need to talk to me is up behind gates in Riverside County at this gold base. Anybody that I would need to come out and talk to me and give me information, the FBI information, would be behind those gates.
Where are they getting money from now?
Who?
The Scientologists, because it seems like
Well, you have people like Nancy Cartwright who give $10 million, $20 million. You have some whales in Scientology. You have Greta Van Susteren and her husband.
Greta Van Susteren.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's on her Wikipedia page, which is Scientology. Yes, and her husband too.
But it seems like they have a giant staff. They have a lot of people working there.
Those people work for free, baby. Those people sign billion-year contracts, and they get paid $15 a week. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not being
Billion-year
funny.
contracts.
I'm not being funny.
No, I know you.
Oh, okay.
You're not, I
And
know
they
you're not.
get paid $15 a week, and they work from the moment they get up to midnight. They work astronomical hours. These are called Sea Org members. I'm not talking about average Scientologists.
And explain to me the Sea Org, because was that established when L. Ron Hubbard was evading taxes? So
Yes,
he got
and
on
he
a
was on a
boat.
ship. Yes, and he created this ship called the Free Winds, and whatever ship that's not called the Free Winds. It is called the Free Winds now, but that's where they deliver the highest level of Scientology. They're OT8.
So when you get to OT8, you got to
you
get
got to go
on
to
a
the Free
boat.
Winds. But before that, I don't know the name of his boats, but I think it was called the Apollo.
That was a part of Going Clear that was
Yeah.
hilarious when who was it? One of the writers or one of the
Well, I guess
yes,
Yeah.
when he received like the highest level shit.
that wasn't even the highest level.
It wasn't
Joey.
even?
That was OT3.
Really?
Yeah, and when I read it, I literally, you have to go into a secure room.
Explain. Talk us through that.
Okay,
What is
so
that
first
like?
of all, you have to get invited. You have to get an invitation.
So you'd been Scientology for years. You'd spent a
Uh-huh.
ton of money already.
Ton of money,
and you're like,
and
God
by the
damn
way,
it,
most
this is it.
Scientologists don't even get to this.
Most.
Most don't.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, because you have to be wealthy to get to this.
Not only do you have to be wealthy, but a lot of times what they do, the new scam is you got to go, you get to a level and they go, we messed that up. You have to go back down at your expense.
Right.
You have to redo that part.
You were talking about that on your show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And they will rewrite some new thing.
yeah. Now David Miscavige rewrites things and says he found it in a vault somewhere. And like we all believe it, baby. Honestly,
Right.
we all believe it because we want to believe it.
So, talk me through.
So you go through this
what
rigorous
level did you get to?
OT5.
You're close.
Yeah. I got to to get to this advanced level. It's called advanced level.
Right.
You are put through the window. They go through every folder. From the moment you walk into a church Scientology, they have folders on you. Everything you've ever said is written down and videotaped. Okay, so they get your folders and they cull it. They go through it. Okay, and they go through every transgression. Are you still humping your pillow? Are you still, a nasty asshole to your mother? Like they go
Right.
through everything. Are you still connected to this person who said something bad about Scientology 20 years ago? So they make sure that you're eligible to get the advanced data.
And where do they bring you
So they
to
bring
give
you
you
to a
some?
room.
Where is it at?
It's on Albert Hubbard Way in Los Angeles and Fountain. It's
So
called AO.
how nervous are you? Are you freaking out? Oh my
I'm
God, I can't believe
excited
this is
because
happening.
finally all this shit I've put up with all my life is finally going to be answered. All my questions of life are going to be answered in this moment.
And you realize this is the moment you're going to get the sacred documents.
So my mother, so because I'm a celebrity, they let my mother come in. She was also higher level than me, right? So imagine I'm in this double, so you go through one door and there's security, and then you got to get the lanyard. You got to get clearance. You got to go take a picture. You've got to sign documents and say if I ever reveal this, it's going to be $100,000. You don't ever get to read any legal documents that Scientology gives you. So you just sign things. You just
Right.
They say sign here, sign here. It's like today what you did here. So
Right.
I don't know. I could be married to you for all I know when I signed today. I like how you shook your head no. You don't need to try it. Okay, so you know comedy. You don't deny jokes. So I don't know why you keep denying.
That's how you step up comedy another notch.
Got it. You deny.
You just go.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't get the memo. Oh, okay, so that's what we're doing now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. So the, okay, so you go to the room, the secure room.
You got a lanyard. You take your photo. You sign the documents.
They give you a folder. You have to get a briefcase that only you know the code to.
A briefcase.
So you go up to the window, to the AO window, and you hand them your briefcase. They scan your briefcase, and they put the materials in the briefcase, and they close it, they turn it back to you, and you lock it. Then you attach the briefcase to your body. I'm not
Like a handcuff?
No, like with a little clip.
Okay.
It has to be
physically connected to you.
right. So when you go pee, you have your
Briefcase coming with you.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So you get a briefcase. They go go down the hall and do your thing, and you're gonna get let into one door, and then you're gonna go into another door, and then you're gonna go into the course room. That's what it's called. So you go into the 3 doors, or 2 doors, whatever it was. You sit down, you open up your briefcase, and you read the material for the first time. The answers. So my mother's sitting there in front of me. Okay, she's so excited. Understand that this is what you want for your kids. They're getting up the bridge and they're getting the answers to life. So when they come back next lifetime, they're not going to forget everything. They're not going to be as fucked up as they were when they were. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's really a proud moment, And so my mom's sitting across from me so excited, and I'm reading this that my body is made up of other beings. My body, my whole body, my thoughts and everything are mixed in with these other beings that compose of my body. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you following me with
Yep.
this? What's your understanding?
Your body's made up of other beings.
Right. Everything.
Everything.
My thumb
Your
is
nails
composed
are
of
other beings. Your hair
maybe
is
not
other
the nails because
beings.
they're acrylic.
Okay. Your skin is other beings. Your eyes are other beings.
Everything.
Okay.
Like thousands, just here, just
Right.
in there, just.
Mm-hmm.
My thumb is a person, is a being trapped into this body.
Hmm.
Okay. So I read this, and the supervisor comes over and he goes, "Do you understand? I want you to draw it out. I want you to draw it out."
So the supervisor
I
has
like
access to this information.
Yeah. He's standing there to make sure, right? So I go like this, Joe. I
Right.
go, I
You
don't
draw a
know.
little person.
Okay. I go, there's a bunch of beings on me like that, and I give it to him like that,
Mhm.
and he goes, "Start again. I want you to read it again, and then I want you to draw another one." So I go, okay. So I did all this, and I literally did this, Joe. I made circles on every part of my body.
So for people who are just listening,
circles.
Lee's drawn a stick figure, and she's drawing little circles all over the stick figure.
Right?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
now these beings were from 75 trillion years ago.
Mm.
They were put in volcanoes and blown up and packaged and overlord. Anyway.
Are you freaking out at this point?
I look at my mother who's sitting. Now the supervisor's standing over me, so I go.
So
she's like, "Is that?"
So your mom was in. She was.
No, there's OTA.
Your mom's OT8?
Yeah.
Your mom's top of the food chain?
Yeah. Not only is my mother top of the food chain when it comes to the counseling side, my mother was top of the food chain when it came to administering Scientology, which is very rare. She was what's considered a high trained auditor.
But she hadn't read this stuff yet?
Of course she read it. She was just there to see my excitement.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She was just there as a spectator to see her
Right.
daughter receive the answers.
Right. But you were super skeptical.
Right.
Right.
Right. Supervisor comes over and he goes, "What don't you understand?" I go, "I understand it. I don't love it. Like, I'm not happy." I go, "I'm just going to tell you, I'm not happy with this is what it was." And he goes, "Well, you don't need to believe it. You just need to do it." So that's the answer that's given to you. You don't need to believe it. You just need to do it. So then you have to go and audit this. You have to go and do it on yourself. Talk to these beings on the meter by yourself.
So on the meter, meaning you hold the cans.
Mhm.
And when I say cans, folks, what they look like, it looks like soup cans. Like if you drained all the soup from a soup can and it had a string attached to it, and it's connected to some
Yeah, you could just Google it. Scientology e-meter.
e-meter. Okay. So you have to hold the e-meter and discuss this.
No, you think it.
You think it.
You know, there's
You just think it.
So now you got to go get your material. So after you've been checked out on this and they get that you get what it is, then you go back to the window and they give you your actual what you're supposed to do with this information. So it'll say like it'll be a piece of paper and it'll say ask this question and then look at the meter and what the answer is. Whatever answer comes to your mind, write it down.
Huh.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
okay.
all you're doing is awakening these things to talk to them, really. Yeah. Right. And to let them go. You're basically saying, like, go be free. Go.
So this is OT3?
Correct. And by the way, when I was a Scientologist and I heard that this was a story, I didn't know. So I would go to the internet and go OT3 story, but I didn't know if it was true. So I couldn't verify it.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So most people who go, that's bullshit, because they don't know what they're looking at on the internet.
Right.
There's no one to verify it with. So if I went to my mother, let's say before I got to this level, you're told to lie to people.
Oh,
You
so
can't tell people what the answers are because they're going to get pneumonia.
they get pneumonia?
Literally will die.
Okay,
So a lot of times when I lied to the press and then they confronted me on it and said, "Why'd you lie?" I was like, "I had to save your life. I mean, I can't. I don't want to give you cancer."
So if you were about to go to OT3 and then you went online and you investigated what is OT3 and then you read a bunch of stuff about these little beings in your body and then asked your mom would have to lie to you.
She would lie, as she did. As she did.
So after you got through this,
Yeah.
what made you do 4 and 5?
Because there's always the carrot of like, just wait.
Okay, it'll
and
make
by the way,
sense.
here's what they do. They set up that you're the auditor now. So you're auditing these things in your body. You're now the boss. So they tell you, get your hat on. Like it's your job. You don't need to believe anything. You just need to audit them. So you need to do your job as an auditor. That's what they're called, auditors. People who are the ones who take you into session in Scientology.
Right.
So you feel like you're in a leadership role. So you're doing these things a favor. You know, and you're like, well, maybe it's true. I don't know. I mean, I do sometimes hear voices. You know, like, you have a moment with yourself and you're like, I might be really kind of crazy. So you're like, maybe this is an answer. It's sick because it speaks to a side of you that wants answers about life,
Right.
And then you're like, no, this is some crazy shit, man. That it wasn't even people. What? No, listen, you believe what you want to believe at the time.
Right. So does it feel to you at the moment like maybe if you just keep going,
It'll
all
get
the
better.
pieces will fall into place,
Yes.
then it'll make sense?
Yes.
It's like,
and-
I'm confused now, but if I contemplate this and I really
Right.
think it over, eventually I'm going to receive enough information where
Correct.
this is all going to be like, oh,
Right.
I was a fool. I didn't
Right.
understand.
Right. So,
Right.
for example, one time I had talked to a friend about it. I said, I heard something about some Xenu shit. She pulled me into Celebrity Center so fast, into a secured room, and she handed me my ass. She said, don't you ever say that word outside a secured room. I'm writing a knowledge report on you. She said, I'm writing a report on you. Swear to God, you never say that word out loud in a room that's not secured. Okay? And never say it
Wow.
again. So she wrote a report on
A
me.
knowledge report.
She wrote a knowledge report on me. I got sent to what's called ethics, which is like the Justice Department of celebrities, of Scientology. And they said, they brought me into another secured room because they have to get somebody who knows this information. And I said, never ever say say this, never confirm it, never deny it, never give that information out ever. Just never discuss it. Just say, I never heard of it. You sound crazy. And that's what we all say. You sound crazy. Or, properly done, you get it, like you'll get it if it's properly done. Those people didn't do it properly. That's why they didn't understand it. Do you see what I'm saying?
There's a line that you cross, right?
Yeah.
Where like, this is my life, this is Scientology, this is what I believe, and then you cross this line, oh my God, this is bullshit.
Right.
That line, that bridge that you cross in your mind is a very distinct transition. So what was that like? Like, what is that transition like? Like, what is your
hard.
life like?
Well, now,
Once you did, how long ago did you two leave?
July will be 4 years.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's not long.
No.
That's really recent.
Joe, and I'm still, finding myself. I'm still like, who am I? What do I believe?
Right.
Am I some bullshit? Am I a person that, like you're saying, loves to fight? Because I don't want that. I don't want to be that person who loves to fight just to fight. I want to be on the path of being righteous. I want to be who I really am. And who I really am is sometimes an asshole, Joe. Sometimes I have a horrible temper. I'm like sometimes I feel like I'm an old school mafia person stuck in a female. Like I have really extreme thoughts about life. And I'm finding who I am. I'm finding out what I really believe. Because a lot of times I don't know. I go, do I believe in that? Don't I believe in that? I was taught that everybody throws pot is evil. Do I believe that everybody who cheats is evil and horrible and just lost? Do I believe that other religions are lost? Do I believe that everybody needs, I'm searching.
So you have to reevaluate your entire belief
Everything,
system now.
everything. And it was a big part of my day. Remember, it gave me a mission. It gave me purpose. And that's what I hear a lot from Scientologists is ex-Scientologists, not just hearing your pain of losing your families and everything they've ever known, but not having purpose.
Right.
When you wake up
Yeah.
in the morning, like, we have purpose, Joe. We have kids.
Yeah.
Thank God for them. But it was so much bigger. It was for your children's children.
That's a giant factor for people.
Yeah.
I have some friends that were deeply involved in the Mormon religion, and they're not anymore. And it was really weird because we went to dinner once, and they were saying, "Do you believe in a higher power?" And I said, "It's entirely possible." I said, "I don't believe in anything that I don't have any evidence of. It's entirely possible. Like, I think the universe is an incredible mystery, and I think the life itself in consciousness is an amazing mystery. And I don't think we have all the answers. I don't think an ant can understand a cell phone, and I don't think I can understand the universe. I just think my brain is not evolved enough. I don't think our understanding has reached a point where we can really accurately describe what this is all about." And but their answer was like, "How do you get up in the morning?"
Right.
I go, "I love life." I go, I
That's
like drinking nice wine. I like having dinner. I like being with my friends. I like
Joe, not everybody has that.
well, they probably should find some things they enjoy about this life.
Exactly, but that's the thing, is finding those things for Scientologists. It's like a lot of my friends, like, who didn't really know what I was going through in church, go, you're very kind of childish at times, because I never went to dinner in my 30s and 40s and had wine. Like, I wouldn't go to dinner and have wine. I'd get reports written on me. We had to go to church the next day. I wasn't going out to dinner after the King of Queens and enjoying my friends. And if I did, Joe, I was thinking they're lost. They need Scientology. I was never really there. I was never really part of, I'm like living for the first time, but I do have faith. That's the one thing that I have found, and not in a weird way, not in I'm in another cult way, not in just, I have faith for the first time. I don't believe in any one thing. I believe in a higher power, and I believe that faith, having faith, is a big thing.
These people that I was friends with, I'm still friends with.
Yeah.
But this conversation got a little weird that night, but it got way weirder years later.
Why?
Because they wound up leaving.
What do you mean?
They left the Mormon church.
Oh, okay. And why did that get weird?
Well, because then they became untethered, and the conversation I had with the wife was very strange, because she was like, "I grew up indoctrinated in this fundamentalist religion,"
Right.
and she goes, "And now that I'm not in it,"
Yeah.
she goes, "I don't know what to believe, and I realize that my mindset is kind of fucked up because I'm indoctrinated, like my brain developed as a young age,
Right.
believing nonsense and never
Right.
questioning it.
Right.
She goes, so I feel very vulnerable, very
Yes.
susceptible. She goes, I feel like if the right cult came along, they could scoop me up. And she was
Right.
laughing about it, but she wasn't laughing
Well,
about
here's
it.
the thing. I'm the opposite now. That's why, like, when I don't want you to tell me nothing. I don't want to be told a damn thing. I've been told my whole life what to do and how to think. So I've gone the opposite. Just don't tell me what I need to do. And the pendulum swing is far. You know what I mean? Like even going to the DMV when they go, you need to stand there. I don't need to stand anywhere. Like I don't need. Guess what? I don't need my license renewed. And then I'm that person. I will
Right.
destroy my whole day and get a ticket because I don't want to be told what to do. Don't talk to me like I'm, your child, and don't talk to me like, I'm very much that way. You should have shorter nails. I don't give a shit what you think about my nails. I want them that they're slightly longer than average because it's purposeful. And when I don't want them anymore, I won't have them. But that's just a small scale.
Right.
But I don't want people telling me what I should think anymore. And let me find my way. I'm going to make mistakes, but I want to find my own way.
So you're sort of reestablishing your own personal sovereignty.
And I don't know what it is, Joe. Like I said, I'm going to piss some more people off, I'm sure. And I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. I'm going to not be the perfect person people think I am or want me to be. But I got to make mistakes. That's how you learn. I wasn't able to learn.
Right.
It was like, do it this way. This is the way we do it. We don't do this. We don't do that. I mean, I was always a little bit of a rebel but I thought everybody was being held to this higher standard. They weren't. I was finding out other celebrities were smoking pot and then going into the sauna. Yeah, exactly. Like doing their purification rundown 100 times.
What's
Because
that?
that's in the beginning steps of Scientology. You have to do what's called a purification rundown. It's supposed to detox your body of all,
Thetans?
not Thetans. You're not there yet.
No?
No, Joe. You don't get to say that.
I don't get to say it?
No, baby, until
No?
you get there.
Oh, when do you get there?
What you have to spend $380,000 and about 40 years of your life.
40. It's a lot of work.
Lower. No, you learn basically purification rundown is just you're supposed to sweat out all of the toxins lodged in your fatty tissue. Now, the problem with that is you're taking large amounts of niacin, and they claim you're running out like suntan from when you were a kid and from other lifetimes, and it's really
Niacin.
yes,
Like
niacin.
flash niacin, so
Yes.
you feel it in your skin, it
Yes.
gets you hot. And
Yes, and you have to sit in the sauna for 5 hours.
Wow.
It's a 5-hour thing. But I was finding out, I was like, wait a minute, why was that person even smoking pot? We're not allowed to smoke pot, right? Like, I haven't been smoking pot this whole time, where people do. And I'm learning that other people were smoking pot, doing other drugs, and then going in the sauna. I was like, wait, I didn't know that was an option for me. Like, I was living by this, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm going through now. I'm not saying I'm smoking pot, but
It sounds like you want to.
a little bit. Only because I want to be calmer, but
It might not
it
make you
all
calmer.
adds to. Okay, then I don't want it.
Well, it could. It
No, I
has a
don't-
different effect on
I feel like I'm
everybody.
too old for that shit.
No, you're definitely not.
Joe, I'm too old for it.
No, you're not. No, you're alive. If you're alive, you can experience the benefits of a consciousness-enhancing substance, whether it's mushrooms or pot or anything.
Joe, that's crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy.
I don't know. Look at me. I'm like getting.
Yeah, you're freaking out. You've been in a cult your whole life. Sorry, folks. How the
It's okay. Nobody in Scientology, other than the people who are going to attack me and you, are listening to this.
Well, even the people that are going to attack you and me,
No
I
one's
feel
gonna
bad
attack
for them. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for anybody that wants to attack anybody for their beliefs or for talking about stuff. And guess what? If your religion or your belief system, it's so easily destroyed that someone can have a disparaging opinion about it, and that
Right.
threatens you to the point where you want to attack that person, you're doing something wrong.
Right.
You're leading your life wrong.
Right.
You're on the wrong path. There's a lot of people that have different opinions about a lot of different things. And it's one of the more interesting things about life.
Right.
Like, you don't like coconut water. I fucking love coconut water. We're allowed to. You don't.
Yeah.
You like cologne. I think it smells like shit. We're allowed to have different opinions.
Yes.
This is one of the beautiful things about life.
Yeah.
People like different kinds of music, different styles of art. They like different kinds of houses and different landscapes.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that makes people interesting. So the problem with any kind of ideology, the problem with what this represents, or any other kind of cult, or any other kind of really rigid structure is that human beings are very susceptible to those kind of routines.
Right.
We're very susceptible to influence. We're very susceptible to other people carving out these predetermined patterns of behavior that you just quickly slot into,
Right.
because it keeps you from having to form your own opinions.
Right.
And that's
And-
everything that's wrong.
And you truly believe that you believe it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure, and you
That
do
it's come
believe
from
it.
you.
You do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very easy for people to just slot themselves into these patterns
Right.
and adopt those opinions as their own instead of trying to formulate their own, because it's very complicated to try to formulate your own opinions.
Right.
And they have to be flexible because new information comes up, and then you have to kind of change them and adjust them, and then recognize that perhaps like you're recognizing right now that like, wow, I've lived a lie
Right.
for like a long period of time.
Completely.
And it doesn't discredit you as a human. It doesn't, I mean, and it's very brave of you to discuss that openly, because it gives people that are listening to this the same sort of understanding of these thoughts that are in their own mind, whether it's
Right.
because of whatever religion, fill in the blank. And that's the other thing about this. How the fuck do they have tax exempt status?
Well, because they first of all, the IRS, they answered the IRS questions to get that status, and one of them is, do you have any other affiliation with any other god? Of which they said no. They deal with they believe that they are spiritual beings, and they deal with the spirit.
Right.
And so they answered the questions that needed to be answered for the IRS.
But isn't it amazing that any religion gets tax exempt status? All of them are ridiculous.
Well, I don't want to make a comment about other like bona fide religions, because I don't
Do you
like.
think some of them are bona fide?
Well, yes, I do. And I'll tell you why. I mean, honestly, Joe, you have to really make the distinction between an organization that takes your mind hostage from the minute you walk in that you are required to be there, 2.5 hours a day, that your eternity is at stake, that you, the planet, every man, woman, and child on this planet, their lives are at stake with what we do in Scientology.
Don't you think the people who are like super hardcore
no.
fundamentalist Christians
Okay,
believe that?
you said fundamentalists. Okay, so
Right.
I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about are what I witnessed as a child with my grandma. My grandma lived down the street from her church. We would walk in on the way to get, sausage and meatballs and things she needed to make her sauce. And she'd go in and light a candle for her friend Connie, or she'd go in and light a candle because I lost my brain, or she'd pray to this saint or that saint. And when I was scared at night, she would say, pray to this person, pray to, do your cross, and God's going to protect you when you sleep. And here's your angel, and, here's your little, she would give me little, the things on the necklaces and stuff, and she'd say, and I believed for that night that saint was protecting me, or that God was protecting me. And those
It
moments,
gave you comfort.
It gave me comfort. And so that's why I tell my daughter, I don't want you to believe in anything, although I did baptize her as a Catholic. I said, I want you to really find your way with some kind of spirituality, but I'm going to baptize you Catholic because I feel you need some kind of foundation, but I don't want you to be forced to believe in anything, but I want you to believe in something, or you're going to fall for anything. And I didn't have structure as a child. I had Scientology. And
But that's a structure, right?
Well, I mean a real religious base.
A real religious base.
Correct. And that's
Have you ever heard the
what-
difference between a cult and a religion? This is a beautiful quote.
What is it?
Cult's bullshit. It's created by one person. That person knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
Right. Did you come up with that?
No,
Seems very Jewish.
no. It's just something I read.
Yeah, I like it. But
Yeah.
it's true. So so that was my experience of religion. Now I know people feel very differently about religion being forced down their throat, but I would have kind of loved, going with my family every Sunday to church.
Mhm.
I think it created, when I saw my father doing that with his other daughters, I was a little bit jealous that we didn't have that.
Right.
That we didn't get Easter dresses, and it wasn't a big thing because we didn't have that growing
It
up.
gives you comfort, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's also I'm trying to look. It doesn't cost $250,000, to get up to this level that I explained to you. And by the end of it, if you have made millions, that you're going to give those millions away. It is a requirement. That's not a requirement in other religions. That you are not allowed to talk to certain people. That now I understand that there are other cults that do that. And I do call those things a cult because I don't think any organization, any church should tell people who they can and cannot talk to, what they can and cannot read, what they should and shouldn't do.
Mhm.
The person should make their own decisions based on the information that's given to them or information that they find on their own.
Right.
It's very different. This is a pay before you go proposition. There are repercussions to leaving. Nobody knows that I went in and out of a Catholic church the other day and lit a candle. Nobody's calling me saying, where are you? Why are you not here? Who are you talking to? You need to come in. We're going to start working on your family, destroying your family. Who does
I
that?
understand what you're saying, but there's different styles of behavior patterns that exist in all sorts of religions. Like Buddhism is radically different than Islam, and there's different requirements that they ask of the people. And a lot of it is based on the environment that these religions were established in, based on how long these things have gone on for, whether or not the people that are a part of that religion have gone through the Enlightenment, like what different factors played a part in what standards they uphold today and what make people. But my issue is always with subscribing to predetermined patterns of behavior and ideologies where they indoctrinate you on specific ways to think.
And that's what this is.
Yeah, that's what a lot of religions are. I mean, it's a real issue with human beings.
Well, my grandmother, of course, was
As
raised.
mine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Raised to think a certain way about people or lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
and but she had the choice to be friends with somebody who maybe wasn't those things.
Right, sure.
She had a choice.
Yeah.
We don't have choice.
No, it's pretty obvious that some, especially in particular the way you're describing Scientology, it's far more suppressive than most and far more rigid in its behavior patterns.
That's right.
And they force you into these behavior patterns, and it's incredibly difficult to break behavior patterns,
Right.
especially when you believe firmly in your heart that this is the right way to be.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's justified because you're clearing the planet.
It's just amazing that they don't have to pay taxes. Like, that's
Well-
such stunning if you look at their doctrine. If you look at
But
all
that's
the
the thing. Where there have been judges that should have looked into the doctrine, they said it's not. We cannot actually look into the doctrine.
Mhm.
But they need to understand that you need to look into the doctrine where it's abusive, and hurting
Right.
people.
Yeah.
If your doctrine calls for you to hurt people, hurt children, the government does need to step in. You're right. It
Yeah.
does. I agree.
Well, it just for absolutely the accusations about the Sea Org and about people making $15 a week and about these people that are essentially working as
No, that's not illegal.
indentured
But that's
servants.
not,
It's not.
illegal. They sign up for it.
So as long as you sign up for it and sign that $1 billion contract,
Mhm.
you're not subject to any minimum wage laws or anything along those lines.
No. And by the way, Joe, I'm not really that smart enough to speak on these things because people think that my agenda is to take away their tax exempt status. I would love for that to happen, but that's not the reason for the show. The
You
reason
just
for
want to
the
express
show-
yourself and be honest about
No,
your
I want-
experiences and help other
They're
people
not my
be
experiences.
free.
These are other people's experiences.
But
I'm-
yours too.
Well, but because I know it's true, because I experienced it, I'm co-signing. And I'm saying, if you're going to bully somebody, bully me, bully A&E, but I'm going to let these people tell their stories because they're telling the truth.
Right.
Yeah. And if we weren't telling the truth, you would have sued us. So cut the shit already.
Well, that's what's interesting is the disclaimer at the end of your episode.
The end of
too.
our episode, it's in 100 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
bullshit, but they got to do it. I
Well, I
understand.
think it's smart. It's smart to do it. You
It's
know?
a lot to me. It's annoying. Every time
Yeah.
I see it, I roll my eyes. I mean, every time I see it, I go. "Nyeh." I understand it, but it's annoying because what we're saying is true.
Mhm.
Again, this is a litigious group. Okay, they're not going to shy away from any lawsuit. If they could have sued us, they would have. But they know what we're saying is true. These are the policies of the church. Here's the thing: what they should do is go, yeah, we subscribe to these policies. You don't fucking like it, don't be part of our church. But don't say we're all lying.
Right.
It's right there on the internet, you assholes. I have the books in my freaking garage.
Right.
What are you yawning about?
Not yawning at all.
I felt like you were.
No. I'm just thinking. Now your current state right now, like doing this show and having all these people, I feel like you're helping a lot of them for sure, because you're getting their message out there. And again, it's a very heartbreaking message when you see these people and they're not in contact with their children and they're not in contact with loved ones.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine my daughter doing those videos, going, "My mother just wants to make a buck. I'm disgusted by my mother. I'm disgusted that she's my mother." I would be
It's crazy.
devastated.
No, it's crazy.
And I'm one of the lucky ones. You know, like these things didn't happen to me, Joe. I wasn't molested. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't physically hurt. I wasn't. My kids didn't disconnect from me. My mother didn't disconnect from me. I have my mother during the holidays. I have my sisters. I have my husband.
Now, your life must have revolved around the church in a very big way socially.
Yeah.
What is that like now? Like all those people, they've written you off, right?
Yeah, it's sad. I'm sad for them because our relationship was obviously dependent on our relationship to the Church of Scientology.
You can understand that, right? From them being brainwashed
No, because they knew.
right.
So for my church to say Leah's an enemy of our church, my friend should have said bullshit.
Well, aren't you kind of an enemy of them now, though?
I don't know why I would be. They know we're telling the truth.
Right, but that truth is very damaging to their
Why is it
organization.
damaging?
Because their
This
organization
the
is
policies of the church.
right. You're right. No, I'm not saying
Be
you're saying
proud.
anything
Stand
wrong.
behind it. Say you don't like it. Don't be part of it.
Why do that?
Why?
Because they're doing some fucked up things.
Maybe they say they're the epitome of morality. They're the elite of mankind. They're saving the planet. So when you go on their website and see that they say that they're the largest growing religion, they are the only ones with the solution to life, to man's ills. I'm not making this up. Okay, so
Right.
when you make those kinds of claims, you then stand behind it. Say that's right. That's right. We
I
don't
understand what
believe
you're
in other things. We think you're all lost. We are extremists. We are bigots, and these are our beliefs. And don't join us. We obviously have enough money.
Do you communicate with any of the people?
They're not allowed to talk to me. As
So
a matter of fact,
no
I've
one.
seen celebrities who talk shit to me on Twitter and social media, not directly at me, and they run from me. They run from me at parties. And they're lucky. They're lucky that they run. Because honestly, I don't mind you talking shit. Just when you see me, back it up. That's all. Just back it up
Who
when you
talks shit
see
about
me.
you? Can you say
I don't want to
names?
name. You want to know why I don't want to name a name, Joe?
Yes.
Because I don't want to give them that much credit. I don't want to give them that. You could just name any celebrity that you know, like that's a Scientologist. Who do we have? We have Kirstie Alley. We have Tom Cruise.
Kirstie Alley's still in?
What? She called me a bigot. Yeah, she's big
You're a
time.
bigot?
I'm a bigot.
Because you don't like Scientology?
Right. But I wasn't a bigot when I didn't like anybody else but Scientologists, right? Because that's what Scientology. I was very much a bigot. And she knows it.
Who else
because
is in?
she is.
Greta Van Susteren. She's deep.
Greta Van Susteren, Danny Masterson,
I don't know who that is.
Laura Prepon. She was on the 70s show.
Oh, yeah. She's in, right?
Laura Prepon. Juliette Lewis, her brother Lightfield Lewis.
She seems so
Lightfield Lewis was just at a
balanced.
wedding. Juliette Lewis's brother, who I grew up with, Lightfield, okay, in the Scientology community. He was filming a wedding. He was doing the video.
Mhm.
He literally ran from me and my husband at a wedding, and he was videoing the wedding. So whatever that shot was. And my husband even said to him, like he said, hi. He goes, "Hey, Lightfield," and he ran, and the other band members doing about singing, right? The other girl said, "Is he okay? Is he?" And he's like, "Oh, he's just saying."
Who else is there? Who else?
from me.
I'm ignorant as to how many celebrities are Scientologists. I don't know.
Beck. Well, I'm trying to.
Beck's a weird one.
Why?
Well, because he's a musician.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like a uber creative. You would think that person's like super open-minded. He comes out with a song like "I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?"
Did he come
Yeah.
out with that song?
It's his song.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm a loser.
Are you
baby.
sure?
That's him. So why don't you kill me? Yeah, that's him.
I love that song.
It's Beck. It's like
Swear
his
to
big hit.
Yeah, are you sure?
100%.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Jamie, you know, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
this one's saying yes, so
Yeah.
I believe him because he seems Beck-ish,
Yeah.
like a Beck, like he would be a 9 Inch Nails person.
That's Jamie. He wears Yeezys.
Oh, really?
Look at him.
Douche. So douchey. You're just giving me an image.
Who else? Who else is in deep? Jenna Elfman, right?
Jenna Elfman.
She's still in deep.
Deep.
Whatever happened to her?
She
had that big show. Like,
I don't know. We all go up and down in our careers. You know, that's the
Right.
thing too. Is like I like how the church tries to measure. Like she's an actress, past her time. I was like, oh,
the church says that.
oh yeah, that's on my website.
How's anyone past their time if you're still alive and acting, right? I mean,
Yeah, I was famous.
Betty White's not past her time.
I was famous enough when I was in.
Right. Oh, now you're past your time. That's what they're saying about you. Oh, hilarious. That's
And
adorable.
by the way, you can't measure people. Like we have an up and down career. That's
Right.
our life. But I don't need to work. I want to work. I love what I do. I love acting. I love making people laugh. But I don't need to do it.
Right.
You only need one solid hit in your life. You know that.
Right.
This is my passion. This is something that I always wanted to do. As far as helping people, this is why I was in Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
I loved helping people. It was everything to me. If somebody needed help, I was there. I just love it. That's why I know, like, to talk shit about these people, I know in their hearts they really believe they're helping. Even attacking me is helping.
Right.
So I don't really want to call these people out like this specific person, but at least have the balls to back it up when you see me.
So you believe they just have misguided intentions, but
As
their
I did.
intentions are correct, as
Yes.
you did at one point in time
Yes,
too.
and
So
I
you're
would-
uniquely
I
qualified.
would call anybody a liar, a bigot. I would tell the Xenu story is a lie. It's crazy. You sound crazy.
What is the
You're saying
Xenu
it.
story?
This is the story. This is how they got to be attached to our bodies. The Xenu story is they got packaged. What is it? You can Google
They
it.
fell into a
Computer.
volcano, or they got dropped into a volcano or something.
They got packaged. Like there was a planet that existed like this. It looked like this, and then the Lord Xenu thought that there was too many people on the planet, so he packaged all these people up.
Is that OT8 stuff?
No, I think it's OT3 stuff.
OT3. And then what happens like at OT8? Your
Okay,
mom's
so-
out now,
well,
right?
Hold on. Yeah, so hold on. So you were told from the very beginning of Scientology that you have a reactive mind.
Mm.
And so in Dianetics, you are running out these bad experiences that you've had, maybe this lifetime, maybe last lifetime, maybe lifetimes ago. So you're told that you have a reactive mind, and we're going to take it away. We're going to find it, and we're going to take it away. So you don't even know that you have it until you're told you have it, right? So you run all these like things, these incidents. Like you'll get a picture in your head. Oh, I'm getting a picture that I was like a French, I don't know, medieval times, whatever. They're like, that's okay.
Right.
You don't have to believe it. Just say it. Just say what it is. Yes, and then I was burned at the stake. I was a witch. Obviously, I was in Salem, but I was burned because I have a problem with fire. You know, and you're making up these things as you go, and then you're like, I think I'm making these up. And then there's a policy that says the person's going to say by Ellen Herbert that they're making it up, but they're not making it up. These are real pictures of real past lives. I don't know. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the time you get to OT8, you're told, okay, so what wasn't true? All of that was a lie. You made that up. But what is, like, what aren't you? So I'm not a body. I'm not a arm. I'm not a this. I was never Louis. I was never that guy that I said. I was never a witch in Salem. I was never. So that's what OT8 is. That you're basically told what wasn't true. What are you? Like, what are you really? I'm just me is the answer.
How did your mom get out?
My mom got off that ship and she said, I'm never going back.
Why is
Never
that?
doing another thing. She goes, bullshit.
But she thought it was okay when you were going through your OT3 thing, and they're explaining to you that you're covered with bugs.
You're not ready.
Beans.
You're not. What didn't you understand? Do we need to go back? Baby, do we need to do
No, we don't. But
Okay.
I'm laughing. I'm just joking around.
Okay.
Little beans, not bugs.
Like
Sorry.
you and I,
Right,
she
right,
got a
got
body.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
So your mom got all the way past that,
Yes,
and something she decided at one point in time is bullshit.
it wasn't from me.
What was it that she
She
decided?
couldn't tell me that.
Oh.
If she would have told me that would have stopped me from going. They would have pulled me in immediately.
So when did she think it was bullshit?
I don't know, TA.
Oh,
But
so
she,
she got to the
but
top.
she can't tell me she thinks it's bullshit. I'm still coming up behind her.
Right.
If I that if she then pulled me in and said, Leah, this is bullshit, like I don't want you to continue, then I would have turned her in. I would have,
Oh.
you know what I'm saying? It would have, they would have gone to work on me and
Oh
your
my
mother. You need to
God.
disconnect from your mother. She didn't want me to disconnect from her.
That's so
She didn't want to lose her
complicated.
family. So you learn to be quiet.
It's so complicated.
It is complicated, and it takes years and years of this. You don't just, it doesn't happen overnight.
So your mom
happens-
got to OTA, so she had to go to the ship.
Yeah.
And is it the wackiest of the wacky when she got to there and she's like, this is nonsense, I'm
She
done?
was just happy to be done. It was almost like she was free.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what happens when she left? Did they go, hey, where are you going?
No. She, you know, after you're done, they let you off the ship.
Right?
You complete it, you get a cert, and that's it.
And then you don't have to go every day anymore?
No. And now, but they
Really?
created more OTAs now, so she would have been called back in.
They created more.
Yeah.
So you get to 8 and you're like, look, we just went to the vault.
Right.
We uncovered a scroll.
Right. We found some writings of L. Ron Hubbard before he passed. And I swear to God, it's not even a lie, and you believe it. Joe, don't laugh at me, because I feel bad for people.
I do too.
Looking back, I go, you know, we were all went into it like with a good heart, like we believed what they were saying. It was like, what do you mean you just found it? L. Ron Hubbard said it was the end of the bridge, it was OTA. And we spent our whole life doing this. Like, you want there to be a definite end, you know, so
Right.
you can live your life a little bit.
It's just incredible that a science fiction writer could create something like this that's so poorly written
Yeah, but
and poorly
nobody,
thought out.
we only knew of his science fiction writing, like, from him telling us, but it wasn't like we were knew L. Ron Hubbard as a science fiction writer.
But there must be some knowledge of it, otherwise Battlefield Earth would have been
Oh,
made.
of course. They have a whole building they have a whole literary
Right.
building on Hollywood Boulevard called Arthur Services. And it's all dedicated to L. Ron Hubbard's publishing. And you walk in, you think this man is a serious writer. Like, this is somebody who was really well accomplished in this
For people who
world.
don't know, he wrote more books, he wrote more stuff, more fiction than any human being that's ever lived, ever.
Is that true?
Yes, he wrote more fiction than anyone who has
Oh,
ever
that says
walked the
something.
face of the
Doesn't that say
planet.
something about his
He
OT
made up more shit than anyone who ever lived. So he wrote down more shit that never really happened
Right.
than anyone who ever lived.
Right.
But the Scientology stuff, he was telling the truth about.
Right. But you don't make that. You don't think that. You know what I'm saying? You don't make that distinction. You don't. You're reading Dianetics because it's a self-help book.
Right.
Like you were searching for something bigger. You know, most people are looking for that. And so when you read that book and you're like, oh, I could cure myself of psychosomatic ills. And,
Right. Well, that was a big part of Going Clear, is that it seems pretty obvious that he was going through some issues himself, and he was trying to self-diagnose
Well, he
himself.
cured himself of blindness, he said. So, and you believe it. You want to believe it. You know?
Mm.
You want to believe, like, I can cure myself of things. I am the cause of my own well-being by my own thoughts, and I don't want this reactive mind. And you know, that makes sense, right? When people say, have you ever done anything that is uncontrollable to you, that you know is damaging to you? And you're like, yeah, every day. I don't want to make bad decisions. Well, that's because it's your reactive mind.
Right.
It's beneath you. It's in your subconscious, deep in your subconscious. And we're gonna help you find those areas, and we're gonna help you to stop making bad decisions. And who doesn't want that?
Right.
And you believe it. You know, you go from maybe, you know, punching somebody in the face, you know, for looking at you a certain way, to being able to control your emotions. You're like, oh, okay, maybe this is working. Oh, okay, I used to do drugs. Now I don't. You know, in Kirsty's case, it saved her life. So if she believes that it saved her life, it saved her life. I'm not taking that away
Right.
from her. I'm not taking away your gains and your wins. But don't take away the fact that you know I'm telling the truth. And don't come for me when you know I'm telling the truth, because then we do have a fucking problem.
Well, it seems like, yeah, I mean, that they're a clan, you know, and you are opposing the clan, you know.
But they know it's true.
Right.
So I have listen, if you didn't know it was true, then I'm like, oh, she's unaware. She knows it's true. So to come for me is kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy, right? Like, what is the predominant criticism amongst these people? They can't say you're lying, right?
Yes, they say I'm lying. They
About
say
what?
We're all lying, baby, not just me. We're all lying. Any person who's spoken out against the truth is lying. We are bigots. We are invalidating their religious beliefs. We are telling them that something didn't help them. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's. If you feel you've been helped, you've been helped. However, you know the truth, and now you have a responsibility. But what they think is, I don't want to have a problem. Scientology helps me, and so that's all I care about. So
Right.
you don't give a shit about abuses. You don't care that children were being molested and these things were being hidden. You don't care that
What
people
children
are
are being
beaten.
molested?
Honey, if you even just Google what I just said, Scientology and child molestation, you will come upon website after website of people saying, I was molested while I was in the church. And the church did nothing about it. I'm not alleging it. This is what I've read. This is what I've seen.
Right.
And I've been in.
'Cause I hadn't heard that.
Well, you can hear it. You're gonna hear it
Okay.
because people are becoming more and more vocal about what's happened to them. And so, if I seem overly passionate about this subject, it's because I have heard these stories over and over again behind the scenes. I have heard stories of people being abused, children being abused, mentally, physically, sexually, and I'm only me with a show. You know, A&E can't do anything other than just let me tell these stories.
Right.
So I'm virtually, and Mike Rinder and other avenues that we really can't talk about. I'm trying to do something right by these people. And so the last thing that I want to be bothered with is bullshit from a celebrity who knows that we're telling the truth about what we have already spoken about, but to be interested enough to maybe find out what I am talking about now.
Right. Well, the Greta Van Susteren one is really odd because she's a news person. She's supposed to be a television news journalist, right? I mean, isn't that what she
I
does?
don't know. Yes, but why? Why is that?
Because I would just assume, like, you would want your news from someone who doesn't believe a bunch of wacky shit.
Well, that in her defense, I mean, who knows what any person believes?
True.
However, the distinction that I'm glad you did make is when you are hearing about abuses, when you are hearing about things that are happening that are hurting people, you then do need to say, I'm aligned with this organization, and so I do need to find out.
Right. How long has she been in it?
I think most of her life.
There's a lot of people like that, right? Get
Yeah.
indoctrinated as a child.
Always. Yes.
Have you received emails or any sort of contact from people who your show benefited and it was the catalyst for them leaving?
No, for leaving? No,
Yeah.
I have, we've received tons of emails of people who said, I'm glad you told me that. I'm glad I watched your show. I'm well informed now. I will never step into a church of Scientology.
But what about people leaving because of it?
You're not getting Scientologists watching the show.
Right.
You'd
No, but they have shows, right?
maybe
They do have TV,
you don't
right?
have to be on the fringe. Well, average Scientologists do, but they're not watching shows like this. You'd have to pay for that. Literally, Joe. Like, you'd have to go in the next day and pay to have your own interrogation and punishment handed to you for watching a show like ours or going clear. After a while, you just gotta want the punishment. Especially if you believe that I am the devil. If you believe that I am a liar, that I have crossed over to another side, that I'm not to be listened to, why would you support somebody who's talking shit about you and your faith or your family and people you love? Would you go out of your way to listen to them? Maybe. But the average person doesn't want to seek out things that they think are damaging.
What kind of blowback have you received from this? Like, and what kind of blowback is a guy like Paul Haggis or Lawrence Wright or any of these people?
Well, Paul had to watch his family go on his website that the Church of Scientology created and watch his family talk about him. Disconnect.
Because they're still in it.
Because they're still in it. Disconnect from him. As every single person who's been on the show. They've been followed, they've been harassed, they have PIs following them, they have people showing up at their jobs, they're getting mail all of a sudden. Like, people who don't even have never stepped into a church are getting mail connected to me. Mail at their house. I mean, like, have never stepped into a church of Scientology. The girl does my eyebrows. She's like, I don't know. I said, you've never stepped into a church of Scientology? She said, never. She's getting mail for the first time from church of Scientology. It's just crazy. But that's just a little anecdote. But to have your family make videos of you, to not talk to you, to refuse to see you, their own grandchildren, That's just something I can't deal with. But also now, what I'm dealing with now is hearing stories of these people who've been silenced for years, the pain that they've had to deal with and sustain through these years. The fact that they're normal in any way is a miracle. And so I hope to do something with them, and I hope to make some change.
What are the positive aspects of Scientology, and how do you think it benefited you? And do you think it's possible to take some of those positive aspects and either reform that organization or form another organization that doesn't try to control people's thinking, but maybe tries to encourage the positive benefits of being a part of a group?
I couldn't promote anything good about it because I know it's an all-in proposition.
Right, but isn't there some
Yeah, you can
benefits?
read books, and you can always buy the books if you want to buy books. But I mean, I don't think there's. Go to a therapist now, and I bring up concepts, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that was psychology, my psych one." I'm like, "What?"
Right, a lot of it is from that. A lot of it's from that.
This existed.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I believe in finding things that work for you. I don't think it's one thing. The one thing that my therapist teaches me is that it's not just one thing. You get something from here, you get something from there. It's knowledges. Scientology is not about knowledges. It's about us.
And this therapy thing is very new to you. You never went through any therapy.
No, as a matter of fact, my first thing that I said to her is, I just want you to know that I think I know more than you. I was taught as a Scientologist that you have wasted your life going to college. I could do for a person in 5 minutes on this e-meter what you're going to do with me in 5 years. Like,
and what did your therapist say?
I understand what you feel. And she said, that spirituality and religion should have nothing to do with the ego. That stayed with me for a second. I was like, I have a huge ego. She's right. Scientologists believe that they have the answers. And when you believe that, you have shut yourself off to the fruits of observation, to experiencing other people, to opening your heart up to things. I mean, it shuts you off completely.
So you feel like this is a part of you that you're re-exploring, or exploring maybe, for the first time.
The non-cologne thing is like, I'm so judgy about it, but I'm willing to maybe change my mind.
My non-cologne thing. I'm sure you've seen that video of Tom Cruise, where it's got the Mission Impossible sort of soundtrack playing in the background. He's talking about a car accident. If you stumble upon a car accident, that you are the one who has to take care of it because you're a Scientologist. You're the only one who can handle that.
And you believe that when you're a Scientologist. You are not only taught that we are the only ones doing anything, that you are the only ones. That's why it was so shocking to me when no one in my church was willing to stand with me. I was like, wow, so we are not those people who stand up, right? We're the people who look the other way. Because you're all looking the other way. Because of Tom, because of Dave Miscavige, because you have no balls. Really? Are we those people? Because the truth of the matter is, when there was an accident, Joe, I did stop. I am that person that stops and say, are you
so that's one of the positive benefits of Scientology.
Well, you feel that you're responsible for everything.
And you felt like you wanted help as well.
Always.
You felt you could help and you wanted to help.
Always.
That's a positive thing, right?
You're right. And all Scientologists do think they're helping.
Right. So there's got to be some... one of the things that I found about a lot of Scientologists...
No, that's a huge ego.
Yes.
So if you think you're the only one doing anything...
Right.
By the way, there are other people who stop. But I believed that it was because I was a Scientologist that I stopped.
Right.
But then I saw in life, I was like, wait a minute, there's good people in the world. They have no interest, no ulterior motive, no vested interest in helping somebody.
Right.
They're like, I'm almost shocked, like with the show. That's why, like in the last episode, I was in tears. I was a mess because I was shocked by the goodness of people, that I thought the world was so screwed. Because of Scientology, because I thought we were the only good people in the world. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
That sounds so stupid and juvenile.
It doesn't, though. It completely makes sense. And honestly, from someone who's lived their entire life indoctrinated in that ideology, and you've only been out for 4 years, you're showing a remarkable amount of self-insight and a remarkable amount of ability to examine the flaws of your past thinking.
And current.
Yeah, and current. Yeah,
because every day I'm like, that's really messed up, Leah.
but to abandon the foundation that you've kind of established your entire life on, it's got to be insanely difficult. And to do it in your 40s after all these years of being involved in this crazy sort of organization, it's very admirable. It's very hard. It would be way easier for you to just stay inside your comfort zone, keep doing all your nonsense, get up to OT 55 or whatever the fuck it is now, and just keep paying the money and keep your friends.
Right.
Do you miss any of your friends that were in it?
No, I only miss the children of, like my goddaughter. And, because I see her, she lives in my neighborhood.
And she can't talk to you.
Well, her mother can't talk to me. She doesn't know me now. I delivered her,
Right.
delivered her in the hospital. And then I moved my friend close to me down the street so she could be in a certain school district. And then I'd be able to be with my goddaughter. And I see her in the neighborhood, and she can't talk to me. So the girl, my goddaughter doesn't know me. She wouldn't know to come to me because she's now only, 5, 6, you know what I'm saying?
Right. How are they hanging on? How do they
They
stay?
have amassed $3 billion in assets.
$3 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so it's going to take a few good men and women to stand up with us and get interested. Like I said, there's been a few public figures to publicly come out. You're now one of them. Conan is another one, and Bill Maher. Like, there's some people with some balls that are willing to say this is bullshit and we should be doing something about it. The world at large is supportive of me and the people who are contributing to the show. Amazingly supportive. Social media has been amazing to us. And as well, A&E, very brave to do a show like this. This is the first time of its kind. I mean, a series about it. Took some balls on their part. They pussied out with the swingers, but okay.
I think they probably had to do that for their lawyers.
So I think more and more people are coming out. More and more people are being supportive, but we need more people in the public eye to say this is it. We need to do something.
What has it been like doing press for this and promoting it? Like, what have been the varied reactions from people that you've had to talk to?
It's not been varied. It's been very supportive. I'm beyond touched by it. Like, I didn't know what I was going to get. I didn't know if I was going to get people who were going to, kind of walk the line and go, well, I don't know, I mean,
right.
the one problem I had was with Dan, because I felt, Dan knew enough. Dan was provided with enough. We've talked to him enough. Dan Harris. For 20 years.
Oh, right.
I was like, we can't be impartial about things we shouldn't be impartial about. Like, come on, there's certain things in the world you need to stand up to, right? And I want people to feel that power, whether it's this cult or other cults or a political party or agenda. Like, I feel people have the power to do something. I think that's becoming more and more evident. And I think people need to start standing up for what they believe in. They can do something. And we get asked that all the time. Like, what can I do? I say, call your congressman. Call them and say, I want you to look into this. I want you to do something about this. If you're a lawyer who could do something, you should contact us. If you're somebody who has knowledge of something that could help us prosecute, you need to come forward. Because a lot of the stories that we told, statute of limitations on these abuses have already passed, and it's their words against 100 others. Like, let's say we walked in right now to that base that I was telling you about. Most of them wouldn't leave. They don't know what's going on out here, babe. They don't know that what's they're being told is not happening. You know what I mean? They don't know.
Right.
So I would love to do that. I would love to walk into those gates of the FBI and say, hey, you all who want to come with me now, and we're going to take care of you. And I've asked Mike Render that many times. Mike's like, they won't go with you. I'll stand there and say, what are you talking about? You've been beaten. I beat you. You beat me. He beat you.
Beat people?
You know what I'm saying? Well, yes.
You gotta beat people?
He had to rough some people up, and he admits it in the show.
But not you. You didn't beat anybody. Did you have to smack anybody
I
around?
mean, in general, because I did.
On the show?
I've been into a few fights.
Have you?
Clubs.
You've been in fights in clubs, but you don't drink.
Well, I did drink, Joe.
You did bad things while you were in the group,
I did.
and you
And
got
maybe
lit up
an
and
out.
cracked some people.
Yeah, but that's cocaine. I blame Brooklyn.
Blame Brooklyn. That's strange.
Okay. I don't blame anybody but myself and my bad attitude.
But did they ever make you smack anybody or anything like that?
No, it's not about smacking. It's about
But he had to do that,
having-
right? He had to beat people.
gave him a scabbage. This is what they have said, and
Mhm.
they said it under oath. David Miscavige, under his direction, has, and they have admitted to that. But where they admitted it, there'd be 20 people who said they're lying.
Now, is this like a punishment thing? Like, are they flogging these people?
It's
are
like
they-
they had a policy called overboarding when the ship was where the Sea Org lived, and they would overboard somebody who was out of line.
so throw them overboard.
Correct. And so now,
So you toss them in the water.
right, and so now you don't have overboarding because you don't have ship, right?
Well, when you
So
say toss them in the water, they pull them back out, or fuck you,
Yeah, I'm sure
swim
they
to
threw him a
shore.
line. I'm sure they threw him a line. I'm sure, yes, they got back on the boat, but it was a form of punishment. It was
Right,
called
it was-
overboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they've just assimilated that to be like, we don't have a boat, so we might as well crack him in the mouth or break his finger.
They don't have a boat anymore.
No. Well, they have the free winds, but they don't have a Sea Org ship like they used to. Now they have bases,
They
like
sell it?
Celebrity Center. I don't know. Celebrity Center. They have the
It seems like a
Metro.
big factor. Like, what
Right.
happened to the boat?
Why are you obsessed with the boat?
Because I feel like that would be a cool thing to own the old Scientology boat, going parties. No, this is where they told the people about OT sex right in here.
Okay. Remember when I said that there was the Apollo? Okay, Joe, do we need to? There was a boat. That's
Right.
what started the Sea Org.
No, I
That was
understand.
called the Apollo.
Yeah.
Where they give OT8
Mm-hmm.
is called the Freeway. They still
What's-
have that.
That's a different boat.
Yes.
Okay, that boat's still around.
That boat's still around.
Where's that boat?
So you can buy that boat. Probably in the Bahamas.
Oh, that's where they go. It's
Yeah.
a good place to party and learn about
They're
Thetans.
not Thetans,
Thetan.
and it's not partying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No partying at all.
No party.
But when they do have a party,
Yeah.
like if they have a big old celebration, like I saw the one
Like,
celebration.
well, I would go to the gala every year. in
Oh, the
August.
gala.
Yeah, it's the Celebrity Center.
And what happens there?
We listen to speeches about how much Scientology is accepted in the community by the LAPD. And,
The LAPD
uh-huh.
talks.
LAPD.
So they
For
contribute
mayors-
a bunch of money to the
Mayors.
LAPD.
Yes, they give. They started a thing called the Police Activities Fund.
Ah.
League. Sorry, the police. And I contributed to it, and I helped it. And they put on a show for the kids every Christmas at Celebrity Center, and they give the money, the proceeds, to what they created, which is called the Police Activities League. And they present the LAPD with money for children.
Well, that sounds great.
It's great, but
So
listen, it's purposeful.
Right.
There's the policy called safe pointing the community, and that's what they're doing. And I did it,
Mhm.
so I know what it's about, right? You appear as if your intentions are pure, so that you then have maybe favors like this happening, where somebody files a police report and gets screwed with.
God. Where do you think this is going? Like, where do you anticipate your battle with this
I
taking?
don't have a battle. I hope that
You kind of do.
no, because I Joe, if you receive the calls that I receive, like when I'm not working on the show, 'cause, I'm the executive producer of the show, so they're not safe to just call anybody. They're not going to call A&E. It's Mike, me and Mike. We're the ones
Right.
who have to vet these stories, and kind of people trust us because they know we're telling the truth. They know that we have their best interests at heart and telling the story correctly.
Right.
And when you talk to these people, when I talk to them behind the scenes, it's every piece of me not to break down. I have to be kind of their auditor, you know what I mean? Their Scientology auditor to keep my shit together. But when I hang up, I'm devastated by it. Like, ugh, I've been part of this thing, you know what I mean? Like,
And how many
I'm getting
people are in it
teary-eyed
now?
talking about it now.
How many people are in it?
Maybe 10,000 worldwide.
That's it?
Well, it gives the appearance, because I thought, like, at these big events at the Shrine Auditorium that they have every year, right? They show what Scientology is doing. They use things like hundreds of millions and these really kind of electrifying statistics, right? And we bought this building and we bought that building, and that would indicate growth,
Right.
right? That's the subliminal message here, you know?
Yeah.
There's people in there, but there are just buildings. But you believe that those buildings are being
So they just
filled
bought
with
some
people.
buildings.
Well, they have to for tax purposes, right? And the appearance that it's growing.
Oh.
But they have to get offload some of this money.
Do you have an end game with all this?
My end game is just to tell these people stories, to validate that their pain is real. I'm not going to let the church bully them or Scientology bully them into believing that they made it up, that they're out to get money or fame. You don't make money doing this show.
Right.
You know, I'm not saying.
And how long are you doing it for? Like how many?
I don't know.
How many episodes have you done?
We've only done 8 and then 2 specials. You know, like some, you know, the Reddit specials that we've done. But, you know, there's a whole other. There's a lot of stories to be told. I didn't even scratch the surface. So how many stories are we going to tell? I don't know. What's my end game? My end game is that these stories get out there, that people get incensed enough where this church, well, I have to call it a church, this organization is held responsible for the things that they have done. And they stop destroying families. I mean, there's so many tiers to it that I don't know where it ends. I don't know where it ends. But
So there's no plan as far as like
I
how
don't
long
have a
to
plan
continue
other
this,
than
or
you're going to stop hurting people. That's it. You're going to take some responsibility for what you've done. These stories are real. These are not liars. People don't say they were hurt and molested. They don't go on television for fame. They don't get money from doing that. They don't get money from doing that. Who wants to go on television and say, I was coerced into getting an abortion? And who does that for fame? Really? You know, I was hit. I was abused. I was sexually molested. I allowed this to happen. These things are not easy for people to admit to.
right?
You know, you think it's easy for me to say I was, you know, I believed in this my whole life, that my mother believed in it her whole life, that my stuff, like, we gave our life to this thing.
Well, you're very fortunate. Your mother made it
So
out too.
fortunate. God, I've been here a long time ago.
Yeah,
I'm sweating.
that's okay. We'll wrap this up. But
You know how I feel about sweat. Like, I can't even wait to get the shirt off.
you don't like sweat?
Well, depends. I mean, I do like sweat, but I don't like it when I'm dressed.
Okay. All right. You like naked sweatiness. Congratulations on that.
Yeah.
But no, I think you're very brave, and I think what you're
Oh,
doing,
thank
not
you.
just in it's like what you're doing with your show, but the way you're admitting your own personal demons and the battles that you're having with your own mind, trying to sort of reformulate your view of the world and figure out who you are. You know, I
Thank
think
you.
it's very important.
And
It's
thank you
very important
for-
for people to hear.
Thank you, baby. And honestly, I really thank you for having me, because it doesn't come without some repercussions to it.
I'm sure.
But I want you to know that I appreciate it. I really do.
Listen, my pleasure. And let's say hi again, and not over some wackiness like this after all these years.
Joe,
It's been funny. I haven't seen you in so long.
I gotta tell you, the 7 minutes before we started this, we had a very funny conversation.
It was very funny.
No, seriously. Would you
It
talk
was.
about it up here?
Would I?
We're
Yeah,
not
for
gonna do
sure.
it now,
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
but I think there's something there. I don't know.
Okay.
There's something funny about what we were talking about.
Yes.
Now everybody's gonna say, what was it?
What was it?
What was it, Joe?
Smells and things,
Oh, it smells and things.
periods. Good night, everybody. Leah Remney, your show, when is it on?
Well, it's done now.
Yeah, but what,
Oh, I think you can see it online.
Yeah.
On A&E. Well, it's on A&E all the
right,
time,
it's,
but
they show it constantly. It was on just a couple nights ago.
yes, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, they're airing the shit out of it.
Yeah.
So, if people want to follow any of this, is there a website they can go
Yes,
to?
I think they can go to. God, I should know
Just
these
any
things,
website?
right?
They'll find it. Google
Okay.
it. Google it, folks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
baby.
Bye, everybody.
Was that good?
Unanimous decision. We'll talk more about it in Swamp Watch coming up. Okay, so for about 6 weeks at Cal State LA, a group of pro-Palestinian protesters were were just encamped.
Yes.
They were just
We're live,
there.
Ben Shapiro.
Hey, how's it going, dude?
I'm pretty good. How's it going with you, man?
It's going well. I love the new day.
Thank
I haven't been here since you finished it over, and I walked in. I thought to myself, I've been doing my business wrong. I mean, you got what, 3 employees?
Yeah, there's not that many folks working on this.
Yeah, I mean, so in my offices, we have like 80, and our offices are not near this school. So I'm going to go back to my office and fire everyone and then have your folks come in at design, because I mean, it's either a lot of people or I could have cars in my office.
Yeah, but you wouldn't go down this route. You're more of a conservative gentleman than myself. Look at you, you're wearing a suit jacket. You're your own boss. Nobody tells you how to dress, and yet you dress like a grown-up.
Yeah, well, I won't pretend that nobody tells me how to dress. We have people who tell me how to dress. We have people who do my hair.
Do you have all that stuff? You have like fashion coats?
Yeah, because I used to. I mean, if you look at the old photos of me, I have like the Hitler haircut, like the hair. That's the only thing about me that's hilarious was my old hair, and I've got the hair that kind of comes down over the forehead. And I still walk into the office wearing basically an undershirt every day because I'm incredibly lazy when it comes to that stuff. But
You should be able to.
yeah, I mean that's the prerogative of being the boss.
Maybe you'd be more relatable. Maybe if you showed up wearing like flip flops and a t-shirt.
That kind of kills my brand, though. No?
Does it?
Like,
What is your brand exactly?
I thought it was being an asshole.
I don't think you're an asshole though.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're a very nice guy. You're just conservative.
That's the dirty little secret, though.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
But this is one of the things that bothers me so much about you being so misrepresented. When I read things about you, there was the article that we were just talking about, the alt-right sage without the rage, they called you. And you're not even remotely alt-right. In fact, you were the leading target of anti-Semitic abuse for all of 2016, weren't you?
Yeah, according to the Anti-Defamation League, which is no ally of mine. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not only am I not alt-right, I've spent the last 4 years like legitimately battling the alt-right, talking about how evil I think their ideology is, how evil I think white supremacy is. I mean, first of all, like, people with yarmulkes typically not the favorites of the alt-right. And then beyond that, I mean, I think their ideology is legitimately a devastatingly awful twist on what Western civilization is supposed to be. What was amazing is a review of my new book. And my new book has several sections in there dedicated to how terrible the alt-right is. And then the interview they did with me doesn't talk about alt-right stuff at all, but they just assume I'm on the conservative right. That must mean that I am alt-right. It's like, no, you stupid.
It's the problem with these labels. They're disingenuous. People are labeling people in a very simple manner to try to categorize them as the enemy. And instead of just addressing these points, like I love watching your debates where you do Q&As with college students and people in the audience, because you can see you agree with you or disagree with you. You have well-formulated ideas. This isn't just some bullshit that you're spouting out. You thought these things through.
I mean, I've been doing this for legitimately more than half my life. I'm 35, and I started when I was 17, and I started writing a syndicated column at that point. And when you're 17, you think a lot of dumb stuff, and then you get older and you educate yourself, and you spend a lot of time reading and a lot of time studying. Hopefully, you have some cogent arguments after 20 years of doing anything. I mean, but it's the demonization is pretty astonishing. When we had Andrew Yang, he's the only Democratic candidate who has agreed to go on the Sunday special that I did. We did a full hour on UBI. It was perfectly nice and perfectly coherent and conciliatory, and yet people will suggest that everything I do is about destroying people on the other side because of all the Ben Shapiro destroys videos.
But there are certain groups of people where that's their shtick. They're goons, right? They just go after people online for attention.
Yep.
This is a shtick. This is not you. And this is what bothers me so much. And I know that you've said some things in the past, like particularly about Arabs, and like when you were a younger man, you said, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Some of those things were taken out of context, like that one particular tweet, which is a bad tweet, was a tweet that was part of a tweet thread in which I was specifically contrasting Israel and the Hamas leadership and saying that the Israeli government likes to build, the Hamas leadership would prefer that their citizens live in sewage and bomb things. But that was a bad tweet, obviously.
Yeah.
My entire history on Muslim relations is one, like I supported the ability of Ilhan Omar to wear a hijab on the floor. I opposed President Trump's originally proposed Muslim ban. In the last 3 weeks, I've had on Majid Nawaz, I've had on Kanta Ahmed, I had on yesterday a reform Muslim. Like, these are conversations that have to be had, but to take, this is one of the things that bugs me so much. I've tweeted, I think, 140,000 times. I've written millions of words. I'm sure I can find something I don't even remember having written. that is bad. I have a running list, by the way. I try to be honest about this. I'm one of the only people I know who has. I have a running list. It's called. So here's a giant list of all the dumb stuff I've ever done.
Right.
And I actually go through all this. Like you can look it up. This is not me saying this now. I mean, you can go and look up all the things that I think I've done wrong, and I'll apologize for some, and I'll say some were dumb, and I'll say some I'm fine with, and you're just taking out of context. But I mean, I hope that's what honest people try to do.
But then this is the problem. You're not doing honest people. When people try to categorize you as alt-right, or they're trying to put you into this category of internet goon, they quote tweet that's taking some little tiny phrase that you said 7 years ago and trying to say, this is you now. That's such a disingenuous thing to do.
I hate it, and I hate it across the aisle, by the way. Like, I was a defender of James Gunn. I thought James Gunn shouldn't have been fired from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Tweets, I thought
They were just dumb jokes.
Right, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And even if somebody tweeted something bad like 10 years ago, bringing it up now is not an attempt to actually make the public space better. And you're not actually offended by that thing the person tweeted 10 years ago that you didn't notice. What it is that you want to get rid of this person or hurt this person, you're going to bring up something from 10 years ago, and then you're going to try and club them into submission with it. Because if you actually ask them their opinion about it, they might have a more nuanced view on what they said. Maybe they apologize. And maybe they think, I don't even remember saying that.
Right.
I mean, I felt the same way, by the way. I try to be consistent. I really do about this stuff. I said the same thing about, for example, Ralph Northam, the governor of Virginia, who was excoriated for having this terrible racist photo on his yearbook page back in medical school in 1987. And people were saying, well, this is evidence he's racist now. Like, well, no, that's evidence that he was doing a racist thing then. That's not evidence that he's racist now. You sort of have to look over the broad course of his career. And he ended up doing what everyone now does, which is you just don't apologize for anything. You just try to pass it off as a nothing. The public space is actually getting worse because let's say that you did something bad in the past. There are a few human responses too. I did something I don't like in the past. Human response number one is, you know what? I apologize. That was wrong. These days, that gets your face stepped on. Right? You say, I apologize, I was wrong. It means, well, why did you do it in the first place? Because you're a bad person. Apologies are not accepted. And then number two is you brazen it out. You do the Trump. You know, well, I never did anything wrong, ever. I've never, right? And then you get your defenders to come and surround you. And then nothing ever gets cleansed. Or opportunity number three is you do what Barack Obama did, which is you come out preemptively and you try to remember all the bad stuff you do and then you confess it in public. So in Dream for My Father, he says, right, when I was back in high school, I did a little blow. And everybody's like, oh, okay, so he did cocaine when he was in high school. That's cool. Whereas if it comes out during the campaign, then he's boned, right? Then he's got a real problem. The problem is that right now, even if you preemptively come out and say I did something wrong, like for example, Liam Neeson talking about years ago when he had a racist thought that he didn't act on, when he had a racist thought. This is now, we're going to try and ruin your career for something that you admit was bad, that you did 30 years ago. We're going to try and ruin you over that. If you apologize for something that you did 30 years ago, which you would have preferred just got forgotten because it was embarrassing and stupid, then we say you're bad. And so all you're left with is like the most shameless people in the world who are in the public space, right? The incentive structure is to be deeply shameless, to just say, yeah, man, I own that, and it was great when I said it, or I didn't say it at all, and you're just full of it. I never said that stuff. You know, who are you going to believe, your eyes or me? And it makes for really bad politics.
Well, it's just this the culture of going after people for things and finding anything to categorize them as someone who's a viable target. This is what I've seen thrust your way. It's like there's nothing wrong with being conservative. There's something wrong with wanting everyone to think the way you think, though. This is the difference. Like what I like that you do is you debate your points, you state your positions, you have a philosophy. And what I don't like is when people try to pretend that philosophy is somehow hateful or somehow regressive or something like that you condemn people for their thoughts. You don't. This is not what I see with you.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the accuracy. So I think that's true. I mean, I've come out against virtually every Twitter ban, including people who personally targeted me. I've come out against that. I've come out against virtually every.
Let's talk about that, because what are your thoughts about this idea of deplatforming? And this is something that we were just discussing before the podcast, where the CEO of YouTube and Kara Swisher,
from Recode, I think.
Kara Swisher, they were talking about removing you from YouTube, and I thought it was the CEO of YouTube. It was actually Kara who said, "I would if I could."
Yeah. She was pissed because her son apparently listens to it.
That's kind of funny. If she's being funny, saying I can't, but I thought it was the CEO of YouTube.
No, she was trying to imply that she was trying to do the same thing that they do with you or with Dave Rubin or Jordan Peterson, which is that anybody who is sort of heterodox, because in that group I think I'm the only registered Republican. Anybody who's heterodox is now being portrayed as meaning just thinks differently from kind of the down the line Democratic Party platform. You're not like down the line with Hillary. You're like Sam Harris is a Democrat. Sam Harris is heterodox because he disagrees that Islam is by necessity a religion of peace, for example.
Right.
Or he thinks that we have to look at actual statistics in order to make evidentiary-based points about discrimination and disparity.
Mm-hmm.
And this makes him an enemy of people like Ezra Klein and Vox.com. Right? This sort of stuff. They then say that you're a feeder for white supremacy. Right? They can't actually get you on what you say.
Yeah.
So it turns into, well, some members of your audience do things that are really bad. I said, well, dude, I have like millions of people who are members of my audience. I have 5 million Facebook followers. I have 2 million on Twitter, and you're way bigger than I am. I assume that some of those people are going to be crazy.
Yeah, I would assume. Yeah, the idea that you're well, this is what YouTube tried to do, with the comment thing, where YouTube was going to try to make people responsible for the comments in their videos. Which, what is a normal, Jamie, like a normal video that we get? How many comments do we get?
10,000. That's like an average.
How the fuck? Am I supposed to have some dude with this itchy trigger finger standing by in front of a keyboard just waiting for something offensive to pop up? And this was in response to something that happened with them where there was pedophiles who were watching videos of children doing things and they were commenting stuff in the, like children's gymnastics and stuff like that. They were commenting and like communicating with each other through the comments. And it was sort of discovered that there was this connection. They were doing this in many videos, and YouTube rightly panicked. They're like, holy shit, we have to stop this. So the response, I guess, was we just have to make people responsible for their comments. Someone said, oh yeah, good idea. They didn't think through it at all.
Right.
And that's certain people that can't do that.
It's totally insane, and it's insane in virtually every respect. And it's funny how it's only applied kind of by the media on one side of the aisle. So to take an example, the congressional baseball shooting happens a couple of years ago. A guy happens to be a Bernie fan. Is that Bernie Sanders' fault?
Right.
No, that is not Bernie Sanders' fault.
That went away.
Right.
Literally, people stopped talking about it.
And that was shooting of legislators, like elected people.
Yeah.
One nearly died, and that kind of went away. We don't even talk about Bernie's responsibility, but there's a shooting in Christchurch, and it's Jordan Peterson's fault. And Jordan Peterson has no relationship with the shooter whatsoever. It's my fault. I have no relationship with the shooter, and denounce everything that piece of crap stands for. And suddenly, it's really ugly, and it will come home to roost. I mean, here's what's going to happen: is Facebook and YouTube are going to fall prey to their own standards. Because if their standard is that you're responsible for your followers, or I'm responsible for my followers, or Jordan or anybody else is responsible for all the people who view their stuff, okay, then why isn't Facebook responsible for all the people posting on his platform? If they are, and if Facebook becomes responsible for all the people posting on his platform, they'll be bankrupt in a week. They've got a problem. They really do, because they have to decide whether they are a platform or whether they are a do-gooder publication.
Yeah.
I run a publication, Daily Wire. It's openly conservative. We make no bones about that. And we are responsible for the content that appears on our platform. And if we say something defamatory, we will be sued. If we say something that is false, then we will be sued, presumably. If you post something false on Facebook, Facebook doesn't get sued. But now Facebook has deemed itself the morality police, and they'll ban people they don't like, and they'll decide what editorially ought to be elevated and what ought not to be elevated. Does that sound more like a phone company to you? Or does that sound more like my website, where I decide what gets published and what doesn't? Right? Because Facebook's case for exemption from these laws is, well, we're like a phone company, right? When you're on the phone with somebody, if that person says something criminal, AT&T isn't responsible for the person saying something criminal or terrible. It's just the phone company.
Right.
But Facebook isn't doing that. Facebook is jumping into the middle of conversations and then saying, well, we don't really like this conversation, so we're just going to kind of shut it down. Not because of legal threats, but because we just don't like it.
So are they actually doing that? Like, say if you put a post up on Facebook and they don't like the way you worded things or described things, do they actually shut down your post? What will they do?
So they've done it in the past to some conservative companies. It's pretty controversial because they're not transparent at all.
Right.
I can tell you that at the beginning of 2018, we lost about 35% of our traffic because Facebook started cracking down on mostly conservative sites. They said that it was kind of news sites generally, but that's not what the statistics showed. They're doing it more often with things that we all sort of agree are bad, right? We all agree white supremacy is bad, white nationalism is bad. Now they say they're going to censor that stuff. But here's where I'm uncomfortable. I think that stuff is awful and evil, and those people are the ones, they're the reason I have personal security. But once you get into the business of Facebook gets to decide which speech is good and which speech is bad, they're an editor.
Yeah.
They're an editor. Even if I agree with their assessment of what stuff is good and what is bad, I am not comfortable with them in the driver's seat there. And if they're going to be in the driver's seat, then they should be held liable for all the stuff that's on their platform. I mean, why is it that Twitter, same thing, right? Why is it that Louis Farrakhan is still on that platform, but Alex Jones is not? Like, I don't like Alex Jones's material. I've been very, very critical of Alex Jones. I didn't think he should get that banned from Twitter unless he actually violated the law, unless he was responsible for a violent threat, unless he was defamatory or something.
They're definitely going down this road of being the moral arbitrator. They're the ones who get to decide what the conversation's on. And that's an insane responsibility. It's a responsibility of getting to dictate what should and should not be discussed. And to have it be a handful of people and have these people almost exclusively live in the Pacific, in northern San Francisco.
Yeah, exactly.
That whole tech community. I mean, it's all tech liberals who really, if you're around those people, they live in this really strange, uber wealthy bubble of super genius spectrum people who are coders and super capitalists and people that are raising money all over the place and designing technology, and they have an ideology, and it's not necessarily a bad one. Just being honest and upfront about what it is. It's incredibly progressive, which is very unusual for big business, right? For big business to be just openly, transparently progressive and pushing social justice, very unusual.
Well, I think that there's a sort of misunderstanding of when we say what big business is, what big business is. So I think that there's a wide variety of owners of businesses and how they think about politics. Obviously, Bill Gates is a progressive guy, Warren Buffett's a progressive guy.
They are now. Right,
I think Bill Gates has been for a while.
Progressive his whole life. Well, he's ruthless with Microsoft.
Well, so I think that there are a lot of people. Listen, I think that the vast majority. I think Mark Zuckerberg is ruthless with Facebook. Yes. He's progressive. I think Jack Dorsey is as ruthless as the next guy when it comes to profit. I mean, he's still got to be answerable to his shareholders. So I think a lot of the progressivism is sort of a way to excuse your own involvement in the capitalist market.
Well, when Facebook took off, "Don't be evil." Like that was their thing. Don't be evil. They decided to remove that.
Yeah, it's Google, right?
Oh yeah. Did I say Facebook? I'm sorry, Google. Yeah, when Google did that, I meant Google. It's funny when you think something, but you're saying another thing. When they did that, it's like, why would you ever take off "Don't be evil"? Like, keep that.
But here's my thing. Here's my thing. I think that if our tech companies were honest, they should take that stuff off. Like, stop pretending you're do-gooding. You're not do-gooding. You're providing a platform, and maybe the platform is the good, right? In a capitalist economy, the product that you provide is the good. I don't need additional good to come from your product, right? If you want to provide me a solid morning drink, right, I don't need your politics along with that. I just need the drink. Yeah. Well, if I want a social media company, I don't give two craps about what Mark Zuckerberg thinks about politics. Dude hasn't studied it. I don't care at all what Jack Dorsey, who vacations in Malaysia and gets bitten by 1 million mosquitoes while meditating, has to say about the nature of life. Like, why do I care about Jack Dorsey's political view? He has provided me a good. The good is this basic chat room where I'm consuming news. How about that would just be enough? But it's not enough for a lot of these folks. It's the kind of hoolie from Silicon Valley. We're going to pretend that we're here to do good. And it's not enough just to acknowledge that maybe the thing that you provided is the good. Like Bill Gates has done more good with Microsoft than he has done with any of his charities. He's given a lot of money to charity. But Microsoft has provided legitimately hundreds of thousands of jobs and created enormously productive lines of business and made enormous profit for a lot of people. A lot of people have stock in Microsoft. As a basic factual thing, he has done more good doing that than giving tens of millions of dollars to various outside causes. So it feels like a lot of the progressivism in corporate halls in Silicon Valley is bifurcated mentally. It's like people they're like dolphins. It's one side of the brain on at a time. Here's my capitalist side where I go out and make money and profit. And then here's my other side where I show people what a great person I am by proclaiming that I'm for Bernie Sanders while parking my money offshore to make sure that it's shielded from the tax man.
Yeah, well, that's a good assessment. What I'm saying is the don't be evil thing. Like, one of the things that I thought was like, what if that was like a legal decision? Me being cynical, that they were pulled into some sort of an office and said, if we say don't be evil, and you take someone off the platform, you're accusing them of evil. So
That's it. I mean,
maybe we should slow that down.
Maybe. I mean, again, this self-assessment of you are the moral police, I find really troubling. And it's so funny. I'm the supposed moralist, right?
Right.
I'm the religious guy. I'm the Orthodox Jew, right? I talk about social standards and how people should behave in their personal life. But when it comes to government, and when it comes to me imposing my views on you, I am way less of a top-down tyrant than any of the people in Silicon Valley. I am not here to tell you that you are not allowed to be on a platform because we disagree. It's one thing if you're threatening violence, which is an actual violation of law. But this crap where people like me, because I believe in a social fabric built on certain Judeo-Christian values, but I'm not forcing you to be part of that, and I don't think the government should compel you to be a part of that, or I'm the tyrant, but the person who sits at the top of Twitter or Facebook who is saying that they get to police what you see, and they're going to nudge you in the right direction without your consent, without them even telling them what you're doing, right? They're going to push you a little bit because they know better than you, and they can sort of massage you into better views if we control your channels of information. This is something the Obama administration was very fond of. There's a scholar named Cass Sunstein, as a legal scholar, and he wrote a book called Nudge. It was very famous. It was used as sort of a handbook during the Obama administration. And the idea was, well, if we can just use non-forcible means, sort of nudge people in a particular direction without them even knowing they're being nudged, then shouldn't we do that? And I think, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because transparency is the only way I can tell what kind of bullshit you're trying to sell me.
Well, not just that, like you're closing down even conversation. If as soon as you're trying to silence this other voice, if you believe one thing and another person believes a different thing, you should probably talk about it. And the way that I know for sure there's something wrong with your argument is if what you're trying to do is you're sneakily trying to silence these voices. And again, as long as we're not talking about threats of violence, and as long as we're not talking about harassment or doxing,
right,
we're just talking about conversation. You're just talking about people with differing points of view. If you want to silence differing points of view, I have to wonder about your intent. I have to wonder about whether you're going into this conversation with good faith. I have to wonder whether you've really objectively assessed whether or not your argument does hold up against scrutiny.
Yeah.
This is also part of the problem. And when you're in an echo chamber, you often don't formulate these arguments very well. Like when you confront people about certain biased beliefs that they have, and you have an opposing belief, if they're part of a bubble, like sometimes they might not have even ever considered some of the things you have to say. And I've seen that with some of your videos.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen all the time. And with sophisticated people, I've spent my entire life, literally my entire life, in areas where everyone disagrees with me.
Yeah.
I grew up in LA. I went to Harvard Law School for 3 years. I was in Cambridge, where everyone disagreed with me, and then I came back to LA. So I have never spent more than a week at a time in a red state.
Have you ever, have your conservative values moved in one way or another? Have they? I would say that at all?
My personal values probably haven't shifted very much, but my political values have shifted libertarian. I mean, so I used to be a proponent of criminalization of marijuana. I'm no longer. I've been in favor of
what
decriminalization.
What changed that for you?
A couple of things. One was just a general sense that the government sucks at everything. And the more I see the government try to crack down on things, the more prevalent it becomes. I mean, people were dealing pot on my 6th grade, 7th grade playground in public school. So obviously, like, that was
in LA.
Yeah, exactly. And then
that's terrible.
Just a general perception, not only that the government sucks at everything, but that you got to own your own actions, and also examining more of the evidence about the impact of pot on people's lives. And again, there's you ruining your own life through use of drugs, and there's drugs that legitimately ruin other people's lives, right? There are drugs that remove your ability to even reason or think. I think there are only 2 reasons to criminalize drugs in any fashion. One is if there are drugs like, for example, PCP that legitimately make you violent, and then you are going out and committing acts of violence against people. Then there's a case. Or if you're talking about a drug where it legitimately robs you of your capacity to reason. If it were heroin, if you're able to actually crack down on it successfully. But even there, I'm not sure that the proper government solution is criminalization, because we've criminalized it and it's still incredibly prevalent. So
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And I agree with you in terms of drugs being extremely detrimental. And the other part is that there's comparable drugs that are legal. Like, and comparable drugs, meaning not even really comparable drugs that are far more devastating, like alcohol. Like you could just go to any grocery store and buy a jug of whiskey and kill yourself with it.
Yeah.
It's not difficult. You
And,
just drink
and
the
we
whole
have
thing and
laws
you're
on the
dead.
books already that prevent externalities.
Yeah.
If you drive high, it's the same as driving drunk.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that you need additional laws to do that. And also, I'm not opposed to zoning laws. Like, I don't think a pot shop should open up right next to my house, right? They're residential zoning. That's fine.
Same with liquor stores, though.
Right. I don't want a liquor store right next to
Yeah.
my house. This is correct.
Yeah.
Right. So I become libertarian in some ways on that sort of stuff. The same thing is true, by the way, when it comes to the issue of same-sex marriage. So on a personal moral level, I'm opposed to same-sex marriage. I'm an Orthodox Jew, and I believe that a man and a woman were made for each other. When it comes to government involvement, I don't think that's anybody's business. I think a lot of things. I think adultery is bad too. I don't think the government ought to be involved in adultery. I'm so strict. I don't think premarital sex is a good thing, right? I've been very vocal about this. I was a virgin until I was married. My wife was a virgin until she was married. I think that's a good thing. So I think the government has anything to do with any of those things? No, I don't. I don't think it's any of the government's business. It's consensual activity. There are no externalities. So what exactly is the government getting involved in? And when the government gets involved in stuff, then there are externalities, right? Once the government starts to cram down its vision on
Right.
people, then you start to get unintended externalities. So, for example, with the legalization, my view on marriage is that the government should get completely out of the business. I don't think the government should be involved in straight marriage. I don't think it should be involved in gay marriage. I think the government should be out.
I agree 100%.
And the reason that I say that is because, as a religious person, right, who believes in traditional marriage, I have two marriage certificates. I have the one from the state that I don't give two craps about. It's buried somewhere in my garage. And then I have my religious marriage certificate, which meant, among other things, that I got to shut up my wife, right? I mean, like, this was the one that mattered to me. And I think that's true for most religious people. The religious ceremony matters a lot more than the state saying a thing. And the state isn't incentivizing marriage. People aren't getting married because they're like, yeah, I need the tax break.
Right.
So that's a bunch of nonsense. And once the government decides what version of marriage it wants to push, that then comes into conflict with other values. So, for example, once the state of California decides that same-sex marriage is on legal par with heterosexual marriage, now I'm worried about the externality of I have a religious day school, or I have my synagogue. My synagogue is a religious institution. It doesn't approve of same-sex marriage. Now is the government going to come in and tell my synagogue how it ought to act with regard to same-sex marriage? I don't think that's the government's business. So how about this? How about everybody gets to do basically what they want, associate with whom they want, and it's none of the government's business? This seems like a pretty good, happy medium.
I'm so glad you talked about the two things that I want to talk to you about that I'm sure we disagree.
Mhm.
One of them being marijuana and the other one being gay people marrying each other.
Mhm.
So let's start with the marijuana one. Do you think marijuana ruins people's lives? Is that one of your contentions?
I think that it can, and I think in the same way.
Have you ever
alcohol
had
can.
any experience with marijuana?
No, I'm just
No?
talking about the statistical overuse of marijuana among teenagers does have detrimental brain effects that have
Yes.
some long-term after effects.
It's pretty proven, and that's one of the things that I'm glad you said that, because I wanted to cover that, but you were in the middle of a rant when we were joking around about 6th and 7th graders selling pot. Don't smoke pot when you're young. You really should. It's not good for the development of your brain. Same thing with drinking. I didn't smoke a lot of pot when I was a kid. I did it a handful of times until I was 30 years old, but I did drink a bunch of times when I was young and in high school. And it's terrible for brain development.
Right.
Especially before you're 25 and your frontal cortex hasn't even fully formed. Your frontal lobe is like this. It's a developing thing. And there was an article recently that I posted from BBC that was saying that you probably shouldn't be considered an adult until you're 30.
Right. They're saying brain development doesn't even stop until you're 26 or 28. This is why when people are saying let's lower the voting age to
Yes.
16, I'm like, what the
fuck are you talking
What
about?
in the world?
When I was 16, I was a chimp. I mean, really, I was a chimp in a high school. Now, what the problem that I have with many people's perceptions on marijuana is that it's based on ignorance, meaning no personal experience with it. And
Listen, I'll admit I have no personal
I know
experience
you
with marijuana,
don't.
so
I know you don't.
I'm not speaking.
Probably
from
should get
experience.
high. That's what I'm trying to say.
Man, I've seen the effects on stock prices when people get high in the studio.
Oh,
so.
they jump up, man. They jump down for a little when a bunch of chickens jump off the boat, but then they come right back up. The marijuana thing is, in my opinion, it's another one of those things where people have this categorized box that they like to put marijuana users in. Like, this is the category: lazy, stoner, stupid, delusional.
It's too widespread for that. I mean, there are people I know who are doctors who use marijuana. So,
well, there's the jiu-jitsu community is a big one. There's a giant percentage of the jiu-jitsu community that does jiu-jitsu high. They have competitions.
sounds like more of a party.
It's not, man. I'm telling you, because it's not what people think it is. If you've never smoked marijuana, this is going to be a very difficult thing to grasp, but marijuana enhances jiu-jitsu because it eliminates the rest of the world. When you're rolling, which rolling is like, say, if you and Jamie were going to have a sparring match, that would be rolling. Like you'd slap hands, and then you'd go, and you try to choke him, and he's trying to get you in an arm bar, and you're going after it. When you do that on marijuana, it's like you don't think of anything else other than those movements, and it becomes like this very intense meditation in violence. Like it's not violent in terms of, most of the time you don't really even get hurt. Mm-hmm. It's like you get to the point, like one of the beautiful things about jiu-jitsu is you can grab a hold of someone and choke them to the point where they're going to go to sleep, but you would kill them if you kept going, and they tap, and then you're friends again, and everybody's cool, and you try to do it to me, and I try to do it to you, and you really can do it reasonably hard without people getting hurt. And it happens every day all throughout the world. A lot of these people are high, and they're doing this jiu-jitsu practice in this almost like trends. It's like it's a transcendent state.
If you can function when you're using marijuana, I don't care.
But you can. This is what I'm saying. And the perceptions are off.
So, I mean, I would assume there's a small subset of the population for whom that's not true, right? Who are overusing marijuana.
Yes. And that's probably the majority, in fact.
Okay, so then, but again,
I don't say that's the same way with food.
I agree. So I don't think there's anything we disagree about here, because I'm not talking about criminalizing marijuana use. Right. I think that we should honestly discuss the evidence that for a subset of the population, there is some evidence that marijuana is addicting, but it's a subset. It's not everybody who's on marijuana. The vast majority of people on marijuana are not addicted to marijuana.
I think
in the same way, alcohol, and it's true of alcohol as well.
There's people that are going to be addicted to almost anything, and I think there's absolutely people that are addicted to sugar. There's for sure people that are addicted to nicotine and alcohol and all these things that we let people have.
The material addictiveness of marijuana is not comparable to opioids, though, for example.
It's not even comparable to alcohol or nicotine. It seems to be very rare when people become physically addicted to it, extremely rare. And what's common, though, is abuse. And it's common in everything that human beings consume. Abuse is common, as we said, with food. It's certainly common with alcohol. It's certainly common with pills.
But this is why, I really believe that the way to solve some of these problems is a social fabric problem. Like it's a parenting problem, it's a social fabric problem, it's a personal choice problem.
Yes.
That's why virtually every solution I suggest is so funny. I'm constantly, conservatives like me who are libertarian leaning are constantly accused of being non-compassionate. No, it's just our compassionate solutions don't involve the use of government.
Yeah.
It's like we're going to encourage people to make better decisions with their lives. And if you choose not to do that, it's a free country.
Well, coming from a religious background, you have this community that reinforces this kind of behavior and thought. And I think that's one of the best benefits of religion is that moral fabric and that community, the sense of community. Even silly ones like Mormons, they're the nicest folks, right? They believe something that is fucking patently insane. If you go and read the Joseph Smith text from 1820 when he was 14 years old, the shit that he wrote.
I try not to get into doctrinal insanity. I wear a funny hat all day.
I hear you. Well, I'm just going to get to that.
Yeah, but with that said, I mean, Alexis de Tocqueville talks about this, early on in the American Republic. The idea is that what makes America very different is the idea you don't need a big government when you do have a supportive social fabric where people feel like they're at least oriented toward a common goal. It's one of the problems that I think we have in the country right now. I'm not sure people are oriented toward even a common sense of conversation. I mean, you don't have to agree on everything in order to have a common sense of the important values that unify the country or should.
Yes.
Right? And I always use Sam Harris as sort of my bet noir here because he's obviously a militant atheist. I'm an equally strong believer. And yet when it comes to the things that we would like to see happen in the country, not on a government policy level, but on let's have a conversation level and discuss on evidence level, we're on the same page. There's certain core assumptions you have to make in order for that to happen. And my argument about America and the West is that those core assumptions are built on Judeo-Christian foundations. Sam's core argument seems to be that they're built on evolutionary biology. We differ a little bit there.
I don't want to let this marijuana thing go just yet. One of the things that I wanted to bring up to you was this idea that if you're a religious person, don't you think that there's certain things that maybe God put here for us to consume, to change your perspective, to allow you to reach new levels of consciousness? Don't you think it's entirely possible that some of these things that are here, I know you haven't experienced them, but they might literally have been put there by God? And there's some evidence to say that a lot of the texts from the Bible, that in particular, there was, I I think it was the University of Tel Aviv, somewhere in Jerusalem, where these scholars were trying to decipher what it meant when Moses encountered the burning bush.
Right.
And they believe that it may have been the acacia tree, which is very rich in dimethyltryptamine, which is a psychedelic substance that the brain produces, and it's very common in plants. And they think that this might have been when he met God, and God was a burning bush, that this might have been some crude translation of them being involved in some sort of a psychedelic experience. Now, it sounds outlandish unless you've had that psychedelic experience. And when you have, you very well could think that you were in a conversation with God. This is on Earth. And this is something that may very well have been lost information, or this may very well have been rituals that people participated in to bring them closer together and to reinforce that sense of community that you do get from a church and you do get from a group of people that share moral beliefs and values. And there's real good discussion that a lot of these experiences that became these religious doctrines came from psychedelic experiences. Now, as someone who's never experienced that before, I know this is probably a very strange thing to try to even wrap your head around. It is entirely alien until you experience it, but it might very well be religious.
I mean, I've heard that from other people who've used those kinds of drugs. I mean, Sam actually made this argument to me too about the use of psychedelics. And I mean, maybe.
God made apples.
Well, okay, so this argument, I will say, I'm not super fond of the argument that God made something and therefore it's ours to use, or, I mean, like, I keep kosher, right? Like, God made pigs, I don't eat them. So, so I am not a huge fan of the argument that because something is here, or because an urge is natural, therefore we ought to imbibe, or therefore we ought to participate in a particular activity. You know, one of the things that I'm very big on, I'm a rationalist when it comes to religion, as much as you can be a rationalist with regard to religion, to the extent that I think that it's up to us to use our reasonable faculties to determine the proper use of things. So, which is why you shouldn't overuse drugs, even if you're going to use drugs, for example.
This is part of the problem of making things illegal. You make things illegal, then you really don't know what it is or how it affects the body or what's the right dose or the wrong dose. And then people get involved in these terrible situations where they're taking things, they're just guessing what it is.
There's truth to that, but it's also true that on a social level, I'm not talking about legal, because we totally agree on the legal level. On the social level, there's a couple of things that are true of, for example, the Orthodox Jewish community. Low rates of addiction, because people have that social fabric. They don't feel the necessity. Also, as you say, substance use in moderation can actually be quite a good thing. So low rates of alcoholism in the Jewish community, and part of that is the fact that you are given Kiddush wine from the time you're a kid, right? I mean, you actually are...
It's destigmatized.
Yeah, it's destigmatized. And the idea is that in its proper context, this could be a good thing.
Right.
So I'll admit, I don't know enough about the proper context of marijuana to know when it would be a quote-unquote good thing. And so...
It can be a good thing. This is what I'm telling you.
And also, the truth is, I don't enjoy drinking. Right? I'm not a drinker. I don't enjoy. I like reality. I like living in reality, and I like experiencing it totally sober. So I've never really felt the urge to do any of that stuff. I hear the pitch. But I've never really felt the interior desire or need to jump into that.
I completely understand that. I think that what we're dealing with, though, is perceptions that have been molded by laws that were shaped by tyrants. That's what I think.
I mean, again, that's totally possible and plausible.
Yeah. But it's historically accurate. I mean, when it comes to prohibition with alcohol didn't work. Prohibition with drugs is just making the cartels bigger. It's causing more problems with organized
I agree,
crime.
On a practical level. Whether you like drugs or don't like drugs, government interventionism is generally a giant fail.
I think our perceptions of what is good for you and is bad for you is also based on laws that the government created ignorantly. The sweeping psychedelic act of 1970, which made virtually everything psychedelic, that they missed a few things, things slipped through the crack, but all of the tryptamines or most of them, the psilocybin, LSD, all that stuff was made completely illegal by people who really didn't even know what it was. And a lot of that is why we base our ideas of what's good or bad for you. It's based on what is legal and what other people have done with it.
On this area, I'll admit not only complete experiential ignorance, but complete evidentiary ignorance. So I haven't examined the evidence. I really don't have strong opinions on any of this stuff.
I think it's one of the bridges that we all could use between conservative thought and liberal thought, particularly for people that are dying. it's one of the things that Johns Hopkins found, and so there's been other studies done, and there's been therapy done on people that are dying of terminal diseases, and they give them psilocybin.
Mhm.
And when they give them these mushroom trips, they have these beautiful experiences where they completely accept death, and it's almost a universal reaction
Mhm.
to it. That like the amount of people who still experience a positive benefit months and months after the experience while they're dying, that they say this was an incredibly moving and powerful moment in my life that allowed me to accept the fact that my time here is done.
I mean, listen, if that's something that works for people and that's what it's designed to do, then
I don't know if it's designed.
Well,
See,
even
if
if
it
it's
is designed,
even
it
if it's
might
not
be
even if it's not
designed by God.
well,
Like it literally might.
that's fine. I mean, I think there's also the generalized religious counter argument that there are no shortcuts to happiness. So
Mhm.
let's pose
It's
a
not
sort
really
of
a
thought experiment.
shortcut. I don't think.
Well,
it's a
this is the
shortcut.
question, right? I mean,
Okay.
like, let's say that I could guarantee you that tomorrow you're going to be a happier person. All you have to do is take this regimen of drugs that you're going to take every day, and it's going to make you a happier person, a more well-rounded person, but it's going to permanently change your brain chemistry. Is that something that you think is good, or is it something you think is bad? Because from a religious perspective, there's an argument to be made that this is work you need to do on yourself without outside aid, if possible. If there's cases where you can't, then you can't. But
Yeah,
it's
Terrence
an interesting
McKenna,
thought experiment.
Terrence McKenna had a line about that. He said that there was a joke about there was a monk and he met Buddha because Buddha came to town, and he said, Buddha, he wanted to impress him. He said, I practiced the city of levitation, and I have done this for 10 years, and now I can walk on water. And the Buddha says, but the ferry's only a nickel. the idea is like, what are you fucking wasting your time? Like, you can aid the progression rapidly with psychedelic drugs, and this is something that do you know about MAPS and their work with MDMA and soldiers that have had PTSD?
Not as much, no.
It's phenomenal.
Mhm.
By giving these soldiers MDMA therapy, meaning they give them MDMA, which is essentially what people think of as ecstasy, the street name.
Mhm.
They give them pure MDMA, and then they assist them with, they actually have a psychologist, sit with them, a therapist, and they go over all these details of these traumatic events, and they come to peace with everything.
Mhm.
And they've had profound benefits for soldiers and for some combat journalists, different people that have been over there and have experienced the horrors of war and just general PTSD, maybe for people who've experienced violent attacks. It is shown to be one of the very best things we've ever discovered for helping people get past
Well,
something.
so here's, to me, and I'm thinking about this on the fly because this is stuff I don't
Right.
think about very much. But there's a complex moral equation to the extent that if you're talking about somebody who has PTSD, somebody has a condition, and the only way to help that condition is to use these drugs. I've never had a problem with any of that stuff, right? I mean,
Right.
my grandfather was schizophrenic, and maybe bipolar, maybe schizophrenic. The diagnosis is not exactly clear. They prescribed him lithium, made him a lot better. Would he have been better off struggling with the schizophrenia? Of course not. It's much better that he should have the lithium
Yeah.
and then be able to live in his rational mind.
Yes.
So when there's a problem, using drugs to get past it and work with it is a good thing. You do run the risk of the sort of Brave New World situation where you have a group of people who have a certain level of ersatz happiness that is not driven by a point of view, but more by just the chemicals in their body.
The chemicals affect your point of view.
Well, that is 100% true.
Yeah.
But Yuval Harari talks about maybe this is the
Yes.
future, right? He talks about the idea that maybe the future is we just drug ourselves until we're happy, basically, or that happiness is the drugs. Because if you're a scientific materialist, that's what it is. Happiness is just a bunch of chemicals flowing throughout your body. So if you can bring them in without self-change, but I do wonder whether that robs people of a certain level of purpose. That the struggle is part of being human.
I think we're changing what it is to be human just by carrying around phones and just.
I mean, that's true, but I think that's again one of the things that I think makes being a human worthwhile is the idea that you are struggling. Like
Yes.
I think the struggle is actually meaningful, and I think that's why religions tend to set prophylactic rules, sometimes for good and sometimes for ill. So, for example, I'm addicted to my phone. I mean, there's just no question, right? It's in my hand all the time, but from Friday night to Saturday night, it's off. I can't look at it. I'm forbidden from looking at it, and this breaks the cycle, at least for one day a week. And that's a good thing that makes me better as a human being. It's a limit I set for myself, and then a limit that I abide by. And if you believe in self-mastery, where's the happy medium between self-mastery and I need a little bit of aid? And I think that there is a happy medium there, but I'm not sure that drugs are the answer to. I don't think you're suggesting drugs are the
No,
panacea.
I'm not suggesting that. And I think there's also a problem with the word drugs. That everything is under that blanket, and that blanket can be entirely negative or extremely positive. And
I mean in the generic.
But I know, but there's a problem. I use it too. I mean, it's not accusing you, but that term, it's a problem. It's a problem term because what these are substances that are psychoactive. And some of them can be extremely beneficial, and some of them have short-term experiences that last with long-term results. And I don't think that there's enough knowledge that I don't think the people that are negative against it have experienced enough of it or have looked at it in an objective, rational way. Because I think it's something that could be here to aid perspective, to give people a chance to think outside of their normal conditioned way of thinking that might have been established by their community or by their church or by their neighborhood, whatever it is. Sometimes a little bit of a break, a little bit of a mental break from what you're experiencing and the vibration that you exist on almost every day, to separate from that and to get a look at it from the outside. Sometimes it allows you to have a renewed perspective that can enhance your life greatly.
As long as when people re-engage, they're re-engaging on a level of commonality,
that's a discipline
right?
thing, and this is what we share. You and I are both disciplined people, and it's one of the things I really respect about you. You're a very hard worker. You're always on the ball. You're very disciplined. And I know that a lot of conservative people admire that, and they admire that in folks, and they think that people who are liberal are not disciplined. They think that they're lazy. It falls into this like weak beta male sort of category of people that are progressive and liberal. And I think that's a misunderstanding. I think you and I both agree that the struggle is very important. But I'd struggle physically so that I don't have to struggle mentally. I struggle physically so that I can have a better way of looking at things with less stress. Mm-hmm. So we have this shared belief that things should be a struggle. I force my struggle on myself so that I can have a better perspective. And this is something that you and I differ on. Like, I think you exercise, right?
Yes.
How often do you do it?
I try to every day.
Yeah. Makes a big deal.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both understand that struggle it's an important part of understanding yourself.
Yes.
If you do not push yourself, if you do not struggle, you're not going to really get who you are or what your boundaries are. And if you're self-indulgent, if every day you're stuffing things in your face that you want to, like, it's good to have a rule. Like, hey, for this next month, you can't eat this, or you can't do that, or I want you to start fasting 16 hours a day. Is it that hard? Just eat for 8 hours a day and fast for 16? So no, but that just doing something like that and setting these guidelines for yourself and putting yourself into a disciplined state can be extremely beneficial. Like Jocko Willink always says, discipline equals freedom. It is a great formula, and it's real.
Well, and again, it is the basis of a lot of religion. I mean, a lot of religion is very practice-based. It's one of the reasons I like Judaism as opposed to other religions. Take very practice-based religion. Sometimes you can take that too far in one direction, which is I say you need to balance reason with dictates that are meant to make you better. And that goes all the way back to Aristotle. I mean, Aristotle talks about how you have to practice to be good, right? You have to practice to be virtuous. What makes you a virtuous person is acting repeatedly in accordance with right reason. And that is setting rules for yourself, right? That is not violating every rule. I think when we talk about, on the conservative side, folks on the left being lazy, I don't mean that in terms of work. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is a hard worker, I assume. I think Jack Dorsey, when he's not getting bitten by mosquitoes, he's a hard worker. But, most of the people... Most people who have jobs are hard workers. I don't think it's about that. I think it's a certain perspective on the necessity of rules and the mindset that if I don't know what a rule is for, I'm going to remove it. So G.K. Chesterton has this very famous kind of contrast that he draws between people who tend to be right-wing politically and people who tend to be left-wing politically. He says people who tend to be left-wing politically, you're walking through the woods and you come across a fence. You don't know why the fence is there. You say, I don't know why this fence is here. I'm removing it. And the person who's right-wing walks through the forest and sees the fence and says, I have no idea why the fence is here. I'm going to go find out why the fence is here, and then maybe I'll remove it. And that's the kind of Burkean conservative attitude towards rules, the attitude that this rule was put here for a reason. Now, maybe the rule sucks. Maybe the rule has to go. But let's try and figure out what was at the root of the rule before we just wipe out all the fences and then try to rebuild from the ground up all these new fences. And that's especially true in a civilization that's the most prosperous and free civilization ever created. I mean, if the system really sucked, that would be one thing. But I think people are kind of ungrateful about the fact that we live in the best possible time in the best possible place.
Yeah,
And that's the reality. And everybody's just so negative about living in America. It's like, okay, in 1900, 1 in 10 American children died in the first year of life. In 1850, the average life expectancy in Europe was under 40. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, our biggest problems today, really, for the vast majority of people, is that we are too fat, or that we don't have a job, but we still have somebody who's basically making sure we have food. Like, starvation is not a serious problem in the United States. There's a problem with poverty, but there's not a problem with widespread starvation. In fact, poverty tends to align with obesity. This is a pretty unbelievably great society. So maybe we ought to look back at the roots of that society before we start willy-nilly tearing up all of the moral boundaries.
I think you and I agree that this is the greatest time ever to be alive. I think what these other folks are saying is that we can do better. And I think we all agree with that. But,
Yeah, sure.
But to classify this time as being a terrible time is, I think, wholly inaccurate.
By the way, I hate it right and left. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, this is
I
one of
do
the
too.
reasons. It's one of the reasons why I think there's a certain point where the Trumpian populist right meets the Bernie Sanders populist left, and that is them walking around saying how much things suck. And it's like, no, that's just wrong. Sorry.
It's an amazing
No.
time. It's an amazing time for communication too. It's an amazing time for people to kind of understand other people's perspectives and points of view, which is one of the reasons why deplatforming and silencing of conservatives, even though I'm not conservative, bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I just think it's a non-harmonious action in a time that I think could lead to people having much more open and much more balanced communication.
I mean, this should be the time when we are having more conversations and more fun with each other, and where we are feeling more entrepreneurial. We have a better social safety net than ever. So
Yeah.
one of the statistics that really bothers me is that the level of American mobility has declined rapidly in the United States. So the number of people who are leaving their home state to go somewhere else to work a job, for example, is at decades low. Why? It's easier to get anywhere. Now, there's 7 million unfilled jobs. I keep hearing from folks who I personally like, people like Tucker Carlson, that you grew up in this small town and the town is dying, the industry left. Well, you have the government somehow owes it to you that you get to grow up in this town and stay in that town, even if all the industry left. And I just think to myself, by whom? Who gave you this guarantee that you get to stay there? And I know, listen, I'm a lucky guy. I grew up in a 2-parent household. We didn't grow up wealthy, but we were middle class. Like, I grew up in a small house in Burbank with 2 bedrooms, and I had 3 sisters. It was me and my 3 sisters in 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom for 6 people. That's not poor. That's middle class. It's a great life. And I understand some people don't have that life. But one thing that is guaranteed to you is the opportunity for adventure in this country. So go and move. Like, why are we inculcating a feeling of victimhood in a society where if you make the right decisions, you will do well? I mean, not you might do well. If you make basic right choices, you will finish better than you started in American society. I mean, we're talking like the most basic choices, like finish high school and don't have a baby out of wedlock and get a job. Like, you do those 3 things, and the Brookings Institute says that you will not be in permanent poverty in the United States. Like, that's amazing. That was not true for the vast majority of human history. For the vast majority of human history, you did all of those things. There wasn't high school, but you did all the other things. And then you lived like a serf on a farm until you died at age 37 of diphtheria or something. So it's just the lack of optimism in a society where it should be running rampant is kind of astonishing to me.
Well, it's perspective, right? I mean, rich kids grow up with this perspective of constantly being rich, and people grow up with this perspective of how they view the United States as this negative thing, or that they don't know how to change their life. They don't know how to take action because they haven't had anyone around them that's done it. That's part of the problem with the small town mentalities, is that you kind of inherit the vibe of the people that are around you. And if they're ignorant, or if they're shallow-minded, or if they're stuck in this one town and they're never going to leave, and you get caught in that vibe, you can one day wake up and you're 32 and you've never done anything.
I mean, this is what J.D. Vance talks about in Hillbilly Elegy. Right?
Yeah.
The people who are in these small towns, and they've basically been told that they have 2 choices. They can go on welfare or they can leave.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, fine, I'll go on welfare.
Yeah.
Everybody around me is. Why not? There's nothing morally deficient about going on welfare. It's actually one of the bigger problems I have with the welfare state generally, is that it disconnects the person receiving the aid from the person giving the aid.
Yeah.
One of the, like in our religious community, to take an example, there's a time a few years back where a guy came to me. I bought some art from him. He's an artist and really does good work. He came to me and he said, my family doesn't have enough money to make the rent this month. Can you offer me in advance on art that you'll buy somewhere down the road? And of course, I'm like, sure. So I signed him a check. And he understood that 5 years later, he came back to me and he said, you still haven't bought that piece of art. I owe you a piece of art, because he knew who gave him the money.
Right.
And so he was willing to understand that was an act of charity, and he wanted to make sure that was paid back. You see this in Cinderella Man, right, with Russell Crowe, that moment where he makes money, he walks back into the welfare office, and he rolls out a wad.
Yeah.
Right? It's like that feeling that the government isn't just a giant cash machine that exists to pay you money, but that money actually comes from somewhere. Either it's coming from the future because we're going to have to pay back the debt, or it's coming from somebody's tax money, and that we all owe something to each other.
Right.
And by the same token, what I owe to my neighbors is that if they're in trouble, then it is my obligation as a good person to try and help them out on a personal level.
Yes.
Right. And the charity in religious communities is extremely high. That's the social fabric that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Without that sort of dutiful sense to one another, you can't have rights. Because if you just have rights, then and no duties, then there will be no one to take care of each other. It's why, while I'm libertarian when it comes to government, I'm very conservative when it comes to the need to build a social fabric in communities and have people with working families and in communities of working families.
Yeah, I really think that's one of the best things that comes out of religion, is when you have a tight-knit community like yours, and you do have that sense of charity, where you really are a community of people that care for each other and look out for each other. The problem is, of course, doing that large scale. I mean, the problem is doing it in some sort of a non-denominational way, where people they don't have to have the exact same beliefs, but they still share these core values of community and taking care of each other. I mean, that's what people really benefit from. When they've done studies with people, when they show happiness and what is happiness correlated with, it's almost always correlated with friends and loved ones and family.
Right.
It's the most important thing you can have.
And when it comes to diversity, there's the slogan that diversity is our strength. Well, there's Robert Putnam, who's a sociologist over at Harvard. He wrote an entire book about the social fabric called Bowling Alone, who's kind of the pioneer in the idea of social capital. And what he said is that he went in to writing this book with the idea that diversity is our strength. And then he did some research. And what he found is that ethnic diversity only correlates with two things. And these are his words: increased TV watching and increased protest marches. That's all unless it is within the boundaries of a common goal. So if you walk into a church, very diverse ethnically, everybody's got the same general goal, which is we're worshiping God in one particular way, and we believe in a certain core set of values. And now diversity is great. Your experiences come to bear. You're all aiming in the same direction. He gives the example of the Army. You see a bunch of people who go in, diverse group of people, diverse races, different backgrounds. And when you talk to those guys while they're serving or after they leave, they don't give a crap about the diverse backgrounds of the people they were serving with. They're all aiming their guns in the same direction. Well, in the United States, we have to be aiming our guns in the same direction, or we can't really have a functioning social fabric at all. And I'm perfectly willing to give charity to people who I don't know, who still believe, like I do, that America is a fantastic country rooted in immutably good principles. But that starts to break down when I'm being asked to give charity, just on a personal level, to somebody who believes that America is fundamentally evil and needs to be torn out at its roots and replaced with something better, right? Because now we're not aiming in the same direction. So on a human level, I care about you. But on a social level, if I have a choice between somebody who basically agrees with me about fundamental values and somebody who is diametrically opposed, I'm going to give my money to the person who basically agrees with me on those fundamental values. And again, I don't think those fundamental values have to be religious. I don't think you have to be a God believer to receive charity from me, or I don't think I should have to be an atheist to receive charity from you. But I do think that you do have to take into consideration a few things, and now we're on the same page. Personal responsibility, the idea that you do live in a free country, just historically and relatively speaking, this is a free country, which means decision-making is on you. So man up a little bit. That the decisions that you make, we should all have sympathy for people who have had worse lives and worse experiences. But in the end, if you are capable, if you're not fundamentally disabled in some way, that you need to make a plan for your own life, and then you need to do that. Like, are you more willing to give charity to somebody who has a plan for how to get themselves out of the hole?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that relies on that person feeling an obligation to do that.
But I also think that what you're talking about with charity within the community is so much more. There's so much more connection than charity from the government. When you're talking about welfare, the problem is that there's this dissolving of responsibility, because it's just a check that comes in that you feel like, well, this is a rich country, I'm owed this anyway.
Right.
And and when I was a kid, we were on welfare. We used food stamps, and I remember being very ashamed of it and feeling really weird that we were that poor, that we needed help from the government. But my parents worked their way out of it. They were young. They had a kid.
My guess is that the social stigma probably has something to do with that. Meaning that
I'm sure.
they didn't want to be on welfare.
No.
They didn't want to be on food stamps.
No.
Like, contrast your story with Adam Carolla's, right? Adam talks all the time about how his parents were also on food stamps and welfare, and they just didn't. Right?
Yeah.
They were just, and he always resented that. He thought that was bad.
Yeah.
He said, like, you could work. Why aren't you? And that gave him the impetus to get up and do what Adam has done. So,
Right.
that kind of, it's not pick yourself up by the bootstrap, because helping hands are good, but it is, if I were capable of picking myself up by my bootstraps, would I do so?
Yeah.
And if the answer is yes, then we're all on the same page.
Well, there's a real problem too, in that some people just get a horrible hand dealt to them
For sure.
at birth. They're with parents that really are doing a terrible job raising them. They're fucking them up every step of the way. You're around a bunch of people that are criminals. Everybody's fucking up, but there's no examples of anybody that's doing well. I mean, it's one of the unique things about the internet today is that a kid that's in that environment can get a hold of maybe something that you said or something that someone else has said, and start reading books and start taking in information that gives them a different perspective and fuel that perspective with more motivational stuff and more information and education. And sometimes kids, just like you were saying with Adam Carolla, they grow up with these parents that are just not ambitious at all, so they become very ambitious and they work very hard to not be like them. And sometimes it's good to see that example, but most of the time it's just fucking hard for them to reprogram their head.
Well, for sure, it's hard to do that, and it's also hard. I really think that there's a lot of focus in the country right now on raising awareness, which is fine. Raising awareness of our history and all the bad things that we've done.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, people should know about all the good things and all the bad things, right? It's history's history. But this incessant focus on the idea that people's lives are getting better by suggesting that they're perennial victims in the United States, I don't understand how that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, as a member of a historically persecuted group, if I had grown up and my parents had said to me, no matter what you do, you will be put under the thumb of dominant society, that's a pretty horrible message to tell to a kid. And I think that's true for politicians, again, on both sides of the aisle. I think you get it from President Trump when it comes to some rural areas where it's like, well, it's the Mexicans and the Chinese coming in to steal your jobs, and you're under the thumb of people who are trying to destroy you. And on the other side of the aisle, people who say, well, you're in the inner city, and therefore the cops are racist against you and want to destroy you, and everybody's out to get you. And it's like, well, how about this? How about, like, again, the single best thing you can do for yourself is make basic decisions that are entirely within your control. Okay? Unless you are raped, God forbid. Single motherhood is a choice that you get to make about your life. Right? This is a choice you get to make about your life. Finishing high school, unless you are legitimately disabled in some way. I mean, especially in LAUSD, where you basically have to be able to read at third grade level to finish high school. Just like these are decisions, personal decision making. If you want, I've never seen somebody's life get better by complaining about reality. I've seen a lot of people's lives get better by acknowledging that reality is what it is and then making personal decisions to make their lives better. And that's considered non-compassionate. But it seems to me that the essence of compassion sometimes is saying, at least make the baseline decision. If you make the baseline decisions and then you fail, we can talk about what happened.
I don't think it's non-compassionate. I think it's pragmatic, and I think you're right. But I also think that there's some people that they're in situations that require something external to assist them. They're the way their life has been set up. And this is what I think when people think about compassion and people pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. If you really have an honest and accurate assessment of extreme poverty and terrible neighborhoods, it's not as simple as do something good to better your life. Part of it is you gotta fucking stay alive. Part of it is you're surrounded by people who either have committed crimes or will commit crimes. I mean, 1 out of every 4 people you run into might be a criminal in the worst neighborhood in the country.
This is what, for sure. But I think we have to, this is where we recognize what government is good at. Government is good at 2 things. Cutting checks from other people's money. They're great at it. And they'll seize, they're right on top of those parking tickets, by the way, to make sure that and they're amazing at it. So seizing your money and paying money. They're very good at, and pointing a gun at people. Right. These are the two things the government was built to do: was collect taxes and pay out money, and then point guns at people. Right. This is what government does. So, which of those two things would you apply in a situation where there's just a complete lack of social capital? Because cutting a check isn't going to do it alone. Where does that check go? To the parents who are not able to protect their kids. It's one thing if you're enabling the parents to move out of that community or something.
Right.
But that's why I say you have to attach. If you're going to do the government welfare thing, you got to attach it to a plan. It can't just be, here's a check, enjoy your life. Because
but what is the plan? Like if
I
you're
don't
in
think
one of those terrible communities, you live in an apartment complex.
so. I mean, here's the reality. I think that the plan, very often, when it comes to a crime-ridden area, is the other side of what the government does, which is you need more cops in that area. Like, I think that the great lie that these communities that are crime-ridden, I'm talking about white Appalachia, and I'm talking about black inner cities. These communities do not need fewer cops; they need more cops, because the precondition to investment in those communities and increased tax dollars in those communities and increased social capital in those communities is people not getting shot every 5 seconds. I mean, that's why the worst thing that can happen to law-abiding minorities is for the cops to abandon areas where crime is high. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's not just me saying that. Jane Levy, the reporter at the LA Times, very much on the left, has said the same thing. Law-abiding people want crime rates to go down. Like, conditions have to change in a community for conditions to change in the community.
Did you ever see the Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia?
No.
Was it Johnny Knoxville? Did he produce that documentary? I think he did, right? Dude, it's about this family that lives in West Virginia that is just a bunch of psychotic criminals. These crazy white people. The kids drinking Mountain Dew and doing backflips on the bed, and they're all on pills. It's bananas. And it gives you this insight. Like, if you are in this community, if you are in this family, and this is obviously a very extreme family, but there's many more of them out there that have not been documented. If you are in that community, good fucking luck getting out.
Right.
Good luck. The money that you get other than welfare is from selling pills. You know, everybody's on these pills, so you're all whacked out. You don't know what the fuck is going on half the day. You're on opiates. I mean, it is a bananas environment. And there's a lot of people like that in this country.
For sure.
In poor Latino communities, in poor white communities, in poor black communities. The idea that these people are just going to pull themselves up by their bootstraps is crazy. I just think they don't have a plan. And I think if we really want to help them, there's got to be some way where you can give these people the opportunity to step out of that pattern. Whatever that community centers, outreach programs, whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
I mean, the truth is that historically speaking, it was people actually going to church.
Yes.
I mean, and there's
a lot of good. I'm not a church-going person, but I absolutely recognize that there's a lot of good involved in having that framework.
Right, and that I'm not sure that's. I don't think you can create sort of a fake social fabric with just a government welfare system. Like, it hasn't worked. I mean, disability exists. It's been increasing every year. It's not. It's a question I asked Andrew Yang, actually. So our episode comes out on Sunday, and obviously Andrew is a big fan of UBI, Universal Basic Income. And I'm not averse to the idea of UBI in a future where legitimately 50% of the population can't work because they've all been automated out of existence and all of this. But there's one section in his book where Andrew talks about how if we cut people a check for UBI, then they will spend their extra time creating art and engaging in hobbies that they like. And I just thought to myself, I said it to him, like, people are on disability, that ain't what they're doing. I mean, if you're on disability, the people you're talking about who are suffering, they're not out there writing poetry. Right? I mean, the rise of the opioid epidemic and people who are ODing on drugs and all this stuff, that's in precisely the same demographic you're talking about. You're just talking about a check from one place as opposed to another place. I don't really see how that solves the problem. I think we have a crisis of purpose right now, and I don't think that crisis of purpose is solvable on the one hand by changing our trade rules, and I also don't think that crisis of purpose is solvable by cutting a government check. I just don't think that that's how people are wired.
I absolutely agree with you that there is a crisis of purpose. My concern is about automation. My concern, and obviously I haven't really studied this other than talking to Andrew Yang and talking to Elon Musk and a few other people that are proponents of universal basic income. They think there's going to be such a massive loss of jobs in such a short period of time from people that are non-skilled laborers, and it's going to go away. There's millions and millions of jobs, and these people are not going to have anything, and then it could be chaos.
Right. So there's two problems that come up there, and this is where Andrew's book is interesting, because problem number one is that the people will be poor; they won't have a source of income.
Yeah.
UBI solved that. The other problem,
Sort of, but does it even? It gives them $1,000 a month.
even if you upped it, right? I mean, even if you just had a Swedish redistribution system, and the average tax rate went up to 60% or something, it might. Let's say we could solve the money problem for a second, which, without tanking the economy, which is questionable. But let's say we could do that. We could add trillions of dollars to the budget every year, and we could solve that. I'm still not sure that solves the deeper problem, which is that when people lose jobs, they lose purpose. Right. So I'm not sure that UBI solves that problem. As I say, we have a rich social welfare network in the United States, and we're seeing this stuff happen anyway. I'm a little bit less catastrophic. By a little bit, I mean a fair bit less catastrophic in my thinking about automation than either Andrew Yang or Elon Musk.
Do you think that people will be able to adapt quick enough to avoid the problems? They'll realize the jobs aren't there anymore, and they'll just naturally gravitate towards other professions?
I think over time that people will do that, but they're not always the same people. I mean, there's always shift in the economy, and the ideal economic model has a trucker becoming a coder, right? That's not real.
That was that whole learn to code fiasco
Right.
that got people kicked off of Twitter.
Right.
Still
as soon
does,
as
apparently.
apparently if you say it to journalists, then that's very bad. If you say learn to code to a trucker, that's what it was. That's
You
what
say
it
learn
was.
to code to a trucker.
If you say learn to code to a trucker, then that's just you being helpful.
Right.
If you say learn to code to a journalist, then that is targeted harassment on Twitter. That's
What
when
if
that
someone
started.
says it to me?
Well,
How does
I
that
mean,
work?
Twitter doesn't care about you. I can say whatever I want to you on Twitter. But I mean, I think that
What if you just say it to a friend? Hey, fuckface, learn to code.
I don't know. It's your
What
friend going to
happens?
report you to the
You can take it
censorship
out.
board over Twitter.
It's such a dumb thing to take people out for. It's one of the best examples of like how censorship oversteps its boundaries and it becomes almost like satire.
Yeah, it's real. It's really
The idea
absurd.
that like this is the biggest aggression ever, learn to code.
Look at that.
Like if
And-
that's something like this is a stupid thing that someone said about coal miners. They
Right.
literally said that about coal miners, that maybe they can learn to code. And so everyone's like, what the fuck? And so learn to code became a joke and became something that you would mock people.
Right.
Their explanation for it was so crazy. It was like, no, then learn to code got connected with
White
all this white
supremacists
supremacy and all this
poor
other
kid-
stuff.
Well,
Like,
that's the Hitler owned a dog
Yes,
argument, right?
exactly.
That's the dogs are bad. Hitler owned one. Okay, white
Yes.
supremacists are bad. They use the phrase "learn to code." That means if you say "learn to code," you're a white supremacist. Like what
That's
the?
how they lost the frog, that fucking frog, the feels good man frog. That's what happened to Pepe. They lost him.
They killed the frog. They turned the freaking frog gay. I mean, what?
Yeah. That's, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, as far as automation, there's constantly people saying this is the Nicholas Nassim Taleb view of reality, which that the black swan incident can happen any second, so watch out for it.
Mhm.
Versus the sort of Steven Pinker view of reality, which is the black swan incident is called a black swan incident because it's a black swan incident, meaning that it happens incredibly rarely.
Mhm.
The idea that we are on the verge of a catastrophic drop in job numbers because of the automation of trucking, for example. I'm not sure that I buy it. The reason I don't buy it is because you still are going to need someone sitting behind the wheel of that truck. There are human drivers on the road. There will be a gradual transition away from some of these jobs. Andrew Yang talks about radiologists and how radiologists are going to be priced out of the market by computers that can do a better job of diagnosing tumors. First of all, awesome. I mean, that's good. First of all, that brings down costs and you won't get cancer as advanced. So that'd be a good thing.
Mm.
And second of all, what a lot of technology studies have tended to show is that technology just gets integrated in a different way in particular careers. So there will be jobs that are eliminated for sure. There will be jobs we haven't heard of that will be created also. And mostly technology will become more of a productivity aid to people. So this is true in factories. Jobs have been lost in factories. The best example of where jobs are lost, but it's mostly true in offices, right? How many office jobs have been created because you have computers? Would more office jobs exist because I write by hand?
Do you think that this is akin to like a government bailout? Like the idea of the government bailout was like the banks are too big to fail. And some people thought, you know what, you got to let them fail so you figure out why they failed and we'll never have it happen again. If there is this thing and the government steps in and says, wait a minute, I know you lost all your jobs, I'm going to give you $1,000, you're not to figure it out. $1,000 a month, and some people go, okay, I'm not going to figure it out. Whereas those people might have gone on a fear-filled journey to try to figure out their purpose in life, because now they're stuck where their job doesn't exist anymore, so
Well,
in the
there are-
corner,
I mean,
they have to act.
there is innovation that comes from a welfare check. I mean, there are people who become dependent on government, and they're used to being
Yes.
dependent on government. I mean, that stuff is true.
It does happen.
I mean, and listen, Milton Friedman made an argument for universal basic income as a replacement for the welfare system.
Mhm.
There is another problem with universal basic income that I asked Andrew about also, and that was, you know, one of the big issues is that poor people, very often, people who are permanently impoverished, not people who are temporarily poor, but they tend not to spend money where we think they ought to spend money. They're not
Right.
taking that money and they're not putting it into education or into.
They might just be
or
buying
into-
ho-hos and cigarettes.
Right. I mean, the average person who is making less than, I think it's $16,000 a year, spending $400 a year on lottery tickets. You know, that's
Yeah.
legitimately just flushing your money down the toilet. So how do you? Aren't you just going to end up back in the same place? You know, in 6 months, where people took that money and used it in ways that actually didn't benefit them. And at a certain point, the question is: do you own your decisions, or do you not own your decisions? And at what level of incompetence or inability do we say you no longer own your decisions, and so we're just going to take care of you on a permanent basis? That's really the question here.
I think we're looking at, when you're talking about welfare, we're looking at worst case scenario, right? Where someone does get dependent upon the welfare state and does use that money frivolously and does make poor decisions. But then there's got to be other people that are single moms that, you know, maybe had a kid with some fucking asshole that doesn't want to pay and
Yeah.
is a piece of shit and they have to hide from them and they're just trying to feed their kids.
Yeah, for
Those
sure.
people exist too.
100%.
And they don't have a community to help them out. Maybe they're not a part of the church, and maybe they don't have a good group of neighbors. Maybe they had to move somewhere for work and they got stuck in some place where they don't know anybody.
But I think part of this is to recognize that incentives matter on both ends. So the idea is that you give some people more money and they'll do well. It's also true that if you create a welfare system that benefits single motherhood, you'll get more single motherhood. I mean, the single motherhood rate in the black community before welfare was 20%, now it's 70%. In the white community, it was like 5%, now it's 40%.
And you said that like out of wedlock children and having a kid when you're young is like it's a terrible idea for your life. But what do you recommend to have kids avoid that? Are you one of those people that think
Don't put it there without that thing on it.
no condoms? Is what you're saying,
Right, like don't have unprotected sex. I mean, like this is not. It's not. Pardon my fake cursing. It's not effing rocket science. I mean, like
You're apologizing for not cursing.
I'm apologizing for not cursing. Yeah, it's not rocket science. This one
It's
always
not, but
bothers me.
kids make mistakes. I mean, that's what happens. People
Well, okay,
get
well,
pregnant.
but and then if the government pays for those mistakes, it becomes less.
So what should happen? Should the kids suffer? Should who?
No,
like,
I mean,
how
presumably,
should it be?
I mean,
How should it be worked out?
I mean, it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
You know, if there are parents available to the kid, presumably the grandparents,
Mhm.
would take a pretty active role in the raising
If they
of
can.
that kid.
Also,
Also,
they're there.
well, how about this? How about we assume that if you are old enough to get pregnant, then you are old enough to. Let's talk about 17-year-old or 18-year-old. Used to be shotgun marriages were a thing, and really,
You
like
think that's a good idea?
I think the idea of parents staying together for the sake of a kid that they accidentally bore is absolutely a good idea. Yes, I think that is a better idea than the man walking away and the kid being without a man in the house.
So
For
you
the rest
think
of their
the
childhood. I know a
parents
lot of
should
people-
figure a way to work it out?
Yes.
And if they were both reasonable, they could do that.
Yeah, and I think that by the way, a huge percentage of American births in the 40s and 50s were exactly this. There were a lot of 7-month babies in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
Like something like 30 to 40% of all kids born in the 30s and 40s and 50s were 7-month babies. Or somebody got knocked up, and then the expectation was now you're gonna like. You did the crime, now you do the time, right? I mean, like, you did this.
That puts people in relationship prison.
Good. Then don't have sex.
Don't
Find somebody to have sex
dare
with.
you.
Find somebody to have sex with who you actually think is worthy of a relationship.
Right. Now,
Or online pornography is available to you. Like figure it out.
you're okay with that?
On a moral level,
Yes.
no. But if I'm going to compare that to having a baby out of wedlock, then yeah.
This is what I think about pornography. They could stop now, and we're good forever. But yet, they keep making it. Like, I think you guys enjoy it.
There's no supply and demand
I
problem.
think
in
you
pornography.
like it. Like you like making it. You guys are a bunch of freaks. I mean, there's no. It's like a business. It's almost like you have excess houses that stack up to the moon. But there's no way everyone's gonna live in all those houses. Why do you keep making houses? There's no way one person's ever jerked off to every video that ever existed. It doesn't. It's not possible. It's like, and it's also like other forms of media where they just stack up. Like, I never really thought of that until.
Against the backlog of internet pornography, you're like, God, I'm a month behind now.
Just think about music, right? There's all the music that existed before in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, and there's new shit every goddamn day. It never ends. It's this overwhelming library of stuff that we have to
Well, it would be good if that music changed from time to time. The same song recorded 7 different ways, you know.
What kind of shit do you listen to?
I listen to classic jazz and classical.
Do you?
Of course, yeah.
So interesting.
I was a concert level violinist until I was like 17.
Do you still practice?
Yeah, I mean the only expensive object that I own other than my house is a violin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it a Stradivari?
It is not. It is a. It's not.
That's all I know.
Yes, that's the two that people may know are Strad and like a Guarneri, but those ones are like hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Stradivarius is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I had the guy who we knew, my family knew, had $1 million Stradivarius.
Oh,
Yeah,
what was so big about it? What was the big deal?
Well, I mean, aside from the historic value of the thing, they're not making any more of them. It does play very differently. I mean, very differently. Like I had a crappy violin for most of my. And like really until the last 2 years, I had a violin that was handed down to my grandfather that was worth maybe $1,300, and it was a piece of crap. I mean, it was not a good violin. If you're good enough, then you can tell the difference.
Yo, dog. Next up is Jack Jordan.
To play, and
So
one that is
prick is all over the fucking internet and
I was
has
good enough
been
to
for
do
a long
that. So
time.
yeah,
Really?
I mean, I was a classic.
Yeah.
I played.
And
I played.
I think it's
violin
kind of
for
cool. We've
years.
been
My
able
dad
to
was
see
a-
him fucking
one of
grow
my
up
dad's-
over the course of
Look
his
at that
life.
Jamie just pulled up.
So that's tight.
The most expensive violin in the world.
All right.
sold for an
Here we
estimated
go.
$16
Oh, dude, I thought you were
million
fucking streaming.
dollars.
Yep.
For a
Dog,
Stradivarius.
what the
And
fuck
it
is
was
this
valuable.
shit?
I mean, really.
Buy
you know,
day one.
it's-
They're
it's-
the
it's
number
a
one
good
spot.
investment. The person, I know a guy who was offered a Strat.
Bullshit.
I think it was $250,000.
Hey, everybody, I'm just sitting here looking out the window.
Now, what is the
Being a
deal? Like,
douche.
what if you
Everybody
had to
sees that these
explain
chicks
what's the difference between
have
the sound
no
this
interest
makes?
in me.
I mean,
They only fucking care about Rabbi. I bet these bitches are typing into their phone right now. Hashtag viral Rabbi. These bitches are filtered by live. You know it. All right, let's see your shit.
So it almost.
I know you don't
So
have
we play
a fucking
jazz
Discord,
violin,
or I would have
it's
fucking.
scratchy,
Oh, whoa, you
screechy.
do.
That's why when you get in the upper register,
Why the fuck haven't I
violin,
been
you
in
get
this
very high notes. It
Discord?
can either be very screechy
More
or it can be very
often.
beautiful. Some of that.
I don't know. There's a
Most of
first
that's
for
play.
everything.
Some of that's the violin. And Yasha Heifetz is
There's
one of the
something about
greatest
this
violinists
Discord.
to ever
Why
live.
haven't I been
He
here?
had a Strat.
Oh, since I bet it's not in
Lady
your
Blunt
link tree.
Stradivarius cost
You watch. I know fucking people's social media pretty well.
People buy these
Oh
and
yeah,
they lend
there's
them
this
out
thing
on loan
that
to world's
Tim
great
Cook
violinists.
sucks.
So,
And
but there's
what
in the
the fuck,
end, it
dog?
really is the
Did it
quality
work?
of the player.
I
There's
don't
a famous
believe
Yasha Heifetz
Zero
story
to
who's
zero
playing
against
at
it sucks.
Carnegie Hall, and
Hey,
some lady
everybody.
came up to him afterward. She said, "Your
Yo,
violin
what the
just
fuck is
sounds
this
so
shit?
beautiful." He picks up the violin, puts it to his ear, and says, "Funny, I don't hear it right
Verify?
now."
So do you listen to any other kind of music?
Dude,
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
I like some
Amazing.
classic rock.
Do you?
Yeah, I
I
mean-
can see you rocking
Did I
out.
verify?
I went to a Doobie
What
Brothers
do I have
concert
to
with my
do?
parents.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, it was
Really?
fun. Yeah.
That's
A
a
captcha?
band that was named after a joint.
I'm gonna
That's true.
sneeze, dog.
That's
That's
outrageous.
accurate. I know.
Oh shit, there's
I was
sneeze
grateful that day.
and saliva all in my fucking
Going
screen.
to the Doobie Brothers concert with the other
All right.
boomers.
So
Dog.
the other thing is
Zoom tight.
same-sex
I'm so
marriage.
good
That's the
looking.
other thing that I think is
One of the most famous sneezes of all time.
we agree with the marriage.
Okay,
thing.
what
I
is
don't
this?
think the government should be involved.
This is to
I
prevent rage.
think
In the
where
current age of
people should
Discord,
be
where
protected
contents and
is
fish,
through
we ask if you do not
access
click any.
and,
What
you
do
know,
I
the
have to do?
contract.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that all makes sense to me.
Click the button
All that
below.
stuff in terms of like alimony and child support and all those things
Okay.
make sense to me. And the idea
Yo,
that the community
dog.
reinforces it.
Your shit
and
is so
the
hard to
government
fucking
reinforces all that
understand.
stuff, that all makes sense to me.
Dude, what do I have to do?
But why do you care?
Did
if,
I get like
two
an
gay guys
instant
love
message
together?
or something?
So from a religious
Oh, what
point
is
of view,
this?
Sure, let's go from the religious
So,
first.
This is
the
dumb
religious
as
secular
fuck,
point of view
dog.
first. So the
No wonder.
idea
What
is
in the
not that I care
shit?
deeply whether two gay guys.
Verify. Have a great
The idea
time
is
and
that
the
if-
Jeff
do I
Doherty thing.
prefer traditional marriage to
Okay.
same-sex marriage?
Okay, but let me phrase
What?
this way.
Follow
Who do
the
you
steps
think the gay
below.
guy is?
To
Do you
gain
think someone's
access
there
to Jack
making a
Doherty
choice?
Disco, you need to
Or do you
click
think
the
that this
button
is how
below.
So the religious point of view on this, and,
It-
and I think
oh,
this
is
is
this a button?
actually just the general conservative point of view. I
Dude,
think
this
actually
shit
generally
sucks.
is I don't know, meaning that
Did
the
I
vast
not
majority of people understand that they
verify?
have a biological drive to engage in that
Dude,
behavior.
I don't even
But
fucking know. I don't think
traditional
anyone
sort of
knows.
will point of view is
What
that
in the fuck,
biological
dude?
drive does not necessarily match up to the activity you ought to engage in. And men, for example,
What is
have a
this
biological
shit?
drive to impregnate many women. That's not something religion is cool with either. Right, so the idea
Is
is
this
that
for your bullshit?
The religion is cool with a man being with
The link
one
you're
woman
trying to verify is
impregnating
expired.
her,
This is
but
horseshit.
you're not cool
Everything
with a man
sucks.
being with a man.
Where's your stupid
So-
thing?
I can give you the religious explanation, and I can give you
Did
the
I
secular
verify?
explanation. So the religious explanation
I think I
is
did.
that there is something
Okay.
different about a woman than there is about a man.
Yo,
a man
dog.
is made better through his
Well,
union with a woman.
Here's the interesting
And that
thing
if
to me.
you
If I go
pervert
over
the
to your
sex
fucking
drive
social
to
media,
pursue
because I've been in like all
mere
the big
pleasure
streamers
instead
social
of a
media.
lasting relationship
Here, I
upon
can
which
tell you, dog.
the base
Your
society
shit
is
doesn't
built,
have Discord
then
here,
you
or I
are
would have taken a big
foregoing
fucking
proper
dump in
use
it.
of your
See?
sex drive.
Here's all your
Right,
shit.
so if you wanted to step in
All right,
and
I'm
argue
done.
against that, you would say that
All right, do you
just
think this
because
kid's a
someone
prick?
can't get pregnant doesn't mean that they don't have
Yeah.
a loving relationship that contributes to society.
But we're all
That's
pricks,
true, but
dog.
it is also foregoing
I'm a
the
fucking
more
prick.
productive relationship of being able to bear and rear children.
Yo,
and also
so
So Jack
recognizing that
Doherty,
sexes are not different,
this is
right?
your
And
introduction to who
recognizing
Rabbi
that sexes
Rothschild
are
is on the
not
biggest fucking
So
deal in
it-
global
it-
history.
being with a man
You're pretty big
is in a
too.
relationship different
That's
than being
tight.
with a woman, I would assume. I mean, I assume that's why gay guys are gay.
Anything else you want to say to him?
Then I
Yeah,
assume
we're
that
all
they would be
pricks,
bi if they
baby.
were women.
Right.
So that relationship.
Shout out to you.
From a
Shout out to
a
your social
religious
media. Shout out to your
perspective, is more
Discord.
valuable because
Shout out
when
to
it comes
getting
politics,
verified.
and then you round off each other's harsh
Dude,
edges.
look
It
how
changes.
stupid
When you're
this
married, being
asshole
married
who
changes
designed this
a man
phone
in a
is.
different way
Close
than
it.
being married to a member of the same
Stupid
sex.
shit.
Right. I
Right.
don't want
Peace
people
out,
to
Jack
have to
Doherty.
do it. But if you're,
I mean, I'm not forcing anybody. Right?
but I want them to have the option. And if you're a gay person and you say
talking
you don't
legally?
know. No, I mean, of course.
Because legally, we agree, right?
Yeah, legally.
And I keep making this distinction because
Yes.
whenever I talk about my moral perspective on things,
Mhm.
then people immediately assume that I'm a theocratic fascist. And I just
Right.
want to keep underscoring,
Yes,
like, my
thank you.
personal views on Dave Rubin's marriage
Mhm.
are of no consequence to public policy in any way whatsoever.
Right. But I agree with you on that, and I don't think it should be a part of public policy. And I think people should absolutely be allowed to marry and divorce and do whatever the fuck they want to do, no matter who it is. But why do you care? Like, as a person who's a rational thinker,
What
it's
the
pretty
fuck?
clear that people are gay. And I don't really think that this is a decision they make in terms of like, I'm going to make a clear choice to defy God and be gay. I think they're just gay.
Well, again, I think that's a
And I don't
conflation
think
of
it's everyone.
it's a conflation of identity and drive with activity, which is something that religion fundamentally rejects.
Okay.
Right. So religion fundamentally rejects the idea that you are driven to do something. Therefore, it is your identity. Therefore, you get to participate in the behavior. That's a chain of thinking that religion.
So
does not
in
accept.
religion, if a man is gay, in your religion,
Yes.
if a man is gay and they're in love with another man, they should just squash those thoughts and find a way.
Well, ideally, they would be honest with the woman they marry, so they're not messing up the
But
woman.
they would want to go
Ideally,
into
ideally, you
a
would still get married and have children in a heterosexual relationship. If you're not up to that, then you wouldn't get married.
when you describe this to a gay man, they will tell you, imagine, Ben Shapiro, someone said to you, you should stop being with your beautiful wife and you need to now marry a man because this is what God wants you to do. So you're going to have to.
Yo, pimps, next up is Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty's a big time
Because this is how the
streamer.
rules are
Rabbi
set up.
Rothschild's a
That's not
big time
part of the
streamer.
Right.
Here's
this
all
is
their
how it
shit.
sounds to gay
We
folks.
can
We're
look at their
telling them they have
social
to find a
media
woman.
here.
Like, I like
Well,
dudes.
I'm not saying you have to find a woman.
I
I'm saying
should
you
text
can't.
him.
Well, I'm saying you can't do that.
Just be like,
I'm saying
hey,
you
yo,
must.
here I
But
am.
they can't. But
What he
from
doesn't have listed
determination.
here
If
is
you
his
decide to
Discord. We've
participate
already
in
been in
this
his
religion,
Discord.
right.
It's pretty tight.
then there is a buy-in.
Alright. Is
to
he still at the
three
top
sets
of the
of religion.
fucking?
And the buy-in is
The
you
buy-in is
can't be
that-
gay.
Well,
We're
no,
gonna
the buy-in
see.
is that you can have whatever
Motherfucker
sexual orientation you please. There's certain
It's
activity
always
you can't
fucking
participate
streaming,
in.
but
So
sometimes
you
when I
can
click his
be
name, it
gay,
doesn't work
but you
because
can't have
his
gay sex.
app sucks.
Correct. That's that. By the way, that's what
Hey,
the Bible,
dude,
I mean, if
he's
you wanna
in
go to
Dubai,
the
just
text
like
of the Bible, what the
everybody.
Bible actually says, right? I mean,
Is it
even the
done?
parts of the Bible that people
Is
really
he
hate,
done streaming?
those parts say that a man shall not lie with a man.
36
It doesn't say a man
minutes
can't
ago?
be attracted to another man.
That's Old
Reviews?
Testament, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, anyway,
right, that's
as you saw,
the
he
New
was just
Testament,
at the top of this fucking
it
stream.
gets a little harsher in the New
So,
Testament. in some places.
Dubai Day 1,
Yeah.
live.
In any case, again,
Here you go.
when it comes
Good job,
this
app
is,
working.
when I'm
As you
puzzled by
see,
the idea that
this app has no idea what the fuck's going on. I followed him long ago.
that
It still
religion
says
is
1
supposed to
minute
be
ago.
different. Meaning religion treats
So you got these two
virtually
bitches who
every
are
human
more
activity
interested in
like
typing
this.
in Viral
Sin
Rabbi
is a
and YouTube
failure to abide
and
by
filtering by
the
live.
covenant, right? That's the
Everybody
definition of
just
sin.
cares about that.
When,
No one
when you
cares about
commit a
being
sin
in
in
Dubai.
Judaism and Avera,
Everybody cares about
what
being
you are
friends with
doing
the
is
rabbi.
failing to do a mitzvah, which
All
is
right.
a commandment. You're violating a commandment.
Everybody's in Dubai right
There are
now,
lots of
though. We've got
commandments that go
DJ Diddy in
directly
Dubai,
against
Action
what you are
Man's in
driven to
Dubai,
do. Just because the drive is
Jack
stronger
Doherty's
does
in
not
Dubai,
make it more morally
Rabbi is
non-culpable
in
to violate
Dubai and it's
that
hard.
commandment. So,
Dog,
when people pick this one
I want
out, they say, well,
everybody
this one
to
is
know
particularly
that you're a big
intolerant, for example.
streamer.
I don't
Rabbi
see why it's
Rothschild's a
more
big
particularly
streamer.
intolerant than saying to a man that
When
you
you
have
grow
to
up, you're going
marry
to want to
one
be
woman,
Rabbi
or
Rothschild.
saying to a Jew that you are
Anything
not
else you want to say to him?
this stuff. Or like it may be harder. I
Yeah.
don't think there's any question. It's harder to abide
When
by
I
those
go
commandments,
viral,
but it
I'm
is
going to
well within
outspend
religious
you in
tradition.
absolutely
Like, literally
everything.
every
If
religious
you own
tradition
18
has a
houses,
bunch of
I'm
stuff
going
you're
to own
forbidden to
19.
do
If
that
you own
can't. Now,
7
again, you don't have
Lamborghinis,
to
I'm
agree
going
with
to
me.
own
Right.
8. Every single
I'm not
thing.
trying to convert you.
Why?
Nice
Why
things
not?
about my religion. I don't give a crap. What
Anything else?
we
Yeah,
actively
dude.
discourage converts.
If you have
But
your shit
if you're
together,
going to proclaim that you
Jack
are,
Doherty
you
and
know,
even dude, Rabbi has
abiding
more
by
shit
traditional
online than
Judaism,
anybody. I
this
just
is
have
the
to
Bible.
search Viral
There's lots of
Rabbi
Bible.
in any
You have to
search
wear a
engine.
funny
It's
hat
like, oh my god,
sometimes. You have to
more
go
counts,
shul on
more
Saturdays,
data,
you have to
more
keep Shabbat.
content than I've ever
There's a
seen.
lot of
I
Bible.
should let all of
And
my
as long as
little
I'm not bothering
friends
anybody
know,
else, I frankly
and
don't
then
see what
all of your
business
friends
it
would
is
tell all their
legitimately
friends, and
anybody's.
then
What I
Rabbi
think
would be
about personal
super
relationships. I'm not
famous,
basing my view on anybody
and
else.
then he would
I
monetize
do
that
acknowledge
and then give all the money back to all your friends and family, and we'd all be trillionaires. So get your shit together, dog, and give me a shout out. Shout out to Jack Doherty. Shout out to Rabbi. Shout out to Kick.
And when he converted, it was a grind, man. He had to learn a lot of shit.
It's like 3 years of a grind.
It's a long time.
Yeah, for
man.
sure.
It's a long time.
So that was the religious perspective. On the secular perspective, when it comes to valuing traditional marriage over same-sex marriage, that's a very simple calculation, which is one type of marriage produces traditional children, produces children in the traditional biological way, and then you have both parents in the house to take care of them. Right, that's the value of marriage. And I fully acknowledge that when the value of marriage shifted from it's about production and rearing of children to it's two people who love each other, the case for same-sex marriage, again, same-sex marriage went completely out.
Right. So you are just sticking to your rigid ideology in terms of like what you believe to be a sin and not believe to be a sin based on your religion, based on this very strict moral fiber that this religion is.
In a religious context, meaning it applies to me, it applies to my family, it doesn't apply to you.
Right. Is there any room for growth in that when people have a better understanding of biology? Like, if it was proven, if there's proven, like, oh, this is why a person develops blue eyes, this is why a person is black, this is why, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just a variation.
No,
it's red hair, it's freckles, it's gay, it's straight.
You can tell me that homosexual orientation is 100% biologically driven, and I will almost completely agree with that. I think that there are some cases where it's not because of war, which is particularly true. But by the way, the research tends to show that there's more sexual fluidity among females than males. Males tend to be either heterosexual or homosexual.
The research is done by dudes who want to hook up with chicks, but keep going. Show you the paperwork.
But again, that it's a question that I've always found actually not particularly interesting, simply because it doesn't take into account the worldview generally, which is that a biological drive does not equal excuse for behaving in a certain way.
Right, but that's what brings me back to this. Like, is it possible that these laws in this religion were written when who do you think wrote the stuff? Do you think people wrote the stuff, or do you think God wrote the stuff?
I think either way, even if it were, I mean, because I am an Orthodox Jew, I believe that at the very least it's God inspired and God written, right? But even if I believed on a secular level that human beings wrote that stuff, so I think that people 3,000 years ago had never seen a gay person before.
Do you think that they understood?
Like the very reason to have a commandment is because certain people in the community are behaving in a particular way.
Right.
There's no commandment not to take your head and shove it in the meat grinder.
Well, this is also the argument against pork, because they didn't understand trichinosis. They understand you have to cook the meat to 145 degrees and pork parasites, which are very dangerous.
So I'm not a huge fan of naturalistic explanations for religion.
I think that's a good one.
For pork, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think you could make an argument, maybe.
Yeah, he almost died in India in this horrific X-ray of his head. He had parasites from pork that had gotten into his body, and they had nested in his brain, started developing all these cysts inside of his head, and they couldn't do anything about it because it was so deep in his head that if they gave him the anti-parasitic medication, it would cause swelling of the brain, and it would like it was so far gone. It's actually pig shit. Apparently, it's people accidentally coming in contact with pig shit produces this particular type of parasite.
Yeah, it's not kosher.
It's more rare, but trichinosis was pretty common.
Well, again, their attempts to sort of paint back into the Bible certain rationalistic explanations.
Doesn't that make sense though?
I think.
Why else would it be bad to eat pigs? Like Jesus loves pigs? Is that what's going on?
Well, I think that the reversal of the kosher laws in the New Testament, from a Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ, I think that there you can make an argument that the gospel is written.
He was just a prophet.
No, we don't believe he's a prophet. What do you think he was? I think he was historically. I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against Rome. Just like a lot of other Jews that tried to lead a revolt against Rome.
So he became legend and story, and it became a bigger deal.
Yeah, he had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then there was
resurrected.
No, that's not a Jewish belief. We're not in the miracle stories. No, not by Jesus. And they're ones we don't have. Yeah, you've got Moses splitting the sea.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think happened there?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with the Maimonidean explanation. It says in the Bible there was a strong east wind. So there's a naturalistic explanation for a physical phenomenon.
That makes sense.
I mean, that's what Maimonides is constantly trying to do, is read nature back into the Bible.
Yeah. That is the problem with these texts, right? Is that you're trying to decipher translations from original texts which were written in ancient Hebrew thousands of years ago and were told in oral tradition for longer than that.
Right. I mean, this is where, my book, which I always hesitate to pitch my own stuff because it sounds gauche.
Pitch away.
But the new book, The Right Side of History, #1 New York Times bestselling nonfiction book.
Wait a minute, you got #1 in the New York Times bestselling? Really?
Yeah, we sold enough that we knocked Michelle Obama out of the #1 slot for a week. So
is there a protest?
Well, no protest yet, but suffice it to say the New York Times book reviewer didn't like it. But I'm not super shocked by that. But the basic contention that I make is that Judeo-Christian values on the one hand, and then human reason on the other, Greek reason, really, that tradition is a tension, and that tension is where Western civilization lives. That basically civilization is a suspension bridge. It takes certain fundamental precepts of Judeo-Christian values on the one hand, and then takes Greek reason, and they're pulling against each other. And sometimes reason feels like it's going to dominate religion, and sometimes it feels like religion is going to dominate reason. But in the best of all available worlds, you have a bridge that is capable of building upon, where you can actually have a functional civilization. And if you lose reason in the name of theocracy, then you end up with tyrannical theocracy. And if you lose religion in the name of reason, you end up in some pretty dark places, because human beings don't have a very good track record of creating their own purpose, creating their own meaning, creating their own systems. We tend to get very utopian very quickly, and things get really ugly, which is sort of the story of particularly the first half of the 20th century.
So this is the benefit of sticking to the rigid ideology that's prescribed by religion, is that you don't allow the human beings to keep updating it and changing it, because if you do, they will eventually slide into chaos.
Well, yes, but which is not to say there's not play in the joints. I mean, there's certainly religion is morphed over time. I mean, Judaism, as it was practiced originally, probably in many ways does not resemble Judaism as practiced now. In fact, the Talmud even says this. I mean, there's this kind of fascinating and counterintuitive section of the Talmud where Moses it's what is called the Gadatah, which is some of these stories that are just kind of put into the middle of the Talmud, where Moses comes back and he's watching from on high as a bunch of rabbis in 2nd century Palestine are talking about Judaism, and he's like, I don't recognize any of this stuff. Like, I brought down these books from the mountain, and I do not recognize any of this stuff. And God says to him, God says to him, right, I mean, this is more, Moses is pleased. In other words, he's not, Judaism has always had a common law tradition. They're using reason to try and develop the ideas behind the commandments and then try and extend them or broaden them. And I think that's a good thing, but you have to be careful not to completely undermine fundamental roots or or get rid of basic precepts. In other words, you have to acknowledge there are certain fundamental truths that exist there, and then there's play as far as how those are implemented.
Does Judaism have one of those pray the gay away traditions?
No, that's not a thing. I mean, it's
What do they want guys to do? Like, what would you do if
not
you were
not to sin, but again, sin is a thing that everybody does, meaning that masturbation is not okay according to Judaism. I assume that a vast majority of young Jewish men, even the Orthodox, are masturbating. So people sin. I mean, that's a recognition. It's always, again, I think I can speak on behalf of, I will audaciously speak on behalf of both Jews and Christians here. I think that religious people are told that when they say that something is a sin, this means that they are looking askance at the people who are committing the sin, and that is not correct. I mean, what Judaism and Christianity say is that we are all committing sins on a fairly regular basis. Where we get uptight is when people start saying, because I have a desire toward the sin is no longer a sin.
Yeah. The real problem is like why is it a sin? Like, who says it's a sin?
So again,
these rules we're assuming are influenced by God,
right?
But clearly written by people.
Well, this one you would say, if you're a fundamentalist, or at least somebody who believes in the idea that the Torah was given by God, was given literally by God. But again, that doesn't, the logic behind the rules, which people like Maimonides have tried to explicate. The idea is, as I said, a secular, this you can do without God, right? This part you can do without God. The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity. And again, I will reiterate for Media Matters for the 1 millionth time, I'm not in favor of any of this being encoded into American law, because freedom is freedom. People should be able to sin how they choose, so long as they're not harming anybody else.
Right. No, but what about people that have had vasectomies? And what about women that also...
Judaism's not cool with vasectomies.
Not cool with it.
But neither is Catholicism, from what I understand.
Right. Yeah, well, I'm not a big fan of that one either. That one I have more experience with. But, so... What if a man is sterile and the woman's sterile? Are they allowed to have sex? Because they both know?
So yes, because there are ancillary benefits to married couples having sex, like relationship building.
Right.
But that's not a generalized case against the favored view of sex. Right? That's sort of like arguing that intersex people mean that there's no such thing as two separate sexes. There are two separate sexes, and also there are intersex people who have a connection.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the same thing here. The case in favor of heterosexual sexual activity does not change based on the fact that some people can't actually participate in that.
What would you do if a young gay guy came to you for advice? If someone said, "Hey, Ben, I'm an admirer of yours. I love the way you think and follow your philosophies, but I've got a problem. I'm a young Jewish man and I'm gay and I don't know what to do." What would you tell them to do?
I mean, I can't tell them to do anything.
Right. What would you advise? Would you tell them to not act out on those feelings?
I would say you do the best you can as a human being. And from my moral perspective, you try to avoid sin as best you can. But everybody sins.
The problem is that sin, though, it seems to me that it was defined by people who didn't understand biology, because they were dealing with humans that existed thousands of years ago.
Again,
No real understanding of why people were gay.
I mean, I really don't think that biblical commandments are linked, and religious commandments generally are linked to a view of biology. Meaning that
you don't think so?
No, I think that all sin is a recognition that we have drives that we are supposed to forego.
Okay.
That's pretty much. I mean, that's fundamental to certainly Judaism, to Christianity as well. I would say Islam is given as this basic precept.
Right. When I think we can agree that there's some real benefits to discipline. There's real benefits to having structure, and it doesn't mean that you can't be creative. It doesn't mean that you can't be free and do whatever you want some of the time too. But I think we can both agree that this is one of the best benefits of an ideology, and hopefully a positive ideology.
Right. And one of the things that the reason I keep coming back to the governmental regulation point is because my view is that if your view of discipline is not my view of discipline, good on you, right? Like, go do what you want to do. Like, I've never had a conversation with Dave Rubin about him being a gay guy.
Right, but you did say that you like wouldn't go to his marriage, right?
Well, I said, right, as a religious person, I can't say, I can't actively participate in something that I consider to be a sin, but I would go out to dinner with Dave and his husband anytime. Like, my wife and I would do that, of course. We'd have him over to our house with his husband.
You don't find any contradiction between your religious perspective and your personal perspective in that regard, that you wouldn't be there for religious reasons, but that you would be there for personal reasons? Like, if it wasn't, would you go to the after party? Like, if you wouldn't go to the wedding, would you go to the after party?
Anything that was a celebration of same-sex marriage, no.
Wow.
So anything, but
You
like,
wouldn't even go to the party?
no. I mean, that's it. And that's that.
What if there's a barbecue the next day? Would you consider it a tag on?
You know, it's and again, like, I'm not sure why. I'm not a good party person, so I'm not sure why anybody would want me at their party. Frankly, I'm kind of a
You'd be a
buzzkill.
great party.
But
I haven't been to a party with you, but I went to a dinner party with you.
that's true.
We had a great time.
That was a good time. That was a good time.
That's a funny picture, man.
That is a
People
wild
don't
picture.
know what the fuck to think about that picture.
That is certainly true.
Eric and Jordan
And
and
Sam, yeah.
and
It's a wild
Dave
picture.
and you and I. It's like, what?
All the
in
white
fuck?
supremacists in one place, right?
Yeah, all the that is a disturbing one when they'll just lump you in with a bunch of fucking psychopaths just because it's convenient for them and it's an easy way to diminish you. That is a thing that I see more from the left than from the right. And it's really disturbing. I always thought, until this clickbait generation came along, I always thought that, especially, well, New York Times is obviously the higher standard, but that you would never see that kind of shit from progressive people. You would never see willful distortion of reality to define their narrative in a really disingenuous way. And it happens so often now that people get called, my favorite is alt-right adjacent.
I don't know what that means.
They don't know what it means. It's a new thing. It's a new thing people are trying out. They're trying it out. It might go away.
It's again, trying to lump everybody into one group for purposes of castigating their motives.
Yeah.
You don't have to have an argument with somebody if you assume they're a Nazi. So I guess
So,
we call everybody a
this
Nazi.
is
You don't have to
everybody's
argue.
favorite rabbi, Rabbi Rothschild, living like a pimp
I think
every fucking
when it
day.
comes to the gay marriage,
Every
thing,
day's a
what people
holiday, every
really
meal's
worry
a feast.
about is other people trying to stop.
I'm checking
people
out right now a
from doing
motherfucker
what
named
they
Awake.
want to do. You don't have that.
Shout out to
That's
Awake.
not you. What you are doing is opposing
This is Awake.
it
They're
from
driving on
your religious belief.
a freeway.
Right, like if you want to join
They're making
into
aware
that
that
shul
we love
has
them,
religious beliefs,
and
and that's their
they
business.
love
By the way, they're
everything
I
that
can't
we're
join a church,
doing.
I assume. We
We're
don't
very
believe
positive
things
for
that
their
the church
stream.
You probably
Get the
could
people going,
join
spreading the
it.
love.
You gotta give the right amount of money.
Everybody
Well, I
is
don't
now
believe in
aware.
Jesus, so
Oh, there we
there's
go.
that.
All right.
Jesus?
Yeah.
So now that
That's not my
bad,
thing,
we're
right?
gonna take a
So
look at
that's-
your.
I wouldn't
Social
expect
media.
to walk into a mosque and expect them to change
can
their
tip
standards on
there.
religion. I find it really
Cool.
audacious when people
I want to
actually
see
expect
your
people
Instagram, dog.
view the world the
We're
same
taking a look
way
at your
that
Instagram.
they
Sorry,
do,
this
and then
isn't
expect
available.
them
That's
to be
cool.
catered to
That's just
in that way.
another
I
symbol
wouldn't
that
walk into
Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Here
I
is
wouldn't
your
walk into a
Facebook
gay-owned bakery and
and
expect them to
Awake
make a
Gaming.
cake
That's tight.
that has verses from
Cool,
Leviticus.
dog.
Why would
That
I do
story
that?
is
And
a
then
weird
we got your
story.
Twitter.
That
Let's
baker
take a look at your
story
Twitter.
bandied about.
Oh,
Those
dog,
folks
if
went
you were
to
like, where were
several
we?
bakers until
We were right
someone
here
said no.
taking a
This
look
is
at your
correct.
Twitter.
Yeah.
They were looking for a court case. And
Yeah.
I
honestly,
still call it
like,
Twitter.
that's
Oh,
not you
cool, dude.
civil
Same
rights
shit
laws.
happened
You
at
can get
2100 on my other
Seriously,
account.
like, go to the other bakery.
So that's
Yeah.
cool that
They
no
don't
one's
have
using that
anything to do
fucking
with you.
platform
They
now.
don't owe you their
All right,
money.
well,
If you
this
wanna
is Awake
boycott them,
Gaming.
boycott
Very
them, right?
cool,
You wanna tell
dog.
your friends to say,
You
"We're not
have
gonna
a
owe
lot of people
my
watching
came
you,
from these
and I
discriminatory
want you to
things."
know that I hope
Fine,
the
it's
best
free
for
market.
you.
Have at
I
it.
hope the
But
best
this
for
notion
your
that
family.
somebody
I want
owes
you to
their
know that
services,
I'm going to be the
that
biggest
to
fucking
me,
streamer
it's
in
not even a
global
freedom of
history.
religion case.
Already
Now it's a
am.
freedom of association.
And
Well, I think
I'm gonna
what
make you a
the
trillionaire. I'm gonna make your
goal
friends a
is
trillionaire.
to shame
Trillionaire.
a
So
business
just
into
all you have to do is
submission
type
and
Bible
also
Rabbi
to-
in YouTube
to
and
put
filter
it
by
out
live.
there in the
Look
public
at all
eye
my
so that
accounts
people
that I have.
understand
Look at
this
it in
is
any social media.
discrimination that does
Love you,
happen
bro.
to folks with
Take care,
it. They'll go
dude.
somewhere and someone-
Everybody loves you.
Right.
You know,
Everybody
so
loves
I think they wanna
Rabbi.
highlight it. So if
Everybody
I was being
hates Tim
very
Cook and how this
charitable,
fucking phone
I
is
was thinking they were
designed.
being attention
Why?
grabbers, I would say
It just
maybe
sucks.
that's what they're doing. Maybe they're just trying to highlight this very real problem.
That's fine, but they actually like took it to the government. Once you start pointing the government gun at people, I get real uptight. So again, if
Yeah,
it's
it's a weird one.
if you were just to
Yelp
walk into
review, yeah.
right, exactly, Yelp
Write a
review
blog.
it, right, talk about how much you don't like them, fine.
Yeah.
You know, like I may disagree with you, I may agree with you, whatever. That's fine. But once you start going to the government
Yeah.
and having the government levy $100,000 fines on more bakers because you couldn't find a gay bakery in Colorado, supposedly. Like, I'm sorry, that's not cool. And I feel the same way. If I walk into a bakery, they're like, "You're Jewish, we're not serving you." I'd be like, "Okay, you're a-hole, but all right. I mean, it's a free country, and there's a bakery across the street, or maybe I'll just open a bakery next door to you and take all your business."
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate that anyone would ever think like that, but should it be a law to force someone to think differently? You can't. It doesn't work.
This is my point. Is you know,
It's a
people will
slippery
point to my
slope,
religious beliefs, they'll be like, "Oh, you're a theocrat," and I keep coming back to, I'm not though. Like, I don't want to force my beliefs on anybody.
Right.
My
You
beliefs,
just have those.
those are
beliefs.
my beliefs, so leave me alone. And those are your beliefs, so leave you alone. And if we can't have a system where we acknowledge that those beliefs can coexist and we can still have conversations with each other or be friends, it's going to be real hard to have a society.
When you told Dave Rubin that you wouldn't go to his wedding, did he get butthurt? No pun intended.
No, he wasn't upset about it.
No.
No, because Dave and I were friends. He knows that I have no anger or upset about him doing
I would be
whatever
like,
he
what the
wants.
fuck, Ben? Come on, man.
I don't know. I'm not a friends person, so I
You don't have any friends?
I mean, I have friends, but it's like very close friends and then acquaintances.
Mm.
I tend to keep a pretty close social circle.
You're smart. You have so much time in this life.
That's pretty much how I feel.
Yeah.
Like, if you're the kind of person where it feels like a true obligation for me to drive you to the airport,
Oh.
not a thing now.
I'm not driving you. there,
Correct.
bro. You
They're
can get
legitimate.
Uber.
Correct. There are people
You know
who
how
make
to
money
do
off
that.
of you driving to the
Yeah,
airport. As
you
it
know
turns
how to
out,
do that.
this is exactly correct.
Those people. But that kind of went away for the most part. So if you find someone who's still asking for a ride to the airport, that's a greedy motherfucker at this point. You're a greedy bitch. You know,
You'll
unless
take your
it's
30
like,
bucks on the Uber.
yeah, it's like your wife or your girlfriend who wants to talk to you when you drop her off at the airport. That's totally cool.
Right. Well,
That's
this is
understandable.
but that's what I mean by my circle of friendship.
Yeah.
Like somebody where I'm in the car with them for half an hour and it doesn't feel like an obligation.
Yeah, you
All
have
right.
a nice conversation.
That's
Yeah.
fine. But
I value community, and I value people talking and trying to understand each other. And I've seen so much conflict that's unnecessary. Because I see so much conflict that's rooted in people not communicating and instead of communicating. And I think this is one of the things that I'm most nervous about with all this deplatforming and censoring people and the silencing of people on the right. And it's not that I agree with these people. It's that I see how this is just going to shore up these two sides, and it's going to make it a much more difficult atmosphere for communication, for real understanding, and a coming to agreements on things, and recognizing the things that we all good people seem to agree. You should try to help each other. You should be kind to each other. You should work hard. You should have good morals and ethics. You shouldn't steal. You shouldn't take from people. You shouldn't lie. You shouldn't try to cheat the government. You shouldn't try to cheat people.
Right.
Like, just be a good fucking person. And that this it transcends religious ideologies. It transcends political leanings. It really does. It should. And we can have a truly diverse community. Truly diverse, not forced diversity. Right. Diverse meaning some people are progressive, some people are conservative, some people are libertarian. You can joke with each other. We can all get along together and disagree with things, just not be fucking hateful towards each other. This is possible, but it becomes less possible when people feel like they're being silenced or censored.
This is totally right. And it's also true that when you castigate somebody as morally unequal, what you're really doing is you're giving an excuse to get into their shit.
What is this?
I mean, like,
no one
this
knows.
is what's really happening here. Like, if I had a slogan beyond the facts don't care about your feelings stuff, it just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Right? Don't get into my shit. Like,
Yo,
you're not
dog.
bothering me, so why are you bothering me? And if I have a belief system that's different than yours, then so the hell what? As long as I'm not bothering you, what difference does it make to you how I feel about things?
The only thing about the gay thing is that it's not you. You have a belief about things that's not you.
But I have lots of beliefs about things that are not me.
Right, but they're people that aren't hurting each other.
But it's so what? I mean, I can believe that people who aren't hurting each other, like, I'm not a fan of prostitution. So, I'm not a fan of people. Here's somebody not.
Prostitution is clearly more of a choice than I think gay people.
Okay, I'm
Right.
but again,
know,
you're
a lot
coming
of
back to the
times.
same moral distinction,
Yeah.
which I've repeated a few times, which is that I'm not a believer that a natural desire to do something therefore makes an activity okay. But that's a view that has no externalities. My view has no externalities. So in the same way, listen, I have beliefs about people who eat too much and get obese because they eat too much. I think it's a bad thing to to do. I
I do
don't
as
think it's
well.
my business. You want to do it? Your problem. Like you want to F up your life? That's what freedom is called, right?
Isn't it one of the 7 deadly sins? Gluttony?
Yeah, that again a Christian thing, but yeah, I think that. but yes, I mean, and I have lots of beliefs about lots of things that people do, and by the way, so do you. Things that don't affect you, right? I mean, this is we all do. But as long as I'm not forcing that on you because there are no externalities to your behavior, I don't see why it bothers you. Like there are legitimately, I would assume, tens of millions of people in this country who believe that when I die, I will go to hell. Right? I don't believe in Jesus, and so there are a lot of people who believe I don't believe in Jesus, therefore I am bound for hell. That does not bother me one iota because no one's bothering me. So what do I care?
Right.
Like, I don't understand why everyone doesn't take this view. If I'm not legitimately bothering you, why should you care what I think? Like this is what would be puzzling me. If somebody came to me and they wanted my opinion on something because they valued my opinion that much, I'd give my opinion. But you don't have to care about my opinion.
I think when it comes to the gay thing, what people are looking for is for other folks to be accepting of who they are. And I think for a lot of these gay folks that have been in the closet their whole life, that's the big things. They're always worried about someone treating them differently or someone diminishing them because they're gay. Then when they hear someone like you say that you think it's a sin and that you shouldn't act on your biology, even though you have these urges, that you should instead find a woman, they feel the same pangs of rejection.
And I get
of,
that.
you know,
I for sure get that. But the conflict between activity and identity is actually kind of a dangerous one, meaning that the idea that if I disapprove of an activity in which you engage, that I disapprove of you.
right.
I disapprove of lots of activities in which lots of people engage, including most members of my family, including my children, a lot of the time. That does not mean I disapprove of them as a human being, or that I'm saying they're lesser as a human being.
Right.
That, like, we all interact with people this way. Like, you disapprove of my view on this. I don't get the feeling you disapprove of me as a human being.
No, I don't. And,
Right? I practice a religion. You obviously think my religion is bullshit, but that's okay. I don't care. Like, why
I
would
don't
that?
think it's bullshit. I wouldn't say I think it's bullshit.
Well, you think,
I
you think
it's
that, like, God
and-
spoke to somebody on a mountain is bullshit, right?
Well, I don't even know if that's bullshit. What I do know is that it's a historical interpretation of stories that were as much as they could or as little as they wanted to be accurately defined and written down and then passed on from generation to generation.
Okay, so let me give
generation.
you an example. You think the fact that I won't eat pork is kind of stupid bullshit?
No, I don't think it's stupid bullshit. First of all, I think pigs are intelligent. I wish they weren't wild. I have a deep affinity to pigs. I
picked the
really
wrong
do.
example here.
I love them, but I also kill them
Well,
and I
you-
eat them.
right.
I mean, I kill wild pigs.
Let me be broader about this. You're not an Orthodox Jew, so I assume
No.
there are things about the things
But I don't
that I
think
do.
it's stupid.
There are certain things of which I believe or practice that you probably disapprove, or you don't think they're the smartest, or you think that they're.
I
Or you,
might not think it's the smartest, but as I've gotten older and hopefully wiser, I give a fuck less about why you do what you do, but whether or not the benefits seem to be worth, if the juice is worth the squeeze.
right.
And in your case, I think the juice is worth the squeeze. I think you're a very successful person. You're very reasonable. You're very intelligent. You're an outstanding debater, and I enjoy talking to you and listening to you on YouTube. I think part of that is because of the fact that you're religious.
Right.
Of your religious. I think it's cross training. I think in a lot of ways it's like if you lift weights for jiu-jitsu, it makes you stronger. It'll make your jiu-jitsu better as long as you keep training. I think your discipline from your religion there's psychological benefits to it.
Right.
There's
No,
ethical
totally.
benefits to it. It's a real
No, I
thing.
totally get all that. I guess the point is that we're different people. So
Yeah.
there's certain activity in which I engage that you probably think, well, I wouldn't do that. It's kind of dumb.
Yeah,
And
but
that's okay.
But I wouldn't though. I would, but I wouldn't. I don't want to do it. I don't want to wear a yarmulke. But I get it. I understand why you
It'd
do
be
it.
hard to keep it on your head. I mean,
Yeah,
frankly.
screw it. What do bald dudes do? They put a
They just
piece
kinda
of
sit it there.
double stick tape there.
Not what you can
Not
do.
allowed to.
No, you can. You totally can. But
Oh, okay.
it seems painful and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The point is that living in a society, we all are constantly disapproving of each other, right? Politics is just us disapproving of each other all the time. And so long as we're not forcing that on anybody else, I really don't see the problem. And I think everybody should sort of get over it. Like, if I don't approve of your personal behavior, welcome to the club. I disapprove of 99% of people's personal behavior, including my own habits.
Do you how often do you debate people on the merits of religion, like the merits of your belief system?
Not super frequently, but not infrequently. I mean, like I mentioned that I've had this conversation with Sam a couple of different times in
Yeah.
public.
Well, he's so rabid as an atheist. Yet you guys.
He's more religious. Sam is more religious than I am. Sam is more of a religious atheist than I am. Like, I'll admit questions about my own religion. Sam is very, very convinced of his correctness and his viewpoint. Sam's a religious dude.
He's a fascinating guy.
He is. I like Sam a lot. And Michael Shermer, I've had on my show to talk about religion and skepticism and all that. I'm not shy about talking about it. Sometimes I find that it's kind of a dead end, because sometimes it just turns into, I believe in God, and then the person's like, I don't believe in God. It's like, well, okay, fine. Now can we talk about the stuff we think are what are the fundamental building blocks upon which you can base a society or base a politics? And if we agree on those, then the God stuff. I think God is a better base for those fundamental policies and belief systems. I think free speech, individualism, democracy, these are based on a simple verse in Genesis that human beings are made in God's image. I think that that's a logical leap. This is the case I've made to Sam. I don't think that you can actually get to human beings are of inestimable value from scientific materialism. If you believe that human beings are effectively just animals, then I don't know why they would be of infinite value, nor why I should respect somebody's belief system simply because they're human. And I don't respect animals. And if we're just another animal, there's nothing that necessitates that logical line of thinking. In fact, for most of human history, it was not the logical line of thinking. It was, if you're a member of my tribe, then we like you. And if you're not a member of my tribe, then we get to kill you.
But is that a logical comparison? Like, isn't there a difference between single-celled organisms and the way a primate interacts with its environment?
I mean, yes, but I'm not sure why that would indicate any sort of greater existential value.
It's not necessarily a greater existential value, but as we were talking about the value of community and the value of having a group of people that you care about, this is a core component of being human. It's a core component of this understanding mind.
But that's
rational, intelligent interfacing with the universe in a way that no other animal is capable of.
I'm not saying you can't get to the point where Sam agrees with me. I'm saying that I think it's less convincing than Sam thinks it is. Meaning there's an alternative line of thought that says, okay, you're right, social fabric is great. You know where that social fabric is particularly awesome? Among me and my friends. Yes. You know where it ain't that great? Those guys over there. Let's go kill them and take their shit. Right? Like that was pretty much how humanity worked for a very, very long time. Yeah. And the simple and effective idea that the reason that human beings are of value is because we are more than just our material bodies, that there's something that is us, that is of inestimable value. That's a religious concept, and it has a lot of weight. Now, if Sam wants to get to the same place, and we can build a political conversation from there, that's fine. My real argument with Sam is, Sam and I go down to the bottom of the iceberg about 90% of the way. We have the same fundamental values about free speech, diversity of opinion, about, I think, to mostly an extent, free markets. I think that we agree on a lot of these fundamental principles. He then says that he gets those from pure reason. I have serious questions about whether pure reason necessitates those conclusions. He tends to think that those are the only conclusions a reasonable person could come to if you properly apply your reason. I don't think that's right.
What do you think is happening there? What's the mechanism?
I think that the mechanism is that we are common. What I said to Sam when we were debating this in San Francisco is it's real weird. He's a materialist, a scientific materialist atheist who is sitting across the stage from me, a religious Jew. We agree on 95% of our values. So how? And his answer was, well, here's where I've studied. I've studied Buddhism, I've studied these philosophies, and I've studied science. And so, right, I haven't studied a lot of those things, but we have the same values. So why? It seems to me a better historical explanation is that we grew up 10 miles from each other in Los Angeles after 3,000 years of common history of Judeo-Christian development, balanced with reason in the West. Like, location has something to do with this. And that location was rooted in commonality of interest and philosophy. So I'm less, there's a weird nexus, and I don't want to get too kind of deep in the weeds here. There's a weird kind of nexus on what truth is, where you've heard Sam and Jordan Peterson debate this.
That was insane.
It's wild, right? And the truth is, I'm closer to Sam than Jordan on this. So I'm closer to Jordan than Sam when it comes to the value of religion, and I'm closer to Sam than Jordan when it comes to objective truth. Sam believes that there is such a thing as objective truth. Jordan tends to be more of a pragmatist. He tends to believe that truth is sort of what is useful to a certain extent. And I agree with Sam, but I'm not sure how he gets to objective truth from a scientific materialist worldview. Why is there objective truth as opposed to what you think being evolutionarily beneficial? How do you get from that to its a universal principle that is objectively true? It's a bit of a jump.
Well, it depends on what the concept is, right? Like, what are you talking about in terms of
I'm talking about anything that Sam says is true. What makes it true as opposed to just evolutionarily beneficial for us to think so? Meaning what evolution does is it creates a series of thoughts in our mind, presumably if you're a materialist, that are beneficial to your preservation and promulgation of the species. They're not actually true. So if it's beneficial, this is Sam's explanation for the prevalence of religion, for example. He'll say religion isn't true, but evolutionary biology sort of drives people toward religion so you can have group bonds that are beyond 150 people, or whatever. So why doesn't that apply to math? Why is it the 2 and 2? How do you know that 2 and 2 actually equals 4? As opposed to, it is evolutionarily beneficial for you to believe that 2 plus 2 equals 4. So Sam believes there's an objective truth somewhere out there that 2 plus 2 equals 4. I don't know what evolution has to do with that sort of stuff.
So what do you think is happening that he disagrees with?
So I think that what is happening is that human beings were placed in an orderly universe through the processes of biology and have a unique capacity to understand that universe because we are made in the image of God. This is where I think that the religious viewpoint diverges pretty strongly from Sam's.
But you believe in evolution?
Yes.
You believe that evolution was a process that was created by God to formulate human beings?
Yes. Yeah, I mean that's the nice thing about being religious. You can attribute most everything to God.
It's nice. Well, here's the thing: it's not that implausible. If there was some sort of a grand plan, there would be no regard for like, oh, we've got to get a rush on this.
Right.
Making the evolutionary being, we're gonna,
there's
really
all sorts of-
accelerate the process.
And there's all sorts of fine-tuning arguments about how implausible it would be for just atoms roaming around the universe randomly to end with human creation. The alternative explanations seem no less implausible to me. Like the multiple universes theory, plausible, but we have no way to prove it because we can't get to those multiple universes. So how is that testable?
Right.
Or the now popular theory that we're living in an AI simulation. Not sure how that's more testable than God. Not sure how it's more testable that aliens put us here. Like how's any of this? Why is that more testable or more plausible than the idea that there is a force behind that which we see that has mind?
Well, let's just break this down slowly. There's obviously something that's happening. There's obviously something that went from the Big Bang to planet Earth in 2019 with cellular communication and satellite dishes. And obviously something happened, something pretty radical. Why is it happening? Is it happening because of random events that sort of coincide with biology and the technology and all these things come to fruition to you and I standing across from each other talking on this podcast in front of millions of people? Or is this just how things go? Is things compete constantly, try to get better, and then in this gigantic ecosystem of all these things competing and trying to get better, one super successful organism, us, rises above and continues.
Right.
And continues and by far passes all these other creatures below it and moves, in our estimation. I mean, if you really believe in evolution, you can't think we're done.
Right.
It's got to be moving towards some better product. It keeps going until it creates.
So this is why I say that Sam is more religious than I am. I think that there's a plausible argument for atheism. I just don't think that there is a plausible argument for Sam's moral vision of atheism. Meaning that what Sam tends to do is, like, for example, you and I have talked a lot on this particular podcast about the value of self-betterment and making decisions and being responsible for those decisions. How does that work in an area where we don't have free will? So Sam actively says we do not have free will.
Yeah, that's a weird conversation.
And it is a weird conversation and sort of a self-defeating one. Sam suggests when it comes to the scientific method that we are using science to find out truths about the universe. And we're using reason. Sam's very big on reason. I also am big on reason, but I don't know how Sam is defining reason as opposed to just an evolutionarily beneficial firing of neurons. Meaning that that's what we are, right? We're balls of meat wandering purposeless through the universe. And then he'll talk about making our own meaning or seeking human prosperity or flourishing. These are all very active words. This is an active vision of man in the universe.
Right.
And I'm not sure how that flows from we're a ball of meat that evolved from another ball of meat that evolved eventually, if you go back far enough, from non-balls of meat, without any free will, without any capacity to choose. I don't know how you build a civilization on that.
Well, there's two different conversations here. One is determination, or determinism, rather, whether or not you have free will, or whether or not your life and your actions are being dictated by the past, by your biology, by your learned experiences, by external pressures, what is causing this very clear decision that you make? Is this free will? Are you deciding, I'm going to get my shit together? Or are all the factors around you pushing you and funneling you into this direction that it's unavoidable to you?
Right.
And that you are not a product of free will. You're just a product of a lot of different factors.
Right.
Or is it both? Is it that you are the product of your environment and your life experiences, and you also have free will?
Right. And I'm in the latter group.
I'm in the latter group, I think, as well. I think we also experience great benefit from making positive choices and then experiencing, like, whenever you meet someone who's lost a lot of weight, one of the things they have is fucking tremendous feeling of accomplishment.
Yep.
You know, like, yeah, I lost 100 pounds. Like, holy shit, man, 100 pounds.
Right.
Like, they get this positive feedback from it. There's real good in making good choices. And when people decide to get their shit together and make a good choice, they're rewarded. The question is, are you doing that because of determinism, or are you doing that because of free will? Or are you doing that because of a combination of both of those things? And can you fuel that free will purposely through, like, outwardly seeking things that are motivational or things that are educational, things that allow you to kind of remap the way you process reality,
Right.
which can be extremely beneficial and can aid in you taking steps towards exercising your free will.
Right. Well, this is why I think that in the end, but I think it's a pretty fundamental question, and I think that's why in the end I'm religious, and I'm not sure why Sam isn't, because he agrees with the same premises. Right. He'll talk about self-betterment and decisions that you can make, and then he'll write a full book about why free will doesn't exist. And I just don't understand how those two things can coexist.
Yes, it's well, I think it's a thought experiment. First of all, I think the whole determinism thing is a thought experiment, because there's really no way to determine.
Right.
It's like you can.
But you have to act as though, for sure, right? I mean, like, there's just no way to act otherwise. But I guess
I absolutely act as if I have free will.
Right, and we all do.
And I get angry at myself when I fuck things up. I don't say, "Well, it's just determinism, man."
Right.
No, that doesn't get you in there. But maybe it's determinism that's put me in this position where I'm the kind of guy that gets upset if I fuck things up.
Right.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but I don't know if you know either. That's my take on all these things. When people get really rigid with their ideologies,
Yeah.
like, okay, I want to hear it out. I want to hear the whole thing. You know, I want to hear it all. I'm not sure if you know.
I think there's a lot that I don't know, but I think that there's more plausible and less plausible.
I agree. This is where I think people misunderstand you. You have your beliefs, but you're not a guy that imposes them on people. And I think we need to be way more reasonable in terms of the way we address people's beliefs. And I've been guilty of this in the past. I'm sure many people listening have. Everyone has. But I think it's a core component to a healthy community, is to allow people to have their own beliefs. And, you know, who knows, man, maybe your beliefs on gay people will adjust and move over time as you get older and move into a gay neighborhood. And,
again, it's not. Look, dude, it's not about tolerance.
I understand. I know. It's a religious thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's a difference between understanding people as whole people, and then saying that I don't like some of the things that they do, and simply saying making the assumption because I don't like some of the things that you do, we can't be friends, or I disagree with you as an entire human being, which I think is not true.
It's a good belief system to have if you're straight. And then you go, look, got it locked down, don't need to worry about that. I got a problem. But if you were gay, goddamn, that'd be a pain in the ass.
Absolutely. I mean,
it would be annoying if you just always wanted to bang dudes and everyone's saying no.
Yeah,
like,
nobody said
religion's
easy, man.
It's what's the value in it though? If you're a giant homo, all right, and all you want to do is go to gay discos and party your ass off, that's what you enjoy. Some people like golf, okay? Some people like parasailing. Some dudes just want to fucking get it on, man. They want to dress up like the village people and go have a fucking party. That's why Santa Monica Boulevard is such a hot spot. I mean, they find each other.
You know, do whatever you want to do. Honestly, do whatever you want to do. Just don't ask me to think that, you know, don't ask me to, like, put my stamp of moral approval on it.
I understand.
But do what you want to do. Like, it's a free country.
This
it should be a free country. Not just it is a free country. Yeah. It should be a free country. It should not be my job to police your personal behavior.
Right.
Like, you doesn't mean I have to approve it on a personal level.
Right.
But I'm a jerk if I want to impose my belief system on your personal behavior that affects no one else. I mean, that's the
I
definition of
understand
being an
that. And I'm a hypocrite if I continue to berate you about your opinion on gay folks. What do I give a fuck what your opinion is?
correct.
Because you are a reasonable person and you're very polite and you're even friends with Dave Rubin. So there you go. There's gotta be something there. It's a strange thing though. This need that people have for everyone to think the way they think. And I understand the need to reinforce your own thoughts and argue them and try to figure out a way to debate that the other person's perspective is incorrect and your perspective is correct. I understand all these inclinations that people have, but I think that they conflate that with bigotry.
Right.
You know, and I don't think you're a bigot. I don't agree with you about gay folks, but that's one of the few. The marijuana thing is just I just don't think you have any experience in it.
Right, and as far as disagreeing, I think that we probably don't disagree on gay folks. I think we disagree on identity and gay activity and all the rest of it. I mean, as human beings, these are human beings. I know many gay people who I think are significantly better human beings than religious people are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, I think there's in a way I don't have a defined religion, but in a way I have some pretty rigid ideas that I have in my head about behavior and ethics and morals and how you treat people you care about. Those are like they're pretty rigid, and I think one of the things that religion does is it allows you to have this sort of ethical framework, sort of like what is it called, scaffolding. Like when you're building, like it allows you to develop a more disciplined life, and it just shows you this is good and this is bad and it's clear. And for the most part, it's good. For the most part, these are good patterns to follow. And I think that I've most certainly sort of adopted my own somewhere along the line.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, a value system effectively is usually a form of religion.
Right. So when you're saying that Sam is religious, he's a religious atheist.
Yeah,
You're not being inaccurate. There's a lot of folks do that. We do develop these sort of principles that we follow. We're not just free willy-nilly, just doing whatever we want all day long. No one does that.
And the reason I say it is sort of facetiously, but I think that we all make fundamental assumptions about the nature of human life, and we have to recognize that those are assumptions. You can't. It's not reason all the way down.
Yeah.
Because that tends to actually become even more inflexible. And I'm the only reasonable person in the room. My reasons are the only ones that matter.
Yeah.
So it's my reasons all the way down. Acknowledge that we're all making some assumptions. Then we can discuss whether those assumptions are worthwhile or not.
Yeah. The thing that when it comes with religion in defining whether or not other people's behavior is sinful, where it doesn't involve you, that's where a lot of folks start thinking that maybe these ideas are bigoted.
Right, but it does involve me. Meaning that I'm enjoying every sin that I say is a sin. Is a sin that enjoins me. It's just that I may not have a desire for that particular sin. Meaning I'm not holding people to a different standard than I hold myself, nor am I saying that I never sin.
Right, but you know that you have different biological desires than they do. You kind of acknowledge that, right?
Of course that's true.
Yeah.
Of course that's true. By the same token, I assume that a gay guy doesn't have the desire to strip 1,000 women, which most straight guys do.
Yeah. Why do you think, if God has a plan, why do you think he would create gay people?
I mean, I think that God creates. First of all, I don't think that I'm in a position to evaluate God's plan.
But
I wish I were. But
if you like God's,
if I had to guess, God creates people with all sorts of different challenges, and those challenges span the spectrum. I mean, I'm not.
So God sneaks it up on you. Hey, man, I know this is gonna be fucked up, but you're gonna just like dudes. Like, forget about women. You're going to like dudes.
I am not.
I want you to ignore that. I want you to listen to my old book.
I don't know why God gives people drugs. I don't know why God gives kids cancer. I don't know a lot of things about God. Wish I did. It would make my life a lot easier.
So you think that is a challenge akin to any other challenge that a human being might face in his life? That the challenge of
but a lot harder. Yeah. But a lot more difficult and a lot more straining and a lot. Yeah, of course.
But you think there's value in following that challenge and not acting on gay urges?
I think there can be.
And having sex with a woman, plug your nose, go ooh, make a face because you're disgusted.
I don't know. Did you create a baby out of that? Is that baby like? a part of your life now that is deep and meaningful?
Mm.
Maybe.
What about
There are a lot in the past. There are a lot of gay guys having kids.
what about people saying living their truth? I'm living my truth, Ben Shapiro.
Well, I mean, as a general rule, living my truth is a bunch of crap. Like there's living your opinion, which is fine. Like live your opinion how you want. Again, that gets back to do what you want as long as it's not bothering me. Living my truth is a different thing.
That's one of the social media creations. Like living my truth.
That's just bullshit. I'm sorry. Living my truth is bullshit. Like it's there's no such thing as your truth. There's the truth, and then there's your opinion. And we do have to, if we're for purposes of conversation, at the very least, it's deeply irritating when people say living my truth, because then it's like I disagree with you, and then like, well, you're disavowing me as a human being. No, I just disagree. Like you can be you. You can do what you want. Like you do whatever, man. Like, calm down. Like how did I become the most loosey-goosey, libertarian, lean-back guy in the world, in this society? How is this possible? I'm the most uptight person I know. How is this a thing?
Well, you know as well as I do that the further you go left, you reach the same sort of zealotry that you do when you go all the way right.
This is correct.
You meet these crazy people that are just completely connected to their idea of being correct, and they take the most rigid stance on all these issues on the left side or on the right side, and it's so goddamn common.
It's
a
also
pattern
boring.
of human behavior.
It's also incredibly boring.
Yes.
I mean, there's just nothing to discuss with it.
Yeah, I agree, and that's one of the reasons why it's so
Sup,
disgusting when
pimps?
people
It's
mislabel.
everybody's favorite rabbi.
So there was an article that connected.
They call me Rabbi Rothschild.
Like what? in
Rabbi
the
means
fuck?
teacher.
Like, that is
Rothschild
such
means
a
red shield.
disingenuous thing to do.
Put them
They
together.
know what they're
You
doing.
have this
They're either trying to get me to react to it, talk
amazing
about it, and get
Yes,
more
quick
clicks.
person.
Yeah, it's
Some people call me
horseshit.
poetry in
If
motion.
anybody,
And,
but
you know,
if
if that's
you
what you
are
want to
locked
do, that's
into
your
that
prerogative.
far left
All right, next
ideology,
up,
as far
let's
left
take
as
a
you
look.
can go. And it's one of the problems with
We're
ideologies
updating.
that have these extremists is that
We've
they
done Jack.
believe in a
Stories,
percentage of the
Dreams, New
things
Lives,
these people
David
say,
Action
but then
Man,
they go way
Sam,
too
we
far
did a
with
few
it.
days ago.
You're
Gary
connected
David.
with them. You're connected with
I
them
don't
because
think
you're
I've
part
done
of
it,
it, even
Gary
though you don't
David.
have a similar
Here we go.
notion.
Steven Pinker got
Gary
rowdy
David
over
is he in a
suggesting
car and
that
this guy's frozen?
failure to ask questions and give plausible answers gives
Oh, he's
credence
just
to the
got
alt-right. That
frozen.
if you do
All right.
so he did a whole speech where he said, listen, there are lots of
So
conversations
this is
about
Gary David.
IQ
Here's
and
his
race,
shit.
and the alt-right loves these conversations.
Donate.
And they suggest wrongly that black people are inherently
Game over, dog.
and white people are more
Have I been
things,
thrown out of this
and all
Discord
that
like
stuff.
Will Smith
And
in the
he
first
says there are great ways to explain how much IQ is
Don't you
cultural, how
like
much can be
that I
changed,
have?
how
And
much is
don't you
genetic,
like that I've
how
had
much
these
that
people?
actually matters
That's
in terms
tight.
of real life outcomes.
All
You
right.
can do all those
Well,
things, but when you say don't ask the
shit
question,
happens there.
asking the question, then you
Let's take a look at
make
your other
people
shit,
Google,
though.
and the only thing that they will Google
Check
when
your
find
Instagram.
are answers
Everybody
that are given by
knows what
people who
Instagram
are
is.
actually alt-right.
We're gonna
And
close
he
this
got ripped as
bullshit.
alt-right for this.
Yeah,
His
so
entire
remember
argument
this.
was don't
Hey,
allow
dog.
people to push into alt-right answers by failing to give them proper
Everybody likes your
responses
shit,
or by
dog.
throwing them out the window. And
I
then
am
people are
Gary
like, well, you're
David.
alt-right now
Cool. I
because
am
you're saying
Rabbi
that people
Rothschild.
should be able to ask questions.
Well,
Like,
it's
All right.
almost like
Anything
it's just
else
like
you want to
it's
know
the
about
exact
me?
same version as people in the religious community where it's like
You can find
well, I
me
used to go to
live
Sunday school,
24/7
and I asked too many
on
questions, and they kicked
YouTube.
me out.
I
Right,
have
that's
streamed more
that's not how religion's supposed to
time
work.
archives
That's not
on
how that's
YouTube
not
than
how
any
reason is
global
supposed to work.
history.
It's not how
I'm
any of
live
this
on
is
6
supposed to work.
different streams,
Right.
24/7.
There's
I've been
also
doing so now
when
for
you're
more than 2 years. It's the most
investigating
amount of content that any
anything,
person has.
any
Please check it
measurable
out. Please tell everyone you know,
when you
and
find a
I'll make
number,
you and
whatever
your
it is,
friends
like
and family
these people,
trillionaires.
like
It's as simple as that,
Asian
baby.
folks are better at mathematics. European
dog.
folks are better at this.
I am Gary
Like, what
David.
is, what's the
I
reason
am
for
Rabbi
that? Like,
Rothschild.
let's find out. Is
This
it
one's so
cultural?
far.
Is it biological? Is it something? Can we learn about how human beings evolved and adapted? Why are Nigerians so smart? Like, there's so many Nigerians that come to this country. They thrive. They thrive in business. They're extremely motivated. They're extremely disciplined. It's like almost like Korean folks. Why do Koreans why are they so hardworking? Why do they strive? And obviously these are big generalizations. But what is it about Italians? What makes them wear gold chains and love mafia movies? Like, what is it? Those are my people. Like, what the fuck? Why do they all talk like that? Like, what is that? What causes any sort of ethnic group to turn out the way they turned out? Why are so many European Jews Nobel Prize winners?
Right.
What the fuck is going on over there?
And also, like, what is the impact of the measurable on how we live our lives? Like,
Yeah.
how much should this stuff matter? Is this a result of discrimination, or is this a result of something else? Is it true that when you group any group of people together, racially or non-racially, there will be disparities between those two groups of people? Is it just true statistically? Like, but not asking those questions and then saying,
Right.
shut down the questions. What that actually does is it leads people to only get the answers to the questions from the people who don't know what they're talking about in many cases, and who are giving convenient, easy, and self-flattering answers about the nature of themselves.
The fear is it being used by racists to reinforce their positions.
Right.
But what you find out is that
They'll do that
Asians
anyway.
are a superior race.
Right, they'll do, and they'll do that anyway. Like one of the funniest things about white supremacists is they're so fucking stupid. Like, pardon the language. Like the white supremacists are invariably not the Nobel Prize winners. You go to a white supremacist compound, you're not looking at a bunch of people who are curing cancer. These people piss me off, and this is, and now I'll say all that. It won't matter to me. You'll label me all right tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
how it goes.
Well, the disingenuous media that's being less and less taken less and less seriously. It seems to me that trend, which is a common trend that's existed for the last few years of these clickbait bullshit articles and mislabeling people, it's going to go away because your perspective is not going to be appreciated. It's not going to be respected if you're obviously making disingenuous statements. And I think we're in this weird position where it's very difficult to find real journalism and real objective takes on things that aren't flavored by their ideology. And everybody's trying to shape everybody, and they feel like it's their obligation. They feel like there's many people that write things that feel like it's their obligation to change your perspective on national subjects and things that are important to us. It's not their obligation to just report what's going on, but also their obligation to flavor things in a way that will make one side look favorable to you.
Yeah, well, I'm very much in favor of journalists revealing their biases, and I think that the greatest lie in media is that objective journalism is a thing. So I'm a conservative. If you want to go to my site, look at a conservative spin on the news. That's the way it's going to work.
Right.
And guess what? CNN's liberal, and they are going to give you the liberal spin on the news, and that's just the way this is going to work.
Did you see the video when the Mueller report came out? It looked like somebody got killed.
Oh my God.
It was crazy.
It was the day that
Shouldn't you
Kennedy
be
got shot.
happy?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be happy if you guys believed in Mueller? Everybody was like, Mueller is a fucking man. He's going to go get Trump. This guy's methodical. He's precise.
People
He's
were
going
buying
to find
votive
out
candles.
everything.
Votive candles with his face on them. They could like burn.
They were pumped.
Yeah. And then he came out and it was like, well, no collusion. Everybody's like, well, I guess that now it's a cover up.
Yeah. Like what? Wait a minute.
Yeah, maybe the narrative has trumped the actual job we were supposed to do, guys.
Well, it's just so many people were so convinced, and there were so many people that were making statements that, in retrospect, are probably like you could probably. I mean, I don't want to say I'm not a litigious person, but if I was a guy like Donald Trump,
Oh man, yeah.
there's so many people to sue.
It was amazing. I mean, I remember I was on Bill Maher's show, and you were supposed to talk about free speech stuff, and like 5 minutes before, I was like, let's talk about Russia. Let's talk about Russia. And I was like, so we get on. Yeah, this is like right before they switch the
How
topic.
do your TV shows? They just tell you what
I don't know.
some guy comes in with a clipboard.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange. And we got on stage, and he's talking about Trump-Russia collusion. And I said what I've always said, which is I'll wait for the evidence to come out, and then I will make a decision as to whether Trump-Russia collusion was a thing. And Bill Maher's like, I know, and Bill Maher goes, you don't believe it was a thing? And I was like, well, I don't see any evidence yet that it was a thing. Like, I see some evidence of attempts to collude, like Tom Jr. I see some attempts of people trying to get information. I don't see evidence of, like, actual legal collusion, and why don't we just wait? Like, you guys keep wanting Mueller to give us, like, let's just wait on it. And Mark could not believe that this was my perspective. Right? It was like shocking to him. Why should be perspective? I'm waiting for more evidence to be shocking to anyone when it is obvious the evidence is not out. Like, why is that in any way controversial? It's bewildering.
Well, it's because people have this need to let everyone know that they're on the right side. And they want you to know that they do believe in the collusion. If you disagree with that, for whatever reason, you must either be a right-wing person, a Trump supporter, someone who's in denial, someone who doesn't look at the evidence, and you're part of the problem.
Yep.
But the real problem was jumping to conclusions. There obviously seemed to be some attempts. There's obviously some fuckery with that IRA company, with the Internet Research Agency that is responsible for millions of interactions with people online where they pretend to be different supporters. They caused conflict, like constant conflict in regards to political opinion. And that's all real. That was coordinated effort to try to change people's opinions. But how much of that had to do with Donald Trump? How much did he ask for? You got no evidence.
Also, I was always bewildered by this theory. Like, did you watch that campaign? That was not the most well-coordinated campaign.
It was chaos.
It was chaos. I mean, I knew everybody who was in the campaign. Like, it was a shit show. And the idea that they're sitting there, but when the mask comes off of it, they call it Vladimir Putin, and they put together a point-by-point plan on how they're going to swing this particular precinct in rural Michigan. What are you guys high? Like, what are you talking about? Like, if you could attribute this to anything, here's a good rule of thumb for politics. Attribute everything to stupidity unless you can prove malice.
The real problem, and this is something that is very similar to what we were talking about earlier, when you say something and you say it over and over and over again, and you say it with such conviction, and it becomes a giant part of your news narrative, and then that something turns out to be horseshit.
Yep.
You just massively empowered Trump.
That's exactly right. I mean, I've said for a long time that I'm not a big fan of Trump's fake news shtick because I think he applies it too broadly. I think that whenever there's bad piece of news, it's like, well, sometimes yes and sometimes no. But now that you just blew a 2-year narrative where he was clearly in Putin's pocket, how many people do you think are going to listen to the nuanced view of fake news now? And how many people do you think are going to actually believe Trump when he says that a bad piece of news is legitimately a fake piece of news?
Yeah, it empowers him in a spectacular manner. They made a giant mistake.
Oh yeah, and they blew this one in spectacular fashion.
And people are still hanging in there with
All
it.
they had to do, this is true for so many people right now. All you have to do is not be crazy. Just stop it. That's
Who
all
was
you
the
have
guy
to
that
do.
was talking about the possibility that Trump has been a Russian asset since like 1987 or something? Who the fuck was that?
I mean, Andrew McCabe, the former FBI director, was asked whether Trump was legitimately a Russian asset, and it's like, I don't know. It's like you're using the power of the institution you used to run to spread this nonsense. And you got that from John Brennan, you got it from James Clapper. These are all former heads of the intelligence agencies. It just makes me think the intelligence agencies need to be wildly put back if these are the heads of them. I mean, like the heads of the intelligence agencies are using their platform to proclaim that they have inside information about Trump that turns out to be utter nonsense. I'm not sure these people should have that much power, Billy.
Is that what he's saying, or is he saying he doesn't know?
He didn't say, I don't know. He was saying, like, I expect that Mueller's going to indict. As a former intelligence professional, I expect that, there was a lot of that. It was all good. Adam Schiff on the Intel committee doing the same thing.
It's crazy now, because like, what do they do now? Like, how do they rebound from this? If this is
So
something
there's
that
not
you
to
didn't
let it
just
go.
say once, this is something you said for 2 years.
Right.
You've seen the compilation videos.
Oh, yeah, they're
hilarious.
amazing.
They've done them to rap music. And they're like, they put a beat behind it. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
There's some great ones. Some great there's compilations of people saying possible collusion.
Yeah.
And then there's music that goes with it, and then just cut to possible collusion with the Russians. Possible Russian collusion.
Yeah.
Possible Russian collusion.
They blew it in a major way.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of shit to explain. We didn't have to go with that. Like, the idea was that he was a traitor.
He's a target-rich environment, and
Yeah.
you decided to go to. He's a Russian traitor. What, like it's No Way Out or something? And it's Kevin Costner in the last scene. Like what?
Only
in the
way
actual-
he could have ever beaten Hillary.
Sorry, I don't mean to check.
You got to get out of here, man.
I do a little bit. Yeah.
When do you have to leave? Right now? I wanted to ask you one more question.
Yeah. Let's do one more question.
What do you think about this Chelsea Manning situation? Because I don't know exactly what happened other than she's in contempt of court, and so they've got her in solitary confinement now. This is about testifying.
Yeah, I haven't been. I'll be honest. I haven't been following it that closely. I mean, my understanding is that Chelsea Manning. Okay, so here's where we get.
Do you call her Bradley?
No.
He changed his name?
He changed his name to Chelsea. He is a biological man.
Yo, dog. I try to tell this to everybody. Check out all the fucking
No,
secrets
no,
of
I don't get
technology.
it. But
No one
unless
gives
we're
a shit
talking about
about
when
it, but I
he
do.
committed his crime,
It's
he was
just
actually
hilarious.
Bradley as opposed to
Yeah, I
Chelsea,
got
right? So
more
we're
of this
talking about
shit.
the person who was
Who cares
convicted, and
about
that
it?
was a male named Bradley.
Anyway,
Manning.
check it
So
out.
we're talking about the person.
Change the world.
If we're talking about the human being who's currently in jail, that is a male who's currently known as Chelsea. So,
Somebody should
so my
look at this and be
understanding
like, wow,
is that
really?
is that Chelsea Manning is
a
refused to hand over information that he was legally bound to hand over about WikiLeaks. And now there were complaints he's being held in solitary, but that's not true apparently, and that he's being mistreated. I do find it weird that the same people who are complaining about Donald Trump coordinating with WikiLeaks are very upset about Chelsea Manning going to jail for coordinating with WikiLeaks. You're going to need to pick one or the other. Is WikiLeaks bad or is WikiLeaks not bad?
Yeah, what is WikiLeaks? It's only dependent upon whether or not they're supporting the narrative that you want.
That's exactly right. And
It
it's
used to
right
be
and
that
left.
WikiLeaks was very good, remember?
Right, exactly. It was right and left, by the way. Like there are people on the right where it's like Julian Assange is the worst, and then 2016 happened. Like Julian Assange, now there's a person I can really talk to. So, well, no, I'm pretty sure Julian Assange is a WikiLeaks. Good information suggests they are a Russian front group, and make of that what you will. End of story.
Do you think that they became a Russian front group to try to stay operative and stay safe because they were obviously being attacked by the United States government
Hey,
and in
Rabbi,
danger of
look at
being
all
shut
your cool
down?
stuff.
And then
Everybody
they
loves
keep-
it.
I'll be honest,
Yeah.
I really don't know enough
Amazing
about WikiLeaks
technology.
to really get into it.
I know
Hey,
it's
historical.
anti-crime
but I know that
drugs,
he's been trapped in that embassy
digital
for- since
immortality,
2012.
Kaiser,
Yeah, I mean, I hope that he's got some video games or something in there.
Fuck,
vertical
man. He's
city.
been there for like 7 years
Utility
now,
farm.
right?
It's a long time to be on
That is a
Artificial
long
general
time.
intelligence,
Can't go
artificial
outside, no
super
sunlight.
intelligence. This is the
Cameras,
start of the
cameras
Matrix,
around
dog.
He's
Nobody's fucking
fucked,
paying
man. I mean,
attention.
it's a terrible
Rabbi,
place to be,
it's
and I
the head
don't
of the
know if it's
Matrix.
better than prison.
Look at all this
Because
shit.
it's like the stress of
Fucking
him never knowing
amazing.
when they're going to come
Share
knock
it
down
with
the
everyone
door
you
and
know.
pull him out of there. I was like,
Oh,
how
you're
well
seeing
does
this,
that guy
baby.
sleep?
Yeah.
7 years in that embassy.
It can't be great. Can't be great.
It's got to be awful. They took his internet away, right?
I think they did.
That's
I mean,
fucked.
although to be fair, WikiLeaks was releasing information on specific American soldiers in lines of combat. So
Were they?
yes,
They didn't redact any of the names?
that was the problem. That's why people were pissed.
Really?
Yes, because the,
So
the
I've heard
original
both
dump from
things.
Chelsea Manning was that he dumped all the information to WikiLeaks, including the stuff that was unredacted.
And WikiLeaks just released it? They
Yeah,
didn't
that was the
redact it?
claim. That was the claim. Anyway.
I don't know if that's accurate. Because I
I'll
heard,
check if you find differently, then let me know. Because I'll be happy to correct all this.
yeah, I'm sure you would. I just don't know if that is. I don't know. I don't have the information from it. You want to check? No, that'll take too much. That'll do. Folks, you're gonna have to Google this one. But so when one of the things that I was thinking when Trump got into office, well, was during that swamp shit, I was like, I wonder if Trump would be a WikiLeaks supporter. I wonder if Trump would be happy.
Depends. If it helped him,
Yeah.
sure, right?
Right, or even and Snowden as well.
Well, you see
I was
this-
wondering about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, unfortunately, politics very often has little to do with principle and everything to do with convenience.
Yeah.
So if it's helpful, sure. If not,
Wouldn't
then
a guy
no.
like him, who's always anti-deep state and talking about these, I mean, he's
I do have a feeling.
extremely critical.
Yes, but I do. I have a
Intelligence
feeling that
agencies.
once you actually sit in the big seat, I think that tends to change. Remember, Obama was too,
Yeah.
and then 5 minutes later, he was throwing at people. So like, it's so.
So listen, I know you got to get out of here. So let's just wrap this up. Tell people about your book.
Yeah, so you can check out my book, The Right Side of History. It talks about a lot of the sort of deeper issues we were talking about, Judeo-Christian values and reason, and sort of it's a kind of short form philosophical history of the West from Sinai through Greece, and talking about all the major Enlightenment philosophers. Some of the things we talked about on the show or in the book. It's #1 bestseller on the New York Times nonfiction list, at least at the moment.
Congratulations,
thank
man.
you.
That's awesome.
I appreciate it.
That's
Yeah.
really pretty spectacular.
That's pretty exciting. So.
Your show, also Ben Shapiro Show. You can get the Ben Shapiro Show on iTunes. You can get it on YouTube. Your Sunday review, which I did once.
Yeah, Sunday special. It's a blast.
Sunday special.
Glad to have you out again.
I would love to. Thank you. Thanks for being here. And your book's available on Amazon, everywhere.
places, yeah.
Okay. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen.
That was great.
One of the things I was struck by was, when you were on Fox 11, we were walking off down the hall after being on air, and you
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Hello, Eleanor.
Great people.
How
I
are you?
really took that in.
Yo,
What's
what's
going on?
up?
It's cracking, kid.
I'm excited.
How's
to be
everybody
here.
doing?
Excited to have you.
Rabbi's amazing.
How's LA treating you?
Rabbi is
LA's
the best.
good.
Oh, we're
I
on?
mean,
All right,
I'll be
here we
honest,
go.
I haven't been there a lot.
What the fuck
After I
is
filmed
this
my
shit?
special, I'm on the road so much.
Right?
So,
What is
which
this?
is good. And then I get to go to Philly. In between, I hang
Where
out with
the
my
fuck
mom.
was that?
So in between gigs, I'll just
Wasn't I
hang out with
just
my
in this
mom
fucking app?
instead of going back to
What the
LA.
shit, dog?
But I feel like I haven't
Oh.
been. Yeah, I think I was there for 5 days.
This sucks.
Yeah, because when you do the road all the time, your house sort
Come
of
on,
just
man. This
becomes
sucks.
stop.
Yeah, but I have
Damn
no
it.
responsibility
Come on,
whatsoever.
next
Like I
person.
don't have a plant. I have
Fucking-
nothing. Like so.
No,
it's-
What a free
Cornelius,
free
what's
existence
up,
you
dog?
carved out for yourself.
What an asshole. So selfish.
It's
You got
funny
bitches
because
just
people
fucking
think about it
licks on
that way.
shit.
Like, you have to have things you're responsible for, otherwise you're a bad
Oh,
person.
dog, there's this
Yeah,
one bitch
I always tell
who
my
just-
mom I'm
oh,
living
dude,
her
that's one of
what
those
she
big-ass
would
fans.
wanted to
Damn,
do
check out
had
that
she not
fucking
had 10
fan.
children.
Mm.
Are you that bitch who fucking just licks on
Yeah,
that
good
thing?
time.
Isn't that
Keep it
crazy?
up, lady.
10 kids
There's
is
some
so
lady
over.
out here who
Who
just
does
licks on
that?
this thing.
I'm on the 9th one. You're like,
I don't know if that's
The
your-
worst
Damn, look at
pregnancy.
that fucking
The ninth
fan.
one?
The 9th one,
All right,
longest
so
delivery. My little
let's
brother
check out
Bobby.
your
She said
shit.
that's how lazy he was. He wouldn't come
Hey,
out. He's so
look
lazy.
up. I don't know what that is.
She said he was hanging on for dear
All right.
life. I'm like,
They won't
why?
accept
And
me.
she said, because he's lazy.
It'd be an
I'm
interesting
different.
study to have 10 kids and just to see like
Cornelius
what
the
makes
cat.
them come
Oh,
out
you're that.
different.
You are that person who licks
Right.
on
They're,
shit.
they're a fucking
Maybe.
this is one thing, like
I
having
don't know.
children, seeing them
It's
from
cool to
babies.
see you
you
doing
realize,
other
like,
shit.
oh, they're
other than
different
just
right out of
licking
the
that
box.
thing.
Yeah.
Like
I
there's
love that
zero to do with like
Damn,
what you
girl.
tell them. This is what you should do. Like
Hey,
a lot of them
look
is
at this
just
person.
how they come from the factory.
Wow.
Exactly. And you always
Thank
think like, I know
Oh,
there's
did you
genetic
just
stuff, like there's, you inherit stuff
Mhm.
genetically, whatever.
Cornelius.
But, you know, I'm pretending
Yeah.
I know what I'm saying.
Yo, dog.
And
Hey,
Epigenetics.
yeah, but
this
my
thing
that's
has this
good.
thing that
Oh, yeah, I
sucks
remember that.
because
Anyway,
Tim Cook sucks.
I
You didn't
asked
know
my
that?
mom to write
Watch
this
my
thing
other
for me,
shit.
like what
It
she was
probably
going
won't fucking
through
work,
with
though,
each
because Mark
kid,
Zuckerberg
just to
sucks,
see if I
too.
can get it, because we
Because
are all
whenever I try to
different,
upload
like in the
it to
craziest
Instagram,
way.
Oh, like
it
in her
doesn't
life.
have the
Yeah,
fucking
like
sound
what was
or
going
whatever.
on, and
Dog,
it is
what in
interesting
the
because when
fuck?
it gets to my brother
No, I don't
Charlie,
want to customize
like
it. God
she
damn
was
it,
going
I
through
am
stuff with my
here
dad,
for this.
and physically her whole body.
Really? No,
She was
I don't
pregnant.
fucking
Her
do
kidneys
that. They
were
won't
failing,
accept
and
you
they
as
had
a
to
creator.
literally move
Hi,
him to
Rabbi,
the
you're
side,
amazing. Come
It-
cool. How you do?
you know,
I
operate
wanna
on her
fucking see
kidneys,
if you have
take it
anybody
out,
in your
whatever,
shit.
before it like killed the
Oh
baby.
my that's
God.
cool.
And it was
All right.
insane. Like she tells the story,
Are
I'm
you
like,
done?
oh, what? How?
done?
Right?
Oh my
Why?
God.
And then
You
she
did
said
a
they
lot of
put
great stuff.
it
This is
back,
really fun.
cleared
Cornelius
her
the
out.
cat.
She was
Are
good. The
you that
kidneys
person who
didn't
licks on
affect
that
anything.
stuff?
And then they assumed Charlie
I
was
don't
going to
know if
be
you lick on
stillborn.
stuff. I don't know,
So
maybe
she,
there's just other
the
Christians who
nurse
lick on
came
stuff.
in and she was
That's
like real down, and the
Anyway,
nurse goes,
Good on
"You
you.
nervous? You're gonna
You
miss.
are
You're gonna
a
lose this
Mexican
child." And she's
individual.
like, "Is this
I
your
used to work
first?" And my
for
mom
you.
goes, "No, this is
All
my
right.
6th." And she
All
goes,
the
"You go
links.
right ahead
Here's
and
all
lose
this
that baby."
person's links.
Oh my God.
OnlyFans.
The nurse said that?
Rejected
Different
me
time.
Oh my
multiple
God.
times.
Imagine if a nurse
Man,
said that today.
now, this
She'd be
is something to do with
executed
kids.
on the
Good
spot.
for you,
So
bro.
different before social media.
Good
Yeah,
for
it was
you.
so cool.
Good
What
for you,
is what
bro.
is that? Is it
All right, so
accountability?
I'm sure you're never
Is
gonna
it
watch
that we're
this.
now influenced by so many different
Uh,
people?
All right. So
Is it
this the
like
end
a
of your
lot of
video?
it is just more
Let
bullshit?
me just tell you, I
Like
don't
people
actually
can't
think I've
just
ever
say
seen you
what
before
they
in my
really
entire life.
think
Maybe I have.
because
Yeah,
they're
well,
just
check out
terrified they're
people
going to
like
get
you.
attacked
Why?
by so many people, so you
That-
bullshit more.
Mhm.
I usually
And that lady was telling the
stay away
truth.
from
Yeah,
that.
she was
So-
telling the truth.
That's all she did.
And she was in a weird way. She was trying
Yeah.
to encourage your mother to feel better. Like, hey, you've got 6 kids. You're going to be fine.
This is,
like a
you're
bunch
good.
of
You,
moderators.
you can lose this one, right? She was just being serious. I mean, by the way, Charlie's in his
I like
50s.
those
He's fine.
weak
He's
individuals.
just
It's
amazing.
like a-
They didn't know a lot
like-
back then, you know?
I don't know which one of your brothers I've met.
You've met Jimmy. I know that, and he tortures me. He's like, I want that car.
I
I'm
mean,
like,
I'm sure
Which
that-
car?
he's a car guy, the
I don't know,
Bronco.
Oh,
He's
my
obsessed with the
Bronco,
Bronco.
yeah.
He's like,
Anyway,
I'll come
I'm
and
like
I'll
a
take it.
fucking
I'm
lion
like,
on a
oh
plane,
God.
dog.
I remember this one
And I
night
fucking
at the
just-
comedy
You
store.
Philly guys.
They're crazy.
when I
This
see
is,
a gazelle,
I don't know if you'll
like
remember this because it was
someone
more
who
like
has
I was a
really
nervous wreck.
extreme
Jimmy was
no
visiting.
battery.
He worked, so like he
And
installed
then I
computers
just
all over the country. So he would come to LA a lot. And he'd just pop in to the comedy store and we'd be like, oh shit, my brother's here. So we're hanging out. You were, we were all hanging out like in the, what is it called? Like the back,
Where the parking lot is?
kind
Yeah.
of, but like in,
Right,
you know,
right,
in the little.
Yeah.
So you're sitting on the
Anyway.
ledge, and Don Barris was saying crazy shit to me, right? And in the
Right.
way that Don does it, we love
Right,
it. We
right,
love
right.
it. But I'm dying, and he's saying like horrible shit, right? But we're crying, laughing, and then and Jimmy was like just taking it in, like, "The fuck is this?" And you looked at Don, you looked at Don, and you go, "Don, look at his calves. rethink what you're saying, because Jimmy has these ridiculous calves, and he's like Popeye.
But he was wearing
Forearm.
shorts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Jean shorts, I'm positive. He's an idiot.
But I was like, Don, you're about to get smashed.
Yeah, he's like, dude, calm down. And you're like, Don. And it just made me laugh so hard. Like, every time I think of that. But Jimmy was in a lot.
Men who don't know or understand Dangerous Men are hilarious.
And Jimmy walks on his knuckles. He's got giant hands. Like everybody always sees his hands and they're like, oh God.
Well, it's also from a different part of the world.
Right.
It's basically like picking a fight with a Russian. Like Philadelphia dudes, they're fucking different animals.
Yeah, they're not.
They fight
wrapped.
way more often. It's like Philly, Boston. There's like a few cities like that, parts of New York where you better shut the fuck up, man.
They'll just take it in.
They'll fucking hit you quick, a lot quicker than you think. Like you're not gonna have any room for talking your way out of this. You're gonna get hit.
It's not gonna help Don Barris. I remember Don's face, like what?
I remember thinking, like, oh my God, what happens here? Your brother's gonna beat the fuck out of poor Don Barris.
And Don's just saying, you know.
But that was a thing, though. Like Don would do that to everybody. He would go on stage in the later spot, the last spot in the OR. And that show was done. It was done 2 hours ago. And somehow or another, there's still people in the audience. So those people in the audience, they're the strangest of people. Like some of them are just ne'er-do-wells. Nothing's ever worked out for them. But then finally, at 1:30 a.m. in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip on Tuesday, they found their tribe.
Yeah.
They found their tribe. And it's just them and a few other fucking scragglers and Don Barris. And Don Barris is telling you how big his dick is. And he's like... and he's put his foot on the table and he's staring people in the eye. He's developed this style to do like kind of anything to get laughter out of people that have seen everything. You have to understand, for people that are listening, how the Comedy Store works. You get there, the show starts on a regular night, starts at 8 o'clock. What is it? Potluck. What night does it start on Potluck?
Potluck's Monday now. It was Sunday and Monday for a while. It was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for a while. We were done. Yeah.
What time? When does Potluck start?
I think it starts at 7.
Okay, so that might be Don Barris might go on at the end of all the comics who go on after the end of all the open micers. So there might be people that are on fucking all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, and they're just like
methadone, fucking Adderall.
How many drinks they had?
Their whole life's a mess. They've been texting their ex through the entire show, and she's not texting back. These are fucking lost people at the dregs of society. And Don Barris would have them left over.
Yeah, and I've seen people like women walk out on their guys because they're just. Don's like, let me spit in your mouth. You know, it's what? I'm like, you want another rum and coke? Like, I'm trying to sell drinks. It's so crazy.
He was just trying to, I mean, he essentially developed a style.
Oh, yeah.
Just
the king of late night.
Yeah. Well, he put on a show, right?
Right.
It wasn't just his stand-up. Like, he had a show.
Yeah.
Like, he'll play music sometimes. And yeah. There was a lot going on. He was entertaining you, which is interesting. It's like he's an entertainer.
He's truly the freest of entertainers. Like, when I go up, I still get nervous. I don't know if you get nervous at all.
Sure.
You do? Okay,
yeah,
good.
sure.
Because sometimes I feel like an idiot.
If you care about something, you're going to get nervous.
There you go. Yeah.
That's
and so I panic a little. But Don Barris just doesn't, he just walks up like, hey, it's me. Like, he just, maybe it's from years of doing the warm-up as well.
I think that too. I think it's a reps thing. It's reps. How many reps do you put on stage? Like some of those guys in New York that were hosts, they would get better really quick, especially at their delivery. Because if you're hosting these nights in New York where people are doing 7 minutes, you're going on stage, you're interacting with the crowd over and over and over again. Yeah, and you find a way to be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the inauthentic thing that a person does on stage. You feel it while you're doing it. The audience feels it, and they might laugh still, but you know that you're not really. But then when someone figures out how to be just them, for whatever reason, like Sebastian, he had to figure that out.
Sure,
you know,
it took him a minute.
But he did. And when he figured it out, it was like instantaneous murdering.
It's the best.
It went from a guy trying to figure it out to, oh, I got it. Joey. Do you remember the early days of Joey?
Joey Diaz?
Yes.
Interesting.
Would you remember?
I do. But
Joey used to bomb. Joey used to bomb. Okay. It was crazy. It didn't make any sense. He was the funniest guy in the parking lot. And then he would get tense when he would go on stage and he wouldn't have a good set. It just wasn't him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was like more jokey joke. Like he was trying to be a comedian. He was trying to be some guy that's on late night television or something.
Maybe because I saw him in that light, the parking lot light, or he would fuck with me if I was waiting tables. So it would make me laugh. I didn't judge what he did on stage.
The funniest guy of all time talking to people. If
you would scream.
If there's a few of us hanging around and Joey came over, all of a sudden the life of the party was there. And everybody had a big smile on their face. Oh, Joey's here. You know, and it would be fun. But it took him a while, and what it was like getting his heart broken by deals that didn't happen, agents that didn't follow through, managers that fucked him up or fucked him over.
Yep.
And then he eventually was like, fuck these people. And he just brought that energy on stage. Like, he thought it was over. He thought, I don't have a career. I'm probably going back to prison. I just got out of prison. Like, when I met Joey, he was not out of prison very long.
No. I mean, 90. When did he come to LA? 96? 7?
Somewhere around that.
Okay.
Yeah. I know I was on news radio. Because Joey would come visit me on the set, and they would be like, "Who's this fucking criminal that's eating all the shrimp?"
Like, leave him alone.
He would go in the VIP because the VIPs had their own separate green room.
Yeah.
And they actually could watch the performance from the green room. I think at one of the sets. And, so anyway, they had really good food because it was network executives, and so they had shrimp cocktail. And so
when Hollywood was alive,
you got Joey Diaz, this fucking savage, and Joey was built like a football player back then too. Joey wasn't big belly Joey. Joey was 235, 240 pounds, jacked, big Cuban dude. He was kind of street, kind of sketchy, a little scary. High energy, 35-year-old Joey. And so they were like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
It's so funny. That's a great image. Though.
It just took something happened to Joey. It was right around the time when he got big too, where his belly got big. It's just he just didn't give a fuck about anything anymore, and he figured out a way to just be that guy who he was in the parking lot on stage, and he did it like that. He did it like that. Theo Vaughn did it like that.
Theo Vaughn, I remember that.
Did it like
now
that.
I remember his. Yep. I remember his break for sure.
In the beginning, it was God, this guy's funny, but it's so weird. The act is weird. He seems awkward, but interesting.
He was trying to please too many people or something, or trying to be something he wasn't. And then once he started being himself, unbelievable.
It was just finding that authenticity, and that's exactly what we're talking about with these hosts in New York. When they do all these sets, if you can get a job hosting, I know it doesn't pay anything, and you're committed to it all night long. If you're a comic, you could definitely make more money on the road.
Sure.
But there's something to that in terms of training sessions.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to start the show, which is
the worst.
Death. I always tell those guys at the mothership, for the first 5 minutes, you're doing a job.
Yep. A real job.
A real job. For the first 5 minutes, you're massaging people's feet. You're fucking washing. You're washing hair.
Think of it that way forever.
You're fucking polishing people's nails. You're doing a job.
You feel good?
It's not as simple as you just doing your act. You got to get the audience hypnotized.
Yeah.
You got to get them hypnotized to laugh.
When I open for Dice, that's how it is. It's a cold. You just go out there, and sometimes people are like, "Are you going to introduce yourself?" I'm like, "What kind of assholes?"
Callan was at the Irvine Improv once, and I opened for him just for fun. Just cold open.
Yeah.
Just went out there.
It's hard.
It was fun. It was a good time. It was fun. But it was whoa, we're jumping right into this.
Yeah.
It's a little easier because they were happy to see me. But if it was not that sort of situation, and you're unknown.
Right.
And you're not the person that people came to see. They're like, all right, what do we got here? And if you're a chick.
Oh, forget it.
That is, I've always said this, and I think this needs to be recognized. Women are limited in the way the audience is willing to perceive them right off the bat. Just willing to. You have to break through boundaries in order for them to take you even remotely serious. You start off. If a man starts off at 0, a woman goes on stage, she starts off at -3 minimum.
Immediately.
If a guy sees a girl go on stage, how many guys like your brother If he sees,
Always.
yeah, sees a girl walk on stage, they're like,
Oh, with Dice, when they look at me when I come out, they're like, "Is this a sacrifice? What is this? Who's this guy? Who's this?"
But
now they know me.
But
So
once you're proven, they're like, oh, okay.
Cool.
But it's a harder gig.
Absolutely.
It's a harder gig for a woman. And then women have these two other boundaries. If you talk about sex, then people like think you're a slut and they disrespect you, right? Or like you can talk about how men suck. You can talk about a few things. You can't talk about politics. You start talking about politics to a bunch of men, like, shut the fuck up. I got opinions too. They'll just start yelling at you. Bullshit.
It goes back to
fucking Russia collusion and the Steele dossier. They'll start yelling at you like facts and things. You can't talk politics.
It goes back to the 50s. Like, who are you? Why are you speaking? What is wrong with you?
If you're a guy, you can do political humor. There's not a lot of female political satirists. Like, think of all the Mort Sauls and the Lenny Bruces. It goes back to the 60s. How many women would you put in the political satirist category?
Right. I mean,
Zero.
now Roseanne.
But Roseanne was kind of like forced into that. They forced her into that.
True. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not. Well, it's political in that we talk about like abortion and stuff like that. And
I shouldn't say she was forced into that, because that was one of the issues that they had with her when she was on that show, that she loved Trump.
Well, right. She got fired for it. She got fired for her opinion.
She got fired because she was Ambient up. In the middle of the night, she made some tweets about the lady from the government that looks like the lady from the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she didn't know that lady was black. She thought that lady was Jewish. And she talks about it on stage. She's like, I thought that bitch was Jewish. And if you look at her, you get it. Like, she's very light-skinned, and she has straight hair. And, unfortunately, the joke that she was making, the only reason why she could make that joke is because it kind of works.
Right.
Like,
it's pretty accurate.
Right. But it's not. She was just an old lady who has mental health issues, who's on Ambien and a host of other drugs. And people wanted to ruin her life for something she didn't even fucking remember doing.
That's the crazy part.
Bro, they dope people up with all kinds of wild shit. And then they make you responsible for what you did when you were on that wild shit. That seems so crazy.
Ambien's the fucking scariest to me.
Kevin James made a turkey. I think it was a turkey. He made a meal and then woke up in the morning, saw the plate of food. It's like, what the fuck? He thought someone broke into his house and cooked. He didn't remember anything.
I was living with Dice when he was on Ambien. It was brutal. He would move the car in the middle of the night. Like, you thought it got stolen one time, and here he parked it in front of somebody's driveway, so they towed it. But he moved the fucking car. I'm like, dude. He would wake me up as these characters. He would. Listen, it's enough to live with Dice. I don't need extra characters.
He would wake you up as characters.
He would do this black guy. I forgot his name. He would do this military guy.
But
it was always, hey, wake up. And I'm like, like my father's back. What? Like crazy.
So funny.
Oh yeah,
was so funny.
He would do some crazy shit. So I believe Kevin doing that. But Andrew would eat wild stuff. Like,
oh yeah, people do that. Just people have been in like shootouts with the cops.
Mm-hmm. He got off it. Thank God. Is Kevin off it? I hope.
I do not know. Oh. Wasn't there someone who like drove to his in-laws' house and killed them with a crowbar?
Oh Jesus!
Like something crazy. Some guy did something crazy on Ambien.
That's Ambien and anger mixed together.
Well, the thing is, it's like you could take a person who's not that smart and maybe has a real problem with their in-laws.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the father and him have even gone to blows. That shit happens.
Sure.
You get a picnic, too many Bud Lights. Next thing you know, dudes are duking it out. Here's Sleepwalker acquitted of murdering mother-in-law after 15-mile drive. What the fuck, dude? Look how we're so ghetto. We can't even look through the LA Times.
Well, just they nickel. They're nickel and diming everybody. You have to pay for everything. It's like,
Toronto, a man was acquitted of murdering. It's Canada. It's Canada. It's
Toronto.
they're living in Narnia up there.
Yeah.
A man was acquitted of murdering his mother-in-law after saying he was sleepwalking when he drove 15 miles to her house and hit her with an iron bar and repeatedly stabbed her. Ontario Supreme Court deliberated 9 hours before finding Kenneth Parks, nearby Pickering, not guilty on Thursday.
What about Ambien?
More, they try to hit you again.
Is that what he was drinking? Joko, whatever that is?
Does it say Ambien or does it say it's just sleepwalking? It just said sleepwalking, right?
Oh.
Because he's in a sleep state.
There is my nephew's a sleepwalker.
But was this guy on Ambien? Does it have anything to do with Ambien or is it a different
Well,
story?
that's what I typed in. That's what popped up. Let me see.
Yeah, there was something about a guy
That's so crazy.
who
Though.
drove. Maybe I fucked the story up. It seems like that's pretty similar.
But
That's so similar.
You
It
would
seems like I
assume.
might have fucked the story up.
But
But then
also-
again,
This happened in 1987, so I don't. Was Ambien even around?
oh wow,
no, this is not that story. Then it's definitely a more recent story.
87.
Yeah, because no, this is a story while I was a grown-ass man
Okay.
living in Los Angeles. It happened. I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I thought it happened in America. It might have been Canada. Canada is silly. They are silly. It's like if you let your cousin, who's like 17, run the house while you go out of town for a week, and then you come back home and like, what the fuck are you doing? That's Canada.
What? Oh shit.
Local cases involving man who shot at 5 people tests Ambien defense in court. That's a recent one, huh?
Yeah.
That's 2023.
Oh shit.
So what is this guy trying to say?
He said
He shot at 5 people while he was on Ambien.
Oh wow.
He said no member of the shooting 2 random cars in the middle of the night 4 years ago. But he's probably telling the truth. And I know
Agreed.
Roseanne is telling the truth. I know she's telling the truth.
Yeah.
She was on Ambien and she was smoking weed. I don't know if she's drinking alcohol, but listen, Roseanne likes to party.
But also, you get like
She likes to party and she'll
she's
start
drinking and doing
Yes.
it. That's a real dangerous combo.
And look, everybody should understand this because you kind of know, but you really need to know.
Mm.
And there was one of the reasons why I had Roseanne on my podcast right after she got in trouble. I wanted everybody to know what I know. Roseanne got hit by a car
Yes.
when she was 15 years old, and she spent 9 months in a mental health institute
Yeah.
when she was a child. She couldn't count after that. She had straight A's in math. After that, she couldn't do math.
Wow.
She was fucked up. And that wild impulsiveness led to an amazing career as a stand-up comedian that probably came, at least somewhat, some part of it obviously came out of her creativity and her performing
Sure.
and her work ethic and all the good things that are
Funny.
she's awesome. But that wildness is part of that injury. And
Yeah.
that wildness exists in football players, it
Sure.
exists in former fighters, it exists in there's a lot of people that are running around out there that have brain injuries. And if you get someone a brain injury and then you dope them up with Ambien and then marijuana and then who
Right.
knows what the fuck else, you're taking ketamine and Fox News. And she just mainlining
And you have
Fox
Twitter.
News. She just fucking Tower 7. She's just taking it.
You have a device that you can tell everybody
Uh-huh.
what you're feeling in that moment. That's crazy.
And it's like you're trying to get responses out of people. See
Yeah.
what the people think. It's almost like testing an audience for
Sure.
some people. And if they don't understand how to manage it, like psychologically,
Right.
how many comics have we seen just get addicted to like being on Twitter all day? Like, get out of there, man. You're losing your life in that box.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I don't know how people do it.
It's so bad for you.
I'm a little addicted to TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
Is this a
I wonder.
intervention?
No, it's not.
Just kidding.
But I wonder if TikTok is. I wonder if it's better for you to just scroll at videos of things happening that are nonsense.
Sometimes there's news, but
But maybe that's better because that doesn't like. I don't have TikTok, but I have Instagram, and Instagram does not make me feel the way that Twitter makes me feel. Twitter makes me feel like I'm watching a fight
Oh,
between
yeah.
cats. Like it's a cat fight in a house. Just, I just want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be a part of this.
yeah.
And it's also like a very poor, it's a very clearly poor management of time and resources. If you're using your time and resources to argue constantly on Twitter, your life has to be a mess. It has to be a mess. It's impossible for you to only be disciplined in this area where you like contain yourself in this area. The rest of your life, though, everything's locked down. You don't have any problems. But when you go after Twitter, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect the rest of your life. Bullshit. Bullshit.
You're fighting with the invisible man, but that stuff is out there forever.
It's out there forever, and it's also it's 100% proof that you are engaging in a foolish waste of your resources.
Exactly.
100% undeniable proof.
Dice would have been in as much trouble as Roseanne if Twitter was. It might have been a thing, but he probably didn't know how to use it. But no, because it's been 20 years. How long has Twitter been out?
He'd been so many controversies.
But I'm saying with the Ambien.
Expect it from Dice, though.
Maybe, yeah.
They didn't. Roseanne was like America's blue-collar sweetheart for the longest time when she was on TV.
Yeah.
Right? She was beloved. And then she grabbed her pussy.
I was going to say, she did some shit. The national anthem.
Who knows what she was on back then?
Right,
you know?
right.
Listen, this lady, they've been medicating this lady left and right her whole life. And she's always like, I don't know if they got the formula right this time. let's move it around a little.
She's still working it.
And listen,
so good.
She got a lot of money, and I'm sure those doctors.
God bless her.
I'm sure those doctors are helping out. But like they were telling her at one point in time that they were threatening her royalties. That if she kept talking about things,
how is that possible? It's her show.
Yeah, but they can do things. They can pull deals. See, like if you're not making any money anymore, but you own a piece of the television show, and also we're dealing with it's 2024. I'm not in the TV business anymore, but I kind of know how it works. And in 2024, I don't know how many people are buying old sitcoms. I'm sure like Netflix and streaming sites, maybe they could do. But if they just decide, hey, we don't want Roseanne on the platform. Like there's shows you can't get.
Yeah.
Like 90s sitcoms, you can't find Grace Under Fire. Try finding that show.
No, and I loved that. I loved her, I should say. She used to work at the store.
Yeah.
She was wild, but she was funny.
I think towards the end of her tenure there, she might have fucking lost the plot.
She got, I remember her showing up. She was crazy.
I heard she's got a little nuts, and she was
so
problems.
Fucking funny. Yeah, you could tell.
She's a very funny comic too.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
She would call and ask me to do her like bizarro favors at the store, and
favors?
like just to see if certain comics were there. She would have like crushes on certain comics, so she's like, "Hey, so call me if they come in." I'm like, "All right," but I was like, "Are you coming in? Because you're like hilarious. You're one of the ones I laugh at. So are you coming in?"
That's hilarious.
But she just stopped coming. But I think she did have some.
Yeah.
But there's a thing called TV Land, which goes way back, I believe, because I have like nieces and nephews that are like, "Jersey, I Love Lucy." I'm like, "Yeah, reruns." And I'm like, "That's my favorite show," but they watch it now. On my TV Land.
Is TV Land?
I think it's a channel. Or it could be on an app. I don't know. I can't keep up with the kids.
Both. I think most.
I still have cable. That's why I don't own a house. It's very expensive.
Most things have to be both now. Like you can't just be a channel anymore. You kind of have to be a channel and an app.
I think you're right. Yeah.
If you're just a channel,
but they've merged with the apps. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my nieces watch the oldest shows, and I don't see like nobody comes up and says like. The Bunker, what's that called?
Archie, All in the Family.
All in the Family. Yeah. That's my favorite, but people don't say that one to me. So I wonder if that's available. But
it's definitely available because people send me little videos, like Instagram.
You see the
videos
clips
of
on
Archie
TikTok.
Bunker. Yeah, you see them on TikTok. I don't use that Chinese spyware.
Okay, I will get out of it.
My spyware to be American.
Oh yeah, good. Good for you.
I want people in this
Keep
country,
it in this country
sneaking around in my data and finding out what I'm researching.
I'm so lonely. I want them all to know where I'm at every moment.
Everyone.
Come on
India
over, guys.
Let's go.
Bring it on, bitches. Yeah, it's just weird. It's TikTok. My nieces were like, "You have to get on TikTok." So I did, but I stink at it. I don't know how to excel at it. I do watch the videos, though.
Well, you gotta be trained. First of all.
Hey.
Can you at least fake it?
No, it's not fair. I wanted to transition when I was a kid, and my mom wouldn't let me. I begged. I think I was like 7 or 8. I wanted to be a male bodybuilder.
Really?
And my mom was like,
Imagine if that was around today and you lived in Santa Monica.
oh, I would be halfway somewhere,
Yeah.
at least, if I
You'd
was
be
a
a
kid
guy.
now. Yeah, I'd have one nut maybe, gap a tit. We'll see. But I'm saying, like, I begged. I told my mom I took a picture out of a male bodybuilder's magazine.
Wow.
I ripped it out and I was like, this is what I want. And my mom was like, the guy? Like, I was like, no, I want to be a male bodybuilder. And I didn't know transition. I just said, I want to be a boy.
Oh,
And she was so mad because she had 4 boys in a row and she begged for a little girl. And then I came out and I'm like, what's up, motherfuckers? You know, like,
how much of that what's up, motherfuckers, was affected by the fact that you have all those brothers?
sure, just surrounded. I didn't know
It has
any
to be,
difference.
right?
Yeah, of course. Because my little sister Edie she's not girly by any means, but she's not as butchy as I was.
Mm.
But she still played the sports and stuff and fought, whatever. But we were just surrounded.
Mm.
You know, the two of us, if we had dolls, they'd rip their heads off, you know? So I'd be like, oh, cool, it looks better. And then we color it in and just do dumb shit. So I don't remember girly stuff. I know my mom would beg me to do it or wear a dress. And then I played Rumble Fumble in my communion dress. She was pissed.
Well, just the amount of boy behavior, and you're trying to fit in,
Yeah.
and you're the youngest.
Yeah. And
What are
then,
you gonna do?
well, not the youngest.
Well, at the time.
Yeah. And then I remember this boy saying to me, because I liked boys, but I was very boy.
How many older brothers do you have?
I have 5 older brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you were born, you're born into a home with 5 boys.
Surrounded.
Yeah.
Crazy
So
people.
that's the early developmental time
Yep.
where you're kind of like forming your view of the world.
Yeah. And if
Like
you
you
don't.
have no evidence that girls are even real for years. For years.
My
you're like,
sister said,
why
talk to me.
am I not like these?
I had to share a room with my sisters, and my mom put this big like canopy bed in there, and it's a little tiny row home. And the middle room is like a glorified closet. And so she put this canopy bed in there. You could barely open the door. And then when I slept in there, I wet the bed for a long time. So they kicked me out.
Oh my
So
God.
I had to sleep in my brother's room. So there was 7 of us in the front room. I don't know why I'm pointing like it's over there, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so I'm in the room with that, and that's all I know. That's it. So I'm doing everything they do. I'm playing football. I'm
Oh my
outside
God.
with a helmet. What? Is she slow? No, she's got a game. And you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I was joking on the I did the Are You Garbage podcast with those guys. They're so
Mhm.
funny. And I remembered a story because they were asking questions, and I remembered when I would play like handball or stickball, I'd take my shirt off and tuck it in the back of my pants and spit and everything. Like no shirt. Like and my mother saw me, Jay, that's right, you know, but I was 8 or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
But I didn't care. I was like, that's what they do.
Isn't it funny that a woman's nipples mean something?
Why? Yeah.
It's
Just
very.
because
It's funny. I mean, it's so odd because even a woman that has the smallest of breasts,
yeah.
her nipples are. You can see them.
Yeah.
Like it literally is the same form as a young boy. Like if you have a 13-year-old boy and a very thin woman who has no breasts,
Yeah.
they're very similar.
Yeah.
But one of them, when you realize it's a woman, you're like, oh, isn't that crazy?
It is
you're
weird.
essentially
It is.
literally looking at the
It's like,
same
oh, that's a
organ,
girl?
the same part of the body.
Same exact
It's not
thing.
like you're looking at a vagina or a dick.
Yeah, those
you're-
are significantly
they're
different. Yeah.
You're just looking at nipples. Female
weird.
nipples make you go, oh.
Because there's a slight drop behind it. I don't know.
Have you seen the hack these hoes have found how to do on Instagram?
What?
They breastfeed fake babies.
I don't
You can
even-
breastfeed. So
Whoa,
they got
whoa,
a
time
rubber-
out. What
they got
are
a
you
rubber
saying?
baby, and these hotties are pulling out
What the
giant melons, and they like shake them in front of the audience and squeeze them, and then they stuff them in the face of a fake baby. And this one girl, she's got her other tit out too. Like fuck it, what if he gets hungry on the other side? So she's got both
And it's
tits
a
out.
fake baby?
Fake tits too. Big giant ass fake tits and fake baby, and you're allowed to do it because you're allowed to show breastfeeding for educational purposes.
Oh, so
These
this is how
hoes-
I'm going to get more followers. Joe. You just gave me the insight.
These hoes are scandalous.
Check
They
out
know.
my new TikTok.
They know.
Wow.
I don't know if it's a
So-
TikTok thing. I bet it'll
No,
probably
I-
get you kicked off TikTok. Here they go.
Oh, look at the
Look
baby.
at this.
Oh, Jesus,
Yeah,
Mary, and
look at
Joseph.
That fake baby and big ass.
There's a
fake
lot of
titty.
fake things on there. What a filter, by the way.
This
By the
one's not a lot of attention, but
That's the one I'd watch with the football, like an idiot.
quite a few of these going around.
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad you knew about that.
The most obvious. That's a shitty fake baby.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
That's a dead baby.
That's a
People are
doll.
writing, your baby's dead.
No, but
Your
people.
milk is poisonous, lady.
There's some people that get really good fake babies. Where
Wow.
You have to look at the
Okay.
baby real quick. I think that's a rubber.
So they're
baby.
just getting away with showing
Only
their
tits.
tits. Got
Yes.
it. Okay. Okay.
I think essentially it's an ad for OnlyFans.
I was gonna say, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
Yeah.
So that's somebody's fetish.
Yeah. It's just the fact that they get to show their tit. I don't even think it's someone's fetish. It's probably definitely someone's fetish. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
There's out of all the freaks in the world,
Yeah.
some guys out there jerking off to women breastfeeding for sure. But it's not that. It's just an opportunity to show your tits.
Oh, absolutely. But
Yeah.
now my boobs are starting to grow. I don't know why.
How?
Late in life. I don't know if it's hormonal. I don't know. But for years, nothing. And now all of a sudden I'm like, this doesn't fit. What's happening? So I'm gonna start.
Yeah.
Hey, these guys just came in. I didn't even know I was a girl. So
Let them go. Free the nipple. Wasn't that a thing in New York City where they were like illegally arguing that women
I've seen the protest.
should be able to walk around topless because men can walk around topless?
Yeah, I saw a protest in Asheville one time, and I was having lunch with Carl LeBeau. We were doing a festival down there, and it was packed. We were both like, no, I'm not gay, but watching them flap while you walk, it's just, I was like, oh, wow, that's what they're supposed to look like? I mean, Carl's just on the floor like, holy shit, I'm going to move here.
Isn't it interesting that that's controversial? That there's laws that will tell you. So look, if there's laws about a man exposing himself in public, that makes sense because that's like a public health danger. And it's danger because the vast majority of sexual predators, especially for younger people, are men, right?
Yeah.
So a guy with his dick out in public is like a public safety hazard.
Yeah.
A woman with her tits out is really no one's scared.
But it's because of the predators, probably.
Right.
They're trying to keep them off.
That's my point.
Oh,
It's the only time where a law is where you don't have any fear whatsoever about that person harming someone with their body, but yet you make their body a crime.
Right.
You make showing parts of their body a crime. Like you can get a ticket, or you can get.
Right.
I think they could probably even arrest you for
Indecent,
public nudity, indecent exposure.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, I could walk right next to that lady with my shirt off, and there's no problems at all.
But then before, I think the men got the right to take their shirt off. It wasn't until the 50s or 40s. For a long time, they weren't allowed to either.
Is that real?
I believe so.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So what they do on construction sites? Would they just arrest everybody?
What do you mean? They can't be shirtless at a construction site. That's their job. You can't be shirtless. They only were shirtless when they were having lunch, maybe. But
have you ever worked a construction site? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Wait a minute.
Are you talking crazy?
I'm seeing them in the vest and the shirt, or
maybe today.
Because I'd sit there and watch for a long time if that was true.
Yeah, if we were working outside. I did mostly construction jobs when I was in high school.
Okay.
So my stepfather was an architect, so I got a lot of jobs on building sites. And so I just get jobs as a laborer. It was a good job to get because you could always get them, and it's hard work. You would be outside topless constantly. 91, court lets stand law bearing topless men. Supreme Court Monday lets stand a local ordinance prohibiting, this is in Washington, prohibiting males from jogging topless or otherwise appearing in public without wearing shirts. The court refused to review the constitutionality of a statute from the village of Southampton, New York, making it illegal for anyone to appear on a public street shirtless. That's a very specific area. So that's this is Southampton, New York. It's what they're talking about. I know when I lived in Boston, when we were working in the summer, we always had shirts off.
I could see it as a roofer, of course, things like that. But I don't know. I'm just picturing maybe people.
It's fucking hot.
Of course, it's crazy hot.
You're carrying lumber, and the building that you're building has no ventilation. It has nothing. It's just frames.
Yeah.
You're basically helping carpenters frame things.
Sure. In my head, I'm seeing them right now with the vest on, but maybe that's just my fantasy.
That's the summertime no shirt is easy.
Oh yeah.
The hard one is wintertime no heat.
Yeah.
Because I had wintertime no heat gigs.
Ooh.
Whoa, those
Yeah,
were rough.
that's tough, especially in Boston.
Yeah, I had some of those right after I graduated from high school. They were a wake up call.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, fuckface, you better figure out what you want to do with your life, or this is going to be you forever. Being in the winter with numb feet, moving shit around on a construction site.
Fingers being frozen.
Yeah.
I hate
and
that.
They would have like a little public portable heater that we would all gather around to eat lunch. So you'd all stand around this blowtorch while you're eating lunch.
Oh my god, so dangerous but amazing.
Yeah, this wasn't really a blowtorch. It's like you ever seen one of those? Like they have them on set.
I know.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
When Chappelle and I did Fear Factor, I did Fear Factor on the Chappelle show. So I came in. Tyrone Biggums was on Fear Factor.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
They filmed that in the dead of winter in New York in this warehouse, like this space where whatever they were filming at, and they had one of them heaters. So they would have them on set sometimes.
Got it.
It's like this big tube.
Yeah,
and it gets hot as fuck. You basically can cook a grilled cheese sandwich in front of it. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you can light on fire.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. And so we would gather around in front of one of those fucking things
and just be like,
just freezing our dicks off, and then go right back out there. You got to carrying the cement, carrying the lumber.
That was your motivation.
Well, it was just a wake up call. They're like, you don't want to be doing no hard labor, son.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, we could have no shirts on, walk around, no one cared. But if we were a bunch of gals framing rooftops with our tits out. All the local
you can wear
hens,
a bra. That's why girls now they'll just wear a bra.
Didn't want to wear a bra. They just wanted to let their tits out like a guy does. All the local hens. Put your tits on, you dirty bitch.
Yeah.
You fucking dirty bitch. My husband's looking at your dirty tits.
Sometimes like I'll see like on Melrose and stuff, you see them walking around and they have like these short shorts. One time me and Andrew were like just at Starbucks hanging out on Melrose in LA, and these kids were walking by. I mean, they were kids, and he just like turned away, and I go, what happened? And it was a girl, like her entire ass was out. It was, the shorts were all the way out, and he just turned away like, oh, that's a baby. I'm not looking at that. Classic. Yeah, I know, but that's what they do. I don't know if
that's how you get attention these days.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's again, there's always been girls that dress like that, or close to that, right? You can go way back to the 80s. I wore cute little hot pants in the 80s. Yeah, I used to wear a bustier because I started clubbing like when I was 14. Oh my god, Eleanor. What a fucking background. Hey, perfect background to be a comic. True. Well, this is what happened with the boy, like me wanting to be a boy. I liked boys, and this one really good-looking kid that played football, he was, and I'm like standing there. I remember like I'm wearing shoulder pads, idiot. And he goes, are you ever going to be a girl? And I was like, oh. And then I asked another guy friend, I go, how come so-and-so doesn't like me? And they're like, because he thinks you could beat him up. Like, nobody's attracted to the girl who may or may not be able to knock him out. Right. So I stopped. And I was like, oh. And then boys started to like me. And I was like, oh. You had to learn the new pattern of behavior. Yes. Right. But I still am like, watch it. Like when guys start wearing cologne. Right. I'm like, oh, can I clean up? I stink. Yeah. I still am like I'm not so grateful to be a woman. Like it bothers me a lot. Does it? Because I still have that in me. Like it would be so much easier to just be a dude. Do you think they could have talked you into being trans if you were like 12? Absolutely, 100%. Isn't that crazy? And I'm good friends with Dylan Mulvaney. We did a pilot together. That's hilarious. Dylan was not trans when I met them. How do you say it? I don't know. Be careful. You're gonna get in trouble. She knows I love her, so I can't say anything wrong. But so you knew her when she was a he. Right, and we had the best time. But meeting her when I did, I was like, oh, she's more woman than I ever was, ever will be. Like I know I have the parts, even with a dick. I'm telling you, more girly than. I mean, girly. Mm-hmm. And my best friend growing up was like that. You're a very kind person. You're a very kind person. And I just want to introduce this thought to your mind. Uh-oh. People are performative occasionally. Well, absolutely. And sometimes when people want you to think of them in one way or another, they will behave that way. And people can keep that up for... And know them from anybody. We just met. Right.
So you're saying she was performing?
Well, I think deciding that you're a woman,
right,
and then performing like a woman.
Oh, I see.
It is
Okay.
a thing that we can all do.
I see what
and
you're
if
saying.
you met me, Eleanor, if you met me, and you're like, oh my God, Joe Rogan is a woman. Like, thinks like a woman, behaves like a woman, has off this
He's all feminine.
woman energy, like so sweet, so amazing. It's performative. Like you're a biological man.
But you don't think you could be.
And there's a lot of social value in being trans today. There's a lot of you get attention. You get attention for having nothing interesting about you, other than the fact that you're a boy who wants to be a girl.
Right.
That's it. And that is like a crazy low barrier to entry to be a part of a protected class and to be celebrated for people that will never be celebrated.
But you don't believe people can be born and have like mixed up things?
I do.
Okay, good.
I believe both things. I believe both things.
Okay.
I believe, yes. This is what we have to be wary about, because when you see these cluster cases, like particularly like young girls, we get like 10 girls that are on the spectrum and they all go trans in the school together. That's crazy. And you have to realize that people are motivated just like you were when you were a young girl and you were dressing like a boy and acting like a boy. And then you go, oh, I got to not do that anymore. And then now boys like me. People are motivated by behaviors that get them positive reinforcement. And there's in this time, in this day and age, there's immense amount of positive reinforcement of being a part of the LGBT pride, whatever it is, movement. And that makes sense because it's a natural reaction to the times when we were kids where gay people were shunned and shit on. And it was up until 2013, Hillary Clinton was saying that she didn't think that marriage should be between gay men. It should be between a man and a woman. Barack Obama used to say that. They all used to say it. So imagine being a gay person back then. And so there's like this natural overcorrection. So we're in this overcorrection right now. But this overcorrection gets co-opted by opportunists who are just narcissists, just people with mental illness, and people who realize that they can get a tremendous amount of attention by just fitting into this new play. And it's also a great way for perverts and sex offenders.
Yeah, you see that a lot.
To weasel in. Like, isn't it like if you were a guy and you were really into dogs, you get a job as a dog trainer.
Okay.
Right? Guy's really into dogs.
Yeah.
He loves working with dogs. You're a pedophile. Wouldn't you get a job at Nickelodeon?
Right.
You would, right?
Yeah.
Well, isn't there like a scandal that's going on right now?
Yeah, bad.
What is the Nickelodeon scandal?
The Dan guy. It's a. Oh, really? A new one? Oh.
I just like kids. I just like working with kids. I just like being around them and being alone with them. Being alone with them. I like being alone with them.
Yeah.
Just me and the kid.
Camp counselors.
Let's keep a secret.
What the
fuck?
That's fucked up.
What up, dog?
There's humans that recognize that there's like patterns that they can fall into where they can get more attention or get more praise. So this is the Nickelodeon thing. It says the actors claimed he was sexually abused by dialogue and acting coach Brian Peck, who pleaded no contest to performing a lewd act with a 14 or 15-year-old and to oral copulation with a minor under 16 in 2004. Ultimately sentenced to 16 months in prison and ordered to register as a sex offender in October 2004. His first interview since the release of the doc, Bell has shared his thoughts on Nickelodeon's response to the allegations. Yeah, I mean, how do you know when someone, I mean, if you hire, you're hoping you're hiring people that just like making kid shows. Maybe they have kids. You know,
but why can't the parent be present? Like this kind of shit, like they say kids that get molested and stuff like that, a lot of times it's parents just being like, giving them off, you know, like, and not being present.
Right.
There was, I mean, I feel, I think about it, I'm like, why didn't we get molested? We were on our own for a long time.
I dodged a couple bullets when I was a kid.
Did you really?
Yeah, but it's you're trusting people, and most people you can trust, and you hope you can trust these people.
Yeah.
You know about UFC heavyweight champion, former heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez?
What happened?
His son was apparently by daycare, and he went after the guy and shot out from his car and got arrested. He was in jail for He's still awaiting trial. But it was literally one of those things
Everybody
where
shout out Rabbi.
everybody that hears that's a father. If you ask them, what would you do if that happened? Like everyone says the same thing. If you can get away with sleepwalking and killing your mother-in-law, there should be a way with fucking blind rage that makes you shoot at some guy who molested your kid.
Listen, I don't have children, and if that happened to one of my nieces and nephews, I'd be the one who snapped. I'd lose it.
It's the most evil.
It's
thing.
disgusting.
But it's one of the weird ones that today they're trying to normalize. They're trying to call it minor attracted persons. When I say they, I want to be really clear. Yeah, it's just a few fringe psychos. But the problem is that
those are pedophiles.
That fringe psycho dialogue winds up on social media and then gets amplified by places like TikTok,
right?
That want us to be upset at these kind of things. Whether it's to program us or whether it's just to keep us like fighting and then engaging in the algorithm, which is ultimately beneficial for them because that's really what they want is more views and more interactions.
Yeah.
And so you'll have these wacky fucking people that give these speeches in public with cameras on them where they're talking about we have to understand this is an identity and this is it should be a protected identity, a minor attracted person. It's like this is not one person saying this. It's multiple people saying this. But it falls into that same thing. Like some people are fucking insane.
I agree. Like my best friend growing up, he was flamboyant from the get. And I mean, we were friends when we were 6, 7. So he would always be like, and he made me get into cheerleading because he liked cheerleading.
Yeah.
I didn't like cheerleading. And then I was like, can't we just do something? Can we play football? And then he started, like, we would fight. And then we always used to say that we wished we had a button or we wanted to, there was a cartoon where you can run into each other, Wonder Powers Activate or something like that. You run into each other and you become something different. We were going to run into each other and become.
You would be a boy.
Yes.
Nice.
And it never worked. But so he waited till both his parents passed and then he transitioned.
Oh, wow.
But he wanted that his whole life. He just didn't want to disrespect his parents.
It's 100% a real thing.
It is.
The problem is.
But I agree that there's always people that jump in and act.
There is that, and then there's this other thing. The other thing is money. So you have to realize how many gender-affirming care clinics have opened up just since 2007. If you look at the map of 2007 versus 2023, it's crazy the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably now we're in 2024. It's probably even more. But the number of those things that by the way, they're just like a body shop.
Yeah.
You bring a car into a body shop, they're going to want to fix the car. Okay, you bring a kid into a gender-affirming care, they're not going to go, Billy, you just need to find yourself, man. Maybe you're just a gay man.
Right.
They're not going to just tell them, there's a lot of social pressure on this. And you're very uncomfortable in your own skin, in your own life, and you're thinking that this is going to be the solution to make you whole.
Right.
And also, if you're a woman, if they give you testosterone, you are going to feel better. So the thing about testosterone, it alleviates anxiety. It does all sorts of different, it creates a sense of euphoria when girls take it in high doses. And my friend, someone in his immediate vicinity is transitioning from a girl to a boy. And he found out what the dose was. The dose of testosterone. He goes, this is like a hardcore bodybuilder steroid dose of testosterone. Wow. Yeah. He's like, this person was banging like a lot of test every week.
Holy shit.
And it was just changing everything, changing their voice, changing the facial structure, growing a mustache, weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like knowing someone their whole life as a girl, then all of a sudden they have a fucking beard.
Yeah.
What is happening here? Yeah, so of course it's going to make you feel different. But is that who you really were? Is that who you really are?
That's the hard part. I think of that a lot because I think if I did it, how would I feel? Because there are people that do it and then say, I want to go back.
Detransition. They get shamed, by the way.
Well, that's
what's really scary. Those people get attacked, but because they're fucking it up. Because here's the thing, and you just have to look at it like a system.
Mm-hmm.
groups of people always want more people in their group. Always.
Yeah.
Like people that use Windows PCs will try to convince you that Apple sucks. Like they will.
I know I have heard it. I've heard the argument. I'm
Now,
like,
trans people, unless they're actively trying to reproduce by going to a clinic.
mhm.
So unless you're a trans woman who has a fully functional dick and you're having sex with a trans man who has a fully functional vagina and hasn't taken so much testosterone that they're no longer fertile. And then even so, like what's going on there?
Yeah.
But that's like, it's not the regular way that people have kids. So and there's no guarantee that you're going to have a trans kid. So there's only one way to get more trans people. You got to recruit.
Exactly.
You got to recruit.
Everybody needs a recruit.
If you can't draft, you must recruit.
That's what they would say about gay people. They're recruiting.
Well, some of them do.
Some do.
I
But that's
had
what I'm
this
saying.
friend-
There's always a percentage.
I had this friend who
Not
was
for
gay,
everybody.
and he would always talk about how we could convince straight guys and let them suck their dick.
Oh my God, I have so many friends.
And he loved it. He thought it was so funny. He's like, all these straight guys.
Yeah,
Just get them a little drunk and tell them you suck their dick. It's
Constant.
amazing how many of them let you.
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I know women that are gay and so forceful. One is like, she would turn women, if you will, for a period of time, date them, drop them like a bad habit. Now they're all fucking confused. They don't know who they are. Am I gay? Am I straight? Who am I? What? And then go through all this crazy mental breakdowns. I have two really good friends that like went crazy over this shit. And I'm like,
They got turned out by a lesbian.
turned out and turned down.
See ya.
Bye, bitch. Like
Later.
sometimes lesbians come as hard as guys. You know what I mean? Like
Same
treat you
kind
that
of
same
behavior. Yeah.
drop. You just cut you off. Like, you're
Well, it's
out.
also you're recognizing if you're in that dating game, right?
Uh-huh.
There's like two players in that dating game.
Yeah.
There's the strong, like successful, like dominator,
Right.
which could be a woman.
Yeah.
And then there's the person's like, well, sure, I'd love to come to work with you. You know, like the more
Yeah, yeah,
demure.
Yeah,
It doesn't even have to be male or female. It just has to be like there's guys like that wind up with these boss ladies.
Mhm.
Like how many boss ladies do you know that have like these really like bag of milk husbands? Like these guys have zero will.
Such a great line.
They just have no will. There's
Yeah.
no drive. If someone breaks into their house, they're gonna faint like a possum.
Like,
There's no animal in there. You know,
Yes,
it's just it's all gone.
he's under the covers. You
Yeah.
get him, honey.
If it wasn't gone because of environmental conditions or biology, it's
Mhm.
gone by the circumstances they find themselves in. They have a
Yeah.
dominant woman, and she yells at them, and they get no sex.
I try to not be that way, but I have done that. I have done that. Like I remember Andrew Dice getting angry. I always call him Andrew, whatever. When he got angry at me because there was like a fight, he got in an argument with this guy at 7-Eleven, and I got in between, and he was just like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'll kill somebody." What? You know, you don't want me to help? Like I thought we were on the same team.
That's
you know.
hilarious.
But he got mad, and I was like, "Okay, you gotta calm down with your bruteness, okay,
Yeah.
and not." Throw a man through something because I'm an idiot like that. I just, again, like it comes to growing up with the wrestling and like even like you and I, when I physically literally started wrestling, if my mom was like furious at that, like, what are
we
you
used
doing?
to love going to watch you.
But she
When
was
we saw you
mad.
perform, it was awesome. You're a fucking pro wrestler. It was incredible.
It was amazing. I loved it. I was like, this is
Yeah,
so
you were really
good.
good at it too.
Um,
It was fun.
my
It was
mom-
fun. It
My
was
mom
fun to
started
watch.
giving me notes.
That's hilarious. But it was entertaining.
Sure.
It's
And
very
that's
entertaining.
what it's supposed to be,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I would have like fun, now I'm physically in the ring fighting with people. Like she was so embarrassed, but there was a point I was going to make and I lost it because my brain.
No
fried.
worries.
But yeah, it's just, I'm saying like that whole trajectory of like, I'm still doing boy-like things
Mhm.
in a girl's body.
Right.
And I do believe where you're saying like it's like my brother Charlie joking and talking about like it's hitting everywhere. He went to the doctors and they were asking him questions. And she said, "What do you identify as?" Now Charlie's in his 50s. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean?
I know, it's funny when they bring it up out of nowhere. What are your pronouns?
You
What are
can
your
see
pronouns?
me, bitch. Like,
how do you identify?
Right. But they
with your mustache and your gray chest
yeah,
hair.
and he's sitting there, he's rubbing one out. Like, what are you saying? Like, but he looked at her because it's so foreign to him. And the lady apologized. She goes, "I'm sorry, I have to ask." Like, because it's like part of the regulations. It's probably a DEI thing that they have that's attached to their business. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's Vivek Ramaswamy, that guy was running for president.
Mm-hmm.
He's a brilliant guy, and he said some very interesting things. When he called it the tyranny of the oppressed. He goes, yeah, it's not good to oppress people. Sure, everyone should be free, but it's also not good to give the oppressed so much power that they can just run rampant over everyone else, and everybody has to adhere to their rules. Yeah, because they were at one point in time a part of an oppressed class, and I think that's the overcorrection that we're talking about with the trans stuff. The problem is today, it can be pushed in a way that's so different than when we were kids. When we were kids, if you were a gay guy, you became a priest. Did you have a gay guy in high school that became a priest?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
And he's not a pedophile.
We used to, our guy wasn't a pedophile unless he turned into one. But when I knew him, he was a regular kid. He was my friend's sister, or my friend's brother. Whoops, Freudian. My friend's brother, she, they would always talk about he's going to be a priest. So we were in high school riding the bus together. Yeah. I think people even back then were calling him father. He was fucking 15.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but
he just had it on him.
Everyone knew he was going to be a priest.
Yeah. My friend that did it, he's now out of it.
Of the priesthood? Or
he left the priesthood. He's still gay, still queer as they come. And but he left the priesthood, which was weird because we were like, "Whoa, is he coming out? Is he this?" And he left, and now this shit sucks. He just said they were changing too many things. Cool. Like the literal religion messed him up to get him out. Yeah.
Interesting.
Because
what were they changing?
The Catholic Church, my mom, she doesn't know how to listen to podcasts. Anyway, the Catholic Church changes on a dime. Like even something Lent. Right now we're in Lent, right? Right. There were so many rules that my mom had that we don't have, like my generation didn't have. And now it's a whole nother, Lent is not, now I'm looking at kids like, what? You could do that? It's Lent. You're not allowed to. You have to do this, this, and this. But they changed. They just changed so that they can recruit.
That's why the Muslims are going to win. They don't give a fuck who joins. That's Ramadan is, you got a month and nobody's eating. All day long, no water, no food. We were in downtown the other day. Driving downtown LA, and there's an alleyway, and this dude was in the alleyway.
In LA?
No,
here?
in Austin. Okay. Did I say LA?
Yeah,
Did I? I'm sorry. In Austin. I'm just downtown Austin. And there was this dude that was in an alleyway, and he was, the sun was going down, so he was praying.
Oh, I saw that.
Wherever the fuck you are, you gotta pray.
I saw it in New York City. Yeah. And he was like, and it's so hard to find a space in New York City. So I was like, wow. That's impressive. Devotion. Exactly. He was behind a pillar that went into, there was a little bit of room to go into these offices, and he was literally just behind the pillar just doing that. And I was like, wow, that is right in Times Square.
Have you ever seen the one from Toronto? You remember talking about how wacky Canada is?
Oh yeah.
Toronto, it was Toronto, right? Call to prayer in the street. It's bananas.
Really?
The street is filled.
They just do the call to prayer and people just come out of their houses?
I don't know where this is. Okay. I don't know why they were there. I just saw the video and I'm like, whoa, this is Canada? It just seems
Canada's a mess. I don't know if you've been there in a while. Well, I'm sorry. I know they have health care, but it's not working.
It's a mess. Their president sucks. They need some sort of no-nonsense president to straighten everything out, or prime minister, or whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, the nerve of them.
Get a better king. What you're doing is nuts. Like the way they're every week there's some new strike on rights and laws and freedom of speech, and they just keep cracking. They stop people from being able to get guns. You can't have a handgun anymore. They're cracking down on all sorts of different things in regards to what constitutes hate speech online, whether or not they can filter your internet access, and just
it's not good. They're homeless. No. I was in Vancouver.
Did you find that video?
Oh.
It's really crazy. They're in the street.
Yeah, I want to see it.
There's thousands of people in the street.
Part of the news.
Oh,
there it is. Give me this. Look at this. Look at this. This is in Toronto. Wow. This is in Toronto. So this is a protest for something.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
But it's still.
Oh, it's a protest. Okay.
Even if it's a protest, you get that many people that are doing that. There's not another religion
that would do that.
They are so much more devout in their belief.
Because they're praying. Like the Catholics would just wave a cross in your face.
They do like a half-ass.
I know a lot of people would come out.
The Muslims are out there in the street on their fucking knees. Fuck your traffic. We're praying. That's a different thing.
It's Toronto. It's busy.
Yeah. And Toronto and Canada, like their approach to immigrants was not assimilate and become a part of America.
Right.
Like that's what we do. We're like, become one of us, become a part of it. Their thing was like, no, keep your culture. Keep your culture and keep it here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is your culture? Sharia law. Like, what are you guys saying? Like, there's parts of the world that are living like the 1200s. Yeah.
And but that doesn't look like that. Like it's hard to figure out. Like you look at a priest, you go pedophile, right? And then you look at a Muslim, you go terrorist. Like that's so bad. Like it's not. It's again, it's a small portion.
See the thing about and it's also like our version of it is like, oh, you see them, they're terrorists. Well, why?
Yeah.
What did we do? This is the thing.
What was your part in it, little lady?
How many bombs have gone off in Yemen? Like what have we done? What did we do in Iraq? What did we do in Afghanistan? What did we do?
Yeah. What did we do to deserve this? Accountability is lost everywhere in the world.
Yeah. We are like what we're doing is like so bonkers all over the world with so many different bases. We're the only country that has bases. How many countries does the United States have military bases in? Let's just take a guess.
How many have they had abandoned?
Let's take a guess. Let's take a guess.
Oh, a guess. Oh,
shit. How many active military bases in how many countries?
I'm trying to see if I'm smart.
I'm seeing multiple military bases probably exist in some countries of strategic importance.
Sure.
But if we had to guess, how many countries have U.S. military bases? Let's guess.
I'm going to guess countries. I know there's like so many. I'm not smart. I'm going to say 15.
15. Okay, I'm going to go a little higher. I'm going to say 30.
Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah, it's probably higher than that. How many countries have U.S. military bases in them?
According to Al Jazeera, the number is not published by the Pentagon, but it is known to be around 750 bases in at least 80 countries.
80? Because I was thinking of the main ones that bases. I hear. Yeah.
Imagine if there's 750 Apple stores.
Wow. I think there is. I gotta be honest.
In countries that we like invade and put an Apple store in.
Wow.
We're like, what is Apple trying to do?
Apple and Starbucks side by side. They're everywhere.
McDonald's just made McDonald's. The Congo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nuts. 80 countries.
80 countries.
700 plus military bases.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So, when you see terrorists, you go, why are they mad at us?
Oh, yeah, I never.
There's 520 Apple stores.
Oh, there you go. So there's more military bases in other countries than there are Apple stores.
Apple, you're slacking. Get it together.
Isn't that wild?
Wow.
That's
crazy.
Wild. We're a bigger
and
business.
People are still talking about Microsoft?
Yeah. The U.S. military is a bigger business than Microsoft. That's why they had to recruit the trans. They're like, we just need bodies. Get that admiral. That fucking dude. Put him in a dress. Put him in a make him an admiral.
Shit.
Yeah, get everybody excited. You can become an admiral if you're a girl. You win Woman of the Year. Give Woman of the Year. Give Woman of the Year. You gotta look. I know you're a loser as a guy, but listen.
As a woman,
nobody wants to fuck you anyway. Why don't you just pretend you're a woman for a little bit and move up that goddamn ladder, Leah Thomas? Yeah. That's what you have to do.
Swim it out, bitch.
Yeah, swim it out.
Ugh.
That's the world we're living in. So there's, and then also you have China, which is so much more clever than the United States.
Yeah.
They've been around and they've thrived economically for 4,000 years. So China has been infiltrating all of our education systems.
Easily.
Infiltrating, buying up stock in businesses, buying up land. They have their fucking tentacles in the entire system in this country. And they run the most addictive social media app. Like we always, and Adam Curry said this best. Like he's the original Podfather. He's the first podcaster, the guy from MTV. Remember Adam Curry? Yeah.
That name, yeah.
No Agenda podcast. He's the best. I love him. But Adam pointed it out. He's like, this is the only time where there's been a thing that the United States makes where China dominates in what is ordinarily thought of as like a creative thing,
right?
Like tech things, like for like a social media app. TikTok's the most addictive, and he thinks that all of this attacks on TikTok, he's like, they're not doing anything different than we're doing. He goes, all the attacks is all just really designed to shut out the competition or break it up.
Yeah.
And then make other countries like China, if they have an app like TikTok, you have to sell to America. Mm-hmm. And then they're going to keep doing the same thing. But now we'll have the data. We don't want the data in those other people that are shifty. We want it in our shifty people.
That's right.
We're going to keep an eye on
We're
you.
shifting
and
our
use your
own
microphone
shit.
And look at all your fucking text messages that you send to your friends.
Yeah. We want to see
check your memes folder for fucking dangerous things.
See how much makeup you really have. That's all they do.
This guy in Belgium, they sentenced him to a year in jail because he's been sharing racist memes with his friends in a private chat. And then we went and saw the memes.
Oh my God.
They're like nothing.
Oh yeah, mine got out.
They're nothing in that. Like they were talking about like Nazi ones, but did we ever find that the Nazi? We did. We showed it on the show. See if you can find his memes.
We found it again, but remember the one had guns in it, or like maybe it was something to do with it.
Yeah, there definitely was a gun thing, but the guns one was like they were in another country taking photos with guns and saying something like "We're going to take back our country" or some crazy shit like that. Well, anyway, they arrested this dude, and they're allowed to look in your private chats and then sentence you for memes you send your friends. But that's how slippery this shit can get.
Yeah.
When you give people control over what you can and can't say, and then you acknowledge that you're getting influenced constantly by foreign governments and foreign agents that are trying to sow the seeds of chaos.
Yeah.
We're going to there's no gun charges, so maybe not. Just
straight racism.
Racism, Holocaust denial in relation to material shared amongst private group chats. Although Van Leeuwenhoek denies sending the material himself. So he was on the chat. He was on the chat that got all these things shared.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what the actual memes.
I'm trying to find them. I've been trying to find them every time we talk about it. I can't
really? That's insane.
I bet Reddit has it. Or 4chan. I bet 4chan's got it.
I don't even know.
You don't know how to look up on 4chan?
What
are
is
you,
it?
A fake internet guy? You know what I do? I call Duncan.
By the way,
Duncan's on 4chan all day long.
No.
Hey man, I'll use my burner account. I'll ask the guys.
I'm obsessed with Duncan.
He's the best.
The greatest human being ever. We forced him into being the talent coordinator at the Comedy Store.
Yeah. Well, that's how Duncan and I became friends.
Talent coordinator?
Yeah, I used to call up and leave my avails. We'd have these crazy conversations about like Alan Watts and like some speech that he gave.
He's literally
the
smartest person in the world.
Well, he's a fascinating guy because he's so uniquely him. Like Duncan, he doesn't change who he is to be around like other people. He's always been this really odd kind of hippie guy, but also like very objective about things. And he'll see like people getting sucked into a certain pattern of thinking and be like, hey, what? Hold on. Like he'll be one of the first to, and he's really great at satire too. He's really great at pretending he's really into something. Like he uses Twitter for that all the time. Like if you look at some of his tweets and you didn't know, you think he's serious. Like he says,
I read him, I go, this is the greatest.
He did one recently, something about the CIA. He's just fucking hilarious.
I don't understand how people can't read the sarcasm
because they're dumb.
But I guess you're right. Yeah. But what he's saying, I'm not smart, but what
you had to survive though. You had to develop some kind of smarts with all these brothers.
Yeah, but laughing at what he's saying, like it's so bizarre that it's fucking crazy.
No, not if you're one of them Illuminati people.
Oh, like believes
everybody's
in.
eating babies and get adrenochrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for those babies.
Well, there's a thing. If you're on this podcast, there's a certain group of people that will think you're in with the Illuminati. They would think that I'm in.
I'm in?
With the Illuminati. I'm here to tell you, folks. Me, the guy who has the #1 podcast in the world, this fucking thing is like, it's all in my head. It's all me getting text messages it's all me like emailing guys to get them to come on. It's all in my head. There's no CIA. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you're right.
Influenced by the NSA, and I was like an undercover spy. Sort of like this.
So that strip search was normal?
Yeah. I don't know what you got. You gotta do a cavity search. That was the thing about the rock and roll movement in Laurel Canyon in the 1970s. Eddie Bravo made me read a book on it.
So with the I watched the documentary, I think.
Yeah, there's like a crazy fucking conspiracy that the CIA created like Jim Morrison, the Doors, and the rock and roll movement of the 60s, all the decadent rock and roll.
Yeah.
And there's weird connections. It's like you got to go like, whoa, there are some connections there. Here's the thing. I don't think you can create a Jim Morrison. You need to have a guy who's that guy. But Jim Morrison's dad was like a federal agent. Jim Morrison's dad what was Jim Morrison's dad? He was a general. Wasn't he in the CIA as well?
I don't think so.
No, just a general.
He was like the one that gave the orders that started the Gulf of Tonkin.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Okay, so imagine that. So his dad, deep state, right?
So that's
military connection. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Rear Admiral.
That's not what I expected his dad to look like.
So he's not a general. So he's heavy duty military man. And then his son goes on and becomes one of the biggest rock and roll stars of all time. And like a complete counterculture figure, drugs and chaos and pulling his dick out in front of people.
Right.
Madness. Driving a 67 GT 500 Mustang in the desert and fucking hair and sunglasses. And there's people that think that sort of image, the rock and roll star, the decadent, depraved rock and roll star image, was calculated by the CIA, and that this was all part of the same anti-war movement. Like what they were trying to do is stop the anti-war movement. They were trying to stop the hippie movement, and they think that what they did was encourage a chaos that came out of worshiping these degenerate rock and roll stars that were all drug addicts and saying crazy shit.
Right. But you're taking away his talent.
No, but you're not, though. You're not.
They're saying
you're essentially saying that they promoted that. Like the talent already existed, but they realized if you can get this crazy, chaotic guy, sign him to a major record label, and then push him everywhere, and have these young kids see this guy.
Worship this guy with this saying.
Worship this weird, the Lizard King.
Right.
This fucking wild dude that like Val Kilmer played in that movie.
Excellent.
Val Kilmer
excellent.
Thought he was Jim Morrison. He lost his fucking marbles. It's
a
great movie. He seemed like Jim Morrison in that movie. But that this documentary, this book is all about that the CIA had a hand in this.
This was different. I think a different. I don't know exactly what they said he did in it, but this is an explanation of what happened.
The details of the incident were distorted, perhaps intentionally, between Morrison and the other commanders on the scene, the Pentagon and the White House. That night, President Johnson interrupted primetime TV, a very big deal in those days, and told the American public that 2 U.S. Navy warships had been attacked on the high seas, and he was asking Congress for support to counter the North Vietnamese aggression. At the same time, Morrison and his staff told Navy headquarters in Hawaii that the radar returns the destroyers had targeted were probably false. Headquarters relayed the information to the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, but he failed to give those details to President Johnson. So he held the details back. Wow. So based on Johnson's testimony that the destroyers had suffered an unprovoked attack in international waters, Congress approved of the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, giving the president the authority to conduct military operations in Southeast Asia without a declaration of war. So that was Morrison's dad was a part of that.
Wow.
So the thing is, it sounds super far-fetched, but when you look at what they definitely did with the Manson family, what they definitely did with Operation MK Ultra and Operation Midnight Climax and all these different crazy mind control experiments that they did, and what they did with the Harvard LSD studies, and what they did with they were dosing people with acid and trying to make them do things and trying to turn them into psychopaths. And they did it with the Manson family. They got Manson when he was in prison and dosed him up with acid and taught him how to be a cult leader, allegedly,
Right.
and then provided him with acid, and then repeatedly let him out of jail every time he got arrested for things.
Yeah, because he was arrested a lot.
Yeah, and someone would step in and say, "This is above your pay grade," and he would be out. Yeah, and they know that he worked with Jolly West, who was the guy who was running MK Ultra for the CIA. So if they were doing that, you think they're going to leave rock and roll alone?
No, right.
No, they probably would do it. And then there's also some people now that are saying they were a part of funding the gangster rap movement of the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
That was another way to sow discord in society. And when society is unstable, you can control people more. When society is stable, then they want to go, hey, let's fucking get rid of some of these bureaucrats that are useless. Let's fucking clean up the streets. That's a stable society with a great economy. No, you want things in chaos. And so that's the way you stay in power and stay in control.
Yeah. What was it? It was a movie or something silly where they would play it was the music. They were musicians, whatever. They had an album out, and in the album, they were putting something to get people to buy certain things or do certain things.
Subliminal messages.
Yeah,
they used to do that in movies.
I forget what it was, but
they would show one frame and said, "Hungry, eat popcorn." Yeah, they would show a photo.
Is it a silly Will Ferrell movie? I can't. It's drive me crazy. Bill, Ben Stiller, and so but it was getting people to do things. It was crazy, and I was like, that probably fucking happens.
It definitely happens.
Movies and
Josie and
the Pussycats. I know it was something stupid.
Find themselves in the middle of a conspiracy to deliver subliminal messages through the popular music.
It was so silly.
Find themselves in the middle of a conspiracy. So that was the TV show? Oh no, this is later. This is way later. Yeah, Josie and the Pussycats was an actual animated show that was on when I was a kid.
That's why I was thinking.
So that's
it was
the movie
silly.
from 2001.
Yeah.
Is that Will Ferrell?
I don't know if he's in it. I just remember it being quirky.
Oh, I never saw this.
She's my favorite. Look,
I love that dude
excellent.
Too.
Yeah, I think I watched it because Parker Posey was in it.
Schitt's Creek.
Yeah.
Schitt's Creek is hilarious. You ever watch that show?
Oh my God. My mom loved that.
Such a good show.
She's like, put that shit on again. I'm like, Schitt's Creek.
You know what's a good show that I used to shit on for no reason at all? Because I just never watched it. The Big Bang Theory.
Oh.
Big Bang Theory is a fucking funny show.
It is funny.
It's a funny show.
It has, people say it's canned laughter, but I think they did do it in front of the studio audience.
No, they did. Well, some of it is canned laughter, but that's the case in every single sitcom. So what happens is, in any single sitcom, you'll have takes that someone flubs a line or something fucks up and you have to redo it. Sometimes you redo it without the audience, so you have pickups.
Yes.
So after the sitcom's filmed, the audience leaves and they say, "Oh, Joe, you have 2 pickups. Dave, you have 2 pickups." And so you'll just wear whatever you wore in that scene again and redo the scene. So you'll do it with no audience.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I thought they redo it with the audience.
No, sometimes they do that too. We did that too, but you don't want to beat the audience up.
Right.
Sometimes if it's just a real quick second take, they'll do a second take. We'll do it one more time, folks. But if there's a real pickup, or maybe they need a writing fix, maybe someone comes along and sometimes they'll be watching it live and they'll go, we need a better line here. And so, okay, let's get it in post. So then they wait until after the show and then they do it. So if you watch an episode of The Big Bang Theory and no one's laughing, and the reason why is because they probably filmed that without an audience.
Sure.
It's part of the process of making a sitcom.
Also,
but it's a funny fucking show.
It's funny, and what they're talking about is bizarro, like that. We call my nephew Brandon Sheldon because he's like Sheldon. Everything's a ritual. You have to do it a certain way. It's
incredible character.
But the way he shits on people, and the way he does saying things, and then they'll have to remind him, hey, that's sarcasm, and he's like, oh, that you people, you're so minimal.
Yeah, well, he's also not that competent.
Right.
So it's
he's bizarrely smart.
Bizarrely overestimates his work. So even amongst other physicist. He falls short. It's he's a complicated character. It's very funny.
I think it's great. I think he did a great job with it too.
No, it's a great show. But I was watching the other day. You know, the reason why I found that show actually is a show that I think is even better than that, which is Young Sheldon, which is a Netflix show, which is no audience. That's new,
right?
Yeah, and Young Sheldon is about him when he was a little boy, and it's hilarious.
Oh, that's
It's
great.
not new. I think there's like several seasons. I think there's
newer.
maybe 6. Yeah, newer. Yeah, but I think there's like 6 seasons. I think they started making it after Big Bang Theory was done. So then they did Young Sheldon.
Right.
But it's a really funny show. And I was like, God damn, this is about the Big Bang Theory. And then we started watching the Big Bang Theory. I'm like, it's a good sitcom. And it made me think like, man, other than Miss Pat, who has a regular sitcom, she has an actual legit film.
And it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Film, but you have to have the BET app to get it. And maybe it's on something else too now.
Right.
What else is Miss Pat?
I see it on BET.
So other than that, like, dude, they don't exist anymore. The audience sitcoms, there used to be 100 of them.
Not good ones.
They used to be on the WB and the UPN and fucking ABC and NBC and CBS and Fox, and there was so many fucking sitcoms.
Yeah, I think now everything's about hospitals.
Okay, you can get it on everything now.
Oh yeah.
So you can get it on Roku, Amazon Prime, YouTube, Google Play, Apple TV, and BET Plus. Well, Apple TV is real good about that. They most shit you can get, even stuff that's like, you know, I'm watching Shogun. Shogun's on FX.
Somebody just told me about that. I got to get into it. They said it's really good.
It's very good. But you can watch that on Apple.
Yeah.
You just get it on Apple TV. Apple TV's the shit.
I love Apple TV. I have that.
They just turn you into a fucking Apple robot. You buy everything.
You
get
really
sucked
do.
into the ecosystem. And they make it easy. Like you resist, but you're like, why am I resisting? It's so much better. Like my phone is a remote control. Use your phone as a fucking remote, and it's a better remote control than the one that's on your
Absolutely.
This stupid thing that the guy programmed.
Wait a minute, this could be a remote? I'm kidding.
My phone
My
is a
niece
remote
taught me
for
that.
Apple TV. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's the best.
The Apple TV, and go back to the TikTok thing, I would see a lot of clips from Miss Pat. People love it.
It's a great
so
show.
it's great to see, because then this is another thing, they'll play clips from TV shows. So you're like, oh, what is that show? You know, and then you kind of get into that. Or I never watched that, whatever show was out a long time ago. And then I'm like, oh, I should check that out. And you'll find it on the apps.
Anyway,
so now I'm like watching it. So TikTok is telling me what to do.
Yeah, they're definitely moving you in a direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
The thing is, the question is, should we protect people from the kind of influence that can scramble their brains? Because you can, like, a few months back, all the TikTokers had got a hold of what's his name? Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden's letter to America. And they were like, oh my God, Osama bin Laden.
I wonder if you know who
He was
I
the
am.
good guy. Like, America's the bad guy. And it's like all these
fucking Cobra Kai. What is this shit?
No, I'm telling you, it's this foreign influence. I guarantee you, there's some of that that's a part of like the accentuating that. And then there's also like the radical left today that wants to, you know, attack everything that's America and thinks that American flags are racist. You know, people are out of their fucking minds.
Well, anybody that wears an American flag, they're considered like this, you know, Trump or whatever.
It's hilarious.
It's the left, right? Is it the left? I'm not good. I don't know.
That's a goddamn American flag right next to Missy.
Fuck yeah, it is. Oh, I was literally looking at myself like, hi, and then I'm looking at Mitzi's nipples, and yeah, that flag is gorgeous. See, I grew up. My mom worked for the Philadelphia Navy shipyard, so she had rules. You weren't like when I see people with flags like bikinis. We weren't allowed to wear that. My mom was like, that's disgraceful. That's not how you wear the flag. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you couldn't have shorts with it on. You had to fold it a certain way. We drive down the street and she'd see tethered flags. Those people are un-American. Like, you had to fold it a certain way. You had to take it in when there was a storm. Like, she is a little crazy about the flag. So when I see it, I'm like, oh, like I stand up straight because I'm gonna get yelled at by my mom. So I get nervous. But yeah, I don't look at a flag and think, oh, that's. Have you watched Cobra Kai?
It's bizarre to say. I watched it for a little while.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? They made Johnny.
Yeah, he's the bad guy.
No, but they made him like he was right.
No, he's the good guy, and Ralph Macchio is the bad guy.
Right.
It's hilarious.
I was like, this is, and then I'm like, is that really what happened? Like now I'm starting to think it. So the Osama bin Laden people are probably like, fuck, this, we've all been lied to.
Yeah.
Because we do get lied to a lot. So
100%.
the second you see one thing, you could be like, see, we're right.
Also, Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset. Osama bin Laden trained the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets. He was a part of that.
Yeah.
So when he turned on America, it's like we didn't do anything.
Again,
we're like a crazy girlfriend. Like, I didn't fucking do anything. I didn't do anything.
It's no big deal
like
that I shot his window out.
Why'd you guys get kicked out? We were just laughing. We weren't doing anything. We were just laughing and they kicked us out. Like, how many times I've heard that?
I was helping this show.
How many times have you heard that?
A billion.
I was so disappointed in Donnell yesterday. Donnell was telling me he started his career as a heckler.
Shut the fuck up.
Donnell Rawlings started his career heckling. He's like, son, I was moving tickets as a heckler. He was saying that people would come to see him heckle. That he would heckle the comedians. That's how he got it started.
I don't know how to feel about that.
That's how he got it started. He got his career started as a heckler.
Our enemy?
I go, did you feel bad about that now?
Yeah.
Do you feel terrible about that now?
Yeah, I mean, that's awful. So how would he move tickets? Like he would go to shows and like prove he was better than the comics?
It's Donnell. It's all like,
he's so funny.
Gonzo journalism.
Right.
You're not sure what's real, what's not.
I do love him.
He's the best. I love him too. He was looking sharp yesterday. He got a three-piece.
He does dress so nice.
Yeah, sometimes he does. He's like changed his look. He had a three-piece with a tie and a pocket square.
Okay.
Yeah.
Netflix special and a pocket square. My man.
Slim cut. He looked good. He looked like he was in good shape.
Yeah.
He's lost weight.
I like it. My special's on YouTube, so I'm wearing a sweatshirt.
Yeah. But specials on YouTube are great because they're accessible to everybody.
No, I love it.
It's a good move.
I was a little bit like disappointed, like, oh, I should try to shop it. And I sent it to a few people, did a little bit of the shopping, but then I was like, no, I think the YouTube's the better option.
It's a great way because you're going to ensure that people will find it easy and you'll be able to get a hold of it instantaneously. Everybody has a YouTube account. Or if you don't have a YouTube account, you just use YouTube with no account.
Exactly.
YouTube is like the only thing that'll let you watch stuff with no account.
Well, I knew that when I saw my brother Charlie watching it. I was like, wow, like he can't work Netflix, but he's got YouTube.
Well,
this is amazing.
Things like Instagram or TikTok. Like people send me TikTok links all the time. I don't have TikTok, so I'm not going to click on it. So then I would have to sign up or I'd have to watch it on the website. It's annoying. I don't want to do that. And I don't want to sign up for TikTok. So I don't have it. And so I don't click those links. But if someone sends you a YouTube link, it just starts working. Yeah. Instantly. You don't have to have a YouTube app on your phone. It just shows you the thing. You can go to YouTube from other websites and like it'll be like a embedded link and you can watch YouTube without ever opening up a YouTube app.
I don't think I knew that about the TikTok thing because I do send them to my brother Jimmy a lot. And he doesn't have TikTok, nothing.
Well, you can kind of watch them, but you got to go to the website and ask you to download the app. You're like, no thanks, China. Fuck off. Fuck off, China. I'm buying all the American propaganda. I'm not going to your Chinese website to watch an open letter to America from Osama bin Laden.
By the way, I'm going to Google that later.
Want to hear it? Want to hear the open letter to America?